Marshall Peak, Chapter 5132, Venturing into the Depths. Dawning light eventually stopped in their designated area. This place was already quite far from Blue Sky Pass, and even a 7th Order Master like Yang Kai would take about 10 days to return if he flew alone. This place was basically the limit of Blue Sky Pass's universe array's range. This distance was extremely suitable for scouting. If they discovered the Black Ink Clan army, they could instantly return to Blue Sky Pass, allowing the humans time to make preparations. Even if they encountered any danger, they would still have a chance to use the universe transference law to escape. It could be said that they could safely fight or retreat from this location. Yang Kai landed Dawning Light on a universe fragment before ordering his squad members who were proficient in spirit arrays to set up some concealment and defensive arrays. This way, even if the Black Ink Clan were to pass by, as long as they didn't carefully investigate, they would likely miss them. This place was now the temporary headquarters of Dawn Squad. This arrangement could be considered perfect. They could secretly hide here and monitor the movements of the surrounding forces. In fact, this mission wasn't too dangerous. All they needed to do was investigate the movements of the Black Ink Clan army. Be that as it may, Dawn was different from the other squads. Not only was the arrangement of its members luxurious, but Dawning Light was also special. Dawning Light also had the universe array personally arranged by Yang Kai, as well as some purifying lights sealed within its hull. Strictly speaking, Dawning Light was equivalent to a smaller-scale purifying Black Ink battleship. Dawning Light provided Dawn with a far greater degree of mobility and freedom. It exponentially increased their range of activity. Other squads simply could not match this. After completing some basic arrangements, Yang Kai handed down a series of orders, having the 7th Order Masters in the squad lead 2 or 3 6th Order members further in different directions. This way, if the Black Ink Clan army were to mobilize in this region, they would be able to discover them sooner. No one had any objections, so the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each chose 2 or 3 aides and dispersed. Dawning Light's side still needed someone to stand guard, someone powerful, so Bai Yi was left in charge. With someone as strong as Bai Yi assuming command, along with the other Dawn Squad members and Dawning Light itself, so long as they did not encounter a large number of powerful Black Ink clansmen, dealing with them would not be a problem. Yang Kai himself then led Miao Fei Ping and ventured in a certain direction. As his main objective was scouting, Yang Kai didn't choose to just rush ahead as fast as he could. If he did that, he would just be painting a target on his back. Only by flying at a moderate pace could he conceal his presence. There were only 2 inconspicuous figures in this vast void, so if one didn't carefully search for them, they wouldn't be noticed. Are you nervous? Yang Kai looked at Miao Fei Ping, who had a mix of anxiety and excitement on his face ever since they left Blue Sky Pass. It had been over 10 days since then, but he still wore the same expression. It wasn't clear what Miao Fei Ping was thinking, but when he suddenly heard Yang Kai's question, he quickly replied, "No, I'm not nervous, but I'm curious about one thing. Some of the senior brothers told me that the Black Ink Clan is full of strange creatures. Disciple is very curious about what the Black Ink Clan looks like." Yang Kai chuckled. "Just as your senior brothers said, there are all kinds of strange creatures among the Black Ink Clan." Yang Kai had taken out Miao Fei Ping from his small universe to advance to the Open Heaven realm, and it had only been a year or so since then. So, the latter's understanding of the Black Ink battlefield, the Great Passes, and even the Black Ink Clan was extremely limited. Although Miao Fei Ping had fought many people in Void World over the years, all his opponents were human. Naturally, he was a little unsettled after being thrown into this kind of battlefield to fight against an alien race, especially after listening to some information about the Black Ink Clan from his senior brothers in the squad. He imagined that all of the Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms and were extremely sinister and violent. "Martial uncle?" Miao Fei Ping humbly asked. "The senior brothers said that if those from the Black Ink Clan and those from the human race are in the same order, the Black Ink clansmen are generally somewhat weaker than us. And the lower the cultivation, the more obvious the gap is. Is that really so?" Yang Kai slightly nodded his agreement. The reason why there is such a difference is because the way the two races grow is different. Our growth is a result of many years of accumulation and hard cultivation, but the same is not true for the Black Ink clan. They are born from the black ink nests, and as long as they have enough resources and time, they can continue to grow endlessly. Although their growth does require a certain amount of time and experience, in general, it is much shorter than the time required for humans to grow. Essentially, they rely on external forces to increase their strength. Miao Fei Ping suddenly came to realize, then their foundation should be unstable, right? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, you can think of it that way, but it's not comprehensive. The gap between the two races' masters in the same realm grows smaller with the increase in strength. For example, the gap between a royal lord and an old ancestor is basically non-existent, while the gap between an 8th Order Division commander and a territory lord isn't very large. Of course, if they were to fight one-on-one, any 8th Order Division commander would have the advantage over any territory lord. Miao Fei Ping became very concerned. Although that's the case, the Black Ink clan has black ink nests, and from the moment they are born, their strength is comparable to the open heaven realm masters of the human race. So how will we be able to eliminate all of them? Yang Kai asked with a smile, who told you that the Black Ink clan members are as strong as open heaven realm masters since birth? Isn't that so? Miao Fei Ping was greatly surprised. Yang Kai shook his head in response, of course not. He had more say in this matter than anyone else. After all, no one had spent as much time among the upper echelons of the Black Ink clan or had a deeper understanding of the Black Ink nest than him. The Black Ink clansmen we encounter on the battlefield are at least low-rank Black Ink clansmen. They are equivalent to our low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and are basically used as cannon fodder by the Black Ink clan. Every time the Black Ink clan army goes out, low-rank clansmen make up the majority of their forces on the battlefield. Any human master can easily wipe out a large number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen with a single move. But after the deaths of these low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink strength in their body will disperse and condense into Black Ink clouds, which create an advantageous battlefield for the Black Ink clan. In contrast, humans are quite cautious of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds. Even so, we have no choice but to kill these low-rank Black Ink clansmen. When the two races fight, they will take the vanguard and charge at us, so if we don't kill them, they will charge into our formations. So, their cannon fodder tactic is extremely effective. Miao Fei Ping lightly nodded and listened attentively. The high-rank Black Ink clansmen are stronger than the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, equivalent to our mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They can be considered as the backbone of the Black Ink clan's army. Although they might not be a majority, like the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, their numbers are definitely not small. They pose the biggest threat to the human race. Miao Fei Ping asked in surprise, aren't the greatest threats to the human race the feudal lords and territory lords? Yang Kai nodded with his assumption before explaining, feudal lords and territory lords are indeed powerful, but how many territory lords do you think there can be on a single battlefield? They are often the deciding factor in battle, so they do not act recklessly. As for feudal lords, there are many of them, at least more than 7th Order humans, but feudal lords cherish their lives dearly. It's not easy for them to become feudal lords, so none of them want to die. They may be brave and fierce in battle, but only if the wind is blowing in their favor. Once things turn south, they run faster than anyone else. So that's the case. Miao Fei Ping was absorbed in his thoughts. These are the ones that you can see on the battlefield, but the Black Ink clan actually has many lower-ranking clansmen who are known as Black Ink serfs. Black Ink serfs? Those who have just been born in the Black Ink nest and cannot even be classified as low-rank Black Ink clansmen are called Black Ink serfs. They are equivalent to the human cultivators before they reach the Open Heaven realm. These Black Ink serfs aren't of much use even on the battlefield, so they are never brought to war by the Black Ink clan. Basically, all of them stay in the various territories of the Black Ink clan and absorb ambient Black Ink strength to strengthen themselves. No human could surpass Yang Kai in terms of the understanding of the Black Ink clan. After all, no one had been able to disguise themselves as a Black Ink disciple and live in the Black Ink clan's territory for so many years. Even other Black Ink disciples who were saved later rarely knew much about the Black Ink clan, as during their time, they were treated as servants and slaves, never trying to gather intelligence for the human race. It seems that the growth of the Black Ink clan is not easy, Miao Fei Ping sighed. Why do you say so? Miao Fei Ping explained, Martial uncle, you see, the Black Ink clan must first be born from the Black Ink nests, becoming the weakest Black Ink serfs. And when they somehow grow into a low-rank Black Ink clansman, they are dragged to the battlefield to serve as cannon fodder. Perhaps they survive long enough to grow into a high-rank Black Ink clan after experiencing a few life-and-death situations, but even if they grow into a high-rank Black Ink clansman, if they are down on their luck, they might lose their lives on the battlefield at any moment. If they are lucky enough to survive many wars, they will finally have a chance to become a feudal lord. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. That's right, but does that mean that our growth as humans is easy? Which open heaven realm master hasn't walked a thorny path and painstakingly cultivated before they could reach their current realm? Forget about others, you yourself have gone through much trouble to reach here, haven't you? Miao Fei Ping respectfully replied, Martial uncle is right. He then asked again, Martial uncle, where are we going? Yang Kai stated, Don't ask, just follow me. Miao Fei Ping obediently responded. With Dawning Light as a transit point, the Dawn Squad's range of activity was much larger than the other squads. It could be said to be twice as large or even more. Naturally, this made them even more suitable for scouting missions, as they could venture deeper and obtain more information. Of course, Yang Kai also had another plan. Since Miao Fei Ping had just arrived here, he knew nothing about the Black Ink clan. So, Yang Kai wanted to find him a few suitable opponents to practice with so that he wouldn't become flustered on the battlefield. Although Miao Fei Ping would not be directly engaging the Black Ink clan owing to his sixth order cultivation, mostly remaining inside Dawning Light to power spirit arrays to kill the enemy, it did not hurt having a few exchanges with the Black Ink clan and understand their characteristics a little. On top of that, Miao Fei Ping had just advanced to the Open Heaven realm not long ago, so he needed to fight to properly consolidate his cultivation. It had been 100 years since the last war between the two races in the Blue Sky Theater, and the Black Ink clan had been showing signs of deploying troops recently. In light of this, it wouldn't be difficult to find a few Black Ink clansmen to practice on. The reason they hadn't met one before was because the scattered Black Ink clansmen didn't dare to casually approach the Great Pass. But now, they were basically in the territory of the Black Ink clan, so it was natural to run into them. As expected, Yang Kai found a suitable target less than a day later. His powerful divine sense allowed him to detect the approach of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. There were several hundred of them, and their leader was a feudal lord. Martial Peak, Chapter 5133, Practice? That's the Black Ink clan? Hiding on an inconspicuous asteroid, Miao Fei Ping's eyes widened as he stared at the group of Black Ink clansmen flying across the void before his eyes, thinking to himself, it's just as the senior brothers said, the Black Ink clan is filled with all kinds of strange creatures. He saw giant figures in the group of several hundred Black Ink clansmen, some of whom were humanoid, but most had parts that looked like they were from monster beasts. To his surprise, there were some Black Ink clansmen who looked exactly like a monster beast. However, no matter what form they took, the bodies of these Black Ink clansmen were all surging with Black Ink strength. The places they passed by were stained with Black Ink strength, as if they left spilling ink that could not be removed. Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but gulp as he turned to look at Yang Kai. There were quite a lot in this Black Ink clan team, so he didn't know how Yang Kai was planning on dealing with them. Was he going to attack them or wait and watch? Had Miao Fei Ping been alone, he probably wouldn't have been able to conceal his aura at this close a distance and might have been discovered by the Black Ink clan. However, with Yang Kai by his side and with his help, his aura had been completely concealed. Furthermore, as there was a certain distance between them, the Black Ink clan didn't notice two pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. This should be a feudal lord's private troops, Yang Kai whispered. From his observations, he could clearly tell that there were 4 or 5 feudal lords in this group of several hundred Black Ink clansmen, while the rest were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. This was in line with the intelligence he had obtained about Black Ink clan fiefs Jia Gu had shared with him. "Where are they going?" Miao Fei Ping asked, a little puzzled. Judging by the direction this Black Ink clan army was heading, they weren't traveling towards Blue Sky Pass. They should have received some kind of order from this region's territory lord to assemble with the other feudal lord forces before attacking Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai explained. Miao Fei Ping understood. "Martial uncle, I heard from the senior brothers that each territory lord has dozens to a few hundred feudal lords under their command, is that correct?" This piece of information was brought back by Yang Kai and had long since spread throughout the various great passes, so it wasn't strange for Miao Fei Ping to have learned about it from the other members of Dawn Squad. Yang Kai affirmed, nodding, "Correct." Miao Fei Ping was slightly surprised. In that case, a territory lord can easily gather tens of thousands of troops during a battle. The feudal lord's troops in front of him numbered in the hundreds, so if there were 100 or 200 such troops, naturally, the total would easily surpass 10,000. Yang Kai nodded again. "If not, where do you think the millions of troops during the Black Ink clan sieges come from?" "It comes from the gathering of all these feudal lord troops." Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but gasp in shock. How many soldiers were there in each of the great passes? Forget about the other great passes, just Blue Sky Pass only had some 30,000 cultivators in total. It was probably the same for other great passes too, but the Black Ink clan had an army of at least 1 million strong in every theater. Although he knew that most of the Black Ink clan army was composed of cannon fodder made up of low-rank clansmen, the difference in numbers was still too great. For a time, Miao Fei Ping found it difficult to imagine just how the human race had managed to resist the Black Ink clan for so many years. If Yang Kai wanted to, he could have charged forward and killed this army of Black Ink clansmen, but as he had Miao Fei Ping accompanying him, it wasn't convenient for him to act. After all, he couldn't protect Miao Fei Ping in such an environment. As such, after watching the feudal lord's troops leave and noting their direction, Yang Kai gently patted Miao Fei Ping's shoulder. "Let's go." Miao Fei Ping quickly followed after him. Soon, he discovered that Yang Kai was moving in the opposite direction of the feudal lord's troops. He was quite sharp and guessed where they were going. "Martial uncle, are we going to that feudal lord's fief?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "Why do you think so?" Miao Fei Ping replied, "The feudal lord's troops came from this direction, so his territory must be in this direction. Since Martial uncle hasn't changed directions, do you want to take advantage of his absence to storm the enemy's den?" Yang Kai stated meaningfully, "Not me, you." "Me." Miao Fei Ping was beside himself in shock. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and grinned, looking towards a direction. "Just our luck, there are 2 Black Ink clansmen alone, go practice with them first." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed Miao Fei Ping's collar before tossing him forward while he was unprepared. Miao Fei Ping let out a strange cry as he was instantly thrown far away. By the time he managed to stabilize himself, the 2 Black Ink clansmen in front of him were staring at him with shock and ferocity. "Human. 6th Order. Corrupt him." After a brief exchange, the 2 Black Ink clansmen attacked Miao Fei Ping from both sides. Miao Fei Ping's face went pale in fright and he quickly summoned his long sword as he mobilized his strength, creating a sword curtain to ward off the attackers. As soon as they clashed, Miao Fei Ping fell into a disadvantageous position. He discovered that these 2 were high-rank Black Ink clansmen, and each of them was comparable to a 6th Order human master. Miao Fei Ping believed that he could easily take care of either of them in a one-on-one fight, but with both of them attacking him together, it would be difficult for him to handle. After all, he had just advanced to the 6th Order and had only been in Emperor realm a year ago. As such, he wasn't very proficient in utilizing his Open Heaven realm's strength yet. The 2 Black Ink clan masters didn't employ any tactics, they just kept bombarding him with secret techniques using their Black Ink strength, aiming to overwhelm him. What caused Miao Fei Ping even more pressure was that the black ink strength was actually invading his small universe, forcing him to divert some of his attention and strength to resist its corrosion. No matter what others had told Miao Fei Ping about the Black Ink clan, facing them firsthand was far more informative than any evaluations he had heard before. Miao Fei Ping finally understood what kind of enemies the human race had been fighting for countless years. He couldn't sense his martial uncle's aura, nor could he find his figure, but he knew that his martial uncle was definitely hiding somewhere close by, so he knew that his life was not in danger. Thinking so, Miao Fei Ping became more daring. Taking advantage of one of the Black Ink clansman's mistakes in coordination, the sword in Miao Fei Ping's hands flashed as he rushed forward, his figure wrapped in sword light. His momentum was unstoppable, as if he wanted to perish together with this Black Ink clansman. The targeted Black Ink clansman was shocked. He had never imagined Miao Fei Ping would suddenly become so fierce, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Unable to react in time, he was stabbed in the head by the sword and died on the spot. However, the other Black Ink clansman's attack was already upon Miao Fei Ping, who was now completely powerless to defend himself. The sudden death of his companion had enraged this Black Ink clansman, so he didn't show any mercy. A Black Ink disciple might be precious, but he still needed to be alive to enjoy having him. Basically, he was not completely sure that he would be able to corrupt Miao Fei Ping without his companion's help. Since he was not 100% certain, he could only send Miao Fei Ping to his grave. However, the space around him suddenly solidified, causing his massive body to freeze on the spot. Although it was only a brief moment, he had missed the opportunity to kill his opponent. Miao Fei Ping had already steadied himself, and the sword in his hand glowed with an exquisite aura as his figure moved, flying up and down around the Black Ink clansman, drawing blood with every strike. He knew that his martial uncle must have secretly taken action just now, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block the attack of the second Black Ink clansman. Be that as it may, his martial uncle clearly had no intention of interfering further, and this was exactly what he wanted. Flowers grown in a greenhouse could not withstand the harsh winds and rain of the outside world and were destined to not live long. Only after experiencing real storms would they be able to thrive. Although he was only a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Miao Fei Ping's confidence had greatly increased after his first kill. Moreover, he was quickly adapting to his strength during this life-and-death struggle. As such, an incense stick after the death of the first Black Ink clansman, the second followed in his companion's footsteps. Miao Fei Ping stood in the void with his sword in hand, his face slightly pale and his aura a little unstable. Killing 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen who were comparable to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was quite exhausting, and it took a clear toll on him. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and lightly nodded his acknowledgement. Not bad. Miao Fei Ping withdrew his sword and humbly stated, "Martial Uncle is too kind. If it weren't for Martial Uncle secretly taking action, this disciple would have already died. However, Martial Uncle, this disciple seems to have been invaded by Black Ink strength and is unable to suppress it." "I know," Yang Kai slightly nodded. Miao Fei Ping's entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of Black Ink strength, and the dark look in his eyes could not be hidden. "There's no need to suppress it, just open yourself and allow it in." Miao Fei Ping was slightly startled, but he still complied. In less than a dozen breaths of time, Miao Fei Ping suddenly let out a shout before thrusting his sword at Yang Kai with a flick of his wrist. Yang Kai smiled lightly and caught the long sword between his fingers. Miao Fei Ping roared as he tried to pull his sword back, but it didn't budge in the slightest. He decisively let go of the sword and rushed forward like a madman, punching at Yang Kai, fist images blotting out the void before he even reached his target. Yang Kai simply waved his hand and the fist shadows filling the void disappeared like the moon's reflection in the water. Surprisingly, Miao Fei Ping had disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He had already fled into the distance the moment he swung his fists. His speed was extremely fast. It appeared his fierce attack was just a cover for his escape. Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Smart choice." Be that as it may, trying to escape from him was destined to be futile. Yang Kai used his space principles, and under the effects of near-distant horizon, Miao Fei Ping suddenly froze in place, seemingly unable to escape even half a step further. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to Miao Fei Ping's back. His palms glowed with two different colors before he brought them together, releasing a burst of purifying light. Under the purifying light, the black ink strength started dispersing with sizzling sounds as Miao Fei Ping's expression changed from pain to calm. When the black ink strength was finally dispersed completely and Miao Fei Ping regained his sanity, he found that his clothes were drenched in sweat. "How do you feel?" Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping had a look of lingering fear on his face, like "I've awoken from a bad dream." Yang Kai nodded. "Every black ink disciple says so when they wake up. Remember this feeling, this is what it's like to be corrupted by black ink strength. In the black ink disciples' hearts, the black ink clan is supreme, and the human race is nothing to them." Miao Fei Ping broke into a cold sweat. "Disciple will remember this lesson well. In the future, I will definitely not let myself be corrupted into a black ink disciple and become a slave to the black ink clan." Pausing for a moment, he apologized. "Disciple was disrespectful to martial uncle just now, please forgive me." Yang Kai waved off in response. "It would have been stranger if you hadn't attacked me." Martial Peak, Chapter 5134, Instant Kill. The two of them continued on their way. The feudal lord's fief wasn't far away. A dark and gloomy universe world appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision a day later. This universe world wasn't big, but the entire world was shrouded in a thick layer of black ink strength, which happened to be particularly dense in one spot. Through the obstruction, one could vaguely see a black ink nest standing in that direction. There were many black ink clansmen near the black ink nest. Yang Kai led Miao Fei Ping straight towards the black ink nest. Before reaching the black ink nest, Miao Fei Ping took out a purifying black ink pill and stuffed it into his mouth, holding it under his tongue so that he could crunch it at any moment after receiving Yang Kai's signal. Although Yang Kai could cure him with purifying light, Yang Kai had his own plans. He couldn't take care of Miao Fei Ping all the time, so preparing a purifying black ink pill in advance was the better choice. Yang Kai didn't try to hide himself. He broke straight through the thick black ink clouds and crashed into the ground near the black ink nest as if he had fallen from the sky. His powerful landing sent the ground quaking. The impact caused the surrounding black ink clansmen to be blown away while the weaker black ink serfs even suffered heavy casualties. The two feudal lords who had been guarding this fief noticed this and immediately flew out from their respective residences. These two feudal lords were not necessarily the masters of this place. The black ink clan might have many feudal lords, but not all of them actually had their own fiefs. At most a few dozen feudal lords had the qualifications to own their own fiefs under each territory lord. The feudal lords who owned these fiefs were undoubtedly rich and powerful. Those without fiefs would either find a place to live in the territory of some territory lord or seek refuge with those with fiefs. This way, they could become stronger using the black ink strength spilling from the black ink nest. Such a situation was common in the black ink clan. So a mature feudal lord's fief did not just have one feudal lord. Of course, the master of a black ink nest would always be the one who hatched it. When the two feudal lords guarding the black ink nest rushed out and spotted Yang Kai and Miao Fei Ping, they were stunned. Humans? Humans are actually here? What's going on? Although it wasn't as if the humans had never attacked the black ink clan's territory before, every time the humans did so they had sent a massive army, never just two of them. Therefore, when they saw Yang Kai and Miao Fei Ping, these two feudal lords worried that the human army had arrived. However, after carefully examining their surroundings, they failed to find any traces of other humans. There were just these two. The feudal lord on the left immediately shouted, "You arrogant humans, how dare you disdain us?" The one on the right was relatively quiet, but his movements were as swift as the wind. As his companion shouted, he rushed towards Yang Kai and black ink strength surrounded his giant palm as he ruthlessly slapped down. Miao Fei Ping hurriedly dodged. Although he had killed two high-rank black ink clansmen, He knew that this kind of battle was not something he could interfere with. After fleeing 1,000 meters, when Miao Fei Ping looked back, what he saw next shook him to the core. He saw his martial uncle holding a spear in one hand, while its other end was stabbed into the feudal lord's head. The imposing feudal lord happened to be completely stiff, and a look of disbelief had blanketed his face. With a flick of his spear, the feudal lord's head exploded into mist as his massive body fell to the ground, blood gushing out from his severed neck like a fountain. An instant kill. Miao Fei Ping couldn't believe his eyes. A feudal lord had been instantly slain by his martial uncle. He didn't even notice his martial uncle using some mighty secret technique, as if just a casual spear thrust had deprived the Black Ink clansman of his life. The feudal lord, who he thought was strong and imposing, was as weak as a chicken in front of his martial uncle. On the way here, the members of Dawn's squad had told him that their squad leader's strength was far superior to an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had even cooperated with others to kill territory lords. But hearing it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was completely different. Miao Fei Ping finally understood the gravity of this evaluation. His marital uncle wasn't just stronger than normal, his strength was simply unparalleled. In terms of order, a feudal lord was equivalent to a 7th Order human. Although they would be somewhat weaker than a 7th Order master under normal circumstances, a feudal lord was still a feudal lord. Even so, this feudal lord was instantly killed by his martial uncle. Just what kind of height has martial uncle's combat strength reached? Miao Fei Ping had no idea, but he couldn't afford to think too much about it at this moment. Many Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards him, so he summoned his sword and activated his movement technique, turning around and charging at them. Fortunately, the Black Ink clansmen attacking him weren't very strong. Even if there were high-rank clansmen among their ranks, their strength was only equivalent to a 4th Order or 5th Order human master. With his current 6th Order Open Heaven Realm foundation, even if Miao Fei Ping were to fight one against many, he was barely able to hold out. Of course, if the battle dragged on, it would be difficult to say what the outcome would be. It wasn't surprising for such a situation to occur. Most of the forces capable of fighting in this territory had been taken away by the master of this fief, so the ones left behind were naturally younger or weaker, so how strong could they be? He understood his martial uncle's intentions. Obviously, Yang Kai wanted to use this opportunity to sharpen him and familiarize him with the battle against the Black Ink clan so that he wouldn't falter or become flustered on the real battlefield. This was a rare opportunity, so Miao Fei Ping treasured it greatly. Furthermore, he didn't want to disappoint his martial uncle's expectations, so he put his heart into it, attentively applying everything he had learned in his life. On the other hand, when Yang Kai killed the charging feudal lord with a single thrust, it shocked the other feudal lord to the core. After becoming a feudal lord, their understanding of the human race was no longer something that those cannon fodder could compare with. He had participated in the siege of Blue Sky Pass several times and had witnessed various 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' methods and secret techniques on the battlefield. However, there had never been a 7th Order Master who gave him such an ominous feeling. This must be one of those 7th Order human elites, and judging from the casual way he killed his comrade, probably only a territory lord could take him down. Therefore, after seeing his companion die, this feudal lord decisively released a burst of Black Ink strength before transforming into 7 or 8 identical figures that rushed out in all directions. One of them even rushed straight towards Yang Kai, wanting to stall for time. Yang Kai looked around, slightly taken aback. The secret technique of this feudal lord was quite interesting. It was obviously derived from some kind of escape technique of the human race. In fact, many of the Black Ink clan's tactics and secret techniques could be traced back to the humans. After all, during the countless years of war between the two races, the Black Ink clan had been learning and improving. If it were any other 7th Order master, he or she might not have any idea what to do in the face of this escape technique. But unfortunately, this kind of trick was useless against Yang Kai. With a flick of his spear, Yang Kai dispersed the figure that was pouncing towards him. The figure immediately transformed into a thick wave of black ink strength that enveloped Yang Kai, attempting to corrupt his small universe. Be that it may, Yang Kai didn't care about this kind of attack at all. A golden vertical eye suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation immediately allowed him to see through all illusions. Most of the figures were created using black ink strength to divert Yang Kai's attention, but only one of them was the true body of the feudal lord. This feudal lord's secret technique wasn't bad, but he had not perfectly mastered it, so his flaws became obvious under the demon eye of annihilation's gaze. Space principles surged and a certain figure suddenly froze before an extremely dangerous aura shot towards it from behind. The feudal lord hurriedly looked back and was frightened out of his wits. Much to his surprise, the human was still standing in the same spot, but had hurled the long spear in his hand at him. The long spear seemed to ignore the limits of space and arrived instantly at its target. To his dismay, the feudal lord discovered that no matter how he tried to dodge this attack, he was unable to. The spear seemed to have locked onto him. In his panic, he roared as a tangible sound wave swept out in all directions. It seemed to have some kind of repulsive effect, but the spear still did not slow down at all and easily broke through his black ink strength defenses, leaving a hole in his chest. The feudal lord went stiff, as if struck by lightning. The next moment, the long spear flew back into Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai did not even spare the feudal lord a glance and just walked towards the black ink nest. Yang Kai's contemptuous attitude made the feudal lord feel both sad and angry. He raised his hand, trying his best to grab Yang Kai, but as soon as he used his black ink strength, his entire body exploded into a blood mist, leaving not even his bones behind. The two feudal lords had only taken a single attack from Yang Kai each before dying on the spot, a testament to the latter's great strength. Although Yang Kai could also do this over 20 years ago, it was even easier for him to do so now. After returning from Yinyang Pass and entering retreat for so many years, not only had his cultivation improved, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the spear Dao and the Dao of space. Now, he was able to integrate these two grand Daos into a single spear strike. When he attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear, space around it froze, making it impossible to avoid. This was the biggest reason why the two feudal lords were so vulnerable. His comprehension of his own grand Daos allowed Yang Kai's combat strength to rise to a whole new level. Once the two feudal lords who had remained behind in the fief died, the remaining Black Ink clansmen fell into a panic. Although there were still some who were attacking Miao Fei Ping, most of the Black Ink clansmen were now fleeing as fast as they could, afraid that they would be buried together with the feudal lords if they were too slow. Yang Kai casually killed some of them who were in his way, but didn't pursue the ones who fled. These lower Black Ink clansmen were simply too massive in number, so he could not kill them all in short order. There was no need to waste time here. His goal was the low-rank Black Ink nest. The Void Dao Temple had already been founded for over 100 years, and all of the talented seedlings in Void World had been sent there to cultivate. In the future, these people would definitely be able to break through to the open heaven realm and become a force that would resist the Black Ink clan. Miao Fei Ping's performance was undoubtedly excellent. Although he had only come into contact with the Black Ink clan for a short time, he had become familiar with how to fight them after killing the previous two high-rank Black Ink clansmen and was now chasing after the fleeing low-rank Black Ink clansmen. However, circumstances and environment affected one's temperament greatly. Perhaps the disciples of the Void Dao Temple were talented in terms of cultivation, but if they really faced the Black Ink clan, it was difficult to say how each of them would fare. Perhaps many people would be intimidated when they first came face to face with this kind of fiendish and hostile alien race. So, how could they have the courage to fight them? Yang Kai wanted to let them familiarize themselves with how to fight the Black Ink clan while they were still in their early growth period, so that when they advanced to the open heaven realm, they could directly enter the war on the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 5135, Making a Comeback. Since Yang Kai wanted these young disciples to familiarize themselves with how to fight the Black Ink clan, he naturally had to have some kind of control over the situation. The Black Ink clan was born from Black Ink nests, so Yang Kai figured all he needed to do was get his hands on one. Yang Kai now only hated himself for not having enough foresight and simply destroying so many black ink nests in Mu Guang's royal domain. Fortunately, he could still salvage the situation. The reason he had come to this area under the Black Ink clan's control was because he had set his eyes on this black ink nest. As for whether he could take it into his own small universe, Yang Kai wasn't certain. Back then he had personally witnessed Xiaogu hatching a black ink nest and had some understanding of its various characteristics, so he knew that it would be difficult to implement this plan. There were still some black ink clansmen inside the black ink nest, but Yang Kai quickly cleaned them up. He then opened his small universe, allowing the black ink nest to devour his world force. Then, using the black ink nest's will as a medium, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly entered a strange space. This space was formed by the will of this region's territory Lord Black Ink Nest, and at this moment, there were no less than 30 consciousnesses gathered in this space. These consciousnesses were surging, obviously communicating with one another. The Black Ink clan of the Blue Sky Theater had not experienced the tragedy in Mu Guang's royal domain, so they were completely unaware of what would happen next. So, when Yang Kai used his spiritual energy to attack them, they didn't even have time to react. The consciousnesses were destroyed in an instant. After all, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was on par with the territory lords, meaning none of these Black Ink clansmen were a match for him. When the commotion started, the remaining consciousnesses immediately sensed that something was wrong and naturally pushed their strength to attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not fear this counterattack. The situation he had encountered in the Mu Guang's royal domain could not be compared with what he was experiencing now. At that time, He Yuan's will had also been lying in ambush for him, together with over 30 feudal lords, but in the end, He Yuan failed to kill him and his soul had even been severely wounded, forcing him to retreat. If it weren't for this, He Yuan wouldn't have been chased down by a mere 7th-order human master. As a result, after Yang Kai's rampage, the consciousnesses here suffered heavy casualties, and as many as 8 feudal lords had their consciousnesses destroyed, with those of several other high-rank Black Ink clansmen were also wiped out. The destruction of these consciousnesses also signified the fall of these Black Ink clansmen. The surviving consciousnesses realized that something was horribly wrong and no longer dared to remain. They quickly scattered like birds and beasts in a wildfire, only thinking of escaping. Yang Kai was unable to chase them all down and could only helplessly sigh as they fled. Destroying the consciousnesses of a few feudal lords was just a matter of course, but that was not Yang Kai's original plan. After a while, he withdrew his consciousness and exited the Black Ink nest. His divine sense surged like a tide as he probed the foundation of the Black Ink nest. The Black Ink nest in front of him was thousands of meters tall, like a giant flower bud planted in the ground. It was the typical size of a fully mature low-rank Black Ink nest, but under Yang Kai's investigation, he realized that its foundation stretched far further. The entire universe world was enveloped in the power of this Black Ink nest. If the Black Ink nest before him was like a giant tree, then its roots were spread across the entire world. If Yang Kai wanted to take this Black Ink nest into his small universe, he would have to take this entire universe world. This universe world was not big, but even Yang Kai was unable to take it into his small universe. He already knew this would be the case though and had no intention of taking away the entire Black Ink nest. As space principles surged and the void shattered, the roots of the Black Ink nest were severed one by one, and with the Black Ink nest as a center, an area with a radius of over a dozen kilometers was excised from the universe world. The next moment, a gateway opened as Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the landmass with the Black Ink nest on it, forcefully dragging it into his small universe. This sudden change quaked the entire universe world. Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his small universe, but almost immediately, a disappointed look appeared on his face. He had indeed moved the entire Black Ink nest into his small universe, but perhaps because its roots had been cut off, or perhaps because of some other reason, the Black Ink nest began to show signs of withering. Even when Yang Kai poured his world force into it, the Black Ink nest showed no signs of devouring it. This was unusual, as black ink nests devoured world force almost instinctively. The world force was a powerful tonic for the black ink nest, but since it was not even devouring a bit of world force, it undoubtedly meant that it had ceased functioning and was doomed to die. In fact, after the entire black ink nest was pulled into his small universe by Yang Kai, it started collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than the time one takes to drink half a cup of tea, it completely withered. This situation caused Yang Kai to frown. It seemed that taking a black ink nest wasn't going to be an easy task. But if he could obtain an unhatched black ink nest, he might be able to hatch it in his small universe. There wouldn't be any problems then. Be that as it may, unhatched black ink nests were extremely precious even to the black ink clan, so how could Yang Kai obtain one? Unless he could find a mid-rank black ink nest and provide it with a massive quantity of materials, it was impossible to get an unhatched nest. However, this place was not Mu Guang's royal domain, so searching for and entering a mid-rank black ink nest would be extremely risky. The reason Yang Kai had been able to stir up so much chaos in Mu Guang's royal domain last time was firstly because the bulk of the black ink clan army was engaged in battle with the human army, and secondly, the Yinyang Pass old ancestor had made a move and forced all the remaining territory lords who had stayed behind to rush to the royal lord's aid, leaving just He Yuan to deal with Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai heavily damaged He Yuan's soul, he basically had free reign. The right time, right place, and right conditions made it possible for Yang Kai to act recklessly in Mu Guang's royal domain without anyone to stop him. If even one point was different, he would not have been able to act so brazenly. Even so, in the end, he was unable to destroy more than 10 mid-rank black ink nest. In the Blue Sky Theater, the Black Ink Clan army was currently gathering, so there were definitely territory lords guarding this place. If Yang Kai tried to wreak havoc, he would attract the attention of those territory lords. Not many territory lords needed to take action, just 2 would be enough to threaten him. Once 2 territory lords came at him, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai could not bear such a risk, therefore he didn't insist on sticking to his plan of plundering a black ink nest after this attempt failed. There was still time before the young talents in his small universe matured, so he was in no rush for now. It wouldn't be too late to think of a solution later. Miao Fei Ping had already returned with his body covered in multiple wounds. Apparently, he had killed many black ink clansmen in this short period of time. His appearance might have been miserable, but he was still filled with zeal and vigor. Furthermore, because of the purifying black ink pill, he didn't have to worry about being corrupted by black ink strength for a short time. Martial uncle, since the black ink clan has fled, should we pursue them? Miao Fei Ping asked eagerly. Obviously, he still did not have enough of the slaughter. There's no need for that. They're all low-rank black ink clansmen. It's useless to kill them, we will only be wasting time, Yang Kai indifferently replied. Oh, then where are we going? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before turning his eyes in the direction they had come from. You should return to Dawning Light to rest. What about martial uncle? Miao Fei Ping asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm going fishing. Fishing? Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. Nonetheless, Yang Kai didn't pay any heed to it and just stuffed something into his hand. Take this with you, don't put it into your space ring. Miao Fei Ping grabbed it and found that it was a bead, but he had no idea what it was for. So he asked, Martial uncle, what is this? A space beacon. With this bead, I can send messages back to you at any time. Miao Fei Ping nodded before carefully pocketing the space beacon. Go. Yang Kai waved at him. Miao Fei Ping stated, cupping his fist, Disciple will go now, martial uncle. Please be careful. While speaking, he activated the universe transference law. The next moment, a giant spirit array glowed beneath his feet before his figure disappeared with a blinding flash. By the time he reappeared, Miao Fei Ping had already returned to Dawning Light. Walking out of the universe array, Bai Yi, who had already sensed the movements, immediately came forward to meet him. However, after seeing Miao Fei Ping alone, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Where's squad leader? Miao Fei Ping scratched his head. Martial uncle said he was going fishing. Fishing? Bai Yi was puzzled. Fishing for what? Miao Fei Ping shook his head. I don't know either. Martial uncle didn't explain in detail and only told me to return here. Bai Yi slightly furrowed her brow. She faintly felt that Yang Kai was going to cause trouble again. However, since Yang Kai didn't say anything, he probably had his own considerations. Seeing Miao Fei Ping's miserable appearance, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you run into the Black Ink clan?" Miao Fei Ping immediately replied in an excited tone, "Martial uncle brought me to take a low-rank Black Ink nest." Speaking of this, he was quite enthused. This was the first time he had gone on a mission with his martial uncle, yet he had accomplished such a great feat it was not something just anyone could easily encounter. As expected, the other squad members also became interested after hearing this and began asking questions. Miao Fei Ping didn't try to hide anything and told them everything about his short trip with Yang Kai, causing all the squad members to look at him with envy. When they heard that two feudal lords were unable to resist the might of Yang Kai's spear and were instantly killed, all the remaining squad members felt their spirits soar. Having a powerful squad leader was extremely important on the Black Ink battlefield. Whether it was the success rate of the mission or the survival rate on the chaotic battlefield, a powerful squad leader greatly increased these chances. The squad leader was the core of the entire squad, and also the basis for human squads to work together on the Black Ink battlefield. While Dawn Squad's members were getting all excited, Yang Kai's lonesome figure flickered as he sped through the void in the direction of the feudal lord troop he had discovered earlier. Being alone, Yang Kai no longer had any scruples. He used space principles as his figure flickered across the void. In less than half a day, Yang Kai found a large group of Black Ink clansmen gathered on a giant universe fragment. Standing and observing from afar, Yang Kai found that there were more than 100,000 Black Ink clansmen gathered on this universe fragment. This place could basically be considered the periphery of the Black Ink clan's territory, not far from the human race's territory. With so many Black Ink clansmen gathered here, the situation was quite obvious. This should be one of the mustering points of the Black Ink clan army. The feudal lords had converged here with their troops under a territory lord's orders. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a large group to be assembled together. The Black Ink clan had indeed become restless. Nearly 100 years of rest and recuperation had given them plenty of time to recover from their losses suffered in the last war. Since they had gathered an army here, it was obvious that they were planning to stage a comeback. Martial Peak, Chapter 5136, Fishing. Over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen were gathered on a universe fragment. It was quite a magnificent sight. Not only that, but Black Ink clansmen kept coming from all directions in groups of hundreds to thousands. Obviously, each group was a feudal lord leading his troops. There was no doubt that this place was one of the rally points of the Black Ink clan army. And judging by the scale of the Black Ink clan army in front of him, it was definitely gathered under the command of several territory lords. In fact, Yang Kai could faintly sense that there were at least 5 territory lords in this army even from this distance. Of course, this was not the entirety of the Black Ink clan army. Armies were definitely being gathered at other places even now. Every time the Black Ink clan attacked, it had millions of soldiers in its army. If they didn't have so many, the humans wouldn't have to fight so hard. As a scout, Yang Kai naturally carried out his mission faithfully. Very soon he sent a jade slip detailing everything he had seen back to Dawning Light via the space beacon, and with Dawning Light as a relay point, this information was sent back to Blue Sky Pass, allowing the army commanders to obtain the information right away. Yang Kai remained completely still, paying close attention to the movements of the 100,000-strong Black Ink clan army. Since there was such a large rally point here, there wouldn't be a second one nearby. The other rally points of the Black Ink clan army would be the other scouting squad's concern. The size of the army continued to increase with time, gradually approaching 200,000. If one territory lord could gather 20 to 30,000 soldiers, the number of territory lords gathered here would be close to 10. This was also in line with the current situation. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a siege, at least 4 armies would attack from 4 different directions at the same time, forcing the human race to defend the Great Pass in all cardinal directions. Any negligence in any direction could lead to a complete loss. Gradually, fewer and fewer Black Ink clansmen arrived. Apparently, most of them had already gathered. Nonetheless, the Black Ink clan army didn't seem to have any intention of immediately setting out and instead remained stationed on the universe fragment. Yang Kai presumed that they were waiting for the other armies to act together. Although there were over 200,000 of them, if they were to attack the Great Pass with just this much force, they would not be able to cause any real damage. As such, the Black Ink clan had to prepare all of their forces and attack from all sides in order to overwhelm the humans. After sending the last message to Dawning Light, Yang Kai flew out of his hiding place, heading straight for the universe fragment. After observing for some time, Yang Kai concluded that the size of the Black Ink clan army at this rally point wouldn't increase much further. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they attacked Blue Sky Pass. Hence, there was no need to continue observing. He didn't try to conceal himself, so the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment soon discovered his tracks. The streak of light cutting through the void was extremely eye-catching, so it immediately sent the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment into an uproar. Some of the impatient feudal lords had already rushed out, leading their subordinates straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, quickly turned around and fled, acting like a human cultivator who had accidentally run into the Black Ink clan army and was fleeing in panic. How could the pursuing Black Ink clansmen let this matter go so easily? They chased after him like a shadow, hot on his tail, soon disappearing together with Yang Kai. Many Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment saw this scene from afar, but most of them remained indifferent, while a few of them even sneered. In their opinion, things were not going to end well for the human cultivator who had rashly ventured here alone. However, what surprised them was that the seemingly lost human cultivator once again flew towards them after half an hour or so, leaving a dazzling trail as he cut through the void. It was quite eye-catching. On the other hand, the several hundred Black Ink clansmen who had chased after him were nowhere to be seen. This shocked the Black Ink clansmen who witnessed this scene. They were unable to understand how this human had managed to escape unscathed. And where did their fellow clansmen who had pursued him go? What was even more hateful was that when the human came over, he would first fly straight and then saunter left and right like he was enjoying the view. His movements had a thick sense of provocation. How could they tolerate this? In the blink of an eye, an army of several hundred Black Ink clansmen surrounded the human under the leadership of their respective feudal lords. Just like before, the human fled, while several Black Ink clan teams gave chase, gradually disappearing into the distance. At a certain spot on the universe fragment, a territory lord stared deeply in the direction Yang Kai had fled in. The human race must have set up some kind of ambush over there. These idiots are probably dead. The territory lords weren't fools. Yang Kai had tried to provoke them at close range twice, so how could they not see through his intentions? Another territory lord coldly snorted, "The humans have become quite bold recently. They wouldn't have acted like this in the past. What gives them the confidence to dare come here and provoke us like this?" Another territory lord added, "Regardless of the reason, the humans seem to have undergone great changes in the last 100 years. You should have heard the news of what happened at Mu Guang's royal domain, right?" A territory lord agreed with a nod. "I heard that the human race has developed something called purifying Black Ink pills that can dispel the corrosion of Black Ink strength. That is not good news. However, this also explains why there haven't been any new Black Ink disciples for so long. Although the human race's purifying Black Ink pills are troublesome, their disadvantage in numbers will never change. For the human race to dare set up an ambush so far outside their pass in these conditions is extremely stupid." "You mean," one of the territory lords thoughtfully looked at him. The territory lord who had just spoken chuckled, "Unlike my Black Ink clan, if any of the human cultivators were to die, the humans would feel the loss. Since they dared to set up an ambush outside the pass, we might as well beat them at their own game and try to eat them up." "But do you know how many masters the human race has there?" the Territory Lord stated, "This place is about a dozen days away from their Great Pass, so how many people could the humans have sent here? And since our Black Ink Clan army is preparing to attack, they are definitely preparing to defend as well. Even if they have sent a team to ambush us, it shouldn't be too big. If I've to guess, there should be a number of elites, but would our army of 200,000 not be able to handle such a small number of people?" Many Territory Lords were moved by his words. Even though it should only be a small team of human masters, if they could really kill these masters here, it would be enough to make the humans' hearts bleed for a long time. In fact, after every war between the two races, the casualties on humanity's side might not even be as great as this. Furthermore, just as the Territory Lord had said, since the humans dared to set up an ambush outside the pass, they must have sent quite a number of elites. If they took this opportunity to eliminate them, the humans would suffer a huge loss. There must be an 8th Order Division commander among them. If we can kill 1 or 2 8th Order humans, we'll have avenged the Royal Lord and cleansed ourselves of our most recent shame. All the Territory Lords nodded in agreement. One of the Territory Lords stated, "If we are really going to take action, we need to figure out the position and strength of the human ambushers. Any volunteers?" A short, humanoid-looking Territory Lord stood up and smiled, taking the initiative to volunteer. "I'll go." One of the Territory Lords added, nodding, "You're perfect for this job. That human should not have gone far, so you'll be able to catch up to him without much effort. However, you must be careful not to fall into a trap." Rest assured, how could this lord die before the humans are destroyed? Saying so, he soared into the sky. Who knows what kinds of secret technique he cultivated, but his Territory Lord aura had been suppressed to the extreme. Coupled with his humanoid form, it would be difficult for ordinary people to find him. He was really fast. After chasing the fleeing human for a while, he soon felt violent energy fluctuations coming from the front. Obviously, someone was fighting up ahead. Combined with the previous scene, this Territory Lord had already guessed this would be the case and immediately restrained his aura further to stealthily approach the battlefield. A moment later, when he finally arrived at the periphery of the battlefield and gazed ahead, he couldn't help but stare in shock. All the Territory Lords had come to the conclusion that the humans must have set up an ambush, otherwise, they could not explain why the several hundred troops that had chased after the human had disappeared so quickly. He had chased after the human because he wanted to check up on the position and size of the humans lying in ambush so that he could formulate a corresponding strategy. But he did not find a human ambush. Rather, it was just that one human who had lured the Black Ink Clan troops away before killing everyone who chased him with his spear. This human might have been alone, but he was like a reaper of death, slaughtering the feudal lord troops like they were nothing. How could this human be so strong? The Territory Lord clearly saw a feudal lord quietly approaching this human from behind, attempting to launch a sneak attack, but in the end he was pierced by a spear before he could even react. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, nearly 30% of the feudal lord troops had been killed. The human was covered in blood and radiating intense killing intent, but the blood was all black. The long spear in his hands had reached the acme of perfection. Every time he thrust out, the lives of several Black Ink clansmen would be reaped. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he had finished all of them. This person is definitely an elite among elites of the human race. For a moment, the Territory Lord couldn't help but have an intent to kill. This human couldn't be allowed to grow anymore. He was already so strong in the 7th Order, so if broke through to the 8th Order, none of the Territory Lords could resist him. But just as he was about to act, he couldn't help but recall his mission. He still had not discovered the location and number of the human race ambushers, and rashly attacking this human would only alert the enemy. Furthermore, he could not figure out what was going on in this human's mind. Since he had lured out a few feudal lord troops, why was he fighting them alone instead of surrounding them? Does he think that he alone can take care of this, so he decided not to lure the enemy any further? With this thought in mind, the Territory Lord withdrew his killing intent and turned his eyes towards the distance. A moment later, he silently retreated just as he had silently arrived. On the battlefield, Yang Kai's spear was dancing like a dragon. Suddenly, he relaxed as the feeling of being secretly observed by someone finally disappeared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5137, A Big Fish. When Yang Kai parted ways with Miao Fei Ping and said he wanted to go fishing, he really meant to go fishing. As a scout, Yang Kai had already completed his mission. He had basically figured out the location and deployment of the 200,000 Black Ink Klansmen in this region. After he had sent their location to Blue Sky Pass, the higher-ups would naturally make plans to deal with them. His original plan was to lure some of the Black Ink Klansmen out and kill them. Although alone, he could only kill a limited number of them and it would not affect the overall situation, it was still better than doing nothing. But after seeing over 200,000 Black Ink Klansmen, Yang Kai formulated a bigger plan. If he kept provoking them, maybe he could lure this Black Ink Clan army into attacking in advance. In that case, this Black Ink Clan army would definitely be separated from the other forces, which would be quite advantageous for Blue Sky Pass. However, the chances of this happening weren't high. The Black Ink Clan weren't fools. After besieging the Great Passes so many times, they knew that they couldn't accomplish much just by relying on this army alone. So, they had been waiting for the other armies to gather so that they could advance together. Only by doing so would they be able to put pressure on Blue Sky Pass. Be that as it may, it was still worth trying. If he couldn't achieve it in one try, he could give it a couple more tries. Even if he couldn't achieve his goal, he could still take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate some of the Black Ink Klansmen and relieve some pressure on the battlefield. With his mastery over the Tao of Space and Blue Sky Pass being just behind him, Yang Kai could fight or flee at will. Even if a territory lord took action, he could escape at any time he wanted. The first attempt at luring the enemy had undoubtedly been a success. He drew off a troop of several hundred Black Ink Klansmen, out of which 3 were feudal lords. The rest were all high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Klansmen, not enough to threaten him. The second time, the number of Black Ink Klansmen he had lured was quite high, almost 2,000 in total. Nonetheless, the situation was still under his control. Even if he couldn't kill them all, it didn't matter. But right as he was about to begin his slaughter, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he was being watched from the shadows. This immediately made his heart clench, and he silently split his attention to guard against any unexpected situations. He didn't know where this spy was hiding, but since he was able to evade his detection, the opposite party had to be a territory lord. They couldn't hold back, huh? Yang Kai was a little taken aback. Yang Kai wasn't afraid. Since this territory lord was hiding in the shadows, perhaps he wanted to make a move on Yang Kai. Nonetheless, as long as he made a move, he would definitely show some signs, which would allow Yang Kai to escape in time. So, Yang Kai pretended to not have noticed even though he had. He continued to slaughter more Black Ink Klansmen while giving the impression that he was prepared to leave as soon as things turned south. To his surprise, the feeling of being watched soon disappeared. What are they planning? Since I was distracted, why did he not attack and instead left so quickly? Yang Kai could not understand what the Black Ink Klansman observing him was planning, but he could not care less about it at the moment. With the territory lord gone, he became even more unscrupulous. Many of the 2,000 Black Ink Klansmen were slaughtered by Yang Kai, while a handful managed to escape. Yang Kai had also suffered some injuries. After all, it was hard on him to fend off so many all alone. However, his injuries weren't serious and he recovered after half a day of rest. While Yang Kai was recuperating, a ghost-like figure slowly flew by the place where Dawning Light was hiding. This figure was none other than the territory lord who had volunteered to scout for the human ambush. Dawning Light's concealment was quite good. Owing to the advantageous terrain and powerful concealment arrays, and with the void being so vast, even if a territory lord passed nearby, he might not be able to discover anything if he didn't carefully investigate. Along the way, this territory lord had noted about 80 to 100 shattered universe fragments, but he only did a quick inspection, so how could he have discovered anything? Coincidentally, just as he was preparing to investigate further, several large ships flew over from the direction of Blue Sky Pass. The territory lord immediately stopped and carefully observed. After a short while, his expression changed as he hurriedly flew back the way he came, only stopping when he was at a safe distance. He could not judge the exact situation from afar, but he was certain that the human race was laying in ambush. How cunning! The territory lord cursed in his heart. Although he still had not found the exact deployment of the humans, he didn't dare to approach them at this moment because he could sense a familiar aura from the lead ship. The territory lords and Eighth Order humans were quite familiar with each other after having fought for so many years. So, this territory lord was able to determine the identities of the enemy even from a great distance. A big fish. The territory lord was overjoyed and couldn't wait to return to the camp to deliver this news. At the same time, Bai Yi, Feng Ying, and the others also noticed the movements and hurriedly flew up to check it out. They were all quite surprised when they saw several warships flying towards them. A short while later, the ships arrived at Dawning Light's location before a figure jumped down from the lead ship. Feng Ying stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Martial Uncle." Zhong Liang slightly nodded before he started looking left and right. "Where's young boy?" Feng Ying replied, "Squad leader is still out scouting for information and has yet to return." Zhong Liang snorted, "I knew that brat would be up to no good. What bullshit information gathering, he must be off getting into all kinds of trouble." Feng Ying didn't know how to respond to this, so she chose to remain silent and turned her attention towards the figures coming down from the ships. Slowly, her expression became solemn. "Martial Uncle." She couldn't help but be shocked, because the figures coming down from the ships were all Seventh Order and above masters. Other than the army commander Zhong Liang, there were also over a dozen Eighth Order division commanders. Feng Ying originally belonged to the Western Army, so how could she not recognize the division commanders of the Western Army? Is the Western Army really going all out? In addition to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were nearly 1,000 Seventh Order Masters. Zhong Liang chuckled, "We didn't have such conditions in the past. Except for the attacks launched under the old ancestors' leadership, all we could do was passively defend inside the pass. It was quite frustrating, but now that things are in our favor, we naturally have to give the Black Ink clan a big surprise and vent all our frustrations." Saying so, he suddenly took out something and threw it. The object resembled a ball of chiffon that suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire universe fragment. Feng Ying immediately felt as if a mysterious force had enveloped the entire universe fragment, isolating it from the outside world. At this moment, even if someone were to observe from the outside, they wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside this place. Afterwards, everyone scattered about, searching for an empty spot. Immediately afterwards, portals to small universes opened one after another. Even Zhong Liang opened a portal to his small universe. Soon, figures emerged from these portals one after another. Feng Ying, Bai Yi, and the others were all dumbfounded. The other members of Dawn were also tongue-tied. In the blink of an eye, roughly 8,000 people had appeared on the universe fragment. Furthermore, these people immediately converged with their respective squads and started setting up spirit arrays in a skillful manner, concealing their auras. Feng Ying's brow twitched as she stared blankly at this scene unfolding before her eyes. She could not help but ask, "Martial Uncle, has the entire Western Army been mobilized?" At first, she thought that only the 7th and 8th Order Masters of the Western Army had come, but to her surprise, the entire Western Army was here. Blue Sky Pass only had about 30,000 soldiers, that's all. And when they were divided into various armies, each one made up between 8,000 and 9,000 soldiers. The number of soldiers gathered on this universe fragment was almost the same. Zhong Liang stated in a heavy voice, "How could it be so easy to take down an army of over 200,000 Black Ink clansmen? It would take an army to end this battle quickly, but if we win, our Western Army would have made a great contribution." Feng Ying could only sigh, "Martial Uncle, you are really amazing." Zhong Liang proudly smiled, "Of course." However, she didn't know that in order to grab this chance from the other 3 army commanders, Zhong Liang was nearly beaten to a pulp. In the end, it was the old ancestor who stepped in and gave the final verdict, allowing this good opportunity to fall into the Western Army's hands. But if he wanted to devour this army of 200,000 enemies, there was a prerequisite. And that was that the royal lord should not be anywhere nearby. Even if the Western Army had the ability to defeat the Black Ink Clan army of 200,000, they would still suffer heavy casualties if the royal lord made an appearance. Because of this, the old ancestor had personally set out to investigate the current whereabouts of the royal lord to implement this plan. Contact Yang Boy somehow and ask him about the situation there. If the Black Ink Clan army moves, tell him to immediately report. Zhong Liang ordered. Feng Ying accepted the order. Yes, Marshal Uncle. Zhong Liang wasn't worried about not being able to ambush the Black Ink Clan army. If the Black Ink Clan wanted to attack Blue Sky Pass, they would have to pass through this area. Even if there was a slight change in their route, they would not deviate too far, and so long as they passed through here, the Western Army had the confidence to devour them all. Naturally, Yang Kai was completely oblivious to Blue Sky Pass' grand plan. At this moment, he was considering whether to join up with Dawn or continue to act alone. In the last battle, he had killed over 1,000 Black Ink Clansmen, while less than half had fled back. Presumably, the Black Ink Clan army was already aware of his abilities, so if he were to provoke them again, he might not be able to gain anything. Also, the fact that a territory lord had secretly been spying on him made Yang Kai a little uneasy. Nonetheless, Yang Kai soon made up his mind. He decided to continue provoking them. It would be great if he could enrage the 200,000-strong army into attacking Blue Sky Pass in advance, but even if he could not, it was not a big deal. Even if the territory lords made a move, he could use the space beacon to return to Dawning Light in an instant. At the very least, he would have reaped something, thought Yang Kai. However, by the time he arrived at the place where the Black Ink Clan army was stationed, the situation had changed far beyond his expectations. At this moment, the giant universe fragment was shrouded in thick black ink clouds, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. What the hell is the Black Ink Clan doing? Yang Kai was filled with confusion. These black ink clouds were obviously created by the Black Ink Clan on purpose. Had it been there before, it could be said that the territory lords were trying to conceal their troop numbers, but since he had already obtained intelligence about the Black Ink Clan army, it was pointless to conceal it further. Isn't this equal to taking off pants just to fart? Is this really necessary? Yang Kai couldn't guess the Black Ink Clan's intentions, so all he could do was continue provoking them. That human really came again. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the low-rank Black Ink Clansmen immediately reported to their higher-ups. Thus, the territory lords quickly learned of this. Follow the plan. The humans have been treating us like idiots. Let's teach them a harsh lesson this time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5138, A Little Strange. Yang Kai had thought that his little provocation wouldn't have much of an effect. After all, his strength had been exposed, so no matter how stupid the Black Ink Clan was, they wouldn't fall for it again and again. The Black Ink Clan might have even laid some kind of ambush here for him. Furthermore, the territory lords might also make a move. But contrary to his expectation, his provocation actually succeeded this time as well. A few feudal lords rushed out from the universe fragment with their troops and chased after him. Just like last time, when Yang Kai reached a suitable position, he turned around and began fighting with the 2,000 or so Black Ink Clansmen. Nonetheless, he never lowered his guard. According to his estimate, a territory lord should be hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to him. So, he had to be on guard against possible sneak attacks from tricky directions. Just as Yang Kai was luring feudal lords' troops away, the 200,000-strong Black Ink Clan army hiding in the Black Ink clouds on the universe fragment split into three forces under various territory lords, rushing towards Dawning Light's location from different directions. The Black Ink Clan was planning to launch a surprise attack on the enemy forces. The Black Ink Clan had a total of 4 armies prepared to besiege Blue Sky Pass with nearly 1 million soldiers in total. This was just one of those 4 armies. Although it was not yet time for them to act, The temptation of the humans lying in ambush on the universe fragment was simply too great. Not to mention anything else, that one person among the ambushers was sufficient for these territory lords to take some risks. Furthermore, after their recent discussion, they had come to the conclusion that there would not be that many humans lying in ambush, as this place was quite far from Blue Sky Pass. 200,000 Black Ink clansmen and over a dozen territory lords would be more than enough to squash them. So, according to them, there wasn't much risk involved. They could still move together with the 3 other armies after eliminating these humans. Wu Ying, are you sure Zhong Liang is also there? Along the way, one of the territory lords asked. The one called Wu Ying was the territory lord who had volunteered to investigate the human race's ambush. Hearing this, he immediately gnashed his teeth as he rebuked, "How could I mistake Zhong Liang's aura? That old dog severely wounded me back then. I almost lost my life. I would recognize him even if he is reduced to ashes." The territory lord, who had just asked the question, nodded and continued, "Good. In that case, we've caught a big fish this time. Zhong Liang is the army commander of the Western Army and holds a high position. If he dies, the morale of Blue Sky Pass will definitely plummet. Perhaps we can capture Blue Sky Pass this time." Wu Ying fiercely stated, "I want to kill him myself." "Don't worry, you will get your chance." Something's wrong. Yang Kai keenly felt this during the battle. This was the 3rd time he had lured the snakes out of their hole. The first time he had done so, he had managed to kill hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. The feudal lord troops were simply unable to escape from him. The second time, he was unable to kill all of them as there were just too many and he had no choice but to let a portion of them go. The third time, he was able to lure the same number as he had lured the second time. At first, he had thought that a territory lord was hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack him, but after killing so many Black Ink clansmen and deliberately showing a few flaws, he still didn't encounter any sneak attacks. He didn't even notice the aura of any territory lords. Was there no territory lord here from the start? This wasn't the most puzzling thing though. What made Yang Kai even more confused was that these Black Ink clansmen were actually fighting him to the death. This was very unusual. The Black Ink clansmen here were clearly in a panic after witnessing their fellow comrades being mercilessly slaughtered, and ordinarily, this would be the time for them to escape, but not a single one of them fled. After some time, Yang Kai managed to kill nearly half of the 2,000 Black Ink clansmen. If the remaining half didn't flee, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Yang Kai faintly felt that he had fallen into some kind of trap, but he could not worry about it at this point. Since there was no territory lord hiding nearby, he simply started a bloodbath. After another hour or two, only 100 or so Black Ink clan soldiers remained. These Black Ink clan soldiers were extremely terrified and moved as far away from Yang Kai as possible whenever he approached. Nonetheless, none of them showed any intention of escaping. Suddenly, a boiling sword intent appeared not far behind Yang Kai. The next moment, a sword cry reverberated through the void as a figure clad in sword aura came rushing in, shredding every Black Ink clan soldier in its path into pieces. The sword aura suddenly split into several directions before converging the next moment, killing or injuring most of the Black Ink clansmen. When the figure wrapped in sword aura rushed towards the last feudal lord, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Keep him alive." Yang Kai had deliberately not killed this feudal lord, so how could he allow someone else to kill him? Fortunately, Feng Ying's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately changed directions and slaughtered the remaining small fries after Yang Kai's shout. By the time she turned around, Yang Kai had already used space principles to imprison the wounded feudal lord. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai turned to Feng Ying. Feng Ying instead asked back, "Why can't your space beacon transmit messages in reverse?" "Marshal Uncle Zhong Liang asked me to ask you about the situation here, but since I couldn't reach you, I had no choice but to come here personally." Yang Kai was stunned. "You sent me a message? I kept the space beacon in my space ring, so naturally you couldn't reach me." After sending the last message, he had put away the space beacon because he was afraid that someone would send him a message, which would expose his whereabouts. He had never thought that Dawn Squad would really want to contact him. Did something happen? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Feng Ying shook her head. Nothing like that. What about here? Yang Kai replied, furrowing his brow. It's a bit strange. Saying so, he turned to the imprisoned feudal lord and asked, What are you plotting? The feudal lord was imprisoned and unable to move. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, and if it weren't for Yang Kai intentionally keeping him alive to extract information, he would not have survived till now. Although he was captured though, he just sneered and kept his mouth shut. If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death, otherwise I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Kai warned. The feudal lord turned away his head. The expression on his face said that he was prepared to die. Yang Kai pushed his spear into the feudal lord's chest, gently stabbing it in, avoiding his vitals. The Black Ink clansman's face twisted in pain as he roared, Black Ink Eternal. Yang Kai frowned. It had been a long time since he had heard these words. Judging by the feudal lord's attitude, it was impossible to get anything from him. This feudal lord knew that he would not survive, so he stubbornly kept his mouth shut. What's more, he had no idea about the higher-ups' plans. He was just following orders to restrain Yang Kai here at all costs. Yang Kai tried several other methods, but the feudal lord still remained silent. Yang Kai knew that he could not get anything from him and decided to finish him off. Although he could not get anything, the feudal lord's reaction gave him an eerie feeling. These Black Ink clansmen clearly knew that they were no match for Yang Kai, but they had still chosen to fight to the death, seemingly stalling for time. Right then, Yang Kai seemed to have realized something and immediately shouted, Damn it! Saying so, his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. Feng Ying anxiously shouted, Squad leader! But Yang Kai had already disappeared from sight. All she could do now was follow the residual fluctuations of space principles and chase after him. Yang Kai soon arrived at the periphery of the universe fragment where the Black Ink clan army was stationed. The universe fragment was still shrouded in black ink clouds, making it impossible to see the situation inside. When he first saw these clouds, he found it a bit strange. Why would the Black Ink clan waste so much effort to create these black ink clouds? But if they were using it to conceal the movements of their army, it would make sense. If his guess was correct, then this universe fragment was probably empty. The territory lords had sent 2,000 Black Ink clansmen to occupy him, while covertly mobilizing their forces. The Black Ink clan was not stupid. Although he had some guesses, Yang Kai still wanted to personally verify them, so he dove straight into the Black Ink clouds. The facts proved that his guess was right. There really wasn't a single Black Ink clansman on this universe fragment. The 200,000-strong army stationed here had disappeared. Presumably, the Black Ink clan army had set out just after he left. Is it because they had discovered a human scout and wanted to take Blue Sky Pass by surprise? Fortunately, things are not that bad. I can instantly return to Dawning Light and report this back to Blue Sky Pass. Just as Yang Kai flew out of the universe fragment in a hurry, he ran into Feng Ying, who was chasing after him. Yang Kai hurriedly ordered, Quickly return to Dawning Light, the Black Ink clan army has already set out. Saying so, Yang Kai took out his space beacon and activated it, disappearing the next moment. Feng Ying didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai had disappeared on her again. She immediately stomped her foot in anger. That impulsive bastard. Left with no choice, she could only activate the universe transference law and return to Dawning Light as well. On the universe fragment where Dawning Light was concealed, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared next to Miao Fei Ping. The moment he appeared, he hurriedly shouted, Fei Ping, quickly return to Blue Sky Pass and inform the army commanders that the Black Ink clan's 200,000-strong army has started moving. Marshal Uncle Zhong, why are you here? What's everyone doing here? Yang Kai's face was filled with shock, staring at the figures around him. He was unable to comprehend what was happening. Zhong Liang asked, furrowing his brow, You didn't meet Feng Ying? I met her, she should be back soon, Yang Kai subconsciously replied. While they were talking, Feng Ying walked out from Dawning Light's cabin, obviously having teleported back through the universe array. However, she arrived a few breaths later than Yang Kai. What's going on? Upon looking around, Yang Kai noticed that there were 8,000 people on this universe fragment, preparing for battle. Although everyone was silent, there was a murderous aura lingering in the air. This sight caught Yang Kai by surprise. Is this the entire Western army? Feng Ying explained, angrily glaring at him. When Martial Uncle learned that there were 200,000 Black Ink clansmen gathered here, he led the Western army here to ambush them. He plans to eliminate one of the Black Ink clan armies before the battle to reduce the pressure on the Great Pass. Why didn't you tell me this? Yang Kai looked at her. Feng Ying rebuked him with a glare. Did you give me a chance to speak? Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his nose in embarrassment. It was a mess caused by him. Zhong Liang asked, is there any movement on the Black Ink clan side? Yang Kai quickly reported, I don't know where the Black Ink clan army has gone, but this junior's actions must have made them cautious. The Black Ink clan used black ink clouds to conceal their movements. I don't know their current location. Martial Peak, Chapter 5139, Delivering Themselves. They're gone. Zhong Liang was speechless. The Western army had come here with such great fanfare, but now the Black Ink clan army had disappeared. What the hell? If I returned empty-handed, wouldn't I be laughed to death by Ding Yao and the other old farts? Right then, he suddenly turned his head, looking towards a certain direction in the void. Not just him, but all the other 8th Order Division commanders also sensed something and looked around. Yang Kai also seemed to have sensed something, but at the end of the day, his foundation wasn't as deep as the 8th Order Division commanders, so his perception wasn't as strong. Feng Ying was confused seeing this and asked, what's wrong? Zhong Liang happily clapped his hands. They didn't run away, they actually delivered themselves to us. Interesting. An 8th Order Division commander nodded lightly. They split up into 3 groups. Are they trying to surround this place? Another 8th Order raised his brow. Judging by the way they are acting, it seems they are aware of our ambush. Since they know there's an ambush here, why are they being so rash? The 8th Order who had spoken earlier postulated, perhaps they only know that there is an ambush, but they don't know the extent of our deployment. Maybe they think that their army of 200,000 is enough to take us down? I think that's the case. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for them to willingly fall into this trap. Yang Kai's expression changed as he reported, Martial Uncle Zhong, not long ago, when I was in a skirmish with the Black Ink clan, I vaguely felt a territory lord spying on me, but that territory lord didn't do anything and soon disappeared. This junior was still puzzled, but now that I think about it, that territory lord must have come here to investigate and notice something. Zhong Liang nodded in agreement. We are 10 days away from Blue Sky Pass, a considerable distance by all accounts. The Black Ink clan would have never thought that we would have sent so many people here. They must be thinking that even if there is an ambush, there wouldn't be too many of us, which is why they are acting so rashly. He chuckled happily. In any case, this situation is advantageous to us. Since the Black Ink clan wants to see hell so badly, how can the soldiers of our Western army not grant their wishes? Division commanders have the squads on standby. When I give the order, you will attack the enemy with me. All the 8th Order masters readily accepted the order before dispersing. While they were speaking, the 3 groups of Black Ink soldiers had already arrived by the universe fragment and very soon finished surrounding it. The Western Army soldiers on the universe fragment had naturally noticed this, and this surprised them. They were here to ambush the Black Ink clan army, yet, suddenly, it looked like they were surrounded. Be that as it may, they were not afraid. The Western Army deployed more than 8,000 troops for this operation. The 8th Order Division commanders alone numbered over a dozen. Although the Black Ink clan occupied the advantage in overall numbers, most of them were high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. The human masters had nothing to fear. Realizing that a great battle was about to break out, all of them palmed their fists in excitement. In their eyes, the Black Ink clan army of 200,000 was just a pile of military merits up for grabs. Is this the place? On the deck of a large ship, a territory lord looked down at the universe fragment while standing at the bow. Wu Ying, who was standing beside him, affirmed with a nod, This is it." The territory lord carefully looked around before lightly nodding. There are indeed traces of spirit arrays, which only humans use. It seems they are all hiding inside. Apparently, they are too afraid to show their faces. Wu Ying slightly furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. "There were no spirit arrays when I first came here, so how come there are arrays here now?" The territory lord, who had just spoken, sneered. "The humans are like that. They like to rely on external forces, but this is not Blue Sky Pass, so how powerful can hastily arranged spirit arrays be? With our army of 200,000, we can break them with a snap of our fingers. Pass the order. We should end this battle quickly so as to avoid delaying the attack on Blue Sky Pass." Wu Ying nodded, and just as he was about to send a message to the territory lords of the other two groups, the universe fragment below glimmered. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the barrier that was covering the entire universe fragment in their direction before a large battalion rank warship charged out from inside. A figure stood at the head of this warship with his hands behind his back, staring ahead with a cold gaze. That sharp gaze immediately caused Wu Ying's old wounds to ache. He was all too familiar with that figure. It was none other than Zhong Liang. Wu Ying was extremely taken aback by the fact that the humans actually took the initiative to attack, but soon, his surprise turned into shock as he looked closely behind the battalion rank warship. Smaller, but more maneuverable squad rank warships appeared one after another. One ship, two ships, three ships. In an instant, an enormous number of squad rank warships and battalion rank warships filled his vision as the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spread across the void. Wu Ying was shocked. Have the humans gone crazy? The number of human ambushers on this universe fragment far exceeded his expectations. After having fought the humans so many times, Wu Ying could instantly tell from the size and number of these warships that the humans had mobilized an entire army for this operation. Blue Sky Pass only had a total of 4 armies, and one of them had come all the way here? Were the humans not worried that they would not be able to return to Blue Sky Pass if they got tied down? Regardless of what his thoughts on the matter were, Wu Ying had no time to ponder on them right now, because Zhong Liang's figure swiftly rose from the ship and shot straight towards him, leaving a streak of light in his wake. Before he even arrived, he fired a fearsome divine ability at him. Wu Ying and the territory lord beside him both turned pale in shock and quickly dodged. They could dodge, but the ship they were standing on couldn't. It was directly smashed to pieces, and the Black Ink clansmen aboard suffered heavy casualties. One after another, figures rushed out from the human army, all of them in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The next moment, bursts of world force swept through the void as each territory lord was targeted. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering battle had broken out, and the shockwaves from the clash instantly killed many of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. Immediately after the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged the enemy, the warships began firing dazzling beams of light straight into the Black Ink clan camp. Each beam warped space along its path, and every Black Ink clansman that was even close to the attacks were either reduced to mist or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan had suffered huge losses. Wu Ying was in an extremely tight spot as he suddenly found himself fighting 3 8th Order human masters by himself. He was already not an opponent of Zhong Liang alone, but now there were 2 others with Zhong Liang. He fell into mortal danger after just a few breaths. There was not that big of a gap in the strength between the average 8th Order Master and an ordinary territory lord. Even if an 8th Order Master was slightly stronger than a territory lord, this gap was still limited. Only a selected few had the prowess to kill a territory lord alone. These people were all top 8th Order Masters. Originally, the number of territory lords was about the same as the number of 8th Order Masters on the human race side, with the Black Ink clan generally having a few more. But the Black Ink Clan army of 200,000 had split into 3 groups in order to completely surround this universe fragment. Correspondingly, the dozen or so territory lords had split into 3 groups, leaving just 5 or 6 territory lords in each. They mainly did this to prevent the humans from escaping. But contrary to their expectations, the distribution of their forces had become the biggest flaw in their encirclement, giving the humans an opportunity to take them down one by one. The Western army had convened its entire force and commenced the attack without warning. Wu Ying's group was the first to bear the brunt of this assault, and it was already in full swing before the other 2 groups could even react. Right now, the Western army was facing only 70,000 or so Black Ink Clan soldiers. Although the other 2 groups of Black Ink Clansmen were rapidly moving to assist, it would still take them some time to arrive. The Western army was clearly planning to slaughter as many as possible in this short time where they held the absolute advantage. All the territory lords were fighting one against many battles, and Wu Ying's situation wasn't even the worst, fighting 3 8th Order Masters. For instance, the one who was standing beside him just now was actually fighting 5 8th Order Masters alone. For a moment, Wu Ying wondered whether he should be thankful that his luck wasn't the worst. Obviously, the humans had attacked with full force in order to finish off a few territory lords and decide the trend of the battle. The battle had already broken out, and naturally, this had not gone unnoticed from the other 2 Black Ink Clan groups, but even though they responded immediately, it would still take them a dozen breaths to arrive and provide assistance. A dozen breaths was enough to decide life and death. Suddenly, one of the Black Ink Clan territory lords' auras vanished. From the corner of his eye, Wu Ying watched the giant figure of his comrade, who was fighting 5 against 1, sway and fall. His head was nowhere to be seen and black blood was gushing out of his neck. His comrade may be dead, but he simply didn't have the time to grieve, because under the siege of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Zhong Liang, he too was in imminent danger. In the distance, some of the territory lords who had a good relationship with Wu Ying were rushing over to try to help, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Wu Ying also tried his best to move in their direction, but every step he got closer came at the expense of several serious injuries. After just 3 steps, Wu Ying felt his body lighten and the world spin around him. The concealment technique he had been relying on to survive on the battlefield was completely useless here. The humans are truly treacherous. Turmoil was the best portrayal of the current Black Ink Clan army's situation. They had tried to besiege the human race's ambushers, and every territory lord felt that they would be able to make a great contribution today. After all, there was a big fish like Zhong Liang among the ambushers. But at the last moment, they realized that the fish they were after was actually a giant shark. The Black Ink Clan army was caught completely off guard and had lost 3 territory lords in less than a dozen breaths. They were finally able to prevent any other territory lord from dying after the other 2 teams joined the battle. As the humans were already prepared, and the Black Ink Clan had been taken by surprise, the momentum of the battle had already been set. Now, all that was left was to see how many of the 200,000 could escape. Still, fleeing from the fully prepared Western army was not an easy task. It was quite easy to be injured and even lose their lives in such situations. The territory lords were well aware of this, so they didn't immediately think to flee. Instead, they ordered the various feudal lords to gather as many forces together as possible while they were battling with the 8th Order Masters. A fleet of squad rank and battalion rank warships quickly appeared on the battlefield, each of them protected by several 7th Order Masters. On the warships, the glimmer of spirit arrays activating lit up the void. Every time an array was triggered, it would reap the lives of many Black Ink Clan soldiers. Needless to say, the low-rank Black Ink Clansmen were nothing more than cannon fodder in every battle between the Black Ink Clan and the human race, so they suffered the most casualties as they were unable to resist the might of the human warships. Although the situation of the high-rank Black Ink Clansmen was better, it wasn't by much. The entire void seemed to have transformed into a millstone of flesh and blood, constantly grinding away the lives of the Black Ink Clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5140, Black Ink Clan Siege. Dawning light sailed through the battlefield. Yang Kai, Feng Ying, and several other 7th Order masters floated around the warship, each of them using their respective divine abilities to kill the surrounding enemies. Bai Yi stood at the prow, shooting down feudal lords at will. From time to time, she would even harass the territory lords who were fighting with the 8th Order masters, causing them great frustration. A 7th Order human who was proficient in archery was a great deterrent on the battlefield, especially for those territory lords who were caught in the heat of battle and had to divert some of their attention to guard against Bai Yi's sneak attacks. Their strength was already inferior to the 8th Order humans, and now they had an extra concern while locked in battle. Yang Kai did not try to hit the territory lords when they were down, instead focusing on the feudal lords, which gave him brilliant results. Which feudal lord could block his spear? Furthermore, Dawn's configuration was incomparable with any ordinary squads. Not only were there more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but Dawning Light's capabilities were far superior to other squad rank warships. Wherever Dawning Light passed, it instantly emptied a large area of Black Ink clansmen. The great battle entered a fever pitch soon after it began. The Western Army wanted a quick, decisive victory, so they did not hold back in the slightest. Although they were far away from the support of Blue Sky Pass, the Black Ink Clan army was caught by surprise by the Western Army and was dealt a heavy initial blow that they were unable to recover from. It was obvious they could not hold out much longer. Even though the territory lords knew that a disorderly retreat at this time would increase their casualties, if they did not flee, there was a great possibility that the entire army would be destroyed. If they could sacrifice their 200,000 troops for some human lives, then it would not be considered a total loss. However, all the 5th and 6th Order humans were hiding in their warships and would remain safe until their warship was destroyed. Meanwhile, although there were some 7th Order masters roaming the battlefield, they did not move far from the protection of their own warships and would retreat to safety as soon as things became dangerous. Many Black Ink clansmen were killed or wounded in a fierce battle that lasted half a day, while the casualties on the human side were quite low. In such a situation, the choice was clear. Since the Black Ink Clan army had been defeated and was retreating, the humans naturally would not let this good opportunity go to waste. Under the leadership of the many 8th Order masters, they began chasing down and eliminating as many Black Ink clansmen as possible. They did not stop until 2 days later. The result of the battle was spectacular, but it was impossible to know the exact numbers. The Black Ink clansmen who escaped shouldn't have numbered more than 50,000, which meant that at least 150,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this engagement. Although it was not a total annihilation, it was still an enormous success. Among the 150,000 Black Ink clan casualties, less than half were killed in the initial battle while the majority were slaughtered as they fled. 150,000 casualties was not a big deal for the Black Ink clan, though, as each time they laid siege to Blue Sky Pass with a huge army numbering in the millions. 150,000 troops worth of losses would not impact the overall situation much, only alleviate some of the pressure on the humans in the initial stages of the war. What was hard for the Black Ink clan to accept was that in this battle, they had lost 4 territory lords. 3 of them were killed by the 8th Order masters at the beginning of the battle, and the 4th was killed during the subsequent battle. This was the loss that really hurt the Black Ink clan. As long as there were Black Ink nests and available resources, they could easily replenish their 150,000 lost troops. However, 4 territory lords were not so easy to replace. It took a very long time to cultivate even 1 territory lord. In the past, every time the 2 races fought, there would be very few fallen territory lords. Almost all the dead were the Black Ink clansmen under the territory lord rank. Thus, it could be said that the Black Ink clans suffered heavy losses this time. Warships of different sizes stopped in the void as the Western Army soldiers abided by the order to halt their pursuit. Firstly, continued pursuit of the Black Ink clan would not change the results of the battle significantly. Secondly, they had to guard against being ambushed by the other Black Ink clan armies. After all, if they were to be led into a trap by another fleeing Black Ink clansman, they would be at serious risk so far from Blue Sky Pass. Thus, the Western Army decided to stand down and accept their victory. The 200,000 Black Ink Clan army had basically been beaten half to death, and the remaining stragglers could only rally together with the other armies. The Western Army's losses were negligible by comparison. Not many fell during this battle, as the warship's all-encompassing protection allowed them to remain safe during critical situations. However, it was inevitable that the Western Army still incurred numerous casualties in such a large engagement. All squads regroup. We're heading back to Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang gave an order that echoed across the void. All abided by the order, and one by one, the squad leaders and battalion commanders collected their warships by placing them into their small universes. Then huge flashing arrays of light appeared at the feet of the Western Army officers and soldiers, one after another. Each flashing light represented an Open Heaven Realm Master returning to Blue Sky Pass through the universe array there. The withdrawal was large, but orderly. More than 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master guarded the 4 directions, while those in the 5th Order were the first to transport back to the Great Pass, followed by those in the 6th Order, and then the 7th Orders. Batch after batch of Open Heaven Realm Masters used the Universe Transference Law in a spectacular scene. In the past, before Yang Kai had arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, Blue Sky Pass did not dare to let their troops use the Universe Arrays at will, even though they possessed them. If a Black Ink disciple infiltrated the Universe Array, then there might be serious consequences. Things were different now that they had purifying light sealed in each Universe Array. Even if a Black Ink disciple managed to sneak in, they would be instantly purified. Thus, there was no risk of being infiltrated via the Universe Array like before. Not to mention that before this battle began, everyone had received a purifying Black Ink pill for safety. Now that there was a way to resist invasion by Black Ink strength and a swift method to withdraw from the battlefield, the humans would naturally have the means to take the fight to the enemy. This was also the first time in countless years that the human race conducted this kind of action. It was considered a bold attempt with better-than-expected results. With the success of this initiative, there would surely be more such battles in the future. The Black Ink Clan no longer held the initiative to wage war. Once all the Western Army soldiers had regrouped at Blue Sky Pass, the remaining 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters each activated the Universe Transference Law. With the return of the Western Army soldiers, the victory of the battle quickly spread throughout the Inner Sanctum, and the entire Blue Sky Pass was in high spirits. However, this was not the end of it. The Black Ink Clan countered with another 3 200,000-strong armies that approached from 3 different routes. Perhaps they had already learned what happened to the army that had branched out and lost their men. Either way, within 2 days of the Western Army's return to the pass, human scouts from afar reported that the enemy armies were advancing towards Blue Sky Pass. The entire Blue Sky Pass had been in a state of readiness for battle for countless years, so everyone knew exactly what they needed to do. This time, however, Blue Sky Pass had a pleasant surprise in store for the Black Ink Clan army. Half a month later, the 3 Black Ink Clan armies finally arrived at the 1,000,000 kilometers mark outside the pass. The gathering heads looked spectacular from afar, and with Black Ink strength emanating from them, it was as if a dark storm cloud was rolling in. However, the Black Ink Clan did not attack immediately. After 2 or 3 days of gathering, they finally divided their forces into 4 groups and surrounded Blue Sky Pass from all 4 cardinal directions. The Black Ink Clan army surrounded the Great Pass just as they had for countless years. The Black Ink Clan could not be blamed for using the same tactics as usual. With a huge army numbering in the hundreds of thousands gathered in one place, there was really no need for original thinking. If they split up further, that would only provide the humans the opportunity to pick them off one group at a time. The troops were divided into 4 groups so that the humans could only deal with them head-on. In terms of numbers, the humans were always at a disadvantage. The 2 or 3 days of delay was most likely due to reorganizing the troops. The 3 armies were similar to the original army that fled and had about 200,000 troops each. The original 4th Army was beaten half to death and could not just rely on the 50,000 or so remnants to organize a counterattack. It would be suicide if they tried. They had no choice but to divide part of the 3 groups into 4 so that they could have an effective siege. With nearly 700,000 troops, it was still not the smallest number of troops the Black Ink clan had used to surround their enemy. There had been times when their numbers had been much smaller. After all, most of their troops were just cannon fodder, used to absorb the opening blow and create a favorable battlefield for the stronger Black Ink clansmen. When the Black Ink clan got into position, they did not hesitate at all and immediately attacked Blue Sky Pass. An endless number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen attacked from all four directions towards Blue Sky Pass, shouting and screaming with no regard for their lives. Once they reached a certain distance, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen used their powers to attack Blue Sky Pass. However, their attacks were destined to be futile. The entire Blue Sky Pass could be considered a massive mobile palace artifact. Through the countless years of operation by the humans, there were countless shield and barrier spirit arrays arranged to deal with the Black Ink clan's attacks. This was not only true for Blue Sky Pass, but for every Great Pass. The walls of the Great Pass were unfazed by the low-rank Black Ink clan's secret techniques. The walls of Blue Sky Pass were protected by an outer layer light barrier, and the attacks only created ripples on its outer surface. The Black Ink clan was not discouraged and kept attacking. It took energy to maintain such a barrier, and one of the tasks of the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, who were just cannon fodder, was to consume the power of the humans. 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. When the Black Ink clan was within 50,000 kilometers of Blue Sky Pass, huge pillars of energy suddenly surged from the walls. As those pillars of energy blasted into the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, it was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, blasting out attacks of different shapes and sizes. Under the terrifying bombardment, large numbers of low-rank Black Ink clansmen instantly turned into dust. At 50,000 kilometers, they were basically right under the nose of Blue Sky Pass, and the secret techniques from any Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the support of offensive arrays could reach such a distance. So every time the Black Ink clan cannon fodder attacked, many would be killed at this 50,000-kilometer line. Martial Peak, Chapter 5141, Facing the Enemy. When troops of the Black Ink clan died, the Black Ink strength that escaped from their corpses would fill the void. When it reached a certain density, it would turn into Black Ink clouds. Such an environment caused great trouble to the human race. While the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hide in their warships and rely on them for protection, the 7th Order Masters had to roam around the battlefield to make the best use of their strength to kill the enemy. When the battlefield was filled with Black Ink strength, they had to utilize their own strength to resist its corrosive effects. The Black Ink clan could also hide among the Black Ink clouds to launch sneak attacks. This was the biggest effect of the cannon fodder. Their deaths not only created a lot of potential problems for the humans, but they also provided better conditions for the Black Ink clan army to fight in. However, now that Blue Sky Pass not only had purifying light, but also purifying Black Ink pills, it was hard to say if the Black Ink clan cannon fodder strategy would work this time. Senior brother, your aim is off. You should target the denser crowds to kill more of the Black Ink clan, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master said on the western wall of Blue Sky Pass. In front of him, Yang Kai sat within a grand array that had a giant crossbow-like artifact installed in it. His stirring world force began to calm down slowly. Yang Kai did not need to participate at this point. After all, this was only the early stages of the battle, as each Black Ink clan siege would generally drag on for a long time. Additionally, he had only just returned from a battle with the Western Army and should be spending this time recuperating. A master like him would only be required when the real battle began. The Black Ink clan attacked Blue Sky Pass with cannon fodder to create a favorable battlefield, and the humans responded from behind Blue Sky Pass shields. Such a fight would last at least a month or two until the Black Ink clan's cannon fodder was exhausted. Only then would the main enemy force attack. At that time, it would be difficult for Blue Sky Pass shields alone to resist the assault. They would need to go out to meet the enemy directly on the battlefield. Then it would become a back-and-forth fight for years to decades until the Black Ink clan could not handle it anymore and retreated. However, considering his current artifact refining mastery, which had recently reached the Grandmaster rank, Zhong Liang had positioned Yang Kai at the western wall. Numerous artifacts, which were used as array cores, were set up here. When used in high-intensity battles, wear and tear became obvious. This would then require artifact refiners to maintain and repair them, while array masters had to be on standby to coordinate with them. Yang Kai was now stationed on the western wall and was performing repairs on a large artifact known as a scattering feathers crossbow. This artifact was specially made for such a battlefield scenario and needed to be paired with an appropriate spirit array to fully utilize its strength. Of course, it was possible to use this giant artifact all on its own, but even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai would find it hard to bring out its full power in a battlefield setting. Thus, it was not quite the same as the normal artifacts used by a cultivator. The array masters used this scattering feathers crossbow as an array core for a grand array that defended this section of the wall. Yang Kai simply poured his own power into the grand array to stimulate the power of the scattering feathers crossbow. There were artifact refiners and array masters assigned to each section of blue sky pass walls at regular intervals, all of them on standby to repair and maintain them. That was how each of the artifacts were kept functioning during battle. This arrangement had the advantage of allowing lower order Open Heaven Realm Masters to exert the killing power of high-rank masters. In short, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could exert the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if he operated the scattering feathers crossbows. This was the same principle as the artifacts placed on warships, where 5th Order and 6th Order humans could combine their might and launch attacks on par with 7th Order Masters against the Black Ink Clan. Yang Kai was a 7th Order Master, and an extremely powerful one at that, but this was the first time he operated this artifact, so he had to get used to it, and the best way to do so was to fire it. With Yang Kai operating it, this scattering feathers crossbow could launch an attack comparable in power to his Golden Crow casts the Sun, which was quite astonishing. The array master behind Yang Kai was called Lu Xing. He knew who Yang Kai was, but Yang Kai did not know him. This wasn't a surprise though, as, by now, Yang Kai was universally known throughout Blue Sky Pass. As an array master, Lu Xing had never been involved in a head-on clash with the Black Ink Clan. Each time the Black Ink Clan attacked, he was responsible for the maintenance of this section of the wall. Artifact refiners, alchemists, and array masters were never allowed on the battlefield because, not only were their skills extremely valuable, but they had often immersed themselves in their respective daos and were not proficient in fighting. Thus, they were not that useful in combat. Lu Xing was thrilled to learn that he would be working with the famous Yang Kai to maintain this section of the wall. He secretly told himself that he would do his utmost to assist senior brother Yang to kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen as possible. He observed that Yang Kai's attack had gone off the mark and immediately gave his opinion. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and as Lu Xing suggested, he adjusted his aim down a bit, and then pushed his own power into the artifact. The grand array hummed, condensing power into the scattering feathers crossbow, causing it to shine brightly. Yang Kai did not rush to attack, wanting to test the limits of this weapon. As world force continued to pour into the grand array, the crossbow glowed brighter and brighter, and the energy arrow soon became as bright as the sun. Lu Xing turned pale as he said nervously, "Senior brother, hold back a little, the grand array is about to reach its limit." Yang Kai did not know that the grand array was about to reach its limit. However, he could tell that the scattering feathers crossbow was beginning to strain under the energy he channeled into it. It was not surprising that this would happen when a cultivator poured in too much world force. Furthermore, with the additive effects of the grand array, the power of the cultivator would be significantly enhanced. Yang Kai's divine sense locked onto the place where the Black Ink Clan's cannon fodder had gathered in the largest number in front of him, and as he was about to launch his attack, Yang Kai suddenly he had a bout of inspiration and he lifted his hand slightly. The array buzzed and the void shook, a dazzling light shot out, flying some 100,000 kilometers away. Lu Xing thought that Yang Kai had missed again, and this time it was even more outrageous than before, but when he looked up, he saw the stream of light had reached the rear of the approaching Black Ink Clan army before exploding into thousands of rays of light, just like a peacock opening its tail from afar. Haha! Yang Kai laughed heartily. Lu Xing might not be able to see the effect of the strike due to his limited strength, but Yang Kai could see clearly the full effect of the scattering feathers crossbow. Not only did he manage to fire the weapon to the 100,000-kilometer mark, he managed to cause some casualties to the unsuspecting Black Ink clan army. At least 100 low-rank Black Ink clansmen were turned into dust by that attack, and even more were injured. The scattering feathers crossbow was meant to be an area of effect weapon, and it suddenly struck the rear of the Black Ink clan army, which no one was prepared for. This artifact was more powerful than an ordinary full-powered attack from him, making it worthy of being an all-round weapon used for both offense and defense. With such artifacts, the human race didn't need to worry that the Great Pass would fall. However, such a move was only effective for the first strike, and its effect was also limited. When repeatedly done, the Black Ink clan would be able to guard against it, not to mention the distance his attack had to travel to hit its target made it easier to dodge for those paying attention. Additionally, launching such powerful attacks would wear down the scattering feathers crossbow and damage it in no time. Yang Kai just wanted to test where the limits of this array artifact were. Dawning Light was also equipped with a scattering feathers crossbow, but he was always roaming around the battlefield to kill the enemies while the squad's 5th Order and 6th Order members were the ones who operated this artifact. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai once again poured in his power. Lu Xing watched with trepidation as Yang Kai began channeling his energy. However, he did not do anything unconventional this time. He aimed the weapon and attacked the tidal wave of Black Ink clan cannon fodder coming in front of him. One after another, giant bolts of light cleared an area of the void without stopping. Lu Xing was deeply impressed. He had seen people manipulate this artifact before, but they fired far less rapidly and with far less force than Yang Kai. He had finally seen for himself the reason why Yang Kai was so legendary. The high intensity of the fight lasted for 3 days and nights. The Black Ink clan cannon fodder seemed to be inexhaustible, so no matter how many were killed, more would show up. Furthermore, Black Ink cloud began to block his view. Yang Kai had stopped for a moment. The Grand Array formation and scattering feathers crossbow needed to cool down and be repaired. Additionally, he had expended his energy and required some time to restore it. The good thing was that there were many grand arrays and artifacts arranged on the walls. Thus, they could take turns to rest and conduct maintenance on some while others were still active. Thus, the intensity of the bombardment would not drop. After more than 20 days of fighting like this, the wave of cannon fodder finally came to an end. Almost all the cannon fodder that was put into the battlefield was dead. This was the standard tactic of the Black Ink clan. They had an endless supply of cannon fodder and could sacrifice them without any concerns. Creating a favorable battlefield with the death of some cannon fodder was well worth it. Furthermore, in the days to come, the Black Ink clan would continue to send a steady stream of troops against Blue Sky Pass, including a large number of cannon fodder which had been sent from the Black Ink clan's territory as reinforcements. Such attacks would continue throughout the duration of the war. In between, it would be time for Black Ink clan's main forces to enter the battlefield. The void was silent as Black Ink strength accumulated and Black Ink clouds enveloped Blue Sky Pass. The movement of the Black Ink clan army was not visible from 100,000 kilometers away anymore. From past experience, the humans knew that the main force of the Black Ink clan had begun to move, but they could not track them as they were still too far away. The human soldiers gathered to prepare for the impending attack. Before they encountered the Black Ink clan main force, they would continue to use the artifacts on the walls to launch harassing attacks. They were not just for eliminating the Black Ink clan cannon fodder, but also a strong weapon to fight the Black Ink clan main force. A sense of anticipation permeated the entire Blue Sky Pass. At the West Gate, squads were assembled, and Dawn was among them. Yang Kai had left his position on the wall days ago, leaving others to operate and maintain the scattering feathers crossbows. As they waited, they suddenly felt a wave of energy surging in from all directions and the whole Blue Sky Pass hummed loudly. Blasts of light from array artifacts were constantly sent out in all directions from the walls. The battle had begun. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5142, Snatching. Large-scale army combat was not new to Yang Kai. He was once involved in a Blue Sky Pass battle 100 years ago and more recently at Inyang Pass. The key point was to work with one's own squad, as well as other squads, and try not to be surrounded by too many enemies. Fight and kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen while constantly remaining on the move and not charging out recklessly on your own. In terms of numbers alone, the humans were always at a disadvantage, but they could win by relying on their flexibility and their carefully designed warships. The foundation of the human race's ability to survive so long was that they knew how to advance and retreat when needed. This was the first attack by the main force of the Black Ink clan army, and the two sides engaged in a fierce melee in the 100,000-kilometer zone around Blue Sky Pass for half a month before respectively withdrawing. The Black Ink clan lost a lot of troops and retreated beyond the 100,000-kilometer mark to regroup, while the humans returned to the pass to rest and recover. The territory lords did not fight this time and only watched from afar. Likewise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not participate. Each of these top masters had their own opponents, and if they rushed rashly into the battlefield, they would only give the enemy the opportunity to find an opening for a breakthrough. The two sides had fought for countless years and neither was stupid, which was why the previous ambush that killed 4 territory lords was a rare achievement for Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the void, 2 powerful wills were engaged in a heated confrontation. One from Blue Sky Pass and one hiding somewhere behind the Black Ink clan army. These 2 wills were from the Old Ancestor and the Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had naturally come to the battle. If he did not come, the Old Ancestor could act unconstrained and kill the territory lords at will. Thus, each time the Black Ink clan army surrounded the pass, the Royal Lord would sit at the back of the army and act to constrain the human Old Ancestor. These two were also old enemies who had fought each other numerous times, so they knew each other's methods very well. However, generally speaking, these two would not fight directly. Their respective presence only served as a deterrent. They only utilized their wills to confront one another while making their intent clear. If you dare to come out to the battlefield, there will be bloodshed. It was very rare that the two would actually engage in a bitter battle. At their cultivation realm, it was almost impossible that one could kill the other, so a battle would only result in both of them being severely injured. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it was for them to heal from injuries. Thus, they would rather sit back and face each other from afar. The first major attack on Blue Sky Pass did not have the desired effect. However, the Black Ink clan was not discouraged. They had learned of the resilience of the human race countless times. If it was really so easy to break through the human defenses, they would suspect that there would be some form of trap waiting for them. After recuperating for a while, the battle resumed. However, it was not as intense as the first battle. Only small groups of troops fought in minor skirmishes. After that, it was basically a small fight once every 5 days, then a big battle once a month. This gave the humans plenty of time to restore their strength. The squads who were not involved in the battles could rest and recuperate while holding their positions. Yang Kai led Dawn out several times, participated in many battles with the Black Ink clan, and killed numerous enemies. 2 years later, the Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clouds outside of Blue Sky Pass began to diminish significantly. After all, no amount of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds could survive the clash of a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters and powerful Black Ink clansmen. As usual, it would not take long for the Black Ink clan to send another large number of cannon fodder and reinforcements to repeat their previous actions. However, there would generally be a big clash before that happened. Blue Sky Pass had been waiting for this battle. Zhong Liang, the overall commander of the operation, summoned all the leaders to the main conference hall. All the division commanders, battalion commanders, and even squad leaders were gathered on his orders. With everyone's attention on him, Zhong Liang swept his gaze around as he spoke solemnly. In 3 to 5 days, or at the latest, half a month, the Black Ink clan will definitely launch a strong attack. We have waited for this battle at Blue Sky Pass for 2 years. This is the situation we painstakingly prepared for, and we must finish it in one decisive blow. Over the years, You must have heard many discussions that happened within the inner sanctum. Everything we've been arranging has been for this moment. If we win this battle, Blue Sky Pass will have 1,000 years of peace. It is incumbent on everyone to fight as hard as they can. Those who do not give their all, I will personally cut down. In this battle, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would handle the territory lords, while the battalion commanders and squad leaders would each provide support while clearing out the weaker opponents. Zhong Liang straightened his back and declared, I expect everyone to follow my orders and not try to show off. Don't think that because you've killed 1 or 2 territory lords, they have suddenly become easy to kill. A group of people looked towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai awkwardly coughed, Why are you looking at me? He was standing among a group of squad leaders and wondered why Zhong Liang specifically mentioned this and targeted him. A squad leader next to him chuckled lightly, Who else in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, besides you, has killed a territory lord? Yang Kai muttered, I didn't intend to. There were circumstances, mixed with some opportunities that I just happened to grasp. Zhong Liang glared at him from above. What did you say? Louder. My hearing is impaired. I can't hear clearly. Yang Kai braced himself and said loudly, Army Commander, I would like to ask, how can you be sure that the territory lords will act this time? For the past 2 years, they have been content to sit back and watch. Zhong Liang growled, It's exactly because they haven't done anything for the last 2 years that they are definitely going to fight this time. The Royal Lord sits as their absolute commander. Now that the Black Ink clan losses are significant, it is even more important for these territory lords to enter the battlefield, even if it is just for appearances. Otherwise, why would they even be here? For sightseeing? Junior understands, Yang Kai responded loudly. Shut up if you understand. Zhong Liang reached out and pointed at him, If I find out later that you jumped out to try to block a territory lord, I'll make sure you get the punishment you deserve. Yang Kai nodded obediently and shouted, Junior will obey your orders. Zhong Liang was satisfied with Yang Kai's response. He then raised a hand and rays of light shot out from it. One ray was sent to each squad leader and battalion commander. Each of you familiarize yourselves with these and make your preparations, but remember that the situation on the battlefield can change rapidly. Do not force yourselves if you can't do it. Even if you can't use this time, there will be a next time as long as you survive, understand? Yes. Everyone answered loudly and immediately dispersed to their respective homes. Zhong Liang distributed 2 items to the 7th Order leaders, a jade slip and a jade pendant. The jade slip was clearly marked with a location outside of Blue Sky Pass, while the jade pendant was a control jade. This was Blue Sky Pass special surprise for the Black Ink clan army. Zhong Liang was right when he said that if this operation was successful, Blue Sky Pass would not see a big war for the next 1,000 years. Thus, everyone took it very seriously. It took Yang Kai only 2 days to refine the control jade. Obviously, the other squad leaders and battalion commanders were not too far behind. Everything was ready for the Black Ink clan army to attack. The wait was torturous, but the situation was just as Zhong Liang had anticipated. 10 days later, the Black Ink clan came out in force, and this time, the territory lords who had been watching for more than 2 years now, finally joined the battle. They could not help it. In the 2 years of fighting, the Black Ink clan army suffered a lot of losses. The Royal Lord was still their commander and the territory lords could not continue to loiter in the rear. Even though they knew that they could not take down Blue Sky Pass with their current force, they still had to put in the effort to gain something from this. Naturally, they held no expectation to take Blue Sky Pass in this battle, they only aimed to inflict more damage to the humans, while the follow-up Black Ink clan reinforcements were on the way. It would not take long for their fallen troops to be replenished. Afterwards, they could continue to chip away at the humans' defenses and wear down their strength. The fighting was fierce and intense. However, this time the battle was obviously different than before. Previously, the squads of the Western Army did not have a fixed position on the battlefield and basically roamed around freely within a certain range. They would proceed to wherever there were more Black Ink clansmen to kill. This time was different though. On close observation, one could see that a squad was fixed in a certain area of the battlefield. They would not move out of their assigned region as they fought against the Black Ink Clan army. Not only the squads, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began to lure their opponents to specific areas. Yang Kai led Dawn to cut through the battlefield, using the Tao of Space to imprison the void and encircle a large area of space. In this area, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen, with the bulk of them being high-rank clansmen together with a number of feudal lords. These 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen were much more experienced and stronger than the initial Black Ink clan cannon fodder. This was natural. After all, the cannon fodder was all dead, and after more than 2 years of fighting, the number of low-rank Black Ink clansmen had decreased drastically. Yang Kai was not satisfied and pushed his space principles to the limit, encircling more and more Black Ink clansmen. Dawn's strength and domineering attitude finally caught the attention of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen who were going towards them. There were many similar squads who operated like Dawn, but each had their own way of doing things. Each squad had a large number of Black Ink clansmen gathered around them. The situation was going well, but a few people had some comments. "Brother Yang, why are you snatching so many?" The leader of a nearby squad suddenly sent a message via divine sense, sounding annoyed. This could not be helped. There was a group of Black Ink clan that was heading for his squad, but they were trapped by Yang Kai's space principles and immediately drawn towards Dawn. Yang Kai smiled back and said, "Dawn has more people, so we have to kill more." The squad leader was dumbfounded. "These are just small fry. Brother Yang, even if you want to eat the meat, at least share some soup." Yang Kai ignored the request and did not even respond to his request. The squad leader yelled furiously, "You scoundrel! How can you be so selfish?" The lights on Dawning Light flashed wildly. Even though the team members used the warship to dodge flexibly, there was no way to avoid all the attacks of thousands of Black Ink clansmen. With so many secret techniques hitting Dawning Light's shields, they faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Miao Fei Ping reported nervously, "Martial Uncle, the protective array won't last much longer." There were too many Black Ink clansmen around Dawning Light, including many attacking feudal lords. Although Dawning Light's performance was excellent, it could not withstand the intense bombardment of so many enemies. Miao Fei Ping began to sweat as the Black Ink clansmen closed in. Martial Peak, Chapter 5143, 100-Year Plan. "How much longer can it last?" Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping immediately replied, 10 breaths at most. After 10 breaths, the protective array would be broken, and Dawning Light would have no protection at all. His more than 30 squad members would be exposed to the Black Ink clan's attacks, and it was difficult to say if they could survive such an onslaught. "Understood," Yang Kai replied, and instead of expanding the battle further, he quietly fished out the control jade, silently pushing his power in preparation to activate it. Yang Kai was not the only one who did this. All the other squad leaders did the same. Above the battlefield, the royal lord hid in a Black Ink cloud and looked down from above. As a royal lord, his senses were extremely sharp. He could sense that the human's behavior was a bit unusual. The other Black Ink clansmen may not have noticed it since they were too focused on their own fights, but he did. After all, he had an overview of the whole situation. The human squads seemed to be splitting the battlefield. Since the beginning of the battle, the humans avoided moving around and did not seem eager to kill the enemy. This was very different from previous battles. The humans must be up to something. The royal lord had a bad feeling about the situation and felt that the humans had some kind of scheme. Every Black Ink clansman had experienced how sly and cunning these humans were at some point in time. He was not worried about himself. Before absolute power, all plots and schemes were futile. However, he could not act at will. The aura of the old ghost from Blue Sky Pass was locked on him. If he struck out, he might show an opening and would be hit hard by that old ghost. At their realm, it would be a huge problem if that happened. Therefore, he could not give the human old ancestor this opportunity. Still, what are the humans up to? The answer would soon be revealed. Just as Dawning Light's shields were about to fail, a divine sense transmission in the battlefield exploded in the ears of every human, now. It was Zhong Liang's voice. Yang Kai, who had been prepared for this, did not hesitate. He pushed the power of the jade in his hand, and it shone with a profound light. The light shot into empty space and dissipated. However, immediately afterwards, a huge black hole suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. In that area, whether it was Dawn or the Black Ink Clansmen, none of them had time to react. The black hole enveloped the surrounding area, and although the Black Ink Clan noticed something bad was happening and wanted to get away, they could not overcome the powerful suction force. The black hole expanded to its limits in just 3 breaths of time. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it collapsed in on itself and disappeared. Also disappearing was Dawn's squad and the 3,000 or 4,000 Black Ink Clansmen nearby. This not only happened to Dawn, but to every human squad on the entire battlefield outside Blue Sky Pass. Such scenes repeated one after another. Black holes appeared rapidly, expanded, and then disappeared with all the nearby humans and Black Ink Clansmen. As soon as these black holes appeared, the Royal Lord knew exactly why he felt so uneasy. The humans actually laid a large number of traps outside Blue Sky Pass. The origin of these traps was the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens left behind after the death of the humans' open heaven realm masters over the years. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens expanded into huge black holes when they were suddenly opened, and perhaps because of spirit arrays, they collapsed back and sucked in all the nearby humans and Black Ink Clansmen. The Royal Lord could never have imagined that something left behind by a dead person could still have such an effect. The Black Ink Clan had never encountered such a tactic before, so it was certain that this was something new that the humans set up in the last 100 years. But if the humans could do something like this, why hadn't they done so before? Why wait until now? The Royal Lord could not figure it out. He only knew that he could still not act right now, even though the losses were most likely going to be catastrophic. With his strength, he was capable of stopping this. From the appearance of the huge black holes to their disappearances, a few breaths of time would pass. Those who were caught were powerless to resist, but the Royal Lord could have saved them. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, the human old ancestor was intensely focused on him, like a predator that could lash out at any moment and deal him a fatal blow. Thus, he could only watch as the army under his command was devoured, one by the numerous black holes. In the inner sanctum, the old ancestor snorted in displeasure. The Royal Lord was truly tolerant. He would rather watch the Black Ink Clan army suffer than risk his safety. However, the overall situation had been decided. Blue Sky Pass would definitely usher in a long period of peace, and in the meantime, the Black Ink Clan could only cower in a corner. The original battlefield suddenly became empty after the sudden appearance and collapse of the black holes. There were some lucky Black Ink Clansmen who did not get caught, of course, but they were left confused and disoriented, not sure what to do now. Without waiting for them to figure it out, powerful secret techniques and artifacts shelled them from the 4 walls, causing them to scurry for cover. Dawning Light quietly hovered in the air while the thousands of Black Ink Clansmen that were gathered up by Yang Kai's space principles had disappeared. However, Yang Kai knew that all those Black Ink Clan troops were in this sealed world, just scattered about. All Dawn needed to do was to find them and kill them one by one. Is this a universe cave heaven? Feng Ying looked around and began to ponder. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It's a universe cave heaven. I don't know which senior left it. Feng Ying understood. The 100-year plan is finally being used, huh? Is this what you guys were gathering for? The content of that gathering held by Zhong Liang was not revealed to Feng Ying and the others. The existence of such an important plan involving the peace of Blue Sky Pass for the next 1,000 years had to be kept a tight secret. Feng Ying certainly understood this. Nonetheless, the existence of these traps was well known. After all, the inner sanctum had spent 100 years and a lot of resources creating them. Every universe cave heaven and universe paradise that could be used had a large number of spirit arrays arranged inside. Even then, it was still impossible to suck in all the Black Ink Klansmen on the battlefield. Not only that, but each Universe Cave Heaven and Universe Paradise also had a spirit array at its entrance, which would send the Black Ink Klansmen being pulled into random locations. In other words, besides Dawn, which remained together, the Black Ink Clan that were brought in were scattered all over the place. Not only here, but also in the other Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens. Thus, this gave the human squads the opportunity to kill them off, one by one. After being pulled into such a space, the Black Ink Klansman's fate was already sealed. It was time to hunt. Yang Kai pushed his power into the jade in his hand. With the power of the control jade, he looked in a certain direction and said, "There are many Black Ink Klansmen gathering over there." Upon hearing this, the team member in charge of Dawning Light immediately made a slight adjustment to their heading and sailed the ship in the direction Yang Kai had indicated. Although the Black Ink Klansmen were randomly distributed within this Universe Cave Heaven, there would always be some that were lucky enough to quickly gather together. This was also because Yang Kai had rounded up some 4,000 Black Ink Klansmen this time. Right now, there were several dozens of Black Ink Klansmen gathered together in the spot Yang Kai pointed out. They were naturally confused when they suddenly appeared in such a strange place and could not understand what had happened. One feudal lord vaguely guessed that this place should be a small universe that was left behind when an open heaven realm human died in the past. He was thinking that no matter what had happened, he should gather more of his clansmen first. Only if he gathered enough power would he have a chance to break out of the humans' plot. At that moment, he suddenly felt something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. To his horror, he saw a human warship speeding towards them. The feudal lord was shocked as he yelled, "It's that human squad." On the battlefield, battles were mostly dominated by human warships. Now that both humans and their warship had been sucked into this place, it spelled their doom. Hundreds of Black Ink Klansmen on the battlefield would find it hard to defeat a human warship, so now there were only a trivial few dozen of them. They would certainly be like appetizers served up on a platter. The feudal lord was quick to understand what was going to happen, so as soon as he saw Dawning Light, he immediately fled in the opposite direction. But how could he escape? Dawning Light's speed had been pushed to the limit in order to ruthlessly kill all the nearby Black Ink Klansmen as soon as possible. Before the warship even arrived, powerful attacks were launched and the Black Ink Klansmen fell in droves. The feudal lord was still running wildly when he suddenly felt a figure flash by his side. He turned his head to look and saw a human youth looking at him with a smile, who then said, "Die early and you'll be reborn early, why struggle so much?" As he spoke, the youth summoned a long spear into his hand and with a simple thrust, it swept towards him. The feudal lord was frightened to death and wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he could not avoid the spear tip as it seemed to seal off the space around him as it approached. The huge figure exploded midair into a bloody black mist. Yang Kai then dashed back and pointed in another direction, "That way." With the control jade in his hand, the Black Ink Klansmen hiding in the Universe Cave Heaven were like fireflies in the dark night, unable to hide from his detection regardless of how much they tried. Dawn swiftly hunted down and killed the scattered enemies, meeting little to no resistance. If the 4,000 Black Ink Klansmen that were swept into this place could gather together, it would be difficult for the Dawning Light to deal with them. However, now that these Black Ink Klansmen were scattered, even if some managed to regroup, there were not many of them. Thus, it was difficult for them to resist Dawn's assault. One by one, the Black Ink Clan fell, with Dawning Light almost never stopping, simply killing as it flew around. This Universe Cave Heaven was not small in area, but it only took Dawn an hour to ruthlessly slaughter all the Black Ink Klansmen that were rounded up by Yang Kai. During this time, the auxiliary killing and trapping arrays that Blue Sky Pass had set up in advance in this Universe Cave Heaven were not even used, otherwise, it could have been even easier. After using the power of the control jade to search the entire Universe Cave Heaven and ensure that there were no more Black Ink Klansmen left, Yang Kai opened up the portal and led Dawn out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5144, there's a big fish inside. After leaving the Universe Cave Heaven, The members of Dawn looked around and saw that the entire battlefield was empty and silent. In fact, except for their squad, no one else was around. This situation was to be expected though. Although the traps had been triggered, there would always be some enemies that got away. However, the walls and offensive artifacts were not for show, and the remaining Black Ink clansmen were too few to meaningfully attack Blue Sky Pass. If they stayed on the battlefield, they would become nothing more than target practice. Thus, the only option for them was to escape. Dawn was very fast in eliminating those that were sucked into the black hole with them. The other squads were still in the midst of killing their enemies, so they were not out yet. Yang Kai quickly took over the control of Dawning Light and sailed it in a certain direction. They soon came to a spot in the void, and after a brief survey, he waved his hand and manipulated space principles. Ripples passed through the void and a portal emerged before he drove Dawning Light through it. This was a universe paradise where a 15-man squad from the Western Army's 4th Division, Sky Battalion, was hunting the Black Ink clansmen caught up in this place. The squad leader was not as bold as Yang Kai, and it was impossible for the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked into this place to be anywhere close to the 4,000 Dawn had faced. After all, the more Black Ink clansmen that were sucked in, the more pressure they would be under. Thus, the number of Black Ink clansmen sucked in was trivial, probably less than 1,000 in total. The Black Ink clansmen were scattered all over the universe paradise though, and the 15-man squad were able to hunt with their warship, so there was no risk. After more than an hour of hunting, about half of their targets had been killed, and now this squad was about to face a tough fight. The size of a universe paradise was naturally no match for a universe cave heaven. So, although only about 1,000 Black Ink clansmen were sucked in, these enemies were still somewhat tricky to wipe out. They were scattered not far from each other, and within an hour, more than 200 of them had gathered in one place, including 3 feudal lords. Among the 15-man squad, there were 2 7th Order masters while the rest were in the 5th and 6th Order. With their warship's abilities, it was not impossible for them to take on these 200 Black Ink clansmen, but there would certainly be some risk. After all, in order to ensure that the plan worked, each squad warship had suffered varying degrees of bombardment before the trap was sprung, and its protective array had been damaged already. Thus, the squad leader of this squad chose a more cautious approach to battle, which allowed these 200 Black Ink clansmen to rally together and pursue them. Nonetheless, in the direction the squad was heading, there was a grand array set up by Blue Sky Pass, and with the power of the grand array, it would be much easier to eliminate these 200 Black Ink clansmen. In fact, each Universe Cave Heaven and Universe Paradise had several grand arrays arranged for this exact purpose. Dawn was extremely powerful and had numerous 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it didn't need to rely on spirit arrays when it hunted down their targets. However, not every squad was as lucky as Dawn, and not every warship was a match for Dawning Light. As the grand array got closer and closer, and the pursuing Black Ink clansmen were about to fall into the trap, a blinding light suddenly shone from up ahead. The squad leader was shocked and thought that they were under attack, but when he stared forward he saw another warship. It was a warship that was very different from the usual warships. Instantly, the squad leader reacted and cursed, "Damn thieves, did they come here to compete for kills?" The next instant, a violent energy wave burst from behind them, and the Black Ink clansmen, who were chasing after them, screamed in agony. "It's Dawn!" Some members of the squad reacted. Dawning Light was incredibly easy to identify, being much bigger and more powerful than standard squad warships. It was a warship envied by many. It must have cost an enormous amount of military merits to build. "Squad leader, what do we do?" someone asked. The corners of the 7th Order squad leader's brow twitched as he growled through gritted teeth. "Turn us around." A short while later, the dust settled. The 2 squads were gathered in one place, and the 2 warships were hovering side by side in midair, with a sea of bodies and blood below them. The squad leader looked at Yang Kai helplessly as he protested, "Brother Yang, you're too greedy. Never mind that you had snatched our prey on the battlefield, now you even came over here to rob us of our kills? Can't you leave some soup for us?" Yang Kai replied with annoyance, "Senior brother, Dawn came to help you kill the enemy, but not only is senior brother unappreciative, you're even complaining now. The squad leader was annoyed, but he did not know what to say in response. Although they could have killed their enemies without Dawn's help, it would not have been easy, but after receiving their assistance, they did not even thank them and instead criticized Dawn. The squad leader continued, "Brother Yang, why have you all come here? Have you finished killing the Black Ink clansmen on your end?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "We disposed of that trash long ago. As for why we came here, all the portals of the universe paradises and universe cave heavens were found and opened by me, so I can enter them wherever I want." "I forgot about that." The squad leader slapped his forehead. The entire Plan Blue Sky Pass set up over the last century was only possible because of Yang Kai. Thus, he knew all the positions of all the hidden universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Yang Kai asked, "Senior brother, how many Black Ink clansmen are there in this space? Let's cooperate to kill them." The squad leader waved his hand and replied, "There are not many left, just a couple of stray dogs. I don't need Brother Yang's help. I saw a few squads that drew in a significant number of enemies though. Perhaps they are in a bitter fight for their lives. They are the ones who need a team like Dawn to back them up." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and nodded, "If that's the case, then I'll leave you to it." "Good hunting." The squad leader hastily cupped his fist. After seeing Dawn leave, the squad leader sighed. "We're both in the 7th Order, but the difference is too great." He had witnessed Yang Kai cut down a feudal lord with only a few moves. It was impossible for him to do the same, so he could not help but feel inferior. He was determined that after this battle, he would enter retreat and intensely cultivate. He knew that he could not reach Yang Kai's level of strength, but he should at least try not to fall too far behind. A member of his squad asked, "Squad leader, there should be a lot more Black Ink clansmen out there, right? Dawn is so powerful, why didn't you let them help us kill the enemy?" Squad leader glared at him and replied angrily, "If I did that, what would be the point of us being here? To pick up the crumbs they left behind?" Relying on his mastery over the Tao of space, Yang Kai was able to easily find the hidden portals on the battlefield. After all, he opened them all by himself and knew the century-old layout of Blue Sky Pass. However, not one team welcomed them, and they would often politely ask him to leave after an initial battle. Aboard Dawning Light, Miao Fei Ping was scratching his head as he asked, "Marshal Uncle, why are we being treated like pariahs? No one welcomes us." Chi Tai Chu slapped him on the back of his head. "You brat! Do you have to ask such an obvious question?" Yang Kai said with a grin, "Of course no one likes us robbing their military merits. The way the inner sanctum set up the traps ensures that all squads are able to handle the enemies that they sucked in. It does not matter if we help them or not. This is different from the previous battles and is a good opportunity for each squad to harvest military merits. Thus, they naturally don't want other squads to intervene. They also don't want people to think that they are not strong enough and be ridiculed for nothing." Miao Fei Ping suddenly realized and then asked, "So, do we continue?" "Of course we do," Yang Kai nodded. "We are not robbing military merits, we are just inspecting the battlefield. If they don't need our help, we will withdraw and go elsewhere. If they need our help, they will ask for it. Fei Ping, you have to remember that in this Black Ink battlefield, every battle-hardened soldier has their own pride. They can be ungrateful, but we can't just stand by and not help." Miao Fei Ping nodded and replied, "Junior understands." As he was talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked in a direction where there seemed to be an abnormal space principle fluctuation. He immediately pushed Dawning Light in that direction and soon arrived at a certain spot. He focused his eyes, only to see that the void in front of him was like a mirror with a crack in it. From the crack, there was actually the aura of a world flowing out. He reached out towards the crack and manipulated space principles, penetrating the world barrier to explore the details inside. Moments later, his expression changed and he shouted, "Brother Shin, stay here. If any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appears, ask him to come here immediately to blockade this place. Everyone else, follow me inside." Shen Ao nodded and left Dawning Light to stand quietly in the void. Feng Ying asked hastily, "What is it?" Yang Kai opened the portal carefully using space principles, and said through gritted teeth, "There's a big fish inside." Everyone in Dawn looked astonished. The big fish that Yang Kai mentioned must be a territory lord. They never expected that there would be a territory lord inside. Blue Sky Pass had been arranging these traps for 100 years with the Great Pass at the center, splitting the battlefield into two distinct regions, the Inner Circle and Outer Circle. In the Inner Circle, there were Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens which required one squad each to take control over. Furthermore, the control jades were used to pull only a certain number of Black Ink clansmen inside to be hunted. At the Inner Circle, there shouldn't have been any territory lords, so the safety of the squads could be assured. The Outer Circle of the battlefield was meant for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. There were Universe Cave Heavens specially prepared for Territory Lords there as well, and the inside was arranged with very powerful spirit arrays that would be enough to threaten these enemy masters. No one had expected that a Territory Lord would slip into the Inner Circle. Yang Kai did not know which squad was so unlucky as to encounter this Territory Lord, but it was obvious they were not in a good situation. As they spoke, the portal was opened and Dawning Light entered like a streak of light. Yang Kai closed the portal again with a wave of his hand, but the cracks in the world barrier could not be smoothed out no matter what. In fact, the cracks were continuing to increase in size, a sign that the Universe Paradise would not hold up for long. As Dawning Light appeared in this Universe Paradise, it immediately became like a leaf in a violent storm under the violent surges of energy. The thick black ink strength rushed around them and the protective barrier began to flash wildly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5145, Zhou Xing. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship and looked up, only to see a ragged warship in front of him fleeing in their direction. A huge black ink cloud was chasing after the failing warship and it was rapidly closing in. The whole Universe Paradise was filled with a strong sense of foreboding. Inside the black ink cloud was a particularly fierce aura. It was obviously a territory lord and hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. A Black Ink clan secret technique blasted out from the cloud, hitting the fleeing warship in front of Dawn, causing great damage. Dawning Light arrived just in time to witness the territory lord attack. A huge palm emerged from the Black Ink cloud and tried to grab the fleeing warship. On the warship, the human cultivators struggled to counterattack, but with little effect. The difference in strength was so great that they were helpless to repel the territory lord's attack. Seeing that the big dark hand was about to grab the warship, a 7th Order Open Heaven standing at the stern of the warship suddenly roared, "Rise!" As he roared, a grand array was activated, and in an instant, it wrapped around the pursuing Black Ink clansmen. The warship did not stop, but ran straight towards the portal. The grand array could not trap a territory lord for long, but it might be enough to delay him long enough for the squad to escape this Universe Paradise. Then, they saw Dawning Light rapidly approaching. Feng Ying shouted, "Junior Brother Zhou." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had just activated the Spirit Array, looked at them and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Sister Feng, what are you doing here?" Feng Ying said, "Junior Brother Yang noticed something unusual here, so he brought us here to have a look. Why is there a territory lord here?" The junior brother Zhou looked annoyed as he replied. He was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, concealing his aura. Clearly, he had some ill intentions. He was caught unaware, and pulled into this place before realizing what was happening. "Which territory lord is he?" Yang Kai asked. The junior brother Zhou replied, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Zhou Xing." Regardless of which Great Pass theater they were in, 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords were rare, with there generally being several dozen on each side. The number of Territory Lords was always higher, but not by a wide margin. The two races had been fighting each other for so many years, so the identities and characteristics of the top masters had been exposed a long time ago. Thus, the humans had some knowledge of all the Territory Lords they faced. Yang Kai silently recalled all the information the Inner Sanctum had published on the Blue Sky Theater Territory Lords. Among all of them, Zhou Xing's strength was not the strongest. He was at most ranked in the middle somewhere, much worse than He Yuan, for example. Zhou Xing's greatest skill was his ability to suppress his own aura. He could perfectly disguise himself as a feudal lord and hide within the regular black ink army. This skill allowed him to easily avoid the Eighth Order Master's eyes, and by doing so, he could seek opportunities to conduct sneak attacks on high-value targets. In all the years of war, several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been seriously injured by Zhou Xing's sneak attacks. This time, he hid in the Black Ink clan army, disguised as a feudal lord, obviously with malicious intentions, but ended up being trapped here by this squad. It was yet to be determined if it was his bad luck or the squad's misfortunes. Junior brother Zhao was killed by him. Subsequently, we relied on the various grand arrays to survive until now. Junior brother Zhou's face was full of grief. It was inevitable that they suffered losses when they encountered a territory lord. Junior brother Zhao was one of the 2 Seventh Order Masters of this squad. "How much time do we have?" Yang Kai asked. "Brother Yang, you know that the spirit arrays arranged in this universe paradise were not designed to deal with territory lords, not to mention that Zhou Xing has many helpers with him. The grand array will be broken in a dozen breaths at most," reported junior brother Zhou. "Are there any other grand arrays available?" "No." Junior brother Zhou shook his head. "We've used up all 3 spirit arrays. If not for those 3, I'm afraid none of us would have survived till now. Brother Yang, we need to go. Once Zhou Xing breaks free, it will be too late for us to escape." Yang Kai looked ahead and said firmly, "When we came in, there were no Eighth Order Masters available outside, so they must all still be fighting with the other territory lords. If we leave now, Zhou Xing will surely follow us, and there will be no one to tie him down once we get outside." Junior brother Zhou asked, "What does brother Yang intend to do?" Yang Kai said as he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, "Hold him back. Soon, there will be an Eighth Order Master available. Even if he ultimately manages to break free from here, there will be someone outside to take care of him." Junior brother Zhou did not hesitate and immediately agreed, "Good, we'll do as brother Yang suggests." He also knew that Yang Kai was powerful and Dawn's squad was very strong. His squad alone had no chance to win against a territory lord, but together with Dawn, though they might not be able to kill such a master, holding him down should not be too much of an issue. As they discussed, the grand array began to crack. Yang Kai shouted, "Leave Zhou Xing to me and take care of yourselves. There's no need to kill all of them, just delay them as long as you can." Immediately after, he lunged straight towards the enemy. The grand array shattered, and Zhou Xing roared angrily from within the black ink cloud. He was furious that a trivial human squad tried to toy with him with these few spirit arrays. The impudence! He resolved to kill these humans ruthlessly in order to soothe the rage within him. Since the humans now had purifying black ink pills, Zhou Xing knew that he could not corrupt them with black ink strength, thus he could only kill them. However, just as he was about to act, a dazzling light rushed towards him. Zhou Xing looked up and was momentarily bewildered. He began to wonder how this universe paradise suddenly had a small round sundae. Above the sun was a 3-legged bird squawking away. The small sun was even traveling towards him at a high speed. Behind the small sun, there seemed to be a figure that glowed with a dazzling light. Suddenly, he realized that it was not the sun, but some secret technique cast by a human. Even a territory lord as strong as Zhou Xing could feel the threat posed by this secret technique and knew he would suffer if he took it head-on without defending himself. Therefore, Zhou Xing raised his hands and the dense black ink clouds gathered to form a barrier to block the direction where the small sun was coming from. Violent sounds erupted as rampaging energy waves swept over Zhou Xing's body. The black ink cloud thinned noticeably under the blazing energy that was hot enough to incinerate everything in its path. However, he was a territory lord, so although Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun was powerful, it could not harm the former in any way. On the other hand, the black ink clansmen around Zhou Xing died immediately. Before Zhou Xing could compose himself, a curtain of spear shadows enveloped him, causing black blood to splash out and drawing a roar from Zhou Xing's lips. At the same time, the two warships launched a volley of attacks from their offensive arrays. The Black Ink clansmen were instantly thrown into confusion. Under the leadership of Zhou Xing, they had continued to chase down the human warship until they had nowhere else to run, so how could they now turn around to attack them? However, moments later, the territory lords saw what was happening. Originally there was only one warship, but now there were two. Apparently, reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, the warship that arrived was significantly larger and more powerful. The Black Ink clansmen, in spite of suffering many casualties in the initial attack, remained undaunted. Led by several feudal lords, they used their secret techniques to counterattack, forcing the two warships to weave and dodge. Both the warship of junior brother Zhou and Dawning Light were damaged in the previous battle, particularly their shields, which had been seriously drained. Thus, they were focused on not being hit again. This gave the Black Ink clansmen a respite as hundreds of them, led by the feudal lords, began to bombard the warships relentlessly. The two warships were forced to constantly maneuver around, reducing the intensity of their attacks greatly. On the other hand, Zhou Xing took hundreds of wounds to his body in a very short time. He tried to dodge the attacks but was unable to do so effectively. He was being attacked by Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art enhanced by his space principles, so dodging at such close range was all but futile. The pain caused Zhou Xing to become increasingly furious and he responded ruthlessly. Since he could not dodge, he gave up trying and attacked instead. In his fury, he threw a punch forward with all his strength. He wanted to trade wound for wound. He could sense that the human attacking him was only a seventh-order master, and since he was a territory lord, if he traded wounds with his opponent, he would eventually come out on top. His punch was very effective, as the seventh-order human was blown far away, coughing up blood in midair. Zhou Xing continued with another punch to deliver another painful blow to his attacker. The other party's body suddenly flickered, then disappeared. Zhou Xing's punch hit nothing but air, causing him to be thrown off balance. Just as he was wondering where his target went, he felt a murderous intent coming from his side. Turning his head to look, the seventh-order master who had disappeared moments ago appeared right next to him somehow. The human spear was thrust out sharply with a small round sun at its tip. Zhou Xing was taken aback but swiftly responded by throwing out his fist. The small sun was annihilated, but Zhou Xing was also forced backwards, his fists scorched as he grimaced painfully. Although he was injured, his enemy was in a far worse state, spewing more fresh blood as he flew backwards for a second time. The difference in their raw strength could not be compensated for by bravery and persistence alone. Yang Kai had killed a territory lord previously. However, he managed to kill Zhu Feng only because Bai Yi joined forces with him. Both he and Bai Yi were seriously injured in that battle though, despite Zhu Feng having been seriously wounded from the start. Even back in Mu Guang's royal domain, Yang Kai was only able to chase after He Yuan and fight with him because the latter's soul was badly injured. Although Zhou Xing was not as strong as He Yuan, or even Zhu Feng, he was currently at full strength. Thus, Yang Kai's current might was insufficient to kill him. The good thing was that he only needed to stall for time and not really fight Zhou Xing to the death. A few injuries were not a big deal as long as they did not damage his foundation. Focusing, Yang Kai kept up his attacks and fought back and forth with Zhou Xing. Of course, he was frequently on the receiving end, but with his space principles, it was impossible for Zhou Xing to kill him with a single blow. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, only one of the two warships was left. Junior brother Zhou's warship was badly damaged from the start, and now that it was being attacked by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, after taking several hits, it finally could not hold on and burst apart. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5146, One Battle to Settle the War. Before the warship was destroyed, all the squad members transferred over to Dawning Light, relying on Feng Ying and the others to cover them during the evacuation. Thankfully, there were no casualties. The two squads converged on Dawning Light, but their overall strength did not increase. The reason was that all the artifacts and arrays on Dawning Light were being actively used by their regular personnel. The additional hands allowed them to rotate more frequently to rest, but did not enhance the instantaneous lethality of Dawning Light. Now, the whole Universe Paradise's situation was not looking good. This Universe Paradise was left behind after the death of a 7th-order human master, so although it had become an independent sealed world now, it had its limits. Before Dawn entered, there were already cracks in the world barrier of this Universe Paradise caused by the fallout of Zhou Xing's attacks. It was because of those cracks that Yang Kai could peek inside and detect that there was a territory lord within. That led to Yang Kai deciding to enter with Dawn to render aid. Now that Yang Kai and Zhou Xing were engaged in a fierce battle, the violent energy surges caused the entire Universe Paradise to become increasingly unstable. Little cracks could be seen all over, and this Universe Paradise would collapse soon. If they remained within the Universe Paradise when it collapsed, then it was very likely that they would be pulled into the void. When that happened, there was no telling where they would end up. It was with this in mind that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be sent into the Universe Cave Heavens, which were more stable. This way, the 8th Order Division Commanders and Territory Lords could fight for a longer time without worries. If they were in Universe Paradises, they would collapse not long after they started fighting. This Universe Paradise was facing the risk of collapsing at any moment. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, and was not afraid of the impending collapse. Even if he was really sent to the void, he would be able to find his way back fairly easily. There was even a chance that he could exile Zhou Xing to the void and simply leave him trapped there to die alone. However, there were still 2 squads here, so he couldn't do that. Thus, after a few more exchanges with Zhou Xing, Yang Kai immediately dashed towards Dawning Light while using the divine sense to send a message. Go. Now, after such a long delay, the situation outside should have been settled. Thus, there should be a few 8th Order Open Heaven Masters available. Dawning Light had taken up position near the portal, so when Yang Kai's order came, junior brother Zhou immediately took out his control jade and shot a light into the sky. The portal opened and Dawning Light sped out, followed closely behind by Yang Kai. The hundreds of Black Ink clansmen who were following Dawning Light saw this and followed after, with Zhou Xing being the last to leave before the portal closed again. However, before Zhou Xing could stabilize himself, a bright light came down on him, instantly destroying all his defenses and inflicting a huge wound on his body. Zhou Xing roared in pain and anger, turning his head to look at who had attacked him, only for his eyes to shrink as he shouted, "Zhong Liang." Not only was Zhong Liang there, but also Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. The 3 of them surrounded him in a triangle. Zhou Xing's heart sank into the abyss as he knew there was no escape for him. These 3 army commanders were all peak 8th Order Masters. When the human squads took action, these 8 Order Masters used their own control jades to pull a territory lord into their respective universe cave heavens. Even though their strength was greater than the Black Ink clan territory lords, it was impossible to kill their opponents so quickly in a fair fight. However, Blue Sky Pass had arranged multiple spirit arrays in these universe cave heavens, which gave the 8 Order Masters a significant advantage. Those spirit arrays all cost an enormous amount of resources and were arranged by the array Great Grandmasters, so any territory lord who fell into them would see their strength suppressed. With their superior strength, geographical advantage, and the assistance of several spirit arrays, it was not surprising that Zhong Liang and the others killed their opponents in short order. The 3 of them had just emerged from their respective universe cave heavens when they were informed by Shen Ao of what had happened. The only reason they didn't force their way in was they weren't certain what kind of repercussions that would cause for those inside the universe paradise. When Dawning Light and Yang Kai appeared, followed by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, the 3 army commanders swiftly slaughtered the mixed fish before turning their attention to Zhou Xing. The strength of this territory lord was considered average at best, so how could Zhou Xing be a match for the 3 army commanders? Zhong Liang and the other 2 of them did not even utter a word before using their respective secret techniques to attack Zhou Xing from all sides. Not far away, Yang Kai and others watched from afar aboard Dawning Light. Not only them, but many other squads, who had already cleaned up their opponents, observed the show. These squads had shown up one after another, surrounding the whole battlefield layer after layer. Zhou Xing is doomed, Feng Ying said softly. Under the combined attacks of 3 army commanders, even the strongest territory lords would not be able to survive, so Zhou Xing's fall was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai's attention was not on Zhou Xing and the 3 army commanders though, but instead focused on somewhere far away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, powerful explosions were taking place. For him to be able to sense the shockwaves this far away meant that the strength of those fighting was overwhelming. Outside Blue Sky Pass, there were no forces close to where the battle was taking place. Thus, it was obvious the fight in the distance was between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It was unknown when and how the two began to fight. At least Yang Kai did not notice it before now. However, even 8th Order masters could not intervene easily in this kind of battle. Thus, Yang Kai also did not think of going to watch. The royal lord and old ancestor were old rivals, and this battle was likely to end in a mutual loss. Portals continued to open around them, and from those portals emerged the victorious squads. 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also appeared one after another, while some territory lords appeared immediately after them. It was not that these territory lords managed to kill the 8th Order Masters to get out of the trap. After all, there were spirit arrays arranged in the universe cave heavens to make it impossible for them to escape even if they killed the 8th Order Division commanders fighting against them. However, when the fight dragged on for too long, the universe cave heaven itself would become unstable, making a collapse imminent. Therefore, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had no choice but to open the portal to leave so as not to get caught up in the collapse. When that happened, the territory lord could naturally follow them out. Those territory lords who were lucky to have survived all immediately used whatever means they had to escape. They knew that after the humans had activated these traps, which took them 100 years to set up, the Black Ink clan was done for. Sticking around was akin to courting death. Thus, they had to escape. It was only by escaping that they stood a chance to survive and recover from this disaster. Therefore, they held no desire to fight anymore and only sought the opportunity to flee. Of course, those 8th Order Heaven Realm Masters who failed to kill their respective opponents inside their assigned universe cave heaven would not let their prey go easily and continued to chase them across the void. Under the attacks of the 3 army commanders, Zhou Xing was only able to last less than a half cup of tea's time before Ding Yao smashed his head with his fist. More and more squads emerged from different portals, largely intact. Thankfully, junior brother Zhou's squad's unlucky encounter was a unique case. Also appearing were many lone 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, appearances of which meant the fall of a territory lord. It was a glorious result. The human race had been resisting the Black Ink clan for so many years, and the two sides had fought countless times, but never had there been such a decisive victory. They could see that about 20 territory lords had been killed, and that was not counting those who were still fighting and had not shown up. There would certainly be more as time passed. In the past, killing more than 20 territory lords in one battle was simply unimaginable. The most territory lords that had been killed in a single battle was 5, and that was at the cost of 2 8th Order Division commanders. Considering the strength of the territory lords, while it wasn't too difficult for the 8th Order Masters to defeat them, killing them was a much more difficult task. If not for the Universe Cave Heaven traps, which had been set up in advance, how could Blue Sky Pass achieve such overwhelming success? Yang Kai was also overwhelmed. When he first helped Blue Sky Pass find the portals for the Universe Paradise and Universe Cave Heaven, he knew that they could give Black Ink Clan a nasty surprise, but he did not expect it to be to this magnitude. If Blue Sky Pass had such great success, then Yin Yang Pass would also have good results. After all, he also helped them to open up the Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises around their Great Pass. Even so, the news of this enormous defeat would certainly be circulated around the Black Ink clan. Thus, it was unrealistic for Yin Yang Pass to expect results of this magnitude. With so many territory lords killed, there were naturally hundreds of times more dead and injured weaker Black Ink clansmen. One battle had changed the entire course of the war. The Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater had suffered an enormous defeat. What awaited Blue Sky Pass was a period of peace for at least 1,000 years or more, during which the Black Ink clan would not be able to attack. However, was this enough to satisfy Zhong Liang and the other higher-ups? This was the best opportunity for them to add insult to injury to the Black Ink clan. Thus, 2 days later, Blue Sky Pass gathered 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 20,000 troops led by several army commanders to advance deeper into the void towards the Black Ink clan's territory. Blue Sky Pass did not go all out this time, still leaving behind a large contingent to watch over the Great Pass. Additionally, there were some Universe Cave Heaven fights that had not yet concluded that required a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to watch over. 38th Orders and a 20,000-strong army was almost half of the combat strength of Blue Sky Pass. They could not take out more soldiers. Since Yang Kai had brought purifying light, Zhong Liang and the others had been planning for this crusade. However, any foray into the enemy's territory was of great importance and would take time to prepare for. Now that the opportunity had come, they were eager to push back against the enemy, who was seriously weakened, and aim for the royal city. Naturally, Blue Sky Pass held little expectation that this campaign would be enough to wipe out the Black Ink clan entirely. As long as the royal lord was not dead, the royal city would not fall. This was just a kind of experiment for the future. At the same time, it was also to establish a precedent and prove that it was possible to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. This was a long-established plan. However, except for the 8th Order commanders, no one below them in rank knew about it. Thus, after hearing about the crusade, numerous Open Heavens Realm Masters were very excited. The human race had been trapped in various great passes for years, and finally, they had the chance to launch a real counterattack. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5147, The Crusade. Blue Sky Pass had clearly planned this crusade for a long time. It was impossible to come up with such a plan in just 2 days. The expeditionary force was led by 2 army commanders, Ding Yao and Liang Yulong. 2 purifying Black Ink battleships were deployed along with about 1,500 warships of various ranks. The huge force set off from Blue Sky Pass as soon as preparations were completed. Dawn was also part of the expeditionary force, its squad members taking turns to operate Dawning Light while the ones off duty spent their time in their cabins to restore themselves. The damage to Dawning Light had been repaired by the Array Masters and Artifact Refiners before they departed Blue Sky Pass, so it was as good as new. However, for this crusade, they were not taking many Array Masters and Artifact Refiners with them. Thus, if a warship got damaged, it might not be able to be repaired in short order. This crusade was very different from guarding the Great Pass. When backed by Blue Sky Pass, the humans could fight with confidence and without fear. Even if their warship was damaged, logistical support was close by. However, a crusade was not the same, as the supply lines and logistics to support the soldiers would be stretched out over a much larger area. If this matter was not addressed, it would become a major constraint for this crusade. However, this shortfall could not be satisfactorily resolved. If all the available Array Masters and Artifact Refiners were mobilized for the crusade, they would require a large contingent of soldiers to protect them, reducing the crusade's overall fighting capability. Meanwhile, this crusade was more of an attempt to make a statement rather than a concerted effort to eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Half a month after the expeditionary force left Blue Sky Pass, it fought its first major battle with a Black Ink clan army of nearly 300,000. The 700,000 Black Ink clansmen that had previously attacked Blue Sky Pass were all basically dead or severely wounded, so these 300,000 were assembled from the Black Ink clan's reserves. This was the Black Ink clan's modus operandi, sending in wave after wave of soldiers to fight a protracted battle. Each time a siege happened at a great pass, the humans would have to endure many waves of attacks by the subsequent enemy reinforcements, and this time was no exception. However, the collapse of the Black Ink clan's main army on the front line was too sudden. Blue Sky Pass 100-year plan was a huge trap that sucked the Black Ink Clan army into numerous universe paradises and cave heavens, where they were mercilessly slaughtered. The reinforcement army that came from the Black Ink Clan did not get the news in time and was led by a sole territory lord as they flew towards Blue Sky Pass. When they encountered each other, the leading territory lord obviously was not aware of what had happened and was caught completely off guard. Of the 300,000 reinforcements, nearly 200,000 were cannon fodder while only 100,000 were high rank or above. Besides the lone territory lord, the strongest masters among the troops were the feudal lords. Such a lineup was no match for the elite soldiers of the expeditionary force. The territory lord quickly realized that something was amiss and immediately ordered all the low-rank cannon fodder to charge towards the expeditionary force while he fled at the first opportunity. He did not even bother about the rest of his 100,000 troops. It was another great victory for the humans. The 300,000 Black Ink Clan army was overwhelmed. With no territory lords to lead and shelter them, there was no one to fight off the 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Thus, the warships just sailed forward in a straight line and mowed down the scattered Black Ink clansmen. They took just one day to defeat this reinforcement army. The expeditionary force then continued to advance undeterred, with its sights set on the royal city. Along the way, any Black Ink clansmen that they encountered were slaughtered. After another month, they arrived at the first territory controlled by a territory lord. This was one of the outermost territory lord territories, so the one assigned here was naturally not very powerful as he would be the first to bear the brunt of any human attacks. In fact, this territory lord's domain had been attacked by humans before. The last time the old ancestor led a large army to attack this territory, Yang Kai was living here with Nu Yen. According to the limited information available to Blue Sky Pass, the owner of this territory was named Go Wu. Go Wu was dead though, killed by an 8th Order Division commander of the Southern Army in one of the universe cave heavens outside of Blue Sky Pass. Thus, Go Wu's territory was leaderless. As the expeditionary force marched on, it was inevitable that news of their advance spread. However, they did not meet any real form of resistance. Even Go Wu's territory was essentially unprotected by the Black Ink Clan. There were some Black Ink clansmen who were brave enough to attack the expeditionary force, but many realized that it was suicidal and simply fled deeper into Black Ink Clan territory. It only took a few hours for the expeditionary force to capture Go Wu's home territory. Although they killed many, those were mostly serfs and low-rank clansmen. This was only to be expected. Most of Go Wu's forces were deployed to participate in the siege of Blue Sky Pass and were thus already dead. When those who were left behind saw the advancing expeditionary force, they naturally knew that whoever was sent to Blue Sky Pass had been annihilated. Thus, those that could immediately turned around and ran for their lives. The expeditionary force did not stop after they captured this area. Both Ding Yao and Zhong Liang knew that speed was of the essence, so only a small number of men were assigned to clean up the battlefield while the rest of the army continued on. The so-called battlefield cleanup was nothing more than plundering resources. It was just like what Yang Kai had done in Mu Guang's royal domain. A territory lord's home territory was the most prosperous place in every region. It usually had a lot of stores and cultivation resources that the expeditionary force would not want to miss out on. Yang Kai also stayed behind. However, he was not interested in plundering resources as they were not attractive to him anymore. The resources in his small universe were already inexhaustible to him. The reason he stayed was to acquire a subnest. Some time ago, he brought Miao Fei Ping to a feudal lord's territory and moved the low-rank Black Ink nest into his small universe, but it withered away soon after. It was obvious that a mature Black Ink nest could not be moved easily. It was like a big tree, so cutting its roots to move it would kill it. If he could get an unhatched subnest and nurture it in his small universe, it might be different. Feng Ying also stayed and acted as his protector since Yang Kai was vulnerable when his consciousness was connected to the Black Ink nest. There would be trouble if a hidden Black Ink clansman jumped out and attacked him. Feng Ying frowned as she watched Yang Kai enter the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The aura inside the black ink nest made her feel extremely uncomfortable and even a bit nauseous. If she did not have to stand guard for Yang Kai, she would never have gotten close to such a place. As Yang Kai walked along, he soon came to the central chamber. Yang Kai pondered and appeared hesitant to act. To be honest, although he had been inside black ink nests before, and had even taken advantage of their strange network to defeat many feudal lords by destroying their consciousnesses, he still did not understand how to hatch a subnest. After all, Jagu never told him about it. Obviously, hatching a subnest was a function of a territory lord black ink nest and required a certain amount of resources, but as to the exact process, Yang Kai was clueless. In front of Yang Kai was the black ink pool, where black ink's strength tumbled and surged as if it were an ominous beast. Yang Kai opened his small universe and used his own world force as a bridge to connect his consciousness with that of the black ink nest's consciousness to investigate a little. To his surprise, he did not enter the strange space this time. It was as if his whole body was one with black ink nest, and he could see the state of black ink nest as if it were his own. Yang Kai instantly understood that different locations of the black ink nest had different purposes. This place, where the black ink pool was located, was where the black ink clansmen would be bred and subnests created. To think it's this simple. With an idea in mind, Yang Kai immediately began to work, taking a large amount of resources from his small universe and injecting them into the black ink pool. The black ink strength inside the black ink pool tumbled more and more fiercely, and as the vast amount of resources disappeared, the abundant energy was greedily absorbed by the black ink nest. After a few moments, the walls of the chamber, which were fleshy, seemed to form a tumor. The tumor rapidly grew and the wall suddenly broke open, and a wet, beast-like black ink clansman came out, trembling. Papa! More tearing sounds rang out as the chamber's flesh walls soon hatched more than a dozen black ink clansmen of different forms. Feng Ying felt a stinging chill as she watched all this. Although she knew that the black ink nest gave birth to black ink clansmen, no human had actually witnessed the process before. These black ink clansmen were not entirely hatched by Yang Kai. They had not been fully formed before he entered this place, and thus had not hatched. After Yang Kai injected resources into the black ink pool, their development was accelerated and they managed to hatch. The newly hatched black ink clansmen were not much of a threat, not even qualified to be cannon fodder, so Feng Ying flicked her longsword and the wave of sword chi killed them all on the spot. She then shouted, "Squad leader!" Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw the situation around him and immediately responded, "I'll change my approach." It was his first time trying to create a black ink nest, and he was not sure how to do it, so he accidentally hatched a dozen black ink clansmen. However, after he made some adjustments, the fleshy tumor wall no longer broke open, and no more black ink clansmen were born. Instead, the entire black ink pool was filled with rich power and stirred more and more. Feng Ying felt that it was a pity for such a large amount of resources to be sacrificed to the black ink pool. Blue Sky Pass had only become affluent in the recent several dozen years, after Yang Kai introduced the void yin-yang mirrors. In the past, cultivation resources were very tight in every great pass, so they had to save as much as they could, whenever they could. She was used to living in poverty, so she cringed when she saw Yang Kai throwing away resources in such a manner. However, she also knew that Yang Kai had his own reasons. If he could get a black ink nest, it would definitely be of great use. The interoperability between the black ink nest and the black ink clan might even allow them to spy on the black ink clan without having to leave their own territory. It was not certain how many resources were put into the black ink pool, but after a few days, it suddenly trembled as the water swirled. Something was about to emerge from it. Feng Ying looked over and a few moments later, a small and exquisite black ink nest emerged from the churning water. At the same time, Yang Kai also eased what he was doing and looked at the little black ink nest that spawned from the black ink pool. He exhaled gently when he realized that his efforts were not in vain. Martial Peak, Chapter 5148, The Limit. Although he had succeeded in obtaining a subnest, Yang Kai was not sure if it would work given the special connection between the Territory Lord Black Ink nests and the Feudal Lord Black Ink nests. Even so, he had to try it out to be sure. After putting the subnest into his small universe, Yang Kai did not rush to hatch it. He just temporarily placed it somewhere isolated. A little while later, he, along with Feng Ying, left the place. "Squad leader, do you intend to destroy the black ink nest?" Feng Ying asked. Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I can't leave it for the black ink clan to use." Feng Ying flicked out her sword, sending out a flying slash that split the black ink nest in half in an instant. Rich black ink strength gushed out from the two halves and it began to wither away. Yang Kai kept checking up on the subnest in small universe, and after a moment he could not help but sigh. "I thought as much." The subnest that he had spent a lot of resources to obtain withered rapidly after the Territory Lord Black Ink Nest was destroyed. Although he had expected this outcome, he still felt disappointed. It seemed that the connection between this mid-rank black ink nest and the low-rank black ink nests bred from it was unbreakable, and not even moving it to his small universe could isolate it. If the mid-rank black ink nest connected to it was destroyed, the low-rank black ink subnests would not be spared either. It was only when the mid-rank black ink nest was left in place that Yang Kai would be able to preserve the subnest. However, this was obviously unrealistic. No matter how strong the expeditionary force was, they would not be able to fully eliminate all Black Ink clansmen around Blue Sky Pass. As long as the Black Ink clan here had not been completely annihilated, leaving any Black Ink nest around would only benefit the Black Ink clan. After composing himself, Yang Kai used his divine sense to check the area and ascertained that this place was already empty. His allies who had stayed behind to collect resources had already left. Thus, he and Feng Ying used the universe transference law to return to Dawning Light. For a time, the expeditionary force's momentum was unstoppable. As it marched on, the Black Ink clan was unable to form any effective resistance against its overwhelming power, and most fled before they even arrived. Half a year after the expeditionary force's initial sortie, they had captured 4 domains owned by territory lords. They had also destroyed 4 mid-rank Black Ink nests and swept clean several dozen feudal lord fiefs. This was when the expeditionary force advanced in a straight path. It had to be said that they could have achieved much more if they were willing to take some detours. After 6 months, the expeditionary force finally encountered a tough battle. 3 territory lord domains away from the royal city, the Black Ink clan once again gathered an army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. This army fought the expeditionary force with dogged determination. The Black Ink clan's counterattack became fiercer as the expeditionary force marched deeper into their territory. This human incursion was a huge insult to their pride. They had always been the ones to attack. This was the first time in countless years that the humans had attacked them so close to the royal city. These 3 territory lords' domains were all that was left before the humans could assault the royal city. It would be a great embarrassment for the entire Black Ink clan if their royal city was infringed upon. Although many territory lords died during the most recent siege of Blue Sky Pass, they were not totally annihilated. The original number of territory lords was greater than the number of 8th Order humans. Taking into account those who were not deployed, and those who had escaped from Blue Sky Pass though, there were at least 40 territory lords still alive. The Black Ink clan army, led by more than 20 territory lords, stood in front of the expeditionary force. The two sides fought nearly 100 battles in just 3 months. Each side incurred losses of varying degrees. The resilience and determination of the expeditionary force shocked the Black Ink clan, and many were killed in this defensive battle. Still, they continued to regroup, attack, and suffer over and over again without any hesitation. The Black Ink clan had a huge advantage in terms of location. Their reinforcements did not have to travel far, so they could easily gather together from all sides and even look for opportunities to surround the expeditionary force. The battle raged throughout this territory lord's domain, and it was so bloody that this vast stretch of the void soon turned into a massive grave for the Black Ink clan. It was not until a year later that the territory lord's domain was completely conquered. In that year of battle, more than 1 million Black Ink clansmen died. The nearby void was literally covered in thick Black Ink strength, and huge black ink clouds blotted out the sky. Other than the legions of black ink clan cannon fodder that were killed, 2 more territory lords had fallen in this year-long battle. As the remnants of the Black Ink clan retreated to the next territory lord domain, and the expeditionary force continued to advance, it was only to be expected that the humans would be greeted by fiercer counterattacks and resistance. This was similar to the situation that Yang Kai encountered when he wreaked havoc in the Yin-Yang Theater. The deeper he went into Black Ink clan territory, the more concentrated the enemy resistance became. The expeditionary force set up a temporary camp on a massive universe fragment in the domain of the recently conquered territory lord domain. The array masters arranged a massive grand array to isolate the surrounding black ink strength so that the soldiers could rest and recuperate. 38th Order Division commanders, led by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, gathered in one of the largest tents. Yang Kai was summoned and saluted before looking at the 2 men sitting in front. "What are your orders, seniors?" Ding Yao said, "How many universe arrays are needed to set up a direct link to Blue Sky Pass from here?" The universe array was an extremely convenient tool that allowed cultivators to use the universe transference law to return to it any time they wanted. As long as they were in the same world, there was, theoretically, no limit to the distance one could traverse. However, there were still limits to what individual cultivators could endure. This place was very far away from Blue Sky Pass. Even so, those from Blue Sky Pass could still use the universe arrays aboard the purifying black ink battleships to communicate with the expeditionary force. However, if a cultivator really tried to teleport back directly, not many of them would be able to survive the stresses of the transit through the void. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master faced the risk of instant death if they attempted it. Perhaps only the 8th Order Masters could safely accomplish this. Thus, there had to be a transit point set up using another universe array. Yang Kai was the only one capable of doing this, which was why the 8th Order Master summoned him. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before answering. Considering the endurance limits of those in the 5th Order, 2 should be enough. Ding Yao nodded and replied, "As expected." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Isn't the expeditionary force continuing?" Ding Yao shook his head, "We can't. Although the Black Ink clan suffered huge losses, we've also suffered casualties. The expeditionary force soldiers need to take purifying black ink pills every time they fight against the Black Ink clan. After such a long crusade, the purifying black ink pill stock is running low. The warships have also suffered varying degrees of damage, which could not be repaired in the heat of battle. Additionally, there are other considerations, so this crusade has to stop here." Yang Kai understood all these issues and had also anticipated this happening sooner or later. In fact, those in the expeditionary force with a little bit of foresight were aware that they were at the limit of what they could do so far away from Blue Sky Pass. Casualties would begin to rapidly climb if the expeditionary force advanced any further. Additionally, the closer they got to the royal city, the more intense the Black Ink clan's resistance would become. Blue Sky Pass's forces could not bear such losses. Although the crusade was not completely successful, it was still a great victory for the humans to take the fight to the Black Ink clan. Privately, the soldiers were discussing when the expeditionary force would withdraw, but there were many different opinions and no definite conclusions. After all, only the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had the authority to decide such matters. A 7th Order Master like Yang Kai did not have the authority to discuss such matters with the 8th Order Masters. However, what Ding Yao said seemed to indicate that he did not intend to withdraw. If they were to withdraw, why bother arranging more universe arrays? Yang Kai suddenly realized something and asked, "Sirs, do you intend to permanently occupy the ground we've taken and reduce the territory controlled by the Black Ink clan?" Liang Yulong smiled and said, "You're a quick one. And we intend to hold our position here, expanding our territory while reducing the Black Ink clans. The expeditionary force has spent so much time and paid so much to gain such a large swath of territory, how could we give it up just like that? The expeditionary force will not move forward, but we will also not retreat. We will build a forward outpost here and repel any Black Ink clansmen that dare to enter its range. The Black Ink clan must be seething to have lost so much territory. Just by the losses of the Black Ink clan after the battles, it would take them over 1,000 years to rebuild their forces. As long as the expeditionary force is here though, there is no way the Black Ink clan can completely restore their foundation. Yang Kai was shocked by the boldness of these Eighth Order masters. By doing this, the Black Ink clan would surely have hard times ahead. Not only would they lose almost half of their territories, but all the resources of those territories would be denied to them. Without those resources, rebuilding their army would take twice as long. Thus, even if the expeditionary force was not as powerful as the whole of Blue Sky Pass, as long as they held their ground here, they would be able to restrict the restoration of the Black Ink clan in this theater. Yang Kai even predicted that the expeditionary force would continue to launch attacks from time to time in order to hamper the Black Ink clan's recovery efforts. When the time was right, assaulting and conquering the royal city was certainly a possibility. Such a glorious goal could not be accomplished overnight though and would take many years of effort. Compared to a direct attack on the royal city, this tactic was much slower, but it was more secure and assured. Furthermore, the current situation did not allow the expeditionary force to continue their march forward. Their logistics could not keep up and the soldiers of the expeditionary force needed to rest and recuperate just as much as the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass only had some 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers, so building a forward outpost here would spread its forces thin. On top of that, the universe arrays that needed to be set up between the two had to be guarded, which would consume more manpower. Even so, these were none of Yang Kai's concern as the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be the ones working out the details. What he needed to do now was find suitable locations for the two universe arrays, and then link the expeditionary force and Blue Sky Pass together to ensure that they could support each other rapidly. That was the reason the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had summoned him to the meeting. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5149, I'll be back soon. A universe fragment inside a certain territory lord's domain, which was captured, became the forward base of Blue Sky Pass. Although the crusade was over for now, the Great War with the Black Ink clan would not stop anytime soon. The expeditionary force had advanced in a straight line, capturing any Black Ink clan territories along the way. However, those on either side of their advance could not be ignored. That meant that they had disregarded a lot of potential enemies, who were now technically behind their lines. If the expeditionary force were to withdraw, they would not need to pay attention to these enemies. However, now that they wanted to hold their position here and establish a forward base, they had to go back and clear out those territories. At the very least, the forward base had to be protected from a Black Ink clan siege on all sides. The Black Ink clan had lost a lot of resources and manpower in this battle, and with less than 40 territory lords left, which was basically half of their previous total, they had pulled back most of their forces to protect the royal city and no longer dared to move around freely. Thus, while the forward base was surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, they were mostly stragglers and weaklings. The humans only needed to spend a little time and effort to clear up all those Black Ink clansmen behind them. It was foreseeable that clearing the Black Ink clansmen between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base would be the next big task required of Blue Sky Pass. The forward base was soon bustling with activity. Several warships began to deploy to certain locations in the void and formed a defense perimeter. Then, a remote area was selected and several warships descended to ensure that it was safe. After a few moments of searching around, a depression in a mountain valley was identified. There were countless such places like this in the void, and this valley was very well hidden, making it suitable for setting up a universe array. Obviously, even if the Black Ink clan were to pass by this place, they would not be able to find anything without intentionally searching for it. Furthermore, if the universe array was really set up here, it would be covered by spirit arrays and guarded by soldiers. Thus, if there was an attack, reinforcements would soon be able to come and provide support. The warships were led by Dawning Light, and 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Division commanders went along just in case they were needed. Yang Kai began arranging the universe array while the array masters who came along with him began to set up various spirit arrays around the mountain valley. Some for cover, some for protection, and various other kinds of support and auxiliary purposes. In the past, Blue Sky Pass did not have the number of resources necessary to engage in such an endeavor. After all, spirit arrays of this size and quality required a huge amount of resources. The more powerful the spirit array, the more resources were needed. In the past, Blue Sky Pass was so poor that it could not do these things. But now, it was different. Apart from the resources collected from their previous conquests, they could now easily mine more from the vast territory they had occupied. After the work was completed, everyone left their imprints on the universe array, and an 8th Order Master and a battalion worth of soldiers stayed behind to guard it while the rest continued to the next location. Taking into account the capacity of those 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, only 2 universe arrays were required. A few months later, the 2nd universe array was completely set up, connecting Blue Sky Pass to the forward base. Cultivators only needed to leave their imprints in each universe array and they could quickly move between the 2 places. Of course, this meant that all the soldiers had to first leave their imprints in the 2 universe arrays in transit to facilitate future use. The easiest way to do this was to have the 8th Order Division commanders leave their imprints first, then for them to shuttle the weaker cultivators back and forth between the universe arrays. An 8th Order Master's small universe was large enough to carry a large amount of Open Heaven Realms Masters. Thus, all the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could quickly leave their marks on the new universe arrays. Still, this was not something that Yang Kai needed to think about, as it would be left to the 8th Order Masters to handle. After completing the 2nd universe array, Yang Kai returned to Blue Sky Pass. This could not be helped. When Zhong Liang, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, sent a message for Yang Kai to return, Yang Kai had already departed to set up the universe arrays. Thus, the message had not reached him until now. Yang Kai hastily returned to Blue Sky Pass and reported to Zhong Liang, where he was then told about what had happened. Martial Uncle Lu has disappeared? Yang Kai was extremely surprised. The martial Uncle Lu he was referring to was Lu and of Yinyang Cave Heaven, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He was a Western Army Division commander, and due to their shared background, he had taken care of Yang Kai since he came to Blue Sky Pass. Although Luan was old, his cultivation was high. Thus, Yang Kai could not understand how he had just disappeared. "Come with me," Zhong Liang did not explain. He just waved for Yang Kai to follow him outside. Soon the 2 of them left the gates. The battlefield from the previous war had been cleaned up, and now the area outside Blue Sky Pass was empty. No one could have imagined from this scene that just 2 years ago the Black Ink Clan army had come in full force and engaged Blue Sky Pass in a huge battle. When he arrived, Yang Kai was immediately drawn to a small crack in the void in front of him, and after a moment of observation he could not help but frown. Zhong Liang explained, "There was a universe cave heaven here, I don't know if you remember." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "I remember." All the universe cave heavens and universe paradises outside of Blue Sky Pass were personally found and opened by him, and then filled with traps. Thus, Yang Kai naturally had some memory of them. Zhong Liang continued, "Your martial Uncle Lu was responsible for this universe cave heaven. We do not know who his opponent was, but he was likely quite strong. Their battle was still ongoing when the expeditionary force departed, but 6 months after the expeditionary force departed, this universe cave heaven suddenly collapsed and a void crack formed. Thereafter, your martial Uncle Lu and his opponent were nowhere to be seen." Yang Kai said with a frown, "Martial Uncle Lu and that territory lord must have been caught up in it and dragged into the void." Zhong Liang nodded. "Exactly, that old fart is a stubborn one. Most likely he was unwilling to let that territory lord escape, which is why they ended up in this situation. This void crack was quite spacious when it was first formed, so I went inside to investigate, but as you know, the void is incredibly chaotic and I became disoriented the instant I entered. I could not find any trace of your martial Uncle Lu, so I have no choice but to withdraw while I still could. After so long, and with the void crack here close to healing, I'm afraid that your martial Uncle Lu might never come back." "I'll go in to find him." Yang Kai stepped forward. "Are you sure?" Zhong Liang looked concerned. Yang Kai grinned and said, "This junior will be right back." Thereafter, he manipulated space principles and plunged into the small void crack. In the void, chaos and void turbulence raged. Yang Kai silently pushed his space principles to swim against the currents, leaving a trail of his aura behind along the way. At first, everything was calm, but as he swam deeper, disruptions in the turbulence began to appear. Yang Kai examined these traces carefully and realized that they should be remnants of a battle between masters. It was obviously the result of the fight between Martial Uncle Lu and a certain territory lord. Zhong Liang had come in before and was confused at the sight, but to Yang Kai, these traces were the best clues to find his targets. Following the traces, he began to search for them. This section of void was extremely dangerous because it had been greatly disturbed, making it even more chaotic than normal, with no semblance of direction or time. In this damned place, one would never know where he was or how much time he had spent there. Perhaps one could spend thousands of years inside the void, only to emerge and find that but a brief moment had passed in the outside world. Changes within the void were highly unpredictable. Only someone like Yang Kai, who was well versed in the Tao of space, could find some kind of order in this damned place. Using space principles, he made use of his divine sense, and was able to monitor his surroundings as he searched. After an unknown span of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt a disturbance and zoomed off in a certain direction. In no time, he came to a void turbulence and sensed a corpse floating and sinking into it. The corpse was covered with wounds and there was a fatal wound in its head. The expression on its face looked like it was glaring in disbelief before its death. It was the corpse of a Black Ink clansman. Yang Kai was relieved to see that this corpse was the territory lords who had fought against Luan. The fact that his corpse was here meant that Luan had won. After carefully identifying the territory lord's corpse, Yang Kai recognized that this guy should be one of the top 5 strongest territory lords in the Blue Sky Theater, on par with He Yuan from the Yin Yang Theater. Now, it made sense why Luan, a senior 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, could not take him down quickly even with the geographical advantages. In fact, Luan did not have to be so determined to kill this territory lord. As early as when the plan was being implemented, Zhong Liang and others had explained that if they could not win the fight quickly, then should escape before the universe cave heaven collapsed. Otherwise, they would most likely be sucked into the void. Many 8th Order Division commanders did this. Otherwise, there would not have been so many territory lords escaping that day. Luan apparently did not heed those orders though. He was willing to die to make sure that the territory lord did not escape. As a result, the two were sucked into the void. If this corpse was here, then obviously Luan should not be too far away. However, this whole place was directionless. Thus, if he got caught in one of the turbulent currents, there was no telling where he would drift to. Yang Kai continued his search, his divine sense extended to its limit. Yang Kai soon sensed a fluctuating life aura in the distance. This fluctuation was very unusual and obviously intentional to point out its location. Quickly reacting, Yang Kai smiled and flew through the void like a fish swimming upstream towards the unusual fluctuations. A short while later, Yang Kai came to an old man who was sitting cross-legged. With a grin, he called out, "Martial Uncle, sorry for the long wait." Martial Peak, Chapter 5150, The Hunt. Luan apparently also knew that Blue Sky Pass would send someone to find him. Naturally, this person had to be Yang Kai. After all, he was the only person who could freely transverse through the turbulent void. Luan had tried to get out of the void. However, even if he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could not find his way back through the chaotic space. Worse, he was injured after the battle with the territory lord and was far from his peak state. Thus, instead of blindly looking for a way out, he opted to sit and wait. After all, Yang Kai was sure to come and find him. Similarly, his sitting still also helped Yang Kai locate him. Finding Luan and returning was not hard for Yang Kai. When he saw the two of them appear, Zhong Liang, who had been waiting outside, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Every 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a pillar in the human race's fight against the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, Since the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Great Pass was not large, each of their deaths greatly impacted the human race. Thus, he was gratified to see Lu En was alright. Still, since Lu En's injuries were not light, he quickly headed back to rest and recover. Meanwhile, Yang Kai embarked on a journey to the forward base with the rest of Dawn. The forward base had been nailed deep within the territory of the Black Ink clan. In this recent war, Blue Sky Pass had achieved extremely brilliant results. The huge losses of the Black Ink clan were enough for them to be unable to recover for at least 1,000 years. Furthermore, that time frame was dependent on their ability to destroy Blue Sky Pass' new forward base. If Blue Sky Pass could gain a solid foothold and suppress nearly half of the Black Ink clan's territory here, then the Black Ink clan might not ever be able to recover to its previous strength. However, if the humans lost the forward base, their victorious outcome would be greatly diminished. Therefore, the existence of the forward base was critical to both sides. However, they could not just defend their current position. They had to take the initiative or they would eventually be pushed back. Blue Sky Pass deployed 20,000 soldiers from the previous crusade, but now more than 10,000 more have been deployed to provide support with the help of 2 transit universe arrays Yang Kai had set up. Currently, in Blue Sky Pass, only the most basic personnel were left behind. The rest had been moved outside. They had been passively defending for so many years, so when they finally had a chance to take the initiative, the decisions those at the top made were all bold and aggressive. Nonetheless, the movements of troops made sense. After all, there was no need to worry about Blue Sky Pass being attacked. Since they were now deep within the Black Ink clan's territory, the enemy would be too preoccupied with those forces close to their royal city to target Blue Sky Pass itself. The Black Ink clan could also not expect reinforcements from other theaters as each war zone had its own issues to deal with. It was no different for the humans who could not send large-scale reinforcements to each other. Thus, for both sides, they were basically fighting an independent war. While Yang Kai was arranging the universe arrays, the soldiers at the forward base had been recuperating. After Blue Sky Pass's 10,000 reinforcements had arrived at the forward base, a slew of construction projects were implemented. One by one, squads patrolled around the forward base, clearing out any Black Ink clansmen in the area. Even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were moving, trying to use this opportunity to suppress the Black Ink clan as much as possible. Naturally, the Black Ink clan would not sit still and get attacked. Though they did not launch any large-scale battles, they continued with small-scale ambushes. In fact, almost every day, squads that ventured even a little far from the forward base would be ambushed by the Black Ink clan. The humans and the Black Ink clan had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years in the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base. It was just that this time, the humans had the absolute advantage. Thus, such ambushes were all but meaningless. After all, most of the territory lords here would not dare to move easily. Furthermore, human squads had their warships, which held an absolute advantage when faced against a small number of Black Ink clansmen. In fact, if a squad found itself dangerously outnumbered, or facing a powerful, unbeatable foe, the warships possessed defensive spirit arrays which would protect them. In the worst-case scenario, there was still the universe array aboard the purifying Black Ink battleships anchored at the forward base, which enabled them to escape the battle if necessary. Thus, as long as they still had some luck, and the situation was not that dire, there was no need for them to fear for their lives. In the void, a warship flew back and forth as rays of bright light shot out from its hull. Unable to resist the powerful attack, the Black Ink clansmen burst into a mist of blood. Around the warship, several figures were moving around, eliminating whatever scattered Black Ink clansmen were present using their own secret techniques. Within a short time, hundreds of Black Ink clansmen were killed. Miao Fei Ping flashed and flew back to dawning light, looking indifferent, with no joy or surprise in his eyes. With the baptism of blood and war, he quickly matured and was no longer as helpless and nervous as he had been the first time he fought the Black Ink clan. Under normal circumstances, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him would not leave their warship to kill the enemy directly. He should stay inside the protective spirit arrays on the warship and use its offensive arrays to deal damage. However, today's battle was different from the usual. They encountered some scattered Black Ink clansmen, so there was leeway for the Sixth Order Masters to gain some direct combat experience. The Black Ink clan usually sent out massive armies, with powerful masters leading them. Thus, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who could not be considered weak, would find it difficult to survive in that chaotic battlefield. As a result, those below the Seventh Order were generally tasked with controlling their warship's arrays. Of the hundreds of Black Ink clansmen Dawn encountered today, though, only one was a feudal lord, and he was swiftly killed by Feng Ying. Meanwhile, the rest scattered like sand. A few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help but rush out of the warship to fight, and Yang Kai didn't stop them. Such skirmishes could be found everywhere in the void. The soldiers of the forward base also began to refer to this kind of mission as hunting. Furthermore, these hunts did not only occur with small groups of Black Ink clansmen. Sometimes, bigger hunts were organized where several squads would cooperate to deal large amounts of damage to the scattered Black Ink clansmen. As a result, the Black Ink clan began to worry that if this kept up, the human army would begin advancing towards the royal city again. With their situation being what it was, the Black Ink clan was forced to concentrate the vast majority of its masters into defending the royal city. Naturally, that meant that the space between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base had no powerful Black Ink masters at all. "Squad leader, it's time," Feng Ying reminded Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "Let's head back, we've been at it long enough." In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of all soldiers, the forward base also established some rules, including time limits on each squad's hunt, and the range of activities that they could operate in. This was done out of fear that the soldiers would get carried away in killing the enemy, which might reveal openings and cause unnecessary tragedies. It had been half a year since Dawn last set out from the forward base, and the area they were active in had always been at the outermost reaches allowed by the rules. Naturally, it was because the further out they went, the larger the number of Black Ink clansmen there were. Half a year was the time limit stipulated by the forward base before they had to return. Beyond that, military merits would not be calculated, and there might even be penalties, such as sending them back to Blue Sky Pass. Naturally, such penalties were meant for the safety of the soldiers. After all, establishing a fortified position was a long-term plan. It was impossible to achieve this overnight, so it is necessary to ensure the integrity and combat effectiveness of the soldiers at the forward base. After half a year of battle, they would then rest for the next half a year, maintaining a balance. At Yang Kai's command, Dawn's members began using the universal transference law to return. In the end, Yang Kai was the only one remaining as he stored dawning light in his small universe. After that, he flickered and disappeared. Back at the forward base, where the universe array was, those from the dawn appeared, one after another. As soon as they appeared, they skillfully moved out of the way so as not to interfere with the transference of others who were also returning. "Get some rest and cultivate. After half a year, we will gather again." Yang Kai gave the order and the crowd immediately dispersed. He then strolled towards the merit hall. Military merits obtained by hunting for half a year had to be registered, and Dawning Light had also taken some damage, so it needed to be sent to the refining hall for repairs. Yang Kai was traversing this familiar path at this point. It had been 10 years since the expeditionary force established the forward base, and every time he came back from a hunt as the leader of Dawn Squad, he needed to fulfill these duties. Arriving first at the Merit Hall, registration of military contributions was recorded by Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such positions didn't involve directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, so they were usually filled by the cultivators with the lowest orders. Registration of military merits was naturally very smooth. All Yang Kai needed to do was provide evidence for the kills. Next, Yang Kai went to the refining hall and handed over Dawning Light. After that was done, he didn't need to worry about his ship anymore. He would just need to get it after half a year, when Dawn went out on its next hunt. The refining hall was now the busiest location in the entire forward base. However, this couldn't be helped. One by one, squads would go out, hunt down enemies, and then return with a damaged warship that needed repairs. Since there was a limited number of artifact refiners, the refining hall was always kept busy. In the past, when the Great Pass was under siege by the Black Ink clan, the artifact refiners would be so busy they did not even have the time to breathe, but after the siege ended, they would have time to rest. However, that was in the past. Since the forward base was established, artifact refiners were now busy round the clock, with no time for rest at all. When the forward base created the rules, limiting hunting to only half a year and a minimum of half a year of cultivating afterwards, they did not really take into account the artifact refiners' workload. After all, half a year was barely enough for an artifact refiner to fix up a warship. Although Yang Kai was now an artifact refining grandmaster, and he could patch up simple problems with Dawning Light, some of the damage was to its spirit arrays, and since he knew little about the Tao of Spirit Array, he had no choice but to ask for an array master to fix it, which was why he sent it to the refining hall. Just as he was about to walk back to where he stayed, he heard a divine sense transmission. He turned and then moved towards a particular direction. He quickly entered a grand hall, where the Eastern Army commander, Ding Yao, was talking to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After briefly exchanging a few words, the 8th Order Masters turned and left, while Ding Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Greetings, sir." Ding Yao gave a light nod and said, "I have a task for you." Yang Kai looked solemn as he replied, "Please tell me." "I need you to return back to Blue Sky Pass and pick someone up." "Pick someone up?" Yang Kai frowned, puzzled and asked, "Pick who up?" "You don't have to know. You'll understand when the time comes." Yang Kai was a little displeased with this strange order and couldn't help but object. "Sir, wouldn't it be better for an 8th Order Division commander to act as a guard? I'm only in the 7th Order, so even if I want to store someone inside my small universe, I at most can only bring those in the 6th Order or below. How would I be of any help in this case?" Ding Yao glanced at him. "I don't need you to use your small universe to store this person, I just need you to show the way here. What's more, this person is in the 8th Order, so other 8th Order Masters would not be able to store them either and would have to travel side by side." 8th Order. Yang Kai was surprised. Since it's someone in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, I believe that person has enough strength to ensure his own safety. Why do I need to fetch them here? Martial Peak, Chapter 5151, Welcoming the Newcomers. "Stop spouting so much rubbish." Ding Yao glared at him and rebuked, "This person is a newcomer to the Black Ink battlefield. While it's true they are an 8th Order Master, they aren't well versed in fighting. Since this person is someone who is still not used to the Black Ink battlefield yet, I've tasked you to be this person's escort." "Someone new." Yang Kai's heart started to race. "From the 3,000 worlds." Ding Yao nodded, "That's right." He then added meaningfully, "Perhaps there'll be someone you know. So, would you like to go?" "Yes, of course," Yang Kai responded decisively. If it was just picking up someone, it wasn't a difficult task. Though it was still somewhat pointless for him to escort such a person all the way here, it would still be interesting to meet this newcomer. Since Ding Yao said that it might be someone he knew, Yang Kai was eager to meet them. Even if it wasn't an old acquaintance, more than 100 years had passed since he came to this Black Ink battlefield, so this was a chance to see if there were any new changes in the Star Boundary and Voidland after he left. Similarly, Yang Kai understood that the dispatch of an 8th Order Division commander for this kind of small matter was wasteful. After all, there were only a handful of people in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm and each of them had their own important tasks which kept them perpetually busy. Thus, such matters were best left to those in the 7th Order. Even among those in the 7th Order, Yang Kai's strength was obvious to all. He was also the one who set up the new universe arrays. Thus, it was certainly much more convenient to have him personally lead the way, which was probably the biggest reason why Ding Yao tasked him to do so. "In that case, I'll leave this to you. Take note of the time. The newcomers should arrive in a few days. For now, get back to the pass." Ding Yao waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and turned to leave. First, he went back to the place where Dawn was stationed and told Feng Ying about his mission. He also informed her that he should be back in time for the next hunting mission. If not, she should just take the squad out without him, which Feng Ying agreed to. Since he had nothing to prepare before the trip to the pass, Yang Kai immediately activated the universe transference law. He focused on the universe array of Blue Sky Pass, and it was not long before light engulfed him starting from his feet. Usually, those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would find it impossible to directly teleport from the forward base to Blue Sky Pass as the distance was too great. The stress of transiting that far through the void would more than likely crush an ordinary 7th Order Master, hence the two universe arrays arranged between them to serve as waypoints. Since Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, however, he could mitigate such effects. Space principles fluctuated, and Yang Kai reappeared inside Blue Sky Pass. With the mission in mind, he directly headed to the Western Army's headquarters to greet Zhong Liang. "Sir, Sir Ding asked me to come back to welcome a newcomer. Are they here yet?" Zhang Liang shook his head and replied, "Not yet, but news has already arrived a few days ago. Well, as you know, it's not easy for those from the 3,000 worlds to come here, so just wait for the time being." Yang Kai nodded. "Can you tell me who this is?" "People coming from the 3,000 worlds are all arranged by the cave heavens and paradises. We are only responsible for receiving them. We don't know exactly how many people are coming, or which sects they are from. Just that they will be sent over from the no-return pass." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He couldn't help but hold some anticipation. It seemed there was more than one person arriving, so he couldn't help wondering if there were any newcomers from the Star Boundary or Voidland among them. There were also a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Star Boundary and Voidland. Thus, it would be normal if some were assigned to the Black Ink battlefield. However, neither the Star Boundary nor Voidland were part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Thus, according to long-standing practice, they were not eligible to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield. Although he had been in the Black Ink battlefield for over 100 years, and had also fought in 2 different theaters, even infiltrating the Black Ink clan's territory twice, Yang Kai still didn't know much about a variety of things. One such thing was how the 3,000 worlds assigned reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield. Since there was nothing for him to do, Yang Kai decided to ask Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang explained, "Basically every 100 years, the Cave Heavens and Paradises will dispatch some people to reinforce the Great Passes. The number of people sent varies, as a lot can happen in 100 years. Even so, as you know, every time we fight against the Black Ink clan, it will always result in casualties. Though not many, they accumulate over time. Eventually, if there are too many casualties and few left to defend our lines, wouldn't the Great Passes fall? So, regular reinforcements from the Cave Heavens and Paradises are a necessity." This was also the reason why Yang Kai used to think that Cave Heavens and Paradises were not worthy of their reputations, as the forces they showcased in the 3,000 worlds did not seem as imposing as they should have been. One would expect the Cave Heavens and Paradises, with their extremely long histories and deep foundations, coupled with the long lifespans of cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, to slowly amass an enormous number of Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, when Yang Kai visited a few of them in the past, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters he saw in the Cave Heavens and Paradises was not as numerous as he had anticipated. Now, everything made sense. After all, these top forces had been sending the vast majority of their strongest masters to the Black Ink battlefield over the years. The reinforcements will first be gathered at the No-Return Pass, then they will be dispatched from there to the various Great Passes. This is done to ensure the integrity of each Great Pass. The number of people dispatched to each pass will depend on the loss and demand of the Great Pass itself. Take this time as an example. Our Blue Sky Pass losses during the recent crusade were not small, so there should be more reinforcements who'll be assigned to us. Furthermore, because of the forward base, there will be a need for many people with a variety of skill sets. This was the requirement of Blue Sky Pass, which we put forward to 3,000 worlds to meet. Well, I think news of what we have accomplished so far would make them feel gratified." Yang Kai nodded in understanding, thought for a while, and then asked, "There should still be many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Cave Heaven and Paradise's headquarters. Since the 3,000 worlds are essentially stable, why not transfer more of them to the Black Ink battlefield? That way, we'll be able to overwhelm the territory lords with superior numbers. It should not be that difficult to do, right?" Zhong Liang answered with a smile, "It's not difficult, of course. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have strong foundations and heritages, so it certainly won't be a problem to get a few more 8th Order Masters assigned here, but have you thought through what that would mean? Would there be any decisive change if we really did as you said? There is currently no way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, so what is the use of this small advantage? Before you brought us the purifying light, the human race was basically powerless to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Many had to sacrifice pieces of their small universes to protect themselves. We have fought against the Black Ink clan for so long, so what we want is not a small advantage to give us a more favorable position, but rather a way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan. Before we find a way to do that, maintaining the current balance is the best option." Yang Kai pondered over what he said before nodding in agreement. Zhong Liang exhaled lightly. "Our crusade this time was not only an experiment, but also a campaign to provide hope. If what we are doing works out well, in the next 100 to 1,000 years, we humans will be able to continue to reduce whatever available territory the Black Ink clan has. Eventually, we will be able to find a way to completely wipe them out. This is definitely a long-term goal, and it might even take several generations to accomplish. Even so, we will do it." Zhong Liang would have never said these things to other 7th Order Masters, but with Yang Kai, it was different. His arrival changed the whole landscape of Black Ink battlefield, and his contributions alone made him qualified to understand the plans of the higher-ups. When the day comes, all the top masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises will be sent to the no-return pass. At that time, what do you think will happen to the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai imagined the scene, where the hidden masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises all came out in force. The thought drew his imagination as he said, "They'll be in for an unpleasant surprise." Inside the Grand Hall, where the hyperspace array was located, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as his heart started pounding. His conversation with Zhong Liang made him understand one thing. Since he was not in that high of a position, he failed to see the grand scheme of things. What he was thinking about was how to win the battles in front of him. Meanwhile, what those at the top were thinking about was how to win the war and completely annihilate the Black Ink clan. It was a distinct difference of perspective. It's not that he was short-sighted. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. He was the leader of a squad, and had been in the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, so he could not be called inexperienced. Even so, how could he possibly be compared to people like Zhong Liang and the others who had been fighting this war for thousands of years? Thus now it was made clear. It was not that the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not send more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gain an advantage over the Black Ink clan. They were just accumulating strength, preparing to give Black Ink clan a fatal blow when the time came. Blue Sky Pass Expeditionary Force had taken a crucial step in that direction. The crusade was a bold attempt to change the course of the war, and if all went well, one day in the near future, all the great passes would be able to form large-scale expeditionary forces and send them out to crusade. They would finally be able to suppress the Black Ink clan until it was uprooted entirely. "There are signs of activity," one of the people guarding the Grand Array suddenly shouted. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked ahead. He saw that the Grand Array, which had been silent for several days, suddenly lit up. It hummed gently, and there were obvious space principle fluctuations coming out of it. That was a clear sign that the Grand Array had been activated, which was what Yang Kai had been waiting for. The no-return pass was the only gateway to the 3,000 worlds, and it was also the transit point for those in the 3,000 worlds to enter the Black Ink battlefield. As such, a hyperspace array was arranged there which could connect to all the great passes. These were all set up by ancient great experts who were simply incomparable to today's cultivators. With the hyperspace arrays set up by such experts, ultra-long-distance teleportation could be done without worrying about one's life. However, the consumption of materials would be extremely large. Thus, between the Great Passes, they tried not to unnecessarily send people over. In most cases, they would teleport some jade slips as a means to communicate with the other Great Passes. Under the gaze of the many cultivators guarding the Grand Array, a dazzling light suddenly filled their eyes. From it, a faint figure appeared. Yang Kai immediately felt an aura of someone in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, but to his surprise, this aura was faintly familiar to him. As the light faded, Yang Kai discovered that there were already at least 100 people standing on the Grand Array, many of them appearing dizzy and disoriented as they had obviously not recovered from the ultra-long-distance teleportation. Although the arrangements of the ancient great experts were enough to allow them to teleport here safely, there were still some drawbacks to doing so. Immediately, Blue Sky Pass men, who had been prepared ahead of time, stepped forward and all kinds of secret techniques were activated to help alleviate the sequelae of these 100 or so people. It took just a moment for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to shake his head and focus his eyes. In the end, he was an 8th Order Master whose strength was incomparable to the rest who still needed some time to recover from the dizziness. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement, stepped forward and saluted. Grand Master's noble bearing is still the same as ever, even after so many years. Ding Yao's words had been prophetic, as Yang Kai really knew someone who came here this time. He was a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai had dealt with him plenty of times. The first time was when he went to ask about refining array artifacts for Voidland's Grand Array. At that time, the proprietress took him to Grandmaster Ma Fan. Later, Ma Fan helped him improve the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. He even passed the Great Evolution Paradise's Good Fortune Divine Furnace to Yang Kai. Afterwards, many of the remnants from Great Evolution Paradise, led by Grandmaster Ma Fan, went to the Star Boundary to open a Dao temple. They did this in an attempt to revive the former glory. Thus, they were old acquaintances. Martial Peak, Chapter 5152, The Situation in the 3000 Worlds. Ma Fan, who had recently broken through to the 8th Order, was clearly a great grandmaster in artifact refining now. It should be said that those who were great grandmasters were all 8th Order masters, equivalent to Dong Guan Ping from Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai was acquainted with. Yang boy! Grandmaster Ma Fan looked surprised, clearly never having anticipated he would meet Yang Kai here of all places. More than 100 years ago, Yang Kai dove into a void corridor and never came back. Without any news, whether he was even alive or dead was unknown. Nonetheless, his disappearance and sacrifice were no secret in the 3000 worlds. After all, many were present when he went to seal the void corridor. Furthermore, although the Black Ink battlefield could pass some news back to 3000 worlds, matters related to Yang Kai were still only known to a few top officials within the cave heavens and paradises. Thus, Grandmaster Ma Fan was not aware that he was here. When he came to the Black Ink battlefield, he never expected to see Yang Kai. It was natural that upon seeing an old friend, they were both overjoyed. Suddenly, Grandmaster Ma Fan's face cramped up as he said, "Young boy, find me an open space. This old man can't hold them in any longer." Yang Kai wondered, "Hold them in? Holtuin?" Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered, "You don't think it's just us, right? There are more in my small universe." Yang Kai instantly understood what he meant. For those that were transported here, except for one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Grandmaster Ma Fan, the rest were all in the 7th Order. Since teleporting from the no-return pass to any of the Great Passes required a massive amount of resources, the high-rank masters would all store those in the mid-rank inside their small universes in order to save on consumption. The no-return pass had always done it like this. Since Yang Kai came to the Black Ink battlefield through an unconventional method, he had no experience in this. Thus, in his moment of elation, he forgot how people normally traveled through hyperspace arrays. After realizing his mistake, he quickly led the way. Not long after, they arrived at the square where Yang Kai had first stepped into when he initially arrived at Blue Sky Pass. This was also where the first purifying black ink battleship had been built. The square was huge. During the non-war period, the soldiers liked to exchange pointers here. Thus, this place was often full of people, but now, it was empty. After all, most of the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been moved to the forward base, leaving only a small contingent behind. In the meantime, everyone dispersed and kept a distance from the newcomers. Then their small universes opened, and from the various portals, numerous figures walked out, one after another. They were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai initially thought that there would not be too many newcomers arriving at Blue Sky Pass, a few hundred at most. However, when the hundreds of portals were opened, with Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters continuously pouring out, he realized that his initial assumption was wrong. Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe alone could accommodate more than 40 people, while others in the Seventh Order, whose small universes were not as large as his, could only hold a dozen or so people. After everyone came out, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were over 1,000 newcomers this time. That was a huge number. Furthermore, everyone here was in the Sixth Order and above. In other words, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had sent at least 10 cultivators at or above the Sixth Order each, and that was not even counting the reinforcements sent to the other Great Passes. Which sect in the 3,000 worlds could do this? Which force had such an immeasurable heritage? Even in Voidland and the Star Boundary, how many Sixth Order or Seventh Order Open Heaven realm masters were there now? In fact, even if the whole Voidland and the Star Boundary were hollowed out, they would not be able to provide such a force. This just went to show how powerful and deep the heritages of the Cave Heavens and Paradises were. A stream of light suddenly shot over from somewhere in Blue Sky Pass before coming to a hover above the square. It was none other than Zhong Liang. Everyone looked up, and Zhong Liang nodded lightly before saying out loud, "You have come from afar. This is Blue Sky Pass, and this Zhong is the Western Army commander." Everyone saluted in unison, and Zhong Liang returned the salute and continued, "You are from different Cave Heavens and Paradises, and all of you were elites in your respective sects, but the Black Ink battlefield is different from 3,000 worlds. You need to remember that no matter which Cave Heaven or Paradise you came from, after you set foot into Blue Sky Pass, none of that matters anymore. You are all Blue Sky Pass soldiers here, and we have only one enemy, the Black Ink clan. All those who are here now, and the ancestors who came before us, have sacrificed our blood, sweat, and even lives in this empty place to prevent the Black Ink clan from invading the 3,000 worlds. Countless have fallen on this battlefield for countless years, and the next one may be me, or it may be one of you, but as long as the Cave Heavens and Paradises stand, the Black Ink clan will never step into 3,000 worlds. You are all from Cave Heavens and Paradises. So before you left, the elders of your respective sects must have warned you about all of this. Blue Sky Pass and the Black Ink battlefield have many things you will gradually need to become familiar with. This Zhong will give you one piece of advice now, and I hope you will remember it in your hearts. Survive. No matter what, do not give up. I say this from the bottom of my heart, and truly hope you will keep it in mind at all times. Now, this Zhong still has responsibilities to attend to, so it is not convenient for me to remain here. Yang Kai, take them to register themselves and make preparations." "Yes." Yang Kai bowed. Zhong Liang turned and left. It was not troublesome to register in Blue Sky Pass, but it took some time for over 1,000 people to go through this process. As the only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the newcomers, Grandmaster Ma Fan was naturally the first to register. After receiving his identity token, he went to Yang Kai and handed him a jade slip. "This is what your wives had asked me to pass to you." Yang Kai reached out and took it solemnly. "Many thanks." Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. "It's understandable for someone young to be rather unscrupulous, but brat, you really have gone a little too far." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, without defending himself as he took the jade slip. He scanned it using his divine sense and his expression gradually softened. There was nothing really special in the jade slip, just a few words from his loved ones. The first one was written by Yu Ru Meng, the charmed demon saint. then it was Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, Ji Yao, Chu Huashang, and Tao Lingwan's turn. They each only wrote a sentence or two at most. Yu Ru Meng was as hot-tempered as ever as she snapped, "If you dare to die outside, I will take my sisters and have them all remarry." Little senior sister was much gentler. "Junior brother, you must take care of yourself when you are outside. The most important thing is to make sure you protect yourself." The seductress from Yin Cave Heaven was bold as usual. "If you are lonely outside, you can find a senior sister from Yin Heaven to discuss the Tao of Yin and Yang. Make sure you don't look for someone else from some other place, okay?" All this made Yang Kai smile and warm his heart. There were no messages from Su Yen, Zhu Qing and Shan Qing Luo in the Jade Slip. Obviously, they are still in the divine spirit ancestral land, and did not know much about what was happening in the outside world. After reading the Jade Slip over and over again, Yang Kai held it tightly to his chest and asked, "Great Master, how is the situation over in the 3,000 worlds?" Grandmaster Ma Fan casually remarked, "Things are as usual. Those who are unaware remain the same, calm and stagnant, but those in the know are all aware that there is currently a huge undercurrent surging under the seemingly calm surface. I don't really need to say much about other things, just the influence of your star boundary alone is huge. It is truly deserving of its reputation as an open heaven realm cradle. Countless geniuses have emerged from the star boundary over the years, and every cave heaven and paradise has gained a lot. In the eyes of those great forces not in the know, the top great forces are just expanding their influence and getting stronger. However, only those of us aware of the truth understand that everything is done in preparation for the war against the Black Ink clan. So, we need to cultivate more people with greater strength. Still, the one that gained the most is not the cave heavens and paradises, but your high heaven palace." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "How so?" Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "High Heaven Palace is the greatest native sect of the star boundary, and with how the great emperors there have turned the tide and saved the whole world not once, but twice, all natives of the star boundary recognize it. Many remain unaware, or simply cannot comprehend how great the cave heavens and paradises are, so in the end, High Heaven Palace is still the best place in their eyes, and many of them still choose to worship under its banner. With so many genius disciples having been taught by strong elders since birth, if this trend continues, after a few thousand years, your High Heaven Palace will be able to stand on equal footing with the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai smiled and said, "That's still a long way from now. Who can clearly say what will happen over such a great span of time?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded and said, "It is said that fate is full of uncertainties, and no one can say what will be until it is. If it was in the past, High Heaven Palace would definitely not be allowed to exist by the cave heavens and paradises. It's not that they are intolerant and greedy, but rather that so many excellent disciples could not be taken away by one sect. Each of them wants to cultivate more elite disciples to fight against the Black Ink clan. Even so, they will not move against your sect. After all, your wives are now direct disciples of various different powerful ancestors. Each of them has someone powerful standing behind them, giving them close relationships with several cave heavens and paradises. What's more, now that you, High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, have entered the Black Ink battlefield, and the higher-ups of High Heaven Palace are themselves aware of the real situation, no one wants to hinder its development, which has paved a smooth road for its growth." Yang Kai nodded happily. Before he set off from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield, several of his wives were indeed taken in as direct disciples of 8th Order Open Heaven Masters. Among them, Shui Yu became a disciple of Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu. Yu Ru Meng became a disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven's Mo Sha. Xia Ningchang became a disciple of Divine Medicine Heaven Ziyu. Ji Yao became a disciple of Great Battle Heaven's Pai Li. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan, needless to say, were part of Yin Cave Heaven and held strong positions within their sect. The reason why these 8th Order Masters took them as disciples was not just due to their aptitude. After all, there were countless geniuses in their own cave heavens or paradises. Their aptitudes might be the same or even better than his wives, so the main reason why they took them on was because Yang Kai was going to sacrifice himself for the peace and stability of the 3,000 worlds. Thus, they wanted to give Yang Kai some form of reassurance. It was to indicate that even if something were to happen once he entered that void corridor back then, his wives would be taken care of, and by extension, High Heaven Palace and Voidland would be protected. In short, we old fogies will ensure your widows and sect are taken care of, so that may rest assured and go all out. This was also a kind of compensation from the cave heavens and paradises. Of course, his wives were all talented enough to become direct disciples of these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After all, each of them had directly ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and could thus be expected to reach the 8th Order in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal strength and accomplishments in the Tao of Space were exceptional. On top of that, he possessed various unique methods which helped him survive. Since he came to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory, he had overcome plenty of difficulties and managed to live till now. Now that his wives in the Star Boundary had the backing of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, coupled with Yang Kai's previous efforts to seal up the Void Corridor alone, High Heaven Palace had the opportunity to grow and develop without interference. If not, with the cave heavens and paradises needing excellent disciples to send to the Black Ink battlefield, how could they possibly sit back and watch a small sect take up so many talents? It had nothing to do with avarice or envy, they simply had no choice as they held the responsibility of protecting the human race. In the face of such a noble goal, anyone or anything that stood in their way would be crushed to dust without the slightest hesitation. Now, knowing that everything in the Star Boundary was all right, Yang Kai could finally rest easy. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-53, Zhangzhou. Since the Star Boundary was well and good, and High Heaven Palace was thriving with strong momentum, what else could possibly worry Yang Kai? On the other hand, disciples of the cave heavens and paradises willingly shed their blood in the Black Ink battlefield as they waged war against the Black Ink clan for no other reason than a strong sense of responsibility to protect the 3,000 worlds. The situation of the Star Boundary and High Heaven Palace was enough to allow Yang Kai to rest easy. Actually, I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. I wanted to settle down in the Black Ink battlefield first, and then find out where you were. I didn't think that you would be here. Say, young boy, you are something like a half-disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, so why didn't you go to Inyang Pass? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I didn't come here through the normal route, so Blue Sky Pass was the first great pass that I encountered. As a result, I settled here. Overall, against the Black Ink clan, it'll be the same no matter which great pass I go to. Grandmaster Ma Fan gave him a fixed look, then nodded, fair enough. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield, Grandmaster? You are a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, so even if you've made it to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, logically speaking, you didn't need to come here. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted, I don't need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to fight against the Black Ink clan, right? As long as I have the heart, it is more than enough. Brat, what qualifications do you have to tell an old master like me that I need to be part of the cave heavens and paradises to come here? Yang Kai scratched his head and could only laugh bitterly. Grandmaster, please calm yourself. Being asked to calm down only sent Grandmaster Ma Fan into a rage. Just because I was no longer part of the cave heavens and paradises, this old master needed to ask their permission to come here. Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of them, and ever since I advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, I had repeatedly requested to be assigned to the Black Ink battlefield, but every single time they rejected me. Bastards! The Black Ink battlefield is not their backyard, so why not just let me come? Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He wouldn't have known about it if Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't mentioned it himself. However, he guessed that it was probably because of this very fact that Grandmaster Ma Fan always seemed unhappy with the cave heavens and paradises. But from another standpoint, were the cave heavens and paradises not trying to protect Grandmaster Ma Fan? After all, Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, and only this old man was still around, struggling to support it by himself. If he was sent to the Black Ink battlefield, then the whole legacy of Great Evolution Paradise would probably end with him. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan must have known how the cave heavens and paradises felt about this situation. However, anger does not listen to rational explanations. If you weren't allowed to come before, why did they let you come this time? Yang Kai asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, isn't Blue Sky Pass in dire need of artifact refiners? This old master may be sloppy, but artifact refining is my specialty. So, this time, a few of those old ghosts actually came to me and asked me to come and support this pass. Of course, I refused. Those bastards refused father here so many times in the past, yet they had the gall to ask me, their father, to come out here on a whim now? Who do they think I am, huh? How dare they? Yang Kai nodded like he was a chicken pecking rice and flattered, yes, that's how it should be, Grandmaster. It was right for you to refuse. But, Grandmaster, why did you change your mind? Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted and said, this father has a firm will, but I'm still no match for those old bastards when it comes to cunning. They kept using soft and hard tactics to get me to agree, and eventually, after thinking it through, I realized that Great Evolution Paradise now has no lack of worthy successors. So, I decided I should come over to join in on the fun. Yang Kai expressed his understanding, but was laughing secretly in his heart. This old man is certainly prideful. He wanted to come all along but refused out of pure stubbornness. However, now, it seemed that it is not a coincidence that Grandmaster Ma Fan was assigned to Blue Sky Pass. Due to Blue Sky Pass Crusade, they had an urgent need for a large number of artifact refiners. Furthermore, Ma Fan was extremely proficient in the Tao of artifact refining. Thus, it was only natural that he was assigned here. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, half of the 1,500 reinforcements who had came to support Blue Sky Pass this time are proficient in spirit arrays, alchemy, or artifact refining. Those who are proficient in artifact refining actually account for 80% of those numbers. I have to ask, what happened in Blue Sky Pass? Did all its artifact refiners die or something? Why do you need so many to come and support you? Yang Kai laughed and said, spirit arrays, alchemy, artifact refining are all specialized professions. No matter which great pass, talents proficient in them are heavily protected and will not easily enter the battlefield. In fact, unless a great pass is destroyed, these masters won't die. No artifact refiners from Blue Sky Pass have died. The reason why we needed your help is because Blue Sky Pass launched a crusade recently, and we have now established a forward base deep within the territory of the Black Ink clan. Of course, it's still a distance away from a royal city, with 3 territory lord territories between them. Over there, soldiers have been engaging in skirmishes with the Black Ink clan on a daily basis, so warships are constantly being damaged. The original number of artifact refiners wasn't sufficient to keep up. A crusade? Grandmaster Ma Fan's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had already been registered, were interestedly listening in. They were not specifically trying to eavesdrop, but Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan's conversation was quite open, so it was natural for those nearby to overhear. After all, everyone here was at least in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Before they arrived, the elders of their sects had mentioned the situation of the Black Ink battlefield to them. Thus, they had a general understanding of the status quo. But as far as they knew, the armies of the Great Passes on the Black Ink battlefield were extremely passive and defensive. Every 100 years or so, the Great Passes would fall under siege. On the other hand, it was extremely difficult for them to go on the offensive. Thus, when they just arrived at Blue Sky Pass and heard a crusade had been made, it made them excited. After all, one would always get more passionate when on the attack than when passively defending. Senior brother, can you share more about this crusade? I'm new here, so although I know a little bit about it, it's just from word of mouth. I haven't seen it, nor participated in it. So, I'm really curious. A young man asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was from a handsome youth who looked like he came from a wealthy background and had a face as smooth as jade. He had a dignified appearance and wore a spotless white robe. Even amongst all those in the open heaven realm, he stuck out. He seemed so perfect that those around him, be it consciously or unconsciously, seemed to distance themselves, as if afraid of being compared to him if they stood too close. However, this man obviously did not let this bother him. There was even a hint of arrogance in his indifferent expression. Yang Kai was now in the seventh order open heaven realm, and he had cultivated for many years, so his vision was quite sharp. Thus, as soon as he saw this young man, he understood that he didn't just look young, but was young. He was unlike most cultivators in the open heaven realm, who, because of their long lifespans, it was difficult to judge their age based on their appearance alone. Based on Yang Kai's estimation, this youth before him was only 200 or 300 years old. Yang Kai's face remained as usual, but his heart was slightly shaken. Seventh order at 200 or 300 years old. It's not an exaggeration to say this person is a favored son of heaven. For someone at his age to reach the seventh order open heaven realm, the only possible way is to directly ascend to the seventh order. It's impossible for him to directly enter the sixth order and then cultivate to the seventh order in such a short time. It had to be noted that those who directly entered the seventh order open heaven realm were basically precious seedlings who had the opportunity to become old ancestors in the future. Yang Kai had only met one such person so far, Luo Ting. He met her in Yinyang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion. However, at that time, Luo Ting he had already been in the seventh order for thousands of years, and she had broken through to the eighth order shortly after, so her temperament was naturally very different from this man. At such a young age, to achieve such a cultivation, he certainly had every right to be arrogant. After all, he had the capital to back up his haughtiness. This junior brother is... Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The young man cupped his fist and saluted, Azura Cave Heaven, Zhang Zhou. Yang Kai was a little stunned. Junior brother is from Azura Cave Heaven? He had also come into contact with those from Azura Cave Heaven, and all of them were fierce and vicious, completely different from Zhang Zhou's gentle and dignified demeanor. In fact, if Zhang Zhou had not said where he was from, Yang Kai would never have guessed that he was actually from Azura Cave Heaven. That was just how different he was from the usual militant cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, out of all the cave heavens and paradises, there were two that stood out when it came to militant behavior. One was Azura Cave Heaven and the other was Great Battle Heaven. The latter obviously developed this personality in order to fight against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Meanwhile, the former cultivated based on the Tao of battle and slaughter. Thus, Azura Cave Heaven disciples all fought endlessly to cultivate. If they wanted to get stronger, they just had to risk their lives in life-or-death battles. Still, in the 3,000 worlds, Azura Cave Heaven was still one of the 36 cave heavens, so it was impossible for their disciples to go around wantonly killing innocents just for the sake of their cultivation. Doing so would damage their prestige too heavily for them to remain stable. Even so, they still needed some way to continue to cultivate. Thus, when their disciples wanted to practice, they just needed to go to the Azura arenas. In the arena, they could battle it out and even kill their opponents. Furthermore, the Azura arenas were extremely popular and existed in every major star city. Even the Void Star City and High Heaven Star City had Azura arenas. These arenas also brought in a hefty profit for Azura Cave Heaven. Thus, it served two purposes at once. It could be said that the Azura arenas were the foundation of Azura Cave Heaven. In the Azura arena, life and death battles were to be honored. Thus, even if an Azura Heaven disciple died inside, the sect would not take revenge. This wasn't just rhetoric, but an established truth, as many Azura Cave Heaven disciples had died in the various Azura arenas over the years, yet the sect never pursued the matter. Yang Kai had also fought people in the Azura arena, so he was familiar with their rules. Zhang Zhou directly broke through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so if he had come from any other cave heaven or paradise, he would definitely be guarded carefully. He would be allowed to completely immerse himself in cultivation and strive to become an old ancestor in the future. But since he was from Azura Cave Heaven, such a thing was not allowed. There were no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Azura arena who would engage in life-or-death fights. After all, the better use for such masters was being sent to the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, Zhang Zhou came here. Yang Kai had been on the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, and although he was usually dealing with the Black Ink clan or cultivating, he had heard a lot of things unrelated to the war itself as well. This included things about Azura Cave Heaven. All the cave heavens and paradises would only sparingly send reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield every 100 years, deploying only the personnel that were really needed. However, Azura Cave Heaven was the sole exception to that trend. They could not wait to send all their Open Heaven Realm Masters here. In fact, they wished they really could send in all their 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If someone calculated which sect had the largest proportion of disciples sent to the Black Ink battlefield, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely take first place. In fact, Yang Kai could not think of any other sect that had sent as many or more than Azura Cave Heaven. However, due to how they cultivated, requiring them to engage in killing, it was not uncommon for them to die in the process of growing up. Thus, the number of disciples who would advance to the Open Heaven realm was much less than other cave heavens and paradises. Even so, in terms of combat capability, Azura Cave Heaven would definitely rank among the top 3 of all cave heavens and paradises. Whenever those from Azura Cave Heaven fought, they would do so as though they held no regard for their own lives, and this gave rise to a nickname, Azura Lunatics. They were so notorious for this that it had become widespread throughout the Black Ink battlefield. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-54, 2 Rising Stars. Dawn also had a disciple from Azura Cave Heaven. He was just in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm though. So, when fighting against the Black Ink clan army, he could only remain inside Dawning Light and control the various arrays to kill the enemy. He had no chance to leave the warship, which caused him to complain to Yang Kai many times. It was only when the forward base started hunting that he finally got the chance to directly fight against those scattered Black Ink clansmen. It was the only time when someone like him, who was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, could finally come out and fight. In fact, it was when Dawn was out hunting that he was the happiest. He would not hesitate to put himself in danger just to be able to kill off his enemies. In fact, after each hunt, he would always be covered in blood and leak out an incomparable murderous intent. It was not a stretch to say that he was a madman when it came to combat. Even so, Yang Kai was relieved that his subordinate was a brave fighter. It was just that this brave fighter was also somewhat prickly. Yang Kai still liked those from Azura Cave Heaven though. He did not mind youngsters being arrogant as long as they had the ability to back it up. Grandmaster Ma Fan whispered, "This kid is the most outstanding genius in his generation from Azura Cave Heaven. He advanced to the Emperor realm while he was around 100 years old. He then managed to advance to the 7th Order after less than 20 years. Right now, he should be somewhere around 200. His future is many times better than yours. He's also the first person from the star boundary to advance directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and is known as one of the star boundary's 2 rising stars. The other is your disciple, Zhaoya. On the day he advanced to the Open Heaven realm, the top masters of the various cave heavens and paradises stationed in the star boundary all rejoiced and celebrated. After all, his successful breakthrough proved once and for all that the star boundary was worthy of its status as the Open Heaven realm cradle. Yang Kai nodded silently and did some quick calculations. When Zhang Zhou was practicing in the star boundary, he had already come to Black Ink battlefield. So, it was not strange for him to have never heard of such an outstanding person before. What would junior brother like to know? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Zhang Zhou said, "As long as it's about the crusade, anything is fine." Looking around, Yang Kai could see many curious eyes. Although some of the 6th Order and 7th Order masters standing here were older than him, on the Black Ink battlefield, age did not matter. He was a well-regarded senior to them. Yang Kai then began talking about the battle that nearly wiped out the Black Ink clan army, and many things about the crusade. As they listened, the newcomers could feel their blood boiling. They could not wait to enter the battlefield and kill tens of millions of Black Ink clansmen, to make it feel like all the time they spent cultivating had been worthwhile. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. He didn't want to throw cold water on them, as it was normal for new recruits to be eager to kill the enemy and accomplish meritorious deeds. It was only after one had actually dealt with Black Ink Clan a few times that they could appreciate the hardships involved in each battle. There were 1,500 people in this group of reinforcements, so it took almost 2 hours to register everyone. Once they were all registered, Yang Kai led them to the Universe Array of Blue Sky Pass and asked them to leave their imprints on it. This was essential. After all, they might have to use the Universe Array here to escape in the future. Then, someone from the pill hall came and took away several of the alchemists. For alchemists, they did not need to be posted at the forward base, considering spirit pills could be refined in Blue Sky Pass and then sent to the front lines, which would ensure the safety of the alchemists. Currently, the main task of the pill hall was to refine more purifying black ink pills. The consumption of this pill was extraordinarily high. After all, when each squad went out on a mission, they needed to have at least one such pill on hand to prevent accidents. Previously, the expeditionary force could not go deeper into enemy territory because of 2 reasons. 1, the resistance encountered was too strong, and 2, the logistics could not keep up with the consumption. Especially the consumption of the purifying black ink pill, which was particularly serious. It could be said that 80% of what the pill hall was currently doing now was refining purifying black ink pills. After this whole experience with the expeditionary force, it was believed that the pill halls in every great pass would also shift their focus to refining more purifying black ink pills in the future. It was necessary to build up a reserve for any potential expeditionary force and to simply have the capital to push back against the Black Ink Clan. After a few days in Blue Sky Pass, the newcomers were all set. In order to successfully send these 1,500 people to the forward base, Zhong Liang specially asked the War Materials Hall to bring out a massive ship. This ship had 10 floors and was over 100 meters tall while stretching more than 500 meters in length. It was an imposing sight to behold. The only downside was its combat capabilities. It had not yet reached the level of a mobile palace artifact nor a warship and was basically useless in a fight against the Black Ink Clan. It was only useful as a large-scale transport. Before leaving, Zhong Liang and Shen Tuemo, who stayed behind at Blue Sky Pass, showed up together and explained a few things to the newcomers. All the new recruits were at least in the 6th order. Thus, they moved like the wind, and soon, all of them had boarded the large ship. Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai. "It's all up to you now." "Sir, rest assured, they will all be sent to the forward base without a single one missing." In terms of safety, Yang Kai need not worry about that. Although there might still be some scattered Black Ink clansmen along the way, these newcomers were not weak and all of them were extremely eager to fight, as though they could not wait to encounter the Black Ink Clan. They also wanted to see if the so-called Black Ink clansmen had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if they did not meet a Black Ink clansman along the way though, it would still be fine. In fact, if they did meet one, it just meant that the Black Ink clansman's luck had run out. With how much combat power was concentrated in this one ship, there was no way a territory lord would have sat back in their domain and let them pass by. However, all territory lords were currently huddled around the royal city to protect it. Furthermore, with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watching them, how could they possibly show up so deep within enemy territory? Even so, Yang Kai still reminded the newcomers to be cautious and that they must remain vigilant. The large ship set sail, and Yang Kai arranged for the newcomers to take turns in managing the grand array to deliver power to the large ship. They would do so while he personally concentrated on controlling the direction the ship was headed. The deck was full of people. All of them were looking around curiously, with their divine senses scanning the surroundings, presumably looking for any hidden enemies nearby. However, to their disappointment, they did not see any Black Ink clansmen even a month after they left Blue Sky Pass. A little over a month later, they arrived at the first transit universe array. There was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a battalion stationed here, guarding the universe array all year round. Naturally, there were also many spirit arrays around the universe array, some for protection, while others were to conceal its presence. In fact, if one did not know its location in advance, they probably would never have been able to find the universe array here, even if they were standing right next to it. After verifying their identities and the intention for their visit, the large ship was allowed to pass through the various barriers. Soon, the newcomers went to the universe array and one by one left their imprints behind before the ship set off again. This location was originally occupied by the Black Ink clan. In the past, it would have been impossible for the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass to dive this deep into enemy territory. However, after the Crusade, the Black Ink clan's domain was greatly diminished and this region now fell under the control of Blue Sky Pass. Currently, this far out from Blue Sky Pass, it was entirely possible to encounter scattered Black Ink clansmen. The expeditionary force had moved in a straight line, without clearing out all the enemies to the sides of the bridgehead. Although many squads were currently out hunting these remnants with the goal of cleaning up all Black Ink clansmen in the area, there would always be some fish that slipped through the net. Half a month after they passed by the first transit universe array, the newcomers finally encountered some Black Ink clansmen. It was just a group of a few dozen enemies without even a feudal lord around. With Yang Kai's consent, hundreds of newcomers rushed out and slaughtered the dozens of Black Ink clansmen. The battle ended as quickly as it broke out. Even the weakest of the newcomers was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and there was no shortage of those in the 7th Order. Thus, how could such a small and weak team of Black Ink clansmen possibly be their opponent? After a dozen breaths of time, they were all slaughtered. It was so quick that most newcomers only had the time to take a look at what those Black Ink clansmen looked like, without the opportunity to make any moves at all. It was Zhang Zhou who killed the most. He killed 3 Black Ink clansmen by himself, but he was left very dissatisfied. These Black Ink clansmen were too weak. They were at most equivalent to cultivators in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. With him being in the 7th Order, he was basically playing with toddlers. Yang Kai had no intention of extending time on the road. After all, the newcomers would be quickly assigned to various squads when they reached the forward base, and they would soon get used to fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although he did not intend to dally, the Black Ink clan did take notice of the huge ship they were on. After all, it was too conspicuous to miss. Thus, after passing the first universe array, they would often encounter some scattered Black Ink clan groups. The largest groups had hundreds of enemies, but without at least one feudal lord, these Black Ink clan groups were just like the passing wind. Now, the newcomers were all standing on the deck, looking forward to seeing more, to have an opportunity to kill more Black Ink clansmen. As he approached the second universe array, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked in a particular direction. At that location, there seemed to be a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathering. Yang Kai even detected a feudal lord among them. They were very close to the universe array, and although there was an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master and a battalion assigned to protect this location, due to the importance of this place, they were only responsible for protecting the spirit array. They were not tasked to clean up the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. If the large ship of newcomers were to approach the universe array, the Black Ink clan might discover its location. With that in mind, Yang Kai changed their heading slightly, sailing straight for where the Black Ink clansmen were gathering. Half an hour later, a battle broke out, and the newcomers, as always, rushed out with their blood boiling. There were a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathered, but still fewer than the newcomers themselves. In that chaotic battle, many Black Ink clansmen were wounded, if not killed, and even the feudal lord was killed by Zhang Zhou. Zhang Zhou had advanced to the 7th Order not long ago and still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Even so, the feudal lord was still not his opponent, which went to show how powerful the cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were. Yang Kai had found out that this guy's polite appearance was just a disguise. He was no different from any other Azura Cave Heaven disciple he met in battle, bloodthirsty and vicious. Zhang Zhou was the last to return, covered in fresh black blood with his murderous aura as strong as ever. The others on board looked at him in awe. Yang Kai checked on him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Zhang Zhou slowly shook his head. "Senior brother, it's just a small scratch. It's no big deal." Yang Kai nodded and earnestly explained, Battles against the Black Ink clan must not be taken lightly. Perhaps they are not as powerful as you, but they have their unique abilities. Zhang Zhou nodded and said, I understand. Yang Kai smiled and said, in that case, rest. Zhang Zhou silently sat cross-legged. After making sure there were no other Black Ink clansmen around, Yang Kai sailed the large ship towards the universe array. Having experienced this once before, this time, without Yang Kai needing to give any orders, everyone already knew what to do and moved to leave their imprints the universe array before setting off again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5155. A Lesson. There were only 2 transit universe arrays between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, so after passing the second, it would only take a month for the reinforcements to reach their final destination. For Yang Kai, that would mean that he had basically completed the task assigned to him. The rest would be handled by Ding Yao and Liang Yulong, who would be assigning the newcomers to their respective squads and roles. After several small skirmishes, the morale of the newcomers was at an all-time high, and some overly excited ones were even encouraging Yang Kai to look around to see if they could find more Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't agree to their request, thus, many of the excited newcomers soon grew bored. On the deck, Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly whispered, Is there something wrong? Yang Kai turned to look at him. Grandmaster, why would you suddenly ask such a question? Grandmaster Ma Fan frowned and shook his head. I can't say for certain, but it feels as though you're concealing something. Yang Kai smiled. What could I possibly be concealing? Everyone here is still new to the Black Ink battlefield, but they will all one day experience what it's like to suffer a loss here. Through that pain, they'll be able to wise up. Of course, if everything remains so smooth, it won't be good either. They'll start to get too prideful and arrogant. The Black Ink clansmen we've encountered so far were all not strong and they were few in number, so they were easy to deal with. But if we come across a large army, like those during the siege, it will be different. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at him, still suspicious, even though he knew that Yang Kai's words were right. At that moment, Yang Kai gently clapped his hands, attracting the attention of all the newcomers. You're all new here, but now that you've seen Black Ink clansmen, and even killed some of them, I need to warn you. Don't think that they will always be as weak as this. If you dare to think in this manner, you probably won't be far from your graves. The Black Ink clan is an extremely difficult race to deal with. Their numbers are inexhaustible, and they will stop at nothing till they kill us all. What's more, they have all kinds of strange and insidious abilities. For countless years, the human race has fought against them on this Black Ink battlefield and guarded the tranquility of the 3,000 worlds with only one principle: be cautious and careful. I hope that after you arrive at the forward base and join your respective squads, you can also learn from our predecessors. Only by surviving can you kill more Black Ink clansmen. Carelessness will only lead to annihilation. Many newcomers listened openly and nodded lightly, but some did not move and remained silent. After all, they were all in the 6th order and above. None of them could be considered children. They had been cultivating for so many years, so they knew the truth and felt they did not need to be lectured like this. Yang Kai took a look around of the crowd for a moment, smiling lightly before he turned to look at a particular individual and asked, Junior brother Zhang Zhou, do you have anything to add? Zhang Zhou was startled and slowly shook his head. No. Yang Kai seemed to be anticipating something as he smiled warmly. Is there really nothing you'd like to say? Zhang Zhou frowned slightly but didn't say a word. Just when the newcomers were wondering why Yang Kai suddenly called out Zhang Zhou, the latter suddenly pushed his aura. His world force rumbled, and he slammed a palm to the side. When this sudden change happened, no one managed to react, not even Grandmaster Ma Fan, who was standing nearby. Standing beside Zhang Zhou were a few 6th order masters. They were caught completely unprepared while Zhang Zhou was merciless with his strike. With the power of this palm, these 6th order open heaven realm masters would be gravely injured even if they did not die. However, his palm was abruptly stopped. Almost immediately after he made his move, Yang Kai had rushed towards Zhang Zhou. When the two palms collided, world force rampaged. The fallout of an exchange between two masters in the Seventh Order was extremely violent, and the shockwave was so strong it split the boat in half. Only then did the newcomers realize that something was wrong, and they all spread out. When they looked back, Yang Kai was already fighting with Zhang Zhou. Both of them were extremely fast, and neither had any intention of defending at all. They simply continued to attack each other recklessly. Cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were like this. No matter how gentle and elegant they appeared in normal times, once they fought they would change into complete madmen. Even so, the newcomers didn't expect that the genial senior brother, who came to welcome their batch of newcomers, would be even stronger and more ferocious than Zhang Zhou. No one could understand what was happening, except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who frowned thoughtfully. As the battle continued, many people still could not comprehend what had happened. Nonetheless, they grew more curious about Yang Kai's identity. After all cultivators from Azura Cave Heaven were crazy when in battle. Even if they were in the same realm, cultivators from the other cave heavens and paradises were not willing to easily clash with those from Azura Cave Heaven. Mainly because they really went for the kill when they fought. Even Zhang Zhou, who was just a newcomer and who had just advanced to the Seventh Order, was not weaker than most veterans in the Seventh Order who had advanced more than 100 years ago. Even in the face of the most senior Seventh Order masters, Zhang Zhou could still put up a fight. Therefore, many newcomers were surprised when they saw that Yang Kai had suppressed Zhang Zhou within just a few breaths of time. Just next to Grandmaster Ma Fan, a Seventh Order master frowned and asked, "Grandmaster, which cave heaven or paradise does this senior brother come from?" Although they had been together for so many days, and Yang Kai was the person responsible for welcoming and guiding them, he had never once introduced himself. Meanwhile, the newcomers had only been thinking about fighting the Black Ink clan, so no one had asked about his origins. As a result, until now no one knew much about Yang Kai, only that he was in the Seventh Order Masters from some cave heaven or paradise. Grandmaster Ma Fan slowly sighed. He's not from any of the cave heavens or paradises, he is the Lord of the Star Boundary. The person who asked the question was surprised. The Lord of the Star Boundary? Someone suddenly remembered something, raised his brow and said, "The one who left Black Territory to seal up a void corridor?" Black Territory and the Royal Lord. There was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. During that time, there was a lot of noise inside every cave heaven and paradise, and many had participated in the battle to kill the Royal Lord. All those who were sent to fight were in the Seventh Order or above. As for those who did not participate, many had still heard about Yang Kai before, as his name was just that famous. However, there were only a handful of people who had met him in person, so it was only natural that they could not recognize him. "And him?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "So that's why. No wonder senior brother Yang can easily suppress Zhang Zhou." Someone sighed with emotion. Yang Kai's deeds were practically legendary in the 3,000 worlds. When he was still in the Emperor realm, he stirred up the entire 3,000 worlds because he wanted to directly ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. As a result, it attracted the joint suppression of several cave heavens and paradises. When he was just a Sixth Order master, he fought with and killed a master in the Seventh Order from Thousand Cranes Paradise. Even so, the event that really made him famous was the war in Black Territory. After fighting in that great battle, he alone dove into a void corridor, using his mastery over the Tao of space to seal it. He had not returned, and there was no news of him since then. Such a legend had actually been standing amongst them, yet none of them knew. However, if they thought about it carefully, he was indeed one of the few people who could possibly set foot in the Black Ink battlefield without having any cave heaven or paradise behind him. "Grandmaster, why did senior brother Zhang Zhou suddenly try to kill me?" someone asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. "Before you came here, you must have been given some information by your elders, right? They must have at least warned you about the dangers of the Black Ink battlefield. Zhang Zhou is someone from Azura Cave Heaven, so there would obviously be no reason for him to suddenly attack his allies if he was still sane. Since he did so, there must be a reason for it, and you all must have your own guesses. So, why bother to ask this old master?" Someone immediately exclaimed, "Senior Brother Zhang Zhou was corrupted by black ink strength." Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "Besides that, there is no other explanation. Zhang Zhou is now a black ink disciple." "But when did he get corrupted by black ink strength? I've been around him this whole time and didn't notice anything strange." Grandmaster Ma Fan thought carefully. "Didn't Zhang Zhou dive into a black ink cloud to pursue that feudal lord some time ago? It is most likely when that happened. He must have been invaded by black ink strength at that time." Everyone was busy killing the enemy except for Grandmaster Ma Fan, who did not make a move at the time. Thus, he noticed some finer details that others had missed. It was now obvious that when Zhang Zhou returned, Yang Kai had already noticed, and that was the reason he asked Zhang Zhou if something was wrong. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what happened next, let alone explain why Zhang Zhou suddenly attacked and Yang Kai could stop him in time. Yang Kai had clearly been waiting for this to happen. At this thought, Grandmaster Ma Fan snickered and shook his head. Yang Kai was aware of this and was confident he could deal with it. Thus, there was no need to worry about anything else. That brat most likely didn't immediately resolve the issue because he wanted to take this opportunity to teach these newcomers a lesson. It didn't have to be Zhang Zhou who got corrupted, it just happened to be him, so young boy just made use of it. It was just as Yang Kai had said. People grew from experiences, especially painful ones. On the black ink battlefield, being arrogant and prideful would never end well, even more so for someone like Zhang Zhou who advanced directly into the 7th Order and was raised by a Jura cave heaven. He was the best of the best, so it was only natural for him to grow arrogant. Even when Zhang Zhou noticed himself being invaded by black ink strength, his first instinct was to solve the issue himself, so he was unwilling to ask others for help. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own ability and underestimated the horror of black ink strength. Now, after being fully corrupted, he had degenerated into a black ink disciple. "Grandmaster, do we need to help?" someone asked. Since this was the legendary Yang Kai who was able to kill someone in the 7th Order when he was only in 6th Order, now that he was in the 7th Order, he naturally would not face any issues dealing with Zhang Zhou. However, different situations had their own difficulties. With the strength Yang Kai had shown, it was clear he would easily be able to defeat Zhang Zhou, but it might prove difficult to capture him alive. However, if the Grandmaster took action, there would certainly not be any problems. Still, Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head and said, "No need. The outcome has already been decided." Everyone turned their heads back and saw Zhang Zhou's figure becoming more and more sluggish. It was as if he was slowly sinking into a swamp. Every time he moved, space principles would bind him down more intensely. Soon, pitch-black black ink strength poured out from Zhang Zhou's body, and even his eyes turned black, making him look extremely ominous. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate himself from his situation. His movements were getting smaller and smaller, as if he was chained by invisible forces, and after a while, he was completely unable to move despite the surging black ink strength inside and outside of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and dragged Zhang Zhou back to the crowd of newcomers. The newcomers swiftly distanced themselves. They did not want to be contaminated by black ink strength, after all. However, at this moment, they were thoroughly shocked. No one expected that two people who were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would have such a decisive winner, and that one of them would be easily captured alive. To be able to do this meant that Yang Kai had completely eclipsed Zhang Zhou in terms of strength. Martial Peak, Chapter 51-56, Grandmaster Ma Fan's Research. When Yang Kai left Black Territory, he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. He only recently, a little more than 100 years ago, managed to advance to the 7th Order on the black ink battlefield. Thus, technically, he was still a newly promoted 7th Order Master. Thus, he should be on par with Zhang Zhou in terms of them both being new to the 7th Order. Even so, the difference in their strength was so astonishing it left all the newcomers in shock. Zhang Zhou was still struggling, but under the shackles of space principles, he seemed to have been exiled to another time and space. No matter how hard he struggled, it did not help. Yang Kai did not immediately disperse the black ink strength in his body. Rather, he continued his lesson. Black ink disciples are rare nowadays, but even so, you need to be aware of this truth. Everyone here should already know that if a black ink disciple does not stimulate the black ink strength inside of them, their outer appearance will be no different to that of a normal cultivator, making it difficult to identify them. In the past, if a cultivator was invaded by black ink strength, it was impossible to resolve unless they sacrificed a piece of their small universe. That was the only method our ancestors had to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. The moment black ink strength invaded their small universe, they would immediately cut off that part of their small universe. That was the only way to protect themselves. This is why you will see some in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm in Blue Sky Pass. When they came to the black ink battlefield, they were the same as you. They were in the lowest order acceptable here, the Sixth Order, but after continuously sacrificing parts of their small universe, their order regressed. Naturally, sacrificing one's small universe comes with risks and side effects. Their future martial Tao was cut off, and their situation became more dangerous. With their more unstable foundation, it became harder to resist black ink strength. So, they either ended up dead or could no longer resist the corruption of black ink strength and eventually degenerated into black ink disciples. For our ancestors, being reduced to becoming black ink disciples was a fate far worse than death. After all, once they became black ink disciples, they would become slaves of the black ink clan and would be enemies of the human race. So, most would choose to die rather than become black ink disciples. However, life is full of uncertainties, and after each war, there would be an indefinite number of humans who were corroded by black ink strength and reduced to black ink disciples. Fortunately, we humans now have means to fight back against the invasion of black ink strength. While speaking, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill. Blue Sky Pass was fortunate enough to obtain an incomplete ancient pill recipe while exploring a sealed world. Under the leadership of two great Grandmaster alchemists, the pill hall was able to deduce the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill. This pill in my hand is one such pill. Once taken, you will be able to resist black ink strength for a certain period of time. It can also disperse a certain amount of black ink strength inside one's small universe. However, this pill has its own limitations. If you have already become a black ink disciple, taking it will have no effect, so you cannot be too over-reliant on it when fighting against the black ink clan and always need to remain cautious. Someone then asked, Senior Brother Yang, according to you, it is useless for Senior Brother Zhang Zhou to take a purifying black ink pill in this situation, so what should we do? Yang Kai smiled and explained, in this situation, we have to use other means to deal with it. Saying so, his left and right hands suddenly lit up with yellow and blue light. He clasped his palms together, and a pure white light illuminated the void. The white light enveloped Zhang Zhou, and in an instant, a sound which reassembled sizzling oil could be heard. Zhang Zhou struggled in pain, but as the sound died down, the black ink strength in his body was dispersed and purified, allowing him to calm down within a few breaths. That was purifying light. It can be used to dispel and purify black ink strength and is arguably the greatest nemesis of black ink strength. The newcomers whispered to each other for a while. Many obviously held great interest in the purifying light. After all, if they could learn this secret technique, they would no longer need to fear the black ink strength's corruption when they fought on the black ink battlefield. Yang Kai didn't tell them that only he could perform this secret technique. After all, they would stay on the black ink battlefield for a long time and would naturally learn more about it when the time was right. Even he had to learn how it could be used in the black territory. At that time, he had little understanding of purifying light's properties, but eventually he learned and managed to restore most of the black ink disciples to their original states. He then turned his head to look at Zhang Zhou. You should have asked for help as soon as possible. Before the appearance of purifying light and purifying black ink pills, the corruption of black ink strength was an unsolvable problem for the human race. Even those in the Eighth Order were helpless against it and would need to sacrifice part of their small universes just to maintain their sense of self, not to mention someone like you who has just entered the Seventh Order. Zhang Zhou was drenched in a cold sweat as he fearfully said, "This junior brother was careless. What senior brother has taught me will forever be engraved in my mind." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Let's go." The group continued on their way, but because the large ship was destroyed in the conflict between Yang Kai and Zhang Zhou, everyone could only fly the rest of the way to the forward base. Fortunately, this place was not far from their destination. Thus, they only needed to avoid some large black ink cloud on the way. Yang Kai had no intention of making Zhang Zhou understand he was being too arrogant. It was just that as the person tasked to be their escort, he had the obligation and responsibility to teach these newcomers about the dangers of black ink strength. Furthermore, letting them witness these dangers with their own eyes was far more convincing than mere verbal warnings. He believed that after the incident with Zhang Zhou, no one would dare to underestimate the Black Ink clan ever again. Grandmaster Ma Fan flew over to Yang Kai and used his divine sense to send him a message. "Brat, who developed the purifying light secret technique? Is it difficult to learn?" Yang Kai was a little speechless as he didn't expect that Grandmaster Ma Fan would be so interested in purifying light. "If I could teach you, I would, but this secret technique is unable to be used by anyone besides me. So, I have to apologize." Grandmaster Ma Fan then wondered, "If that's the case, why are you able to use it?" Yang Kai replied, "Because of a gift from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer." After some explanation, Grandmaster Ma Fan showed a regretful look. "So that's how it is. This secret technique can only be performed by you alone, and others cannot do it." Exactly. Although the number of people in this group was large, all of them were above the sixth order open heaven realm. Thus, their pace was pretty quick. After another month, the forward base came into view. Along the way, the newcomers' enthusiasm for killing the Black Ink clan was still high, but their initial careless attitude had been thoroughly ground down and they were now much more wary of the enemy. The arrival of the newcomers did not cause any waves. After all, there were not that many people idle in the forward base. Most of those who were stationed here were either resting or out on hunting missions. Yang Kai went straight to Ding Yao, which marked the completion of his task. He then bid farewell to Grandmaster Ma Fan and returned to where Dawn was stationed. The squad members were all recuperating, and Yang Kai did not want to bother them, so he just went back to his residence to cultivate. There was still a little time left before the next mission, so he took advantage of this time to restore his energy. 2 months later, Dawn was ready to go. Yang Kai picked up the repaired dawning light from the refining hall and set sail once again. The plan of fortifying the forward base and clearing the area around it had been going smoothly. Now, all conflicts in the Blue Sky Theater would basically only break out around the forward base. As such, for the human race, it was necessary to eliminate the Black Ink clan wandering around and further reduce whatever territory the Black Ink clan controlled. Meanwhile, for the Black Ink clan, their priority was to recapture occupied territories. Thus, both sides engaged in a continuous campaign around the forward base. However, major conflicts were rare, as it was even rarer for the territory lords and Eighth Order masters to get involved. The territory lords had suffered huge losses in the previous war, and it would be difficult for them to restore their numbers in a short time. Thus, none wanted to venture out too far from the royal city. On top of that, unless circumstances were special, if they wanted to withdraw from a fight, the Eighth Order humans could do nothing about it. As such, the top masters from both sides preferred to spend their time recuperating. After the newcomers joined the forward base, its strength increased greatly. The arrival of hundreds of artifact refiners alone was enough to ensure the continuous combat capability of each squad. Some years later, the small-scale skirmishes between the two sides only became fiercer. It was especially obvious to the squads who were out hunting. The biggest change was that when they were out of the forward base, they would encounter larger groups of Black Ink clansmen. Enemy groups were sometimes so large that they numbered in the tens of thousands. Thus, the initial plan to clear the surrounding region and build up a solid defensive position got more difficult as time passed. Furthermore, they did not know why the Black Ink clan's resistance suddenly became so strong once again. There were more humans' casualties, and even more in the Black Ink clan. Even the territory lords and the Eighth Order masters fought more frequently than before. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was basically the Black Ink clan's final stand. After all, as long as they could survive this period, the overall situation would stabilize. If the human race continued to push forward, and more territory was taken from them though, the royal city would be in peril. Not to mention, the flanks between the forward base and Blue Sky Pass would eventually also fall under the control of the human race. If this came to pass, Blue Sky Pass would completely change the landscape of the battlefield and hold a significant advantage. Inside the forward base, in a sealed space, deep underground, a pillar was rooted to the ground. The floor was covered with spirit arrays, and there was a Black Ink clansman bound by the arrays to the pillar. No matter how the Black Ink clansman struggled, he could not break free from his shackles. Judging from the power emanating from this Black Ink clansman, he was obviously a feudal lord. In fact, even among the feudal lords, this one was quite strong. It was unfortunate that even he did not know who had captured him and imprisoned him here. Right in front of that feudal lord, two figures stood side by side. One was Yang Kai, and the other was Grandmaster Ma Fan. After showcasing the power of purifying light in front of Grandmaster Ma Fan, the old man became extremely interested in it. Although Yang Kai repeatedly reiterated that only he could cast it, he still continued to pester Yang Kai with questions, obviously wanting to study it more. However, his research was built on the foundation of torturing Black Ink clansmen. For decades, in his spare time, Ma Fan had been researching and refining an artifact that could exert the power of the purifying light. He was, after all, an artifact refining great grandmaster, someone capable of even refining mobile palace artifacts and warships. Furthermore, Yang Kai was not staying somewhere far away, thus, he would go up to him and get him to help in his research whenever possible. Naturally, Ma Fan was swamped with work most of the time. After all, he was an artifact refiner and needed to repair the damaged warships and fortify the forward base, so his research was somewhat intermittent. Nonetheless, a decade ago, he had a breakthrough in his research. He had developed a spear artifact, which was no more than 3 meters long. He named it the Evil Purging Divine Spear, an extremely rustic name. In fact, Yang Kai had expressed his disdain for the name more than once, but the old man ignored him and continued to name it as he pleased. Martial Peak, Chapter 5157, Evil Purging Diving Spear. Yang Kai also did not know who had captured the feudal lord, who was bound here. Nonetheless, it was easy to tell that the one who captured this feudal lord must have been an Eighth Order master. Moreover, since the old man's research involved purifying light, which would be of great benefit to the human race if it was successful, he was definitely being supported by Zhong Liang and the other army commanders. Yang Kai was also looking forward to it. After all, if Grandmaster Ma Fan's research was successful, the human race would gain a powerful weapon against the Black Ink clan. It might even be able to disrupt the current stalemate. The war on the Black Ink battlefield had raged on for countless years, with neither side having a decisive advantage. The human race relied on their great passes and warships to resist the attacks of the Black Ink clan, making it difficult for them to break through and invade the 3,000 worlds. Meanwhile, although the Black Ink clan always suffered heavy losses after each major war, the humans could not completely weed them out, since as long as they had enough Black Ink nests and resources, they could quickly restore their numbers and find a chance to make a comeback. This was how the Black Ink battlefield had maintained its balance for countless years. Yang Kai's arrival broke this pattern to a certain extent. He brought purifying light, universe arrays, and purifying Black Ink pills. These had allowed Blue Sky Pass enough leeway to launch a crusade and achieve something that countless ancestors could only dream of. Even so, currently, the crusade was at an impasse. They had reached another deadlock. Under the increasingly tough resistance of the Black Ink clan, they could no longer move forward. The arrival of Grandmaster Ma Fan might be able to break the pattern again. Of course, his research was still only in its early stages. Technically, there were a lot of artifact refining great grandmasters in the human race. In fact, every great pass had at least 2 to 3 of them. Furthermore, in terms of artifact refining skills, Grandmaster Ma Fan was only on par with them, with no one being better than the other. The key difference was in their way of thinking and overall perspective. He was given a problem and had a different way of seeing it from the other artifact refining great grandmasters, especially since he had just arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. In the old man's own words, the artifact refining great grandmasters stuck in the Black Ink battlefield have lived far too long following the same pattern, so all they thought about was defense. Thus, they were extremely focused on methods to make the mobile palace artifacts and warships more durable and how to reduce the losses of human soldiers. He was different though. Although he was definitely old, he could be said to be a rookie here. Thus, he had the vigor and determination of a newcomer. From his perspective, the best defense was a good offense. After all, no matter how strong or tough the walls were, there was no point if they could not eradicate the Black Ink clan. It was precisely this unique perspective that gave birth to the idea of developing the evil purging divine spear. Of course, it also had something to do with Yang Kai showing him purifying light while guiding and teaching the newcomers upon their initial arrival. At that time, Yang Kai had said something which he may not have realized had become deeply ingrained in Grandmaster Ma Fan's heart. Purifying light is the greatest nemesis of Black Ink strength. If it was the nemesis of Black Ink strength, why not find ways to further utilize it? Since purifying light could only be cast by Yang Kai, Ma Fan wanted to further strengthen it by using an artifact. This would allow it to be used offensively. With this in mind, the evil purging divine spear came into being. This was also strongly supported by Zhong Liang and the others. In fact, the feudal lord imprisoned here was captured by Zhong Liang himself. Furthermore, this was not the first feudal lord that had been captured. Before this, there were plenty of other feudal lords, but they had eventually been killed as the old man continued his research. The same old thing. This version of the evil purging divine spear has been improved by this old master after much careful consideration. Seal some purifying light inside. Grandmaster Ma Fan said, handing the long artifact in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and nodded. I hope it won't be like last time. It exploded before I could even use it. The evil purging divine spear was meant to be used against the Black Ink clan, so it needed him to seal purifying light in it just like how he originally sealed purifying light in the purifying Black Ink battleships. However, the purifying Black Ink battleships were huge, and they had many spirit arrays, which were all properly arranged for different purposes. Thus, it was not that difficult to seal purifying light inside of them. The evil purging divine spear was very different. This artifact was only 3 meters long, but it not only had to seal purifying light inside, it also had to increase its lethality. This required great artifact refining skills and was something only an artifact refining great grandmaster like Ma Fan could do. The difficulty of accomplishing this was further proven when he, even after so long, had not succeeded. Every time during the experiment, there would always be some kind of problem, which would lead to the result being unsatisfactory. Last time was the most ridiculous. Yang Kai had just sealed purifying light inside the spear, when it exploded. At that time, all kinds of burnt materials splattered across Yang Kai's face, making it black like coal, while all his hair had been sticking up after being blown away. Even the old man could not stop himself from laughing at the comical scene. This time, Yang Kai brought up that incident again, and Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately glared at him. It'll be fine. Why would it not? Brat, you're so long-winded. You already know that if this succeeds, we will be famous. Our names will go down in history and will last forever. At that time, we can basically take half the credit for eradicating the Black Ink clan. They had been getting along with each other for many years and knew each of their backgrounds and personalities. So, they hardly had any scruples when speaking with each other. Yang Kai naturally knew the importance of the evil purging divine spear, so he stopped talking about it and began casting purifying light while holding the evil purging divine spear. Under normal circumstances, once purifying light had been cast, unless Yang Kai deliberately suppressed it, it would slowly dissipate. After all, strictly speaking, Purifying light was just a form of energy that appeared as white light. Under Yang Kai's control, though, the dazzling white light slowly poured into the evil purging divine spear. The spear contained a small storage space, which Grandmaster Ma Fan improved upon after carefully studying the various spirit arrays in the purifying black ink battleship. The feudal lord, who was bound not too far away, suddenly became restless. His eyes were round as he stared at the deadly white light, madly struggling to escape. It was evident that his eyes were filled with horror. Purifying light was the nemesis of black ink strength, so although this feudal lord didn't know what the white light was, he instinctively felt threatened by it. Both Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan were not surprised by this situation, as every feudal lord who had been captured before reacted the same way when they saw purifying light. But their minds were completely focused on the evil purging divine spear at the moment. Under the close attention of two pairs of eyes, the purifying light slowly disappeared without a trace, completely pouring into the evil purging divine spear. When the light disappeared entirely, Grandmaster Ma Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Success! It did not explode this time. The improvements I've taken so long to make have finally paid off. Now, it's time to test the efficacy of the evil purging divine spear. It was not easy to refine this spear, and even though it is only 3 meters long, it consumed a lot of precious materials. It also took Grandmaster Ma Fan a lot of effort to produce. All kinds of problems encountered during its development were solved by him alone, as he had never asked for help from others. He couldn't get help either. After all, the other artifact refiners had their own tasks and no one had the time or energy to help him. Grandmaster Ma Fan looked up at Yang Kai. "Will you be the one that does it, or me?" Yang Kai checked the evil purging divine spear and said, "I'll do it." Grandmaster Ma Fan gave a nod and his hand's seals changed. The spirit array in the secret room flickered, and the binding power suddenly disappeared. The feudal lord, who had been bound to the pillar, had been struggling the whole time. Naturally, it was futile with the restraint of the spirit arrays, but immediately after Grandmaster Ma Fan released the restraints, the feudal lord took action. There was no way out of this secret room, so the feudal lord only had one choice, which was to pounce on Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan. The black ink strength madly surged and turned into a mass of black mist that enveloped him. He then moved as swiftly as the wind. With a faint boom, the feudal lord let out a pained scream as a figure rushed at him and struck him with a powerful force. The feudal lord noticed there was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and when he looked down to check, his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not know when, but there was now a spear lodged into his abdomen, the same one the two humans were mulling over before. For feudal lords, such an injury was not considered light, but it was not considered fatal either. Thus, as long as they had enough time, they could restore themselves. But the terror in the feudal lord's eyes at this moment was thick and overflowing. He sensed that from the spear, a mysterious energy was suddenly spreading out. It poured into his body and quickly dissolved the foundation of his power. The feudal lord was horrified. He thought back to what he had seen before and knew that it must have been that dazzling white light which had made him feel uneasy. Reaching out his hand, he ruthlessly pulled the spear out of his body, causing black blood to freely splatter around. He wanted to urge his black ink strength to stop the flow of blood spilling and seal his wound. However, he could not stimulate it to heal his wound at all. The mysterious energy lingered in the wound, like maggots on rotting bones, dispersing any black ink strength he tried to condense there. Worse, it was also eating away at his strength. Looking down, he could even see a dazzling white light blooming from inside the wound. "Kill me and you can go free!" Yang Kai shouted and rushed forward to punch the feudal lord. The feudal lord gritted his teeth and fought back, exchanging blows with Yang Kai. He didn't know if what this human said was true, but regardless, he could not sit still and wait to die. After all, he was a proud black ink clansman who had become a feudal lord. He was resilient and would not give up hope so easily. However, his own situation was worse than he had thought. Under the erosion of the mysterious energy, his strength had plummeted, and no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to exert much of his strength. After half an hour, the feudal lord fell to the ground panting. His face was strangely pale, and the huge gap in strength between him and his enemy made him no longer want to resist. Even so, he was unwilling to die here in total ignorance. Thus, he looked at Yang Kai and indignantly asked, "What kind of power is that?" Yang Kai looked down at him, his expression unfazed. "Us humans have been fighting against your Black Ink clan for countless years, and the situation has not changed much in all that time. Neither side holds a clear advantage, so it is obvious that you are not stronger than us. Instead, all you rely on is your Black Ink strength. Tell me, without it, what are you? Simple, you are nothing." Martial Peak, Chapter 5158. It's not polite to steal other people's kills. Black Ink strength possessed an overwhelming corruptive property, especially to the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once Black Ink strength invaded one's small universe, there was basically no solution. Before Yang Kai arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, the human race had fought against the Black Ink clan under these harsh conditions. This was why the human race heavily relied on a large number of warships to provide favorable platforms for cultivators below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm to fight. The 7th Order Masters, on the other hand, often had to fight the Black Ink clan in close combat. Not only did they have to resist the attacks of those from the Black Ink clan, but they also had to constantly resist the corruption of Black Ink strength. This made it difficult for them to display their full strength. Just now, the strength of this feudal lord had been suppressed by the purifying light that was invading his body. The Black Ink clan finally had a taste of the same suffering that the human race had experienced over the course of countless millennia. The Black Ink clan had been relying on the Black Ink strength, but now, the human race could rely on purifying light. Instead of killing the feudal lord, Yang Kai simply imprisoned him once more. His injuries weren't serious, so he would be back on his feet with some rest after the remaining purifying light had dissipated, allowing Grandmaster Ma Fan to continue experimenting on him. The suppression effect is about 30%, Yang Kai stated his conclusion outside the secret room. The so-called 30% was how much the evil purging divine spear's purifying light could suppress the feudal lord's Black Ink strength. It was quite a terrifying number. If an ordinary master were to suddenly lose 30% of their strength in a battle against an evenly matched opponent, they would almost certainly be doomed. Not to mention that in the same realm, a 7th Order human was generally stronger than a feudal lord to begin with. It could be foreseen that if the evil purging divine spear was introduced into the battlefield, the 7th Order masters would be able to slaughter feudal lords as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Nonetheless, the old man was still dissatisfied with these results and slowly shook his head. There's still room for improvement. After this thing hits the enemy, the release of the purifying light is a bit slow. If a feudal lord reacts quickly and pulls it out before the purifying light fully erupts, it may not be very effective. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's your field of expertise. I'm just assisting you. What advice can possibly I give? Grandmaster Ma Fan knew he would say this and was just asking for the sake of asking. All right, this old master will come up with something. Saying so, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out from behind, Grandmaster, 2 hands are better than 1. Why don't you have a chat with Grandmaster Donghua and the others? The old man didn't say anything, so it was hard to tell whether he was listening or not. In any case, after this experiment, Yang Kai knew that the evil purging divine spear had basically been successfully completed. It was just that it was far from meeting the criteria for general use on the battlefield. In the Great War between the two races, the people responsible for changing the course of the war were always the small number of top masters, such as those in the 8th Order Masters or Territory Lords, the Old Ancestors and Royal Lords. Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil purging divine spear not just to deal with feudal lords, but also to deal with the territory lords. The royal lords were just too strong, so even if the purifying light did work on them, no one could guarantee its effect. There were also far too many feudal lords, so it would not be practical to use the evil purging divine spears on them. Firstly, most artifact refiners could not refine them, and secondly, Yang Kai did not have the time, energy, or resources to seal purifying light into so many evil purging divine spears. As such, the optimal targets were the territory lords. The best steel should be used to make the sharpest blade. Currently, the evil purging divine spear was able to suppress 30% of a feudal lord's strength, but that didn't mean it could do the same against a territory lord. However, even if it was only 10% effective, it would be enough to drastically tilt the outcome of a battle. It was difficult to replicate Blue Sky Pass's 100-year plan. Several decades ago, the Black Ink clan had suffered a huge loss outside Blue Sky Pass, with over 30 territory lords being killed and a huge chunk of their territory being occupied. Be that as it may, this plan could not be implemented twice. Furthermore, most of the universe cave heavens outside Blue Sky Pass were either damaged or completely destroyed in the battle between the territory lords and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, meaning they could no longer be used. The human race urgently needed a new tactic or weapon that could provide them with an edge over the Black Ink clan, one that was useful not just to Blue Sky Pass, but to all Great Passes. That was the future that the evil purging divine spear was designed to bring. If the purifying light brought by Yang Kai gave the human race the possibility of going on the offense, then the birth of the evil purging divine spear would turn this possibility into reality. Of course, the prerequisite was that Grandmaster Ma Fan could further improve the spear. After separating from the old man, Yang Kai returned to Dawn Station. The last time they had returned from a hunting mission was only 2 months ago, so there was still a lot of time before they deployed again. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't afford to waste any time. He had never slacked off in his cultivation, but the time required to rise from the beginning of the 7th Order to the 8th Order was measured in millennia, so there was no time to waste. Time quickly passed by and several months went by in a flash. Dawn's hunting rotation had arrived, so its members exited their retreat and quickly convened. Yang Kai then personally went to the army headquarters to report in. This was a necessary process before executing any mission. The forward base could only coordinate everyone's efforts if they were in control of the movements of every squad, so one could not simply leave at will. Entering Zhong Liang's office in the army headquarters, Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Sir, Dawn requests permission to deploy for a hunting mission." Zhong Liang, who was neck-deep in paperwork behind the desk, tossed a jade slip straight to Yang Kai without even raising his head. Catching the jade slip and reading it, Yang Kai was pretty taken aback and asked, "Sir, isn't this place a bit too far?" Recorded in the jade slip was the area that Dawn would be responsible for this time. Every time a squad came to accept a mission, the army headquarters would assign a region of the void to the squad leader. After all, every action executed outside the base needed to have a certain order. Otherwise, if a bunch of squads were acting in one area, no one would be responsible for the other areas. The region Zhong Liang had assigned to the Dawn this time was quite deep into enemy territory, a place Dawn had never been before and one that was quite close to the Black Ink clan's territory. Such a position meant more military merits, but it also carried corresponding risks. Zhong Liang looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Yang Kai immediately became stubborn. "Afraid? My Dawn has earned the greatest amount of military merits in the past few decades. We didn't back down even when we were up against tens of thousands of Black Ink clansmen, and even returned in triumph. When have we ever been afraid?" Zhong Liang snorted, "Since you're not afraid, why are you being so long-winded?" Yang Kai stated, smiling, "This junior just wants to know if there is any deeper meaning behind the army headquarters deployment. After all, no one has ever been sent to this place before." Zhong Liang snickered. "What kind of deeper meaning could there be? What nonsense have you been thinking all day? Just because no one has been to this place before doesn't mean no one will ever go there. In fact, several squads are carrying out missions there right now. If your Dawn is late, I'm afraid you won't even get a sip of soup." "Which squads are so reckless?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. Zhong Liang impatiently rebuked, "What does that have to do with you? Are you going or not? If not, I'll send another squad." "All right, we'll go." Quickly putting away the jade slip, Yang Kai bowed to Zhong Liang and left. This brat is as sharp as ever. Did he notice something? Other squad leaders didn't even ask any questions. Someone suddenly walked out from the shadows and muttered. It was none other than the Southern Army commander, Liang Yulong. Zhong Liang didn't even bat an eye. What can he notice? It's nothing more than curiosity. Liang Yulong asked, "Are you really not going to explain the deployment to them?" Zhong Liang replied, shaking his head, "No need. To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your allies. There is no need to tell them the truth, it'll be fine." Liang Yulong couldn't help but worry. That might be the case, the ones deployed there are all elite squads, but if something does happen to them, wouldn't your overall force suffer as a result? Zhong Liang leaned back in his chair and indifferently stated, "What's the point of mourning for them? Life and death are perfectly normal in this damned place. If you can't accept it, this place is not suitable for you. Moreover, it's precisely because they're all elites that we deployed them. Otherwise, how could they possibly succeed?" Liang Yulong lightly sighed. Zhong Liang stood up and continued, "The bait has been cast, it all depends on whether the Black Ink clan takes it or not. I'm afraid a big battle will break out very soon, and only by winning it will the forward base become completely stable. This is a matter of great importance, so we should make all the preparations we can." In the void, dawning light sailed forward towards the hunting region. After half a year of rest, the squad members were all in high spirits and quite enthusiastic for their next mission. Dawning light was extremely fast, but as the region they were deployed to was quite far, it still took them 10 days to arrive after leaving the forward base. There was no fixed requirement for the mission this time, so the squads assigned here would just search around and kill any Black Ink clansmen they ran into. As a result, most of the time, there was nothing much to do. After several dozen years of hunting, the Black Ink clan had suffered a great loss of manpower and no longer dared to easily show their faces. Although they were recently showing signs of rising from the ashes, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was going to be the last counterattack the Black Ink clan made. The area where Dawn was deployed for the mission was a place they had never been to before, so there were many enemies here. In fact, they had run into several groups of Black Ink clansmen in the span of a few days, though their numbers weren't high. These scattered enemies were completely powerless before Dawn. Today, while Dawn was searching for more prey, Yang Kai, who was standing on the deck, suddenly turned his head, looking in a certain direction. He carefully sensed for a moment before making a gesture towards that direction. The squad member responsible for steering immediately adjusted Dawning Light's course. The squad members also gathered around, performing their respective duties. Feng Ying stood beside Yang Kai and gazed ahead. "Squad leader, is something wrong?" Both might be 7th Order masters and Feng Ying may be just on the verge of breaking through to the 8th Order, but when it came to the divine senses, she was still lacking compared to Yang Kai. So, while Yang Kai might have discovered something, she might not have been able to detect it. Yang Kai replied with a slight nod, "Some people should be fighting there." Feng Ying understood, "Other squads." "It should be." Feng Ying's expression became somewhat unusual. "Squad leader, it's not polite to steal other people's kills." Yang Kai broke into laughter as he gave an excuse. "We're just going there to watch, we won't be snatching anything. But, if there's an opponent they can't handle, as fellow soldiers of Blue Sky Pass, we should help them, shouldn't we?" Feng Ying couldn't help but sigh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 51-59, Gadflies and Old Turtles. Not long after, they spotted swirling Black Ink clouds ahead. A large number of Black Ink clansmen happened to be fleeing towards them from these Black Ink clouds in panic, like stray dogs. They looked as if they were being chased by a tide of ferocious beasts. More importantly, several among them were feudal lords as well. Standing on the deck, Shin Ao broke into joyous laughter when he focused his gaze ahead. "Great, there are hundreds of them." There were several hundred Black Ink clansmen, including a few feudal lords. It was a force to reckon with, and an ordinary squad might not be able to take them down, making fleeing their only option. But at this moment, this fearsome enemy force was being chased and forced to flee. It was obvious that the group pursuing them was quite strong. Yang Kai did not need to use his brain to tell that it was one of the Special Operations Squads. There was more than one Special Operations Squad like Dawn in Blue Sky Pass. In fact, there were a few of them. Of course, based on the time they were established, all these squads were veterans. There weren't many such squads like this, but each one was capable of carrying out important tasks that other squads couldn't. Before the appearance of the Dawn, these Special Operations Squads were always competing with each other, but in just a few short decades, Dawn's presence became like a mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. It was not surprising either, as Dawn had obtained far more military merits than any of their squads in the 2 wars fought in the past 100 years. All of them felt suffocated because of this. During the hunting missions assigned at the forward base, every squad went all out in order to win this round, so that a newcomer, Dawn, would know that the honor of their seniors could not be shaken. Are we going to steal or not? Although Ning Qiji was asking Yang Kai, the expression on his face obviously said that he was itching to have a go. Yang Kai was well aware of the secret rivalry between the Special Operations Squads and Dawn, but he never cared about it. Strictly speaking, Dawn and the other squads' military merits gained from killing enemies on the battlefield were almost the same. Be that as it may, Dawn had acquired enormous military merits from other sources, such as the Void Yin-Yang mirrors Yang Kai had introduced, and Zhu Feng Territory Lord, whom he and Bai Yi killed together. There were also those kills obtained when Yang Kai took Dawn into the various universe cave heavens and paradises during the 100-year plan not long ago. These military merits still belonged to Dawn, so it appeared that their military merits far surpassed the other Special Operations Squads after each great battle, allowing them to firmly occupy first place in the merit hall. The military merits gained during the current hunting mission weren't much, basically on par with other squads, so the rankings in the merit hall were constantly fluctuating for the recent period. The higher-ups were also aware of this rivalry, but they had no intention of stopping them. This kind of contest was not a big deal. In fact, it motivated the soldiers to kill even more enemies. Stealing others' prey was a common occurrence in hunting missions, but it was basically always Dawn doing the stealing. The Black Ink clansmen targeted by Dawn were simply unable to escape from Yang Kai's space principles, giving them a distinct edge. That was why Ning Qiji asked this question. Yang Kai immediately replied, "What's stealing? My Dawn's reputation has been ruined by you. Do you know what those other squads called us? They call us gadflies, insects that specialize in sucking blood, even the blood of our fellow comrades. How disgraceful." Shun Ao silently circulated his strength, reminding, "Squad leader, although Dawning Light has a concealment array around it, it has a distance limit. Any closer and this group of Black Ink clansmen will likely discover us. Furthermore, you should have already noticed that these Black Ink clansmen are fleeing in a panic. The squad behind them wouldn't be able to catch them even if they wanted to. What's more, it's highly likely that it's the old turtles. If we ignore them, these Black Ink clansmen may very well escape." Hearing this, Yang Kai agreed with a nod. "You make a good point. Since that's the case, we can only take action." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed forward and shouted, "Kill them!" The squad members were already prepared, so as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, the warship began to hum as a series of spirit arrays were activated one after another, energizing the ship's artifacts. The next moment, beams of light shot straight towards the fleeing Black Ink clansmen, one after another. Many of the Black Ink clansmen turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that there would be another human warship blocking their way, and, in a flash, they suffered heavy casualties. The salvo of attacks instantly destroyed the Black Ink clan formation. After launching the initial attacks, Dawning Light charged straight into the center of the enemy forces like a bolt of lightning before the Seventh Order Masters leapt out of the ship and unleashed their divine abilities. The Black Ink clansmen numbered in hundreds, but in front of the Dawn, they were still not enough. Forget Dawn, Yang Kai alone could take care of this many enemies without an issue. In just a few dozen breaths, all of the Black Ink clansmen had breathed their last breath, with not a single one escaping. It was only at this moment that a warship finally flew over from the direction the Black Ink clan had fled. This warship style was quite different from Dawning Light's. Dawning Light had undergone several major modifications, although most of them were at the expense of Yang Kai's military merits as they were still being managed by Feng Ying. As a woman, she had her own sense of aesthetics, so Dawning Light's overall appearance was quite sleek and refined while having various performance upgrades. The warship that had just arrived was quite different. At first glance, it looked rough and crude. Rather than a warship, it looked more like a mobile fortress. There were over a dozen miscellaneous artifacts on the deck, all of which were offensive artifacts. On top of that, there was a thick and solid shielding that looked like a turtle shell on the top of the warship. Just as Feng Ying had her own sense of style, the other special operations squads modified their warships according to their unique tastes. Unlike Dawning Light's performance upgrades, this warship focused more on overwhelming offense and defense. The dozen or so artifacts installed on the deck were quite terrifying, and the protective barrier over it provided quite a strong defense. A warship like this was much stronger than the Dawning Light in both offense and defense, but due to focusing on these aspects, its speed suffered greatly. Of all the special operations squads, this one's warship was by far the slowest, earning them the moniker Old Turtles. Just like how Dawn had gained the moniker Gadflies, there was also the Breeze Squad, whose warship's features were the complete opposite of the Old Turtles. They had greatly enhanced their speed while sacrificing their offense and defense capabilities. The other squads often ridiculed them for killing their enemies just like a breeze blowing on one's face. Basically, the Black Ink Clan simply treated them as nothing more than tickles. Apart from them, there were also the Wild Boar Squad, who would charge straight like wild boars, without any sense of strategy. They would plunge straight in wherever there were more people, often throwing their own allies into disorder while pushing their enemies to their wits' ends. Finally, there was the Water Snake Squad, which was basically a balanced force, but since everyone else had aliases, they could be no exception. Since their warship had the character Dragon engraved on it, they were called the Water Snakes by the other squads. Ashish, dragons evolve from snakes in legends, thus Water Snake Squad. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, there were only 5 special operations squads, and they constantly fought each other over military merits, openly and secretly. Their sight had even gained quite a bit of notoriety. The Old Turtles arrived late, with Chai Fong, their squad leader, standing on the deck. His heart ached when he saw the Black Ink Clan corpses littered across the void and snapped, "It really is you Gadflies. Look at what you've done." Yang Kai chuckled, "Senior brother Chai, you sure came quickly." This group of Black Ink Klansmen were running away, and this junior brother was afraid that you wouldn't be able to catch up, so I had to intervene and take care of them on your behalf. No need to thank me. Chai Fong gnashed his teeth and glared at him. "Thank you my ass. Why did you come here? Weren't you still resting?" Since the Black Ink Klansmen were already dead, there was nothing they could say that could change the situation. What he couldn't figure out was why the Gadflies had been sent here. "We've finished resting." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked the side of the ship, his body leaning slightly. "As for why we're here, it's naturally at the orders of the army commander." "Is senior brother Chai afraid that my Dawn will wipe out all the Black Ink Klansmen here, and you won't get any kills? How about we work together then? Dawn will eat the meat, and you can drink the soup." Chai Fong immediately spat in disdain. "Forget it, I'm afraid we won't even be able to get a single sip if I work with you Gadflies." He cupped his fist and bid goodbye. "Farewell. I hope we never meet again." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Yang Kai. "Where are you going?" A mischievous smile bloomed on Yang Kai's lips. "We have no fixed direction, we are just roaming around here and there." Chai Fong's jaw clenched as he pointed in a certain direction. "We're going this way, fuck off as far as you can from us." A short while later, the Old Turtle's warship flew in the direction Chai Fong had pointed and soon disappeared. "I heard that one of their members just advanced to the 7th Order a few years back. I guess the rumors are true. They have 8 7th Order masters now," Feng Ying suddenly stated. Dawn's roster was quite distinguished compared to ordinary squads, with a total of 37 members, 6 of whom were 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In fact, there were only 5 of them at first, but later, when Yang Kai brought Bai Yi back, Zhong Liang assigned her to Dawn, increasing the count to 6. Since even a new Special Operations Squad like Dawn had such a distinguished roster, the other elite squads would naturally be better. After all, they were established many centuries back. The number of members the other 4 Special Operations Squads had was basically 50. Furthermore, the members of these squads would often advance, which was why they had so many 7th Order Masters. 8 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wasn't even the largest number among the Special Operations Squads. The Water Snakes had 10. At first, there were more than 10, but even for a Special Operations Squad, having 10 7th Order Masters was already a bit too much. So, whenever another member of their advanced to the 7th Order, he or she would be assigned to another squad. In terms of the number of 7th Order Masters, Dawn had the least among the 5 Special Operations Squads. Even so, their military merits from hunting missions were not inferior to others. With a combat power like Yang Kai's added to the mix, which couldn't be calculated according to normal standards, their kills were naturally no less than other squads. Not to mention Yang Kai, Feng Ying and Bai Yi were both among the top elites of the 7th Order Masters. In fact, among all the 7th Order Masters in Blue Sky Pass, aside from Yang Kai, Feng Ying could be said to be the strongest. As for Bai Yi, her proficiency in the Tao of archery made her unmatched in long-range combat. Yang Kai smiled and stated, "We should focus on ourselves. Our Dawn does not need to compete with others in terms of the number of 7th Order Masters. On that note, Senior Sister Feng, you should advance when you are ready. You don't need to worry about anything. In this damned place, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is much more valuable than a 7th Order one." Feng Ying had reached the absolute peak of the 7th Order a long time ago, so her next step would be to break through to the 8th Order. However, no one could help her in this matter. She could only rely on herself. Hearing this, she replied with a nod, "I don't have any worries. Although there is competition between the various squads, that's a good thing. As for me, I still need some time to prepare." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5160, Someone is breaking through? In the matters of cultivation, one's own state of mind was the most important. Since Feng Ying was so meticulous, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't add anything. Following this small event, Dawn continued with its hunting mission in their designated area. According to the past rules, such missions would be carried out for half a year. 2 months later, dawning light was flying across the void. Yang Kai was standing on the deck, using his divine sense to search for the enemy, when Feng Ying suddenly approached him and reported, "Squad leader, there's something wrong." "You also felt so?" Yang Kai looked at her. Feng Ying added, "Obviously, this region has never been explored before and the Black Ink clan is quite active here. If it was our Dawn as the vanguard, it would be reasonable as we have a higher degree of strength and thus a better chance of surviving, but apart from Dawn, the old turtles, breeze, and wild boars are all here. Of the 5 special operations squads, only the water snakes aren't accounted for. Although we haven't run into them, it's very likely that they're also here. Why would the army commander deploy all the special operations squads here?" Over the past 2 months, Dawn had been hunting here and there, so they naturally had a few run-ins with the other squads that were carrying out missions in this region. As Feng Ying had stated, of the 5 special operations squads of Blue Sky Pass, except for the water snakes, they had met all the others. This was obviously strange. It wasn't just Dawn who had noticed this, but the other squads also had similar doubts. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. He pondered on it for a moment before replying, "Since the army commander made such arrangements, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Perhaps he could not say why, but it's also possible that we're overthinking things. It's entirely possible that because we've never explored this place before, we need special operations squads to act as scouts. Ordinary squads may not be able to protect themselves here." Even so, it's still quite strange. Feng Ying slowly shook her head. Yang Kai dismissed her worries with a smile. "In any case, the most important thing we have to do is keep carrying out our mission. As for the rest, we'll cross that bridge when we reach it." While they were speaking, a faint aura fluctuation suddenly appeared from the depths of the void. These fluctuations were extremely strange in that they were quite noticeable even though they were so faint. Yang Kai and Feng Ying immediately looked in the direction of their source. But these fluctuations disappeared as quickly as they had appeared, vanishing without a trace before the two of them could perceive anything. Yang Kai and Feng Ying looked at each other and could clearly see the surprise in each other's eyes. But even after waiting for a long time, nothing eventful happened. Just as the two settled down, the strange aura fluctuations appeared once more, this time even more obvious than before. Yang Kai's expression changed. Someone is breaking through? Feng Ying solemnly nodded her agreement. It seems so. Yang Kai immediately started cursing. Who is so eager to die? They actually dared to break through here? Don't they know it's better to return to the forward base and break through there? He might have said so, but he was also aware that if a cultivator really reached the point of breaking through, they might not have the time to find a suitable place to do so. For years, there had been many who had broken through directly on the battlefield. This was not intentional, but rather that it was easier to break through one's shackles and reach an epiphany when wandering the boundaries between life and death in battle with the Black Ink clan. Although one could use the universe transference law to instantly return to the forward base, if they did so, it was highly likely that they would disrupt or even interrupt their moment of enlightenment, which would be detrimental to their breakthrough. However, advancing in this region was simply too reckless. This place was too deep behind enemy lines and the Black Ink clan was frequently active in this region. If they were disturbed while they were advancing, the consequences would be deadly. At the very least, if it was Yang Kai, he would definitely not have chosen to advance here and would have returned to the forward base. Be that as it may, there were always exceptions to everything. Although he was annoyed, Yang Kai had no choice but to turn Dawning Light around and rush towards the source of the aura. If they could sense the aura, so could the Black Ink clan, who were quite active in this region. In other words, this aura was as bright as the lighthouse in the dark night. The Black Ink clan would definitely not miss this great opportunity which dropped onto their doorstep. Along the way, the aura fluctuations became more frequent and more obvious. Obviously, it had reached a point where it could no longer be suppressed. Dawn squad members could also sense the situation more clearly. On the deck, Yang Kai's face sank. Shen Ao was bewildered as he voiced his thoughts. Judging by the intensity, it doesn't seem like someone is breaking through to the Seventh Order, but rather. He didn't dare to say the rest, mainly because it was too outrageous. Everyone knew that advancing to the Seventh Order would not produce such strong energy fluctuations, which meant this disturbance had to be caused by someone advancing from the Seventh Order to the Eighth Order. Who is it? Yang Kai looked at Feng Ying. In Dawn, Feng Ying had the highest cultivation and most experience. Furthermore, Yang Kai had only been in Blue Sky Pass for a little over 100 years while the rest of the Seventh Order Masters were rescued from the Black Ink clan's territory by Yang Kai. Only Feng Ying had constantly lived in Blue Sky Pass and thus had a deep understanding of its residents. Although there were many Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and there were many who were qualified to advance to the Eighth Order, there were only a few who were truly hovering at the threshold, so Feng Ying should be acquainted with them. After all, she too was counted among their ranks. She should be interacting with these others often. This seems to be Martial Uncle Xiang Shan's aura. Feng Ying slightly furrowed her brow. Xiang Shan. Yang Kai seemed to have heard his name, the one who fell from the Eighth Order to the Seventh Order because he sacrificed a large part of his small universe. Feng Ying nodded. That's him. How could it be him? Yang Kai was confused. Yang Kai had heard of him from Feng Ying's mouth during a casual conversation, but that was it. Before Yang Kai's arrival at Blue Sky Pass, the corruption of Black Ink strength was extremely harmful to the human race, and this kind of harm was not limited to Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be affected, though this happening was quite rare. Be that as it may, accidents were bound to happen during the lengthy war against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could be corrupted by black ink strength. Xiang Shan was one of the few unfortunate ones. He was originally an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but when he was fighting against a Territory Lord, he was ambushed by another nearby Territory Lord and suffered heavy injuries. Although he had relied on his great strength to survive and escape, his small universe had been invaded by black ink strength already. In that intense battle, he had to cut off parts of his small universe 5 times, causing his order to drop from the 8th Order to the 7th Order. In fact, cutting off a part of one's small universe didn't necessarily mean that one's order would fall. Yang Kai had cut off a portion of his small universe because of the world spring, and doing so had caused his strength to fall, but his order did not regress. Most people would find themselves in similar situations when only 1 or 2 pieces of their small universe were cut off, but if they continued to do so, a drop in order was inevitable. Regression in order was very troublesome, as even after repairing one's small universe and rebuilding their foundation using a profound Yin spirit fruit, the drop in order could not be reversed. One would need to cultivate again and find a chance to break through. Although there was no exact data on this process, according to the soldiers' performance in the past, it was far more difficult for a cultivator to break through to the next order after they had been forced to cut off pieces of their small universe. Only 2 or 3 out of 10 people could successfully advance once again. If not for this, there wouldn't have been so many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the past, even with a much more abundant supply of profound Yin spirit fruits now than in the past. If those fruits could restore their order, all of them would have returned to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Xiang Shan's fall in the order was nearly 3,000 years ago. Although he had used a profound Yin spirit fruit to repair his damaged small universe afterwards, he was still stuck in the 7th Order. 3 millennia ago, Feng Ying had just arrived on the black ink battlefield. Although she had some understanding of Xiang Shan's situation, she wasn't very clear about it, and those in the past refrained from speaking about it. So, no one knew exactly what happened back then. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan was an extremely special existence in Blue Sky Pass because he did not belong to any squad. Even when he fought against the Black Ink Clan army, he fought alone. Although he was currently only in the 7th Order, he had the foundation of an 8th Order Master, so he was often able to display strength far beyond the 7th Order. To a certain extent, he was almost on par with Yang Kai. "Are you sure it's him?" Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying nodded in confirmation. "Martial Uncle Xiang Shan is also from my Blue Sky Paradise. When I first came to the Black Ink battlefield, I received some guidance from Martial Uncle. Although I have rarely interacted with him over these past few years, I will never forget his aura." It wasn't that Feng Ying didn't want to interact with him, but rather that Xiang Shan preferred to keep to himself like a lone wolf. He had a strange temperament and always fought alone before going into a secluded retreat. So, it was difficult to meet him even for Feng Ying. In fact, when I came to Blue Sky Pass, the Western Army commander was Martial Uncle Xiang Shan. After his cultivation fell, Martial Uncle Zhong Liang took over the position, Feng Ying added. At this moment, the matter of the Western Army commander was not on Yang Kai's mind. He had thought that some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was advancing to the 7th Order, but by the looks of it, it was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master advancing to the 8th Order. What should we do now? No matter what reason Xiang Shan had for staying in this region to advance, this fierce aura could not be concealed and would definitely attract the attention of countless Black Ink clansmen. Just like how the Territory Lords were the main force of the Black Ink clan, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the backbone of the human race. Now that the balance between the number of 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords in the Blue Sky Theater had already been destroyed, how could the Black Ink clan just watch another 8th Order human appear? Even if Yang Kai thought with his feet, he knew that a large number of Black Ink clansmen would soon be rushing over to interfere. Perhaps even some Territory Lords would make an appearance. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and ordered, "Senior Brother Qi, I'll have to trouble you to return to the forward base and report this matter to the army commanders. Ask them to quickly send reinforcements." Chi Tai Chu also understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded in response, yes. In a flash, he appeared outside Dawning Light as he used the universe transference law to return to the forward base. Yang Kai then turned to the other members and suggested, "A fierce battle is upon us, so all of you should quickly try to recover your strength. You may not have a chance to rest later." Everyone readily agreed. Dawning Light continued to fly forward, but Yang Kai still felt uneasy. Although he had asked Chi Tai Chu to return to the forward base to report and ask for reinforcements, only Chi Tai Chu could use Dawning Light's universe array to immediately return. Other soldiers could not do the same. Thus, even if an 8th Order Master was deployed, it would take at least 10 days for them to arrive. Martial Peak, Chapter 5161, Xiang Shan. All kinds of things could happen during these 10 days. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little resentful. This Xiang Shan is such an insensible bastard. If you are about to break through to the 8th Order, why did you come to a place like this? Aren't you just looking for trouble? In any case, since things had already reached this point, there was no point in complaining. As Dawn happened to be at the right place at the right time, they would naturally fight to the death to protect Xiang Shan. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to interfere with Xiang Shan's advancement. After all, this matter would decide whether Blue Sky Pass would have another 8th Order Master or not. Dawning Light speed was pushed to the limit, but even so, it still took them over a day to reach the place where Xiang Shan was breaking through. It was a deathly silent asteroid and there were many Black Ink clan corpses floating around it, evidence of a huge battle having been fought here. When dawn arrived, they spotted a warship flashing through the void in the distance. The entire warship was surrounded by arcs of lightning and flickering with a dark blue glow. From the deck, secret techniques and artifacts were being cast, shooting at the several figures surrounding the warship. Although this warship was quite agile, its efficiency in killing enemies was not very high. At the very least, it was not comparable to Dawn. Fortunately, not too many Black Ink clansmen were attacking the warship, nor were they too strong. By the time Dawn arrived, more than half of these Black Ink clansmen had already breathed their last. After Dawn joined the battlefield, the remaining survivors were swiftly wiped out. The two warships converged in the void as a figure flew over and landed in front of Yang Kai. "Junior brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai nodded in response, "Senior brother Wan." The newcomer was Wan Jingxin, the squad leader of the Breeze Squad. Yang Kai had many dealings with him, so they could be considered friends. "What's the current situation?" Looking at the asteroid below, Yang Kai could vaguely see a figure sitting cross-legged. He was the source of the fluctuating aura. Wan Jingxin replied, furrowing his brow, "We arrived just half an hour earlier than you, so I've no idea either." Of the 5 special operations squads, Breeze's warship was the fastest, so it was only natural that they would be the first to arrive. However, when they got here, they happened to run into a detachment of Black Ink clansmen who were trying to interfere with Xiang Shan's advancement. "Junior brother Yang, do you know who the guy below is? Why is he alone and why can't I see any of his squad members?" Wan Jingxian asked. Yang Kai replied with a sigh, "If I'm not mistaken, the one advancing is Senior Xiang Shan. Has senior brother Wan heard of him?" Wan Jingxin was extremely taken aback. "It's actually him?" Judging by his expression, he had obviously heard of Xiang Shan, but since the latter was a reclusive person, his face wasn't well known. Even Feng Ying rarely got to see him, so although Wan Jingxian had heard of Xiang Shan, he had never seen him and thus didn't recognize him. It wasn't difficult to understand why he was here alone. Rumor had it that after he fell from the 8th Order to the 7th Order, his temper had become extremely strange, and very few could cooperate with him. Considering his original 8th Order Open Heaven Realm status, there had been several squads that had tried to recruit him, but none of them had succeeded. In the end, the army commander could only let him move about solo. "This is going to be a bit troublesome," Wan Jingxin furrowed his brow. He originally wanted to persuade the person advancing to return to the forward base and break through there, but since it was Xiang Shan, he couldn't interfere at all. Since his order had already fallen, It would be much more difficult for him to break through than an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Now that Xiang Shan finally managed to grasp an opportunity to break through, he would naturally go all out and could not be disturbed in the slightest. It was probably for this reason that Xiang Shan immediately chose to go through with it when he sensed the opportunity to break through. Otherwise, he would have used the universe transference law to return to the forward base camp. The old turtles and water snakes are also in this area. They will be arriving to support us soon. It looks like we need to protect him well. Yang Kai glanced at him. The wild boars are also in this area. Wanjing Xen was surprised. All 5 special operations squads are here. Yang Kai earnestly nodded. 5 special operations squads just happen to be hunting in this area while there are no signs of any other squads active here, and now there is someone breaking through to the 8th Order. Do you think the army commander knows something? Wanjing Xen asked thoughtfully. Yang Kai lowered his head, looking below. Whether the army commander knows something or not is beside the point. Now that things have reached this point, we must stand guard here and wait for reinforcements. I've already sent someone to report back to the forward base. Since the senior is here, we should pay him a visit. At the very least, we should let him know that someone is guarding him so he can safely advance. But of course, Wanjing Xen nodded. The two of them immediately flew down together, but didn't get too close. Xiang Shan's aura was fluctuating more and more rapidly, so if they got too close, they might disturb him. As such, the two stopped after reaching a certain distance from the asteroid. Yang Kai cupped his fist and introduced in a loud and clear voice, "The members of Dawn and Breeze Squad are here. Senior, please focus on your breakthrough. There is no need to worry about external factors." There was no response from below, but Yang Kai didn't expect one. After all, at this juncture, Xiang Shan wouldn't be distracted by answering them. After making the announcement, the two returned to Dawning Light. "Senior Brother Wan, is there anyone in Breeze who is proficient in spirit arrays? We can arrange some around the asteroid just in case." Although true array masters were not allowed to enter the battlefield, every cultivator had a hobby or two which they practiced in their free time. Owing to this, every cultivator had developed various abilities over the course of their long lives. For instance, Yang Kai had mastered a little bit of both the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining. Although none of the members of the two squads majored in the array Tao, there were still a few who were a little proficient in arranging spirit arrays. Wanjing Xen agreed, nodding, "There is, but his attainments aren't high. Furthermore, if he is asked to set up an array in a hurry, its power won't be very high." Yang Kai replied, "It's still better than nothing." "That's true, but setting up a spirit array requires resources, and we don't have any." In a special environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where the cultivators were not sure whether they would be able to make it back alive or not, everyone would not bring anything other than essential healing and restorative items. After all, if they were to die outside, the resources they brought with them would be wasted. Therefore, even if they wanted to set up a spirit array, they had no resources to do it with. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Yang Kai stated as a smile appeared on his lips, "I have some on me, I can provide whatever he needs." The Black Ink battlefield had an unspoken rule that didn't allow anyone to carry any extra resources, but Yang Kai never followed it, nor had anyone asked him to do so. As such, all of his possessions were stored in his small universe and space ring. Since he had resources, there was nothing else to say. The two of them immediately gathered all those capable from their respective squads and began setting up arrays around the asteroid. None of them had high attainments in the array Tao, so their work was completely worthless compared to a true array grandmaster. None of them could say for sure how effective this arrangement would be, so the main force protecting the asteroid was still them. While they were bustling about, a figure walked out from Dawning Light's cabin. It was none other than Chi Tai-Chu, who had been sent back by Yang Kai to report this matter. Seeing him return, Yang Kai quickly asked, "What did the forward base camp say?" Chi Tai-Chu reported, "The army commander told us to stand guard and wait for reinforcements. Division commanders have been dispatched, but as this place is quite far from the forward base, Even an 8th Order Master will need at least 10 days to arrive. Yang Kai let out a sigh. This was within his expectations. In the end, their position was simply too deep into enemy territory. Many Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity had been alerted to this disturbance and were already swarming around, hiding in clusters of black ink clouds and shattered asteroids, watching from afar. Fortunately, due to the deterrence of the 2 human race warships, none of them dared to approach, but this situation would not last long. Once the Black Ink clan had gathered a certain amount of force, they would definitely launch an attack. Their current situation was like sharks swarming over from all around after smelling blood. During the tortuous wait, many simple and crude spirit arrays were set up around the asteroid. They were not proficient enough to lay profound spirit arrays down, so they could only make do with these. After another 3 days, more Black Ink clansmen had gathered. Some were even daring enough to test the limits of Yang Kai and the others' endurance, constantly provoking them from a distance. Wanjing Xen couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yang Kai. "Junior brother Yang, you guard this place while I lead some people to kill these bastards." Yang Kai persuaded, "That's not appropriate. My Dawn only has 37 members. If you leave, we may not be able to protect the entire area by ourselves. If any of them managed to slip through the net and made their way to Senior Xiang and interrupted his breakthrough, everything would be for naught." Wanjing Xen suggested, "Then why not take your Dawn squad to kill them while we guard this place?" "It's the same principle, we should just wait and see." Wanjing Xen speechlessly stated, "Even if we don't take any action, do you think the Black Ink clan won't? The longer we wait, the more Black Ink clansmen will gather. By then, the situation will be very hard to control. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill some of them and reduce the pressure we will face later." Yang Kai stated with a smile, "The Black Ink clan has reinforcements, but we don't." Wanjing Xen was stunned for a moment before asking thoughtfully, "You mean?" "It's been a few days since we arrived here, but we haven't seen any trace of the other squads. Since they're all in this area, they should have been here by now, no matter how far away they were. Since they haven't appeared yet, it means they're hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to act. We should wait for now, and when the time is right, I'm sure they'll appear and take the Black Ink clan by surprise. There's no need for us to act. Since they have not made their moves yet, it's only because there's too little meat to eat." Wanjing Xen thought about it for a moment before cursing, "Damn it, we came too early and lost the opportunity to get more kills. If I had known that things would take such a turn, I would have come later and then would have been able to kill to my heart's content." Yang Kai burst into laughter, joking, "Among all the squads, your Breeze squad is the fastest. Who else could have arrived earlier than you?" Wanjing Xen was slightly depressed, "I guess you're right." While they were speaking, a powerful energy fluctuation came from a certain place, followed by deafening bangs as a series of secret techniques and divine abilities suddenly lit up the void, hitting the asteroids and dispersing the Black Ink clouds. The next moment, a wild laughter reverberated through the void as a raucous shout rang out, "Ha! There are so many fish here. Brothers, let's run wild." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5162, Urgent Report. Hearing this voice, Wanjing Xen felt a headache coming on. "That pig is here." Yang Kai's face also twitched. The wild boar's way of doing things was as unrestrained as ever. They could have acted stealthily, but no, they had to make a huge scene, like they were afraid that the Black Ink clan wouldn't know of their arrival. It was the wild boar's signature style to always rush forward without a second thought. Under the leadership of their squad leader, Zhu Yuming, the entire squad had taken this as their way of life. From another side, someone immediately started cursing, "You freaking pigs, can't you think a bit before you act? Why would you purposely alert the enemy? Arg, you drive this old master crazy." Another cold snort came from another side. If these pigs knew how to think, they wouldn't be pigs. Immediately, chortles of laughter and people cursing in disdain rang out across the void. To the Black Ink clansmen's shock, who were lingering in the vicinity, 3 human warships started attacking from 3 different directions. Fearsome artifacts and secret techniques blasted out from each of these 3 ships, raining down on the Black Ink clansmen. The Black Ink clansmen were dumbstruck for a moment. Without their knowledge, they had been surrounded. Originally, all of their attention had been focused on the human breaking through on the asteroid, and the 2 human squads guarding him. The sudden appearance of the other 3 squads had thrown their thoughts into chaos. Although they put up a brave fight under the coordination of some of the feudal lords, these suddenly appearing human squads were clearly different from the ordinary. Not only were they much bigger, but the proportion of 7th Order masters in them was also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the power each warship could display was far more fearsome than what average human warships could. These were the Special Operations Squads of the human race. Having fought with the humans for so many years, the Black Ink clan naturally had some understanding of the Special Operations Squads. They knew that there weren't many Special Operations Squads on the human race's side, just 5 in the Blue Sky Theater, but each one was capable of defeating a feudal lord army. The Black Ink clan came to the conclusion that if they wanted to take care of such a squad, they would need the territory lord to personally act, or at least 20 feudal lords. This was for 1 squad, and right now there were 5 such squads here. Although there were many Black Ink clansmen, they were mostly weaker low-rank and high-rank clansmen. They were simply unable to contend with these special operations squads. Under the leadership of their respective squad leaders, the 3 squads rampaged through the void, with the wild boars acting the fiercest. In just a short time, all the Black Ink clansmen present in the vicinity had been slaughtered, leaving mangled corpses floating about everywhere. The outcome was decided. Wanjing Exen heaved a sigh. Junior brother Yang's foresight was on point. The old turtles and water snakes were indeed hiding nearby, but unfortunately, all their plans were destroyed by that pig. Yang Kai chuckled, "You can't say that. Those 2 squads probably wanted to wait for the Black Ink clan to gather more troops before starting the bloodbath, but although senior brother Zhu acted a bit rashly, this isn't a bad outcome either." Wanjing Exen nodded, lamenting a little. When will the wild boars change their style? Yang Kai and Wanjing Exen had no intention of taking part in such a one-sided battle as right now. The most important thing was to protect Xiang Shan, not fight for military merits. What's more, this was only the beginning. Things would surely become grimmer with time. Whether it was Yang Kai or Wanjing Exen, after being squad leaders for so many years, they both understood the principle of conserving their strength before the battle. Just as the 3 elite human squads made their appearance, far away, the Black Ink clan territory lords were gathering in a hall on a giant asteroid in the depths of the void. The Black Ink clan had suffered heavy losses in the last large-scale war, especially in regard to territory lords, of whom several dozen had been killed. It could be said that they had lost an arm and a leg, infuriating the royal lord. Immediately after, the human race army stormed out of the Great Pass to launch a crusade. With morale at a record low, the Black Ink clan lost vast swaths of territory to the human expeditionary force, only halting their advance 3 territory lord territories away from the royal city. This was something that had never happened before. The human race and Black Ink clan had been fighting on the Black Ink battlefield for countless years, but the Black Ink clan had never suffered such a great loss before. It had always been the Black Ink clan who attacked the human race Great Passes, whereas the human race were always passive. The humans might launch a raid every now and then, but this time, it was completely different. What was even more frustrating to the Black Ink clan was that the human race had actually built a forward base camp at the very front of the territory they had conquered. By the looks of it, they were planning to completely settle in there. How could the Black Ink clan tolerate this? If the human race succeeded, the entire Black Ink clan of the Blue Sky Theater would lose all face. In the future, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up high in front of their fellow clansmen in other theaters. Over the past few decades, the Black Ink clan had also mounted counterattacks, but their efforts had been fruitless. With so many of their territory lords dead, it was difficult for them to suppress the 8th Order humans. Although the Black Ink clan held the advantage in terms of overall numbers, that was only among the weaker realms, while their top masters were now completely outnumbered. The majority of the Black Ink clansmen were far too weak. If the troops they sent out were too small in number, any human squad would be able to wipe them out, and if they deployed a bigger army, they would be met by a fierce assault from the human race's forward base. Thus, the Black Ink clan was caught in a dilemma. The lack of action by the higher-ups caused the lower-ranked Black Ink clansmen to bitterly grieve and spontaneously gather their forces to fight against the human race. On the other hand, the humans had been hunting down these scattered groups over the past few decades. How could the Black Ink clan not try hunting them down in return? This kind of scattered battle had basically become a kind of tacit agreement between the masters on both sides. No one knew how long this situation would last, and no one knew what kind of variables would appear in the future. The human race forward base had many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered, forcing the territory lords to form a coalition in order to prevent the human army from continuing their conquest or simply picking them off one by one. This asteroid was originally a feudal lord's fief, and was only a few million kilometers away from the human race's forward base. In the vastness of the void, such distance was quite short, almost within fighting distance. If one stood at the edge of this asteroid, they could even vaguely see the human outpost. Because it was quite close to the human race's forward base, this place had become the front line for the Black Ink clan's resistance. At this moment, many territory lords were gathered here, not to discuss some battle plan or anything, but to wait for that variable that would change the situation, hoping to break the stalemate. The territory lords had already been waiting here for several decades, but that was nothing more than a snap of the fingers to them. Suddenly, a feudal lord rushed out from the fief's low-grade Black Ink nest and hurried into the main hall. He put his fist before his chest and respectfully reported, "Sir, I bear an urgent report." One of the territory lords opened his eyes and asked, "Is there any movement at the humans' forward base?" The feudal lord quickly replied, "It's not about the forward base, it's in the depths of the void, near Sir Gu Song's territory." Gu Song's territory was the territory of a territory lord, and it wasn't very close to this place, but it happened to be a space where the two races were fighting. "What's going on over there?" the territory lord asked. The feudal lord replied, "There's news that a human is breaking through to the 8th Order there." As soon as he reported this, the other territory lords, who had remained silent all the while, opened their eyes as one of them leaned slightly forward. "Someone is advancing to the 8th Order over there? Is the news accurate?" The feudal lord replied, "It's absolutely accurate." A feudal lord observed the situation at close range. There are indeed signs of a human breaking through from the 7th Order to the 8th Order. The reason why this news had reached this place so quickly was naturally because of the Black Ink Nest's network ability, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to arrive so quickly. Damn it, is the human race going to gain another 8th Order master? One of the territory lords indignantly cursed. After the last war, the balance between the number of territory lords and 8th Order masters had been broken. If the humans gained another 8th Order master, it would put even more pressure on the remaining territory lords. One of the territory lords coldly snorted, "The humans are taking us more and more lightly, actually trying to advance to the 8th Order at that position. They've gone too far." The advancement of the human race depends heavily on opportunities. When an opportunity is before them, they won't be able to suppress it even if they want to. Forcefully suppressing it will only lead to terrible consequences. Since that human chose to advance in that location, they must have had no other choice. Is there any point in discussing this? Are we just going to sit back and watch the humans gain another 8th Order master? What else can we do? Don't tell me you want to go and stop him? Not to mention the distance, even if we can make it in time, who can guarantee that this isn't some human plot? Didn't we suffer enough last time? The group of territory lords fell silent. Even the territory lord who had just spoken didn't say anything. The insidious and cunning schemes of the humans were too deeply ingrained into the Black Ink clan's hearts. They had suffered heavy casualties because of the humans' schemes in the last war. It was an extremely important matter for a human to advance to the 8th Order. If they wanted to break through, they would have made careful arrangements beforehand, so how could they have advanced so far off in the void? Thus, when the territory lords heard about this matter, their first reaction was that the human race was plotting something, possibly having set up a trap to lure them out and kill them. But if they didn't do anything about it, it would be quite frustrating. After all, this was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could kill him before he broke through, they would be able to deal a big blow to the human forces. At this moment, the feudal lord who had come in to report the situation spoke again. "There is one more thing I must inform sirs about." "What is it?" According to the feudal lord who relayed the news, the one who is breaking through might be Xiang Shan. As soon as he reported this, all the territory lords were shocked. A territory lord with a braid behind his head asked darkly, "Are you sure it's that Xiang Shan?" 3 millennia ago, the name Xiang Shan had a great deterrence on the Black Ink clan. It was not surprising either, as when he was the army commander of the Western Army, he had killed 7 territory lords relying on his deep heritage and fearsome strength. This was an almost insurmountable achievement. It had to be said that neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan would lose 8th Order masters or territory lords in a battle very frequently. Even in large-scale wars, having more than 2 or 3 such masters fall would be considered unusual. It would be considered a great achievement if any 8th Order master was able to kill 1 territory lord in 1,000 years, but during his tenure as Western Army commander, Xiang Shan had killed 7. That was an astonishing feat. Martial Peak, Chapter 5163, Taken the Bait. Moreover, his style of doing things was extremely unyielding and had caused the Black Ink clan army to suffer great losses many times. His name was a taboo in the Black Ink clan in this era, and many of the territory lords present had once lived under his shadow. There was also one thing that made the Black Ink clan unable to eat or sleep in peace, and that was Xiang Shan's aptitude. According to various Black Ink disciples' reports, Xiang Shan's aptitude was extremely high, and when he broke through to the Open Heaven realm, he advanced straight to the 7th Order. In other words, the 8th Order was not his limit. He had a chance of reaching the 9th Order and becoming an old ancestor. An 8th Order Xiang Shan was already so difficult to deal with, so if he were to break through to the 9th Order, what would happen? Because of these considerations, the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater only had one goal 3,000 years ago, which was to destroy Xiang Shan. During one battle, the royal lord severely wounded Xiang Shan even at the expense of taking a fierce blow from the human old ancestor. After that, the territory lords swarmed him, wanting to cut weeds and pull out roots, but the 8th Order humans all came to his aid one after another and a chaotic battle ensued. Although Xiang Shan had luckily escaped death in that battle, his cultivation had fallen from the 8th Order to the 7th Order, and he slowly faded from the eyes of the Black Ink clan. The royal lord's attack might have failed to kill Xiang Shan, but they had achieved their goal, albeit barely. The royal lord was severely wounded by the old ancestor in that battle and had to recuperate for 300 years to return to his peak. Additionally, in that battle, more than 10 territory lords had died under the wrath of the human old ancestor. The battle that had taken place 3,000 years ago was still fresh in their minds as most of the territory lords had personally experienced it. How could they forget such a tragic war? Originally, they thought that the threat of Xiang Shan had been eliminated. They never dreamed that they would once again hear news of him breaking through after 3,000 years. Had any other 7th Order human been breaking through to the 8th Order, they wouldn't have been too bothered. There had been many new 8th Order humans over the years, and many who had lost their lives in the war. Overall, the number of 8th Order humans had maintained a kind of balance, so one more wouldn't really affect the overall situation. But if it was Xiang Shan, they had no choice but to take it seriously. Counting the time, after 3,000 years of silence, even if Xiang Shan had regressed to a lower order, it was indeed possible for him to cultivate back up again. Thinking back to the dark times 3,000 years ago, which territory lord was willing to experience that again? Therefore, when the feudal lord first reported that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was breaking through to the 8th Order, most territory lords didn't take it seriously, but after hearing the name Xiang Shan, they couldn't remain calm. "Are you sure it's Xiang Shan?" The feudal lord confirmed, "I'm absolutely certain." The feudal lord who reported this news had also seen Xiang Shan's terror from afar in the past and clearly remembered his aura. Since the person reporting had said so, there could be no mistake. The territory lords looked at each other, and they could clearly see the seriousness in each other's eyes. After a long silence, a territory lord asked, "Are there any movements at the humans' forward base?" "I don't know, but I can ask," another territory lord replied. Saying so, he sent a message with his divine sense. A moment later, the territory lord reported, "Just half a day ago, 2 Eighth Order masters emerged from the forward base, making a beeline towards Gu Song's territory. It seems that news of Xiang Shan's breakthrough has been reported back to them. Those division commanders must be heading there to guard him." In other words, Xiang Shan's breakthrough should have been an accident, otherwise, the humans wouldn't be scrambling to make arrangements now. It's still hard to say if this is another of those human schemes. Whether it's a scheme or not, we can't ignore Xiang Shan's advancement. If he returns to the Eighth Order, he will be the most difficult enemy we have to deal with. None of the territory lords can resist him. Yes, we must stop Xiang Shan from breaking through, no matter what. Even if the humans are plotting something, they won't be able to do anything with Xiang Shan's position being so far away. In fact, we might as well beat them at their own game. What do you mean? Wu Jiang, Mao Qi, Zhong Ning, and Hong, who are not here, send a message to any 2 of them to intercept those 2 Eighth Order humans and stop them from assisting Xiang Shan. Then send a message to the other 2 to investigate Xiang Shan's advancement. If the humans have not planned any ambushes, they can take action, and everything will be solved. If there is an ambush waiting for them, they should still be able to escape if they work together. As soon as he suggested this, the territory lords pondered for a moment before one of them nodded in agreement. "Good, we'll go with that." One of the territory lords also questioned, "Although that's the case, we still don't know where all the Eighth Order humans are. If they are all lying in ambush near Xiang Shan, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap if we send fewer people? The territory lords suffered heavy casualties in the last war, so we can't afford to lose any more." The territory lord who had made the proposal first suggested once more, "That's why we should launch an attack on their forward base. We don't need to achieve anything decisive, just cause a big enough disturbance to figure out the situation at their base. If we can determine the number of Eighth Order masters there, we can basically determine the situation on Xiang Shan's side. At that time, we can inform Wu Jiang and the others so that they can act appropriately." Attack the forward base? One of the territory lords furrowed his brow. "If a war breaks out, it won't be so easy to quell, and we will have to pay a certain price. If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, the Black Ink clan will completely lose the territory occupied by the humans. We won't have enough troops to continue fighting. Compared to Xiang Shan's breakthrough, it is worth it, no matter what the price is. Since we have different opinions, we might as well vote. Those who agree to attack the forward base, please rise." After a moment, more than a dozen territory lords stood up. Basically, all of the territory lords who were standing had lived during Xiang Shan's era, and most of the sitting territory lords had just recently advanced. From this, it was obvious that the old territory lords were all extremely wary of Xiang Shan. They were willing to pay any price in order to kill him. Compared to these territory lords, the new territory lords of the last 3 millennia didn't fear Xiang Shan so much. They were satisfied with their current state and didn't think that a large-scale war with the human race was a good idea at this point. However, most of the territory lords had already agreed to fight, so they couldn't influence the overall situation. A storm was brewing, and war was about to break out. Over the past few years, the Black Ink clan's various reinforcements had gathered around this feudal lord's fief, forming a stalemate with the forward base. The Black Ink clan didn't dare act rashly, and the human soldiers in the forward base didn't have any intention of getting themselves into a large-scale battle. But today, because of a single person's breakthrough, this stalemate was about to be broken. The Black Ink clan began to mobilize their troops and advance towards the forward base. Although their actions were extremely well hidden, how could such a large deployment possibly be hidden from the vigilant humans? Inside the temporary army headquarters of the forward base, a group of 8th Order Masters was waiting with Zhong Liang and Liang Yulong in the lead. Suddenly, a 7th Order Master entered, cupped his fist, and reported, "The Black Ink Clan has started moving." Zhong Liang's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam. They took the bait. The group of 8th Order Masters were all excited. They had been worried that the Black Ink Clan would not act, and only once they did, it would mean that their plan could be implemented. This wasn't surprising though, as the bait they had thrown out was no small matter to the Black Ink Clan. Be that as it may, no one was certain what the Black Ink Clan's choice would be without a concrete report, so they had been waiting here on tenterhooks. A worried look appeared on Liang Yulong's face. "I wonder if Senior Brother Xiang's situation is going well." Zhong Liang said, "Since Senior Brother Xiang has agreed to this plan, he must have made some preparations. There's no need to worry about him, we just need to do our own thing. Send a message to Blue Sky Pass and tell Ding Yao that they can start." "Good." Someone immediately complied. 2 figures shot through the void, both of them in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. They were flying quite fast, making a beeline towards a certain direction. While flying, one of them sent a voice transmission. "Brother Zhang, do you think the Black Ink Clan will take the bait this time?" Hearing this, the 8th Order Master surnamed Zhang smiled. "We'll know if there is any obstruction along the way. However, I'm sure that the Black Ink Clan will not be able to resist. After all, this concerns Senior Brother Xiang. If I were a territory lord, I would definitely not allow him to advance peacefully. They finally made him fall to the 7th Order, so how could they allow him to advance back to the 8th Order?" The other 8th Order asked curiously, "Does Senior Brother Xiang hold such a great deterrence to the Black Ink Clan?" The 8th Order surnamed Zhang answered, "Brother Sun, you haven't been on the Black Ink battlefield for long, so you haven't seen Senior Brother Xiang's power with your own eyes. When he was commanding the Western Army, he tossed around the territory lords like they were chickens. It could even be said that their faces would be filled with dread at the mere mention of his name." The cultivator surnamed Sun sighed, "Alas, I didn't get to see Senior Brother Xiang's divine might. I hope his breakthrough this time goes smoothly." Zhang Xian added, "Although it will be much more difficult to break through after a drop in one's order, it shouldn't be a problem for Senior Brother Xiang with his aptitude. All we need to do is wait for good news. It just so happens that Blue Sky Pass needs someone to play the opening act, and Senior Brother Xiang was about to break through. After learning of the plan, I volunteered for this duty." After chatting for a while, the 2 of them stopped talking and continued on their way. 2 days later, the 2 masters who were speeding forward suddenly came to a stop at the sight of 2 black ink clouds approaching from the opposite side. The next moment, 2 huge figures appeared from the black ink clouds, attacking them without saying a word. The 2 8th Order Masters naturally wouldn't just sit back and wait for their deaths. Each cast their own divine abilities to fend off the attackers descending from the darkness. Shortly after, the 4 figures separated and faced off against one another. The 8th Order surnamed Zhang coldly glanced over and snorted, "Mao Qi, Zhong Yan." Having fought with each other for so many years, this man surnamed Zhang naturally recognized who these 2 territory lords were. After exchanging a glance with the cultivator surnamed Sun, both of them calmed down. As these 2 fellows had suddenly appeared and blocked their path, it was apparent that the Black Ink Clan had taken the bait. Otherwise, there was no reason for these 2 to come here and stop them. Everything was going according to the plan. It was laughable that the 2 territory lords didn't even notice. Mao Qi was even more valiant and spirited as he coldly shouted with a look of disdain on his face, "This road is blocked." The 8th Order Master surnamed Zhang sneered, shamelessly boasting. Without wasting another moment, he summoned his sword with a wave of his hand, sending out a flurry of sword lights towards Mao Qi on the other side. The cultivators surnamed Sun and Zhong Ning engaged in a one-on-one battle. Neither side held a decisive advantage. Be that as it may, as far as the 2 territory lords were concerned, so long as they could stop these 2 8th Order Masters here, that was enough. They really did not care if they could do anything to them or not. The two of them had also learned the seriousness of the situation from the message sent via the black ink nests. If not for this, they wouldn't have been lying in ambush here waiting to intercept the 8th Order Division commanders. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5164, Someone as High as a Territory Lord. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were intercepted by Mao Qi and Zhong Yan along the way and were now locked in a fierce battle. On the other side, the battle near the vicinity of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was breaking through was also raging. The wild boars, water snakes, and old turtles, these 3 special operations squads, were rampaging through the void, killing the Black Ink clan to the point that they were unable to fight back. It had been several decades since the establishment of the forward base, and every human squad had been carrying out hunting missions over this period, but none of them had ever been able to kill to their heart's content like this. The Black Ink clan's harassment and support kept coming unabated, seemingly never-ending. The scattered Black Ink clansmen emerged from all directions and kept charging towards the asteroid where Xiang Shan was, obviously trying to disrupt his breakthrough at all costs. Most of the Black Ink clan forces had been intercepted by the 3 special operations squads, and even if some of them managed to slip through their net, they were unable to break through Dawn and Breeze's defenses. At first, not many Black Ink clansmen were attracted by Xiang Shan's breakthrough, so the 5 special operations squads were able to handle everything easily by working together. But more and more Black Ink clansmen were drawn in over time. Yang Kai and the others gradually started to feel the pressure, but they still held on. In order to avoid wasting too much energy, Yang Kai had a brief discussion with the other 4 squad leaders before coming to a decision of guarding Xiang Shan in turns. No matter what, the 5 squads ensured that 2 would remain at the periphery of the asteroid, preventing the Black Ink clan from approaching while the other 3 fought further out at full force. No one knew how long this situation would last. Perhaps it would be over very soon, or perhaps it would be a drawn-out battle. Everything depended on Xiang Shan's progress. Nonetheless, no one had any thoughts of retreating. Xiang Shan was advancing without any protectors, so if they retreated, he would definitely be doomed. Although this battle was fierce, compared to the clash between the 2 armies at the forward base, it was just a small skirmish. Over the past few decades, the Human Race Army and the Black Ink Clan Army had been confronting each other across several million kilometers. The humans had no intention of advancing, and the Black Ink Clan didn't dare provoke them. The 2 races had only sent out small teams to harass each other from a distance. This balance lasted for several decades, with both sides bearing some casualties. But today, the balance was broken due to the sudden, undeclared war by the Black Ink Clan Army. The empty space between the forward base and the Black Ink Clan's temporary camp was instantly filled with the soldiers of the 2 races, and soon both armies were locked in a fierce battle. At every moment, someone's aura would vanish from existence as severed limbs and mangled corpses started piling up everywhere in the void. Human warships shuttled back and forth, protected by their respective 7th Order squad members, fighting bravely to cut down the enemy. On the other hand, the 8th Order Masters were locked in combat with the Territory Lords on a separate battlefield. The forward base was not like Blue Sky Pass, which was a massive mobile palace artifact that had been slowly expanded and enhanced over countless years by the human soldiers. Relying on the power of Blue Sky Pass and its various offensive and defensive arrays, the human race's defenses were at least twice as effective. This was also one of the foundations that the human race's entire resistance was based on. The forward base didn't have such advantages. Although Blue Sky Pass soldiers had installed a number of arrays at the forward base over the past few decades, none of them were comparable to the ones at the headquarters. It would be difficult to resist the attacks of the Black Ink Clan army under normal circumstances. Fortunately, the Black Ink Clan had suffered heavy casualties in the war a few decades back, and the humans had not stopped hunting down the Black Ink Clan in recent years. The Black Ink Clan's casualties were so large now that they were difficult to calculate. As a result, it was not that difficult to deal with the Black Ink Clan forces attacking the forward base. The Black Ink Clan army of several 100,000 might have appeared quite big, but the proportion of their elites couldn't even be compared to before. Not to mention that the number of territory lords was less than half, even the proportion of feudal lords was much smaller than in the past. Most of the Black Ink clan present were only low and high-rank clansmen. As such, when the soldiers of the forward base were facing the Black Ink clan army, not only did they not suffer any disadvantages, they even gained the upper hand. After several decades, the human race had accumulated enough purifying black ink pills to support a large-scale battle. Furthermore, they had even more artifact refiners than before, so whenever the damaged warships returned, the prepared grandmasters would immediately start repairing them at full speed. If they couldn't repair them, they would simply provide a new warship. With the lessons learned from the previous crusade, the forward base's logistics support had grown exponentially. Amassing purifying black ink pills and building additional warships was of paramount importance. Blue Sky Pass had decided to refine a large number of squad-rank warships, with the goal being to have at least one spare warship for each squad so as to enhance the staying power of the armies and prevent any more incidents like the ones during the last crusade from happening. In the last war, many warships became too damaged and lost all combat effectiveness, requiring them to be scrapped and for the squads using them to withdraw from the front lines. 200 years ago, Blue Sky Pass did not have the capacity to carry out such a plan. The refining of each warship required a massive amount of resources, and in the past, Blue Sky Pass didn't have the necessary foundation to make spares, but now it was different. Resources could no longer impede Blue Sky Pass development. Not to mention that Blue Sky Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources using the Void Yin-Yang mirrors. If they were to win this most recent war, they would be able to completely occupy a large portion of the Black Ink clan's former territory. At that time, it would be an easy task to mine all the resources they needed. There were so many dead universe worlds in the void that the resources could essentially be considered endless. Any war between two large armies would take time, and victory and defeat could not be determined in a short period. It would be a long while before a conclusion was reached. A few days later, two warships stood side by side in the periphery of the asteroid where Xiangshan was breaking through, with more than 10 Seventh-Order Open Heaven realms scattered around, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Everyone, whether it was the scattered Seventh-Order Masters or the Fifth and Sixth-Order humans aboard the warships, was taking advantage of this short respite to swallow spirit pills and recover some strength. After several days of fierce fighting, the several hundred members of the 5 elite squads had all consumed a great deal of energy. In the face of Black Ink clan's continuous assault, they had to use every opportunity they received to recover. Yang Kai was among these people. Dawn had already finished their 3rd combat rotation, so this time, they had returned along with the Water Snake Squad for guard duty. While adjusting his breathing, the Water Snake Squad leader, Dongfang Wenbing, suddenly asked via voice divine sense, "Brother Yang, did you notice?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The Black Ink clan's attack seems to be employing some sort of strategy." "So Brother Yang has noticed too." "Indeed. Initially, the Black Ink clan was attacking in a disorderly manner, but for the last 2 days, something changed. Although the difference is subtle, it is still obvious when everything is taken into account." "That's right, there seems to be a master guiding them from behind," Dongfang Wenbing grinned. "How strong a master do you suspect?" "Someone as high as a territory lord." "Great minds think alike." Yang Kai lightly nodded his acknowledgement. In fact, he had been searching for this Black Ink clan master hiding behind the scenes this whole time. Unfortunately, he failed to pinpoint their location. If there really was a territory lord hiding nearby, it would be difficult for him to discover them amid the raging battle in the void, as the chaotic energy fluctuations propagating everywhere could completely obscure a concealed aura. On top of that, he was only a 7th Order master, so trying to find a hidden territory lord was naturally not easy. Dongfang Wenbing's smile cramped. "I was just speaking randomly. Could it be that there really is a territory lord here?" Yang Kai solemnly stated, "It's quite possible." Dongfang Wenbing went slack-jaw at this revelation. "Brother Yang, don't try to scare me. You have mastered the Tao of space, so you can escape from a territory lord if one appears, but we can't. Besides, If there really is a territory lord, why would he hide in the shadows and not show up? Why would he just keep sending these trash to their deaths? Perhaps they think we have laid some kind of ambush here? I think they are sending cannon fodder to probe us. There's a saying that the older one grows, the more timid they become. These territory lords have suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Eighth Order masters recently, so they've become overcautious and indecisive. What ambush could we have laid here? Dongfang Wenbing's head hurt as he listened to Yang Kai's speculation. He then looked around, as if afraid that a territory lord would emerge out of thin air all of a sudden. We know that, but the territory lords don't, so they are probing us. Dongfang Wenbing grimly asked, "Brother Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai didn't justify it with an answer and simply continued, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know after seeing the changes in the situation. It won't be long." Dongfang Wenbing couldn't help but cluck his tongue. Why is Senior Xiang's advancement not progressing? The sooner he breaks through, the sooner we'll be able to escape this abyss of suffering. As Dongfang Wenbing mentioned, Xiang Shan's advancement had not made much progress. Although his aura was circulating methodically and showing no signs of collapsing, there were no signs of progressing either. It was not as troublesome for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to reach the 8th Order as it was for a 6th Order Master to reach the 7th Order, as advancing from the 6th Order to the 7th Order was a watershed moment. Under normal circumstances, this kind of advancement would take from a few months to a few years or even more than a decade. The time one would take would depend on various conditions. This was also why Zhong Liang and the others were so shocked when Yang Kai broke through to the 7th Order in a matter of days. However, Yang Kai was an exception, as his small universe had already fully materialized when he was in the 6th Order, so he did not need to go through this transformation. Advancing from the 7th Order to the 8th Order was only an increase in order and not a transformation of the small universe. Although the increase in strength was enormous, it was not a fundamental change. If everything went smoothly, Xiang Shan should have succeeded in a short time. The time Xiang Shan had spent wasn't long, but it wasn't short either, and judging by the current situation, it seemed that he required even more time. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that his order had once regressed. For an Open Heaven Realm Master, it would be even more difficult to progress once their order had fallen once. However, at the end of the day, Xiang Shan had already walked this path once, so he had more experience than an ordinary 7th Order Master. As long as he could find an opportunity, everything should be simple. Therefore, it was quite possible for Xiang Shan to advance to the 8th Order in the next instant, but it was also possible that it could take him 10 days, half a month, several months, or even half a year. No one could say for sure. While the two were recuperating and chatting, they also killed the scattered Black Ink clansmen who had slipped through the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, on a feudal lord's territory, not far from this place, 2 territory lords were observing the situation. These two were Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Like Mao Qi and Zhong Yan, who were responsible for intercepting the 2 8th Order Division commanders, they had immediately rushed over to oversee things here after receiving the news. Although the distance between them wasn't far, it was not close either. Even with their eyesight, the 2 territory lords couldn't clearly see what was happening around the asteroid. Be that as it may, the casualties and incompetence of the lower Black Ink clansmen were not hidden from them, making them greatly dissatisfied with the Black Ink clan's performance. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5165, Guarding. Those wastes. A few human squads actually managed to stop them. How useless, Wu Jiang cursed angrily. Hong Hu shook his head. Those squads seem to be the human special operations squads. They're much stronger than ordinary squads. Wu Jiang coldly snorted. So what if they're special operations squads? There's only so many of them. Even if they have to pay with their lives, our troops should be able to flatten them. Hong Hu sighed in response. I'm afraid it won't work. Even if we continue sending more and more people over, it won't help. They'll just be defeated one by one. They have a total of 5 squads, and at any given time, 2 seem to be resting while the other 3 are defending. It's impossible to break through their blockade without overwhelming strength. What do you think we should do? Hong Hu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Amass our power and crush them in one fell swoop." Wu Jiang impatiently asked, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. If you and I fight, how can they be our opponents?" "No." Hong Hu quickly stopped him. "Have you forgotten what happened to Wu Ying and the others a few dozen years ago? Over 200,000 of our troops were ambushed by the humans and defeated in one fell swoop, causing our Black Ink clan to suffer a great loss in the next battle due to a lack of manpower. Before we are sure that the humans have not set some elaborate trap here, it's best if we don't act rashly." Wu Jiang's expression changed. He naturally remembered what happened to Wu Ying and the other territory lords back then. It might have happened a few decades ago, but to the territory lords who lived long lives, it was like it happened just yesterday. Although he was angry, he knew that Hong Hu's worries weren't unfounded. Xiang Shan was breaking through in this damned place, and 5 elite human squads had just happened to be around to guard him. No matter how he looked at it, something was amiss. Although they had yet to sense the auras of any Eighth Order masters, who could guarantee that those sinister and devious humans were not lurking nearby. The human race's spirit arrays were extremely exquisite, and even a simple one could easily conceal one's aura. The reason why they had been waiting here was because, on one hand, they wanted to use their subordinates to attack and probe the situation, and on the other hand, they were also waiting for news from the front lines. Once they confirmed that there was no trap here, they would definitely make a move. Xiang Shan's prestige was quite dreadful, but that was when he was in the Eighth Order. As for the current Xiang Shan, any random territory lord could easily deal with him. If they took down Xiang Shan, they would deal a heavy blow to the human race and also restore some of their lost prestige. There was still no definite news from the front line, so it was likely that their companions were still assessing the situation. Wu Jiang and Hong Hu could not remain idle while waiting for the news, though, as they had their own matters to attend to. After a brief discussion, the 2 territory lords gave orders to the attacking Black Ink clansmen to retreat and urged the nearby Black Ink clansmen to rush over to assist. At the periphery of the asteroid where Xiang Shan was advancing, the Black Ink clans suddenly retreated like a tide, leaving a mess in their wake. Under Zhu Yuming's leadership, the Wild Boar Squad relentlessly pursued them, like they were hell-bent on exterminating the entire Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Chai Fong quickly stopped him. "Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Our mission here is our priority." Zhu Yuming cursed a few times. Although he was still somewhat unwilling, he knew the gravity of the situation and quickly led his squad back. After a fierce battle, each squad had consumed a great deal of energy, so they seized this rare idle time to recover. "The Black Ink clan has retreated," Dongfang Wenbing's eyes lit up. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze to observe before slowly shaking his head. "It's just a temporary withdrawal." Although they couldn't see clearly, it was obvious that the retreating Black Ink clansmen hadn't really left. Instead, they were gathering in the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Things were not looking good. Apparently, his and Dongfang Wenbing's previous speculations had come true. There was indeed a master behind these Black Ink clansmen. If not, it would have been impossible to explain the current situation. Dongfang Wenbing also realized this, and a solemn expression filled his face. Yang Kai consoled. "The reinforcements from the forward base should be arriving soon, we just need to hold on for another 3 to 5 days. Dongfang Wenbing added in a grim voice, "That may be the case, but judging from the Black Ink clan's movements, it's obvious they've made some arrangements. I'm afraid the reinforcements from the forward base will be intercepted halfway." No one who cultivated to the 7th Order could be a fool. Dongfang Wenbing's worries were not unfounded, and Yang Kai was also aware of this, but right now, they could only place their hopes on the reinforcements from the forward base or Xiang Shan's quick promotion. What the two of them didn't know was that their worries had long since become reality. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surnamed Zhang and Sun, who had set out from the forward base, had already been intercepted by 2 territory lords midway and were still fighting fiercely with them. Time slowly went by as every single member of the 5 elite human squads felt like the passage of each day was as lengthy as a year. The calm and silent void was filled with lingering murderous intent, keeping all of them on edge. Just outside the nearby feudal lord's territory, the number of Black Ink clansmen continued to increase, rising from 10,000 to 20,000, then reaching 50,000. Wu Jiang and Hong who stared at these tens of thousands of unappealing goods with great dissatisfaction. Although they had urgently summoned the nearby Black Ink clan forces to this place, the number of troops they could muster was still extremely small. This couldn't be helped though, as most of the Black Ink clan forces had been transferred to the front lines to confront the forward base over the past few decades. Currently, the Black Ink clan forces remaining behind were extremely few in number. Furthermore, 80 to 90% of the Black Ink clansmen they had gathered here were nothing more than cannon fodder. Many of them weren't even low-rank clansmen yet. It was quite an awkward situation. It wasn't that the two territory lords were incompetent, but rather that even a clever housewife couldn't cook without rice. There weren't any powerful forces nearby for them to deploy, so their hands were tied. If the quality wasn't good enough, then they could only make up for it with quantity. They didn't hold out any hope that these Black Ink clansmen would be able to accomplish anything, but they could still be used for attacking and probing. 2 days later, they barely managed to gather 80,000 troops, which seemed to be the upper limit. They couldn't mobilize any more. Under the orders of the two territory lords, the 80,000-strong army marched towards the asteroid. From a distance, the human squads promptly discovered the approaching threat. The number of enemies was like a tidal wave, making their scalps tingle. The wild boar squad leader, Zhu Yuming, let out a long roar, whereupon all the human soldiers who were still recovering started moving. 3 warships lined up in a straight line, their spirit arrays humming slightly. Immediately, various lights began to flicker and fluctuate on the hulls of the warships. Yang Kai and Dongfang Wenbing remained motionless. Their 2 squads were responsible for guarding Xiangshan in this rotation, so they would not make any move unless the situation reached a critical point. As the enemy army drew closer and closer, the sight of 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers attacking them made the humans feel like they were facing a tidal wave, giving them great psychological pressure. At that moment, Zhu Yuming's roar reverberated through the void, "Kill!" With a loud bang, the 3 warships shook violently as dazzling beams of light shot out from various weapon ports, bombarding the Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan army was thrown into disarray as countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to dust by the beams of light. A few beams even cut right through the approaching Black Ink clan army. Thousands of Black Ink clansmen had fallen from just the opening salvo of attack. Everyone was stunned at the sight of this, but they quickly understood. Although there were many Black Ink clansmen attacking, they were not invincible. Most of them were weak cannon fodder, otherwise so many of them would not have died just like that. The soldiers in charge of controlling the warship's artifacts didn't need to be told what to do. They once again channeled their world force into their artifacts and launched another barrage of attacks, further increasing the casualties suffered by the Black Ink clan. After 3 rounds of bombardment, the Black Ink clan army was already upon them. Immediately, the 7th Order Masters leapt off their warships, holding their own artifacts and circulating their world force as they lined up and started attacking the oncoming enemies. The next instant, black blood and pieces of flesh flew here and there as the Black Ink clansmen's auras began to wane. The vicinity of the 3 warships was densely packed with Black Ink clan forces. It was almost impossible to spot the figures of the 3 warships and the 7th Order Masters protecting them. Only the energy fluctuations constantly spreading into the void gave the assurance that they were still alive. The entire picture looked like black ants swarming towards 3 candies fallen on the ground, wrapping them up entirely. A large number of Black Ink clansmen suddenly bypassed the 3 entangled warships and rushed towards the asteroid. Dawn and the water snakes had already made their preparations. The warships immediately opened fire, unleashing all of their might as the 7th Order Masters circulated their world force madly to unleash their strongest divine abilities towards the places where the most Black Ink clansmen were gathered. Yang Kai had pushed his space principles to the limit. All the Black Ink clansmen who tried to approach the asteroid immediately felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their movements became sluggish, giving the two squads a chance to kill them at a distance. All thanks to his space principles, just two squads were somehow able to stop the enemy's thrust. Most of the Black Ink clansmen were nothing more than serfs, so their strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Any of the humans present here could easily kill a large number of them, but there were simply too many of them. Xiang Shan could not be disturbed while he was breaking through, so if any Black Ink clansmen broke through the defensive line, no matter how weak they were, it could cause a huge disaster. For the time being, the battle was still under control, but it was hard to say how long the human squads could keep things that way. No one would be able to endure such a high-intensity battle forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Half a day later, the 5 squads had all consumed a great deal of energy, which was reflected most obviously in their greatly decreased rate of killing. Although Yang Kai was still able to hold on and use his space principles to delay the attacks of the Black Ink clansmen, Dawn and the water snakes were unable to keep up. There were more Black Ink clansmen on the periphery of the asteroid, so it wouldn't be long before even Yang Kai was unable to stop them all. "It's time." Thinking so, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior Brother Chai." Somewhere in the void in front of them, Chai Fong's voice rang out from a warship surrounded by countless Black Ink clans. "Ha! It's really pleasant to hear. What's wrong, Brother Yang? Are you unable to hold on?" Dongfang Wenbing smiled and scolded, "Old Chai, hurry up. Don't waste time." "Coming, coming," Chai Fong replied. As soon as his voice fell, a seemingly solid halo suddenly erupted. This halo didn't cause much damage, but it had an extremely strong repelling force. In an instant, countless Black Ink clansmen surrounding the Old Turtle's warship were all pushed away. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5166, Turtle Shell. The next moment, the vicinity of Old Turtle Squad's warship was all cleared up. The Black Ink clansmen who pushed away had not suffered any casualties and resumed their offense on the Old Turtle Squad once more after a brief pause, but why would the Old Turtle Squad take them seriously? The giant warship turned around and rushed towards the asteroid, smashing all of the Black Ink clansmen who tried to stop it to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad's warship flew past Dawn and the water snakes and stopped near the asteroid. Standing at the bow of the ship, the burly Chai Fong formed various hand seals with a solemn look on his face, his world force surging madly. All 50 members of the Old Turtle Squad were acting in concert with him. They took their respective positions and performed their respective tasks, their hand seals constantly changing. 8 profound gates, open. Boundless heavens, open. Immovable as mountains, yin-yang perception, open. Along with Chai Fong's shouts, the Old Turtle Squad's warship shone with a dazzling radiance. Every time it glowed, the halo of light assumed a tangible shape, not only enveloping the warship, but the entire asteroid beneath it as well. At the top of the Old Turtle's warship, the tortoise shell-like object suddenly ballooned, transforming into a massive barrier that surrounded the entire asteroid. In the blink of an eye, the Old Turtle Squad created an impenetrable barrier around the asteroid. Every warship of Blue Sky Pass 5 Special Operations Squads possessed its own specialties. The Old Turtle's warship had the strongest defense, and not only could its defenses cover itself, but it could even form a large defensive region by sacrificing its mobility. Over the years, many human squads had managed to escape death with the protection of the Old Turtle Squad. Besides Dawn, the Old Turtle Squad was the most popular squad in Blue Sky Pass because fighting alongside them provided an extra layer of safety and security. At this moment, the Old Turtle Squad had displayed their full defensive capabilities. For this reason, the entire warship had completely sacrificed its mobility and offensive abilities. In other words, the Old Turtle Squad was now nothing more than an immobile target. Nonetheless, it was more than enough. The defensive state of the Old Turtle Squad was Yang Kai's greatest reliance when it came to protecting Xiang Shan. Furthermore, the protection of the Old Turtle Squad was far stronger than the combined strength of Dawn and the water snakes. From the beginning, Yang Kai and the others had planned for the Old Turtle Squad to only be responsible for defending, but Chai Fong refused. It was a rare opportunity to rack up some kills, So who would be willing to watch from the back? That was why they had been rotating to guard this place. But now that the situation had developed to this point, Dawn and the water snakes could no longer guarantee Xiangshan's safety, so they had no choice but to rely on the turtle shell of the old turtle squad. They would let the Black Ink clan take a bite at it, but even the best teeth would crack on this turtle shell. On another side, seeing that the old turtle squad put up their defenses, Dawn and the water snakes' warships no longer had any worries and started a bloodbath. First, they exterminated the Black Ink clan forces surrounding the asteroid, and then they rushed towards the void, leaving a bloody trail behind them. In terms of defense, the old turtle squad was second to none. Even the other 4 elite squads couldn't come close. But in terms of killing, the old turtle squad was undoubtedly the slowest. Now that they had switched between defense and offense, Dawn and the water snakes did not have to worry about guarding Xiangshan, so their killing speed increased dramatically. Most of the 80,000 Black Ink clan soldiers were cannon fodder, and more than half had already fallen in the battle. Now that Dawn and the water snakes had joined the battle, the Black Ink clan was losing troops even more quickly. In the distance, a gloomy expression appeared on the faces of Wu Jiang and Hong Hu. Even though they knew that this ragtag bunch could do nothing to the special operations squads of the human race, how quickly the situation developed still took them by surprise. The performance of these 5 special operations squads was simply too amazing. The 2 territory lords also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads in Blue Sky Pass. If every human squad was so difficult to deal with, there would be no room for the ordinary Black Ink clansmen to survive. Although they hadn't achieved their goal, the 2 territory lords were able to determine something from the current situation. There really weren't any 8th Order masters lying in ambush here, or else they would not have sat still when things got serious. After all, there had been several times when the human situation had gotten quite dangerous. They might have resolved it in time, but that was mostly due to luck. Although the 2 territory lords had made their own conclusion, they still patiently waited for news from the front lines. Only when they got confirmation would they act. It should be about time. As expected, after another half a day, just when the Black Ink clan army they had gathered was about to be completely wiped out, a feudal lord rushed to them and reported, "The 8th Order humans stationed at the enemy forward base have all appeared, none of them is missing." Wu Jiang raised his brow. Good. After decades of confrontation, it wasn't as if the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords hadn't fought each other before. They might not have fought many times, but they were already well aware of each other's ins and outs. The 8th Order humans were divided into 2 groups. One group was stationed at their new forward base, occupying about 80% of their numbers, while the other group was still nowhere to be seen. The Black Ink clan speculated that these remaining 8th Order masters should be guarding Blue Sky Pass. After all, the humans attached great importance to Blue Sky Pass, so it was impossible for there to be no masters guarding it. Blue Sky Pass was situated too far from here, so as long as they could determine the location of the 8th Order masters they knew to be stationed at the forward base, they could determine if there was any ambush here or not. Now that it had been verified that the 8th Order masters of the forward base were all fighting on the front lines, they no longer had any concerns. Hong Hu was obviously more on the cautious side though and asked, "What about their old ancestor?" The feudal lord reported, "I don't know, but there's no news from the royal city. I guess that the royal lord and the old ancestor are still locked in a confrontation." Several decades ago, when the humans began their crusade, the old ancestor left Blue Sky Pass and entered the heart of the Black Ink clan territory. He didn't do anything, he just stared down the royal lord, preventing him from doing anything rash. The Black Ink clan also had no idea where the old ancestor was hiding. The royal lord surely knew, but he never informed his subordinates. It was likely that he also knew that if the territory lords were to rashly participate in the battle of this level, they would only be courting death. The attitude of the old ancestor was very clear. So long as the royal lord did not make a move, he would not be making a move. Everything was left to their subordinates. The old ancestor's actions had undoubtedly provided a huge buffer for the forward base to strengthen their hold, Otherwise, if the Royal Lord had taken action, the forward base wouldn't have been able to survive. "Let's begin, I can't wait any longer," Wu Jiang impatiently urged. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already appeared at the forward base, and their old ancestor was held back by the Royal Lord. In light of this, there was only Xiang Shan and 5 human squads here, so there was nothing to hesitate about. In this situation, if the 2 territory lords couldn't take care of Xiang Shan, they should simply commit suicide. Although Hong Hu felt somewhat uneasy, he knew that there was no reason for them not to make a move now. After a moment of silence, he agreed with a nod. "Then let's move." Wu Jiang's figure flickered as he rushed towards the asteroid. Hong Hu followed closely behind, intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from Wu Jiang. It wasn't that he was scheming anything, it was just his nature. He knew that the reason why Wu Jiang was so anxious was because he had suffered a great loss at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago. Wu Jiang nearly died at Xiang Shan's hands in a battle 3,000 years prior, and although he ultimately managed to survive, it had taken him a long time to recover. Since then, Wu Jiang had been constantly thinking about taking Xiang Shan's life to wash himself of this shame. However, Xiang Shan's order fell and he disappeared from the territory lord's sight after a few years. Xiang Shan naturally participated whenever the 2 races fought, but when a battle of such a large scale was joined, the territory lord's responsibility was to keep an eye on the 8th Order Masters. Who would be in the mood to search for a lone 7th Order human on such a large battlefield? If it weren't for the news of Xiang Shan's advancement, no one would have thought that the former Western Army commander, who had made the territory lords all tremble in fear, would still be alive. The hatred that had been brewing for 3 millennia, once it started boiling, instantly filled Wu Jiang's mind. His momentum shot through the sky as he charged straight towards the asteroid from millions of kilometers away. In the midst of this chaotic battle, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis completely enveloping him. He promptly looked up and saw an enormous black ink cloud shooting over from the distance. The aura of the territory lord inside the black ink cloud was like a bright light in the night, making it extremely obvious. A territory lord is attacking. Dongfang Wenbing suddenly roared, realizing what was happening. The main reason Wu Jiang was charging so aggressively and had no intention of hiding was probably because he wanted to sow chaos. "Formation!" Zhu Yuming shouted. This time, he didn't dare to recklessly charge forward. The gap between a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a territory lord was too great. Without a formation support, no one here could defend against the might of the territory lord. In an instant, the Open Heaven Realm Masters of the 4 squads released their auras and connected with one another, instantly assuming a formation. Because there were many secret arts and techniques in the Open Heaven realm with no common origin, it was difficult to create a formation without extensive practice and deep knowledge gained over a long period of time. Be that as it may, a hastily created formation was still better than fighting alone. Fortunately, there were also simple formations that could largely ignore the effects of one's origin and cultivation. Almost every Open Heaven Realm Master on the Black Ink battlefield was required to practice this kind of formation. 10 Facets Formation. The biggest feature of this formation was that it was quite easy to set up and had a high degree of tolerance for error. To activate this formation, one needed at least 3 members, while at most there could be 10. In other words, as long as there were 3 people, they could arrange this formation, and so could 4, 5, 6, up to 10. Depending on the number of people participating, the formation formed had different names. 3 people linked together to form the 3 Fortunes formation, 4 people formed a 4 Symbols formation, 5 people formed a 5 Elements formation, and finally, 10 people formed a 10 Facets formation. Although it didn't have the power of a profound formation that was specially cultivated from youth using matching secret arts and techniques, it was extremely suitable for a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Many times, in the Great Battle, warships would be destroyed and the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were stranded outside would find themselves without protection. In times like these, all it took was 3 of these Open Heaven Realm Masters to rally together and they could make a formation, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Before now, Yang Kai and the others didn't have any intention of forming a formation because none of their opponents were individually very strong, despite being vast in number. Their efficiency in fighting alone was much higher when in forming a formation which concentrated their strength. However, now that a territory lord was attacking, the difference in strength was too great and only by making a formation could they protect themselves. Dawn had 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they quickly formed a 6 paths formation, while the Wild Boar Squad, Breeze Squad, and Water Snake Squad, which had even more 7th Order Masters, formed 7 Stars Formation, 8 Desolations Formation, and even the 10 Facets Formation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5167, In Dire Straits. Territory Lord Wu Jiang arrived in an imposing manner. The first thing he encountered was the 10 Facets Formation formed by the 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Water Snake Squad. The destructive energy radiating from the billowing black ink clouds was enough to destroy all obstacles in its way. Scram! Wu Jiang was completely focused on killing Xiang Shan and was in no mood to pay attention to others. He wanted to break through the blockade of the human squads right away, and as such, in the face of the incoming Water Snake Squad, he promptly channeled his power into his palm and ruthlessly smacked it down. The moment the Water Snake Squad came in contact with Wu Jiang's attack, the 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Water Snake Squad jolted and their faces went pale as an overwhelming power swept over them. 2 or 3 of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with the weakest foundation even spat out mouthfuls of blood and could see stars circling before their eyes. Fortunately, everyone had taken a purifying black ink pill in advance, otherwise, they would have been easily invaded by black ink strength as their small universes were in turmoil right now. Once they had been corrupted by black ink strength, they would have been in big trouble. But with this exchange, the Water Snake Squad immediately realized the huge gap between them and their opponent. Not every 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master got to fight territory lords multiple times in a short span of 100 years like Yang Kai, who even had the unique experience of killing territory lords. In their long, lengthy career of fighting on the black ink battlefield, their opponents had basically been the feudal lords under the territory lords. Very few people had the chance and experience of fighting against the territory lords. Their lack of experience had caused them to suffer quite a bit. Fortunately, there were more than one squad. Right behind them were the Wild Boars, who were best at charging in and running amok, and the Agile Breeze Squad. More than a dozen 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the 2 squads assumed 2 battle formations. When the Water Snake Squad was repelled, the others attacked Wu Jiang from the left and right with the leaders of both squads taking point. All the 7th Order Masters gathered their entire strength and unleashed their strongest divine abilities. Immediately after, their fearsome energy left dazzling trails as they slashed towards Wu Jiang from either side like a giant pair of scissors. Wu Jiang was enraged. The black ink clouds started billowing as the might of the territory lord was fully displayed. The moment his divine ability erupted, the 2 squads flanking from both sides momentarily paused before they were pushed away. The next moment, Wu Jiang's cold snort came from within the black ink cloud, "Know your place." The moment he finished speaking, Dawn's squad flew straight towards the black ink cloud with Yang Kai leading the way under the cover of the other 2 squads. In the 6 paths formation, Yang Kai held the core position, and his aura was closely linked with Feng Ying's and the others. Owing to the battle formation, part of the strength of the rest of his squad members was added to his. The next moment, Yang Kai felt his strength break through its limits. He already had the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand, which he thrust straight towards the black ink cloud. Immediately after, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a muffled grunt. But before Yang Kai could make another attack, a large hand reached out from the black ink cloud, smashing straight down at him. Yang Kai's pupils contracted as he urged space principles, teleporting the entire 6 paths formation back by a great distance, causing the giant hand to hit nothing. Right then, the Water Snake Squad, which was the first to be repelled, had recovered and made another charge. The Wild Boar Squad and Breeze Squad also attacked from the left and right. Noticing this, Yang Kai led Feng Ying and the others to press the attack. The long spear in his hand left shadows covering the entire sky, enveloping the black ink cloud. The universe trembled and the void collapsed. The Seventh Order Masters from the 4 Special Operations Squads joined together in battle formation to fend off the Territory Lord, halting Wu Jiang's aggressive charge. The squad leaders were not surprised by this result. After all, they were not ordinary squads, but the elite Special Operations Squads of Blue Sky Pass. Each squad had at least 6 Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so with 4 such squads cooperating, they had enough to gather more than 30 Seventh Order Masters. Such a force could easily stop an ordinary Territory Lord even without assuming any battle formation, let alone now when they had formed 4. Under the combined power of these battle formations, the strength each squad could display surpassed that of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Although they still had not crossed the line of the 8th Order, they could be considered quasi-8th Order Masters in terms of raw strength. In other words, the power displayed by these 4 Special Operations Squad formations was almost equivalent to 4 quasi-8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacking Wu Jiang. If such strength couldn't stop Wu Jiang, then they wouldn't deserve to be called Special Operations Squads. Be that as it may, Yang Kai and the others' actions were accompanied by a great deal of risk, and the slightest mistake could lead to a tragic end. As such, all the members of the 4 squads were on edge and didn't dare to relax. The 4 warships could no longer take part in this battle. All the 7th Order Masters had gone out to meet the enemy, leaving only the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters behind. If they rashly interfered in a battle of this level, they would only be adding chaos to the battlefield and might even disrupt the rhythm of their 7th Order leaders. What's more, the warships weren't as agile, so if they really joined the battlefield, and if the Territory Lord was not able to do anything to Yang Kai and the others, he would surely target them in frustration. As such, the 4 warships immediately retreated from the battlefield. Fortunately, they had plenty of other things to do. Many of the Black Ink Clan troops had managed to slip through the net and were now desperately attacking the asteroid in an attempt to break the turtle shell of the Old Turtle Squad. The Old Turtle's defenses were able to fend off their attacks for a time, but it wouldn't last forever. The arrival of the 4 warships had provided timely assistance. When the power of secret techniques and offensive arrays poured out from the warships, the Black Ink Clan's cannon fodders were instantly wiped out. On the other side, Wu Jiang furiously roared as he unleashed his Territory Lord's strength to its utmost limit. Nonetheless, he was unable to break through the 4 squads' defenses no matter how furious he was, which made him even angrier as he felt he had lost all face. He had come to find trouble with Xiang Shan, so how could he be in the mood to waste time with these 4 squads? But by the looks of it, if he failed to break through the 4 squads' blockade, he could forget about reaching Xiang Shan. Humans are truly hateful. Their individual strength isn't anything special, but together, they can still unleash much greater power. Fortunately, I didn't come alone, there is still Hong Hu. As long as I keep these 4 squads preoccupied here, Hong Hu will easily succeed. Although he felt somewhat regretful that he couldn't personally deal with Xiang Shan, as things had come to this, he was left with no other choice. In this fierce battle, Wu Jiang was facing the 4 Special Operations Squad's battle formation all alone, but not only was he not at a disadvantage, he even appeared to have the upper hand, a testament to his great strength. In fact, in Blue Sky Theater, Wu Jiang's strength was among the top 5 among all the Territory Lords. Even ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight against him. His powerful strength had made him arrogant, which was why he had never forgotten the defeat he had tasted at Xiang Shan's hands 3 millennia ago, and he had marked Xiang Shan as his lifelong enemy. But what annoyed him the most was that Hong Hu had shown no signs of attacking even after so long. That cowardly trash! Wu Jiang cursed in his heart. He knew that Hong Hu had always been skittish. Since he hadn't taken action until now, he was obviously hiding in the shadows and observing. If I knew he would act like this, I would have let him fight these humans instead. Wu Jiang secretly regretted rushing out in the heat of the moment and not taking these human squads seriously, which ultimately put him in this awkward position. After waiting for a while, Wu Jiang couldn't bear it any longer and angrily roared, "Hong Hu, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai and the others, who were attacking Wu Jiang, all went pale when they heard this. Their worst fears had come true. There was not just one territory lord here, but two. Where is he? In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai spread his divine sense to investigate, but it was to no avail. If a territory lord wanted to hide himself, it would indeed be difficult for Yang Kai to find him in this chaos. Fortunately, he did not need to investigate for long. After Wu Jiang's roar, a faint sigh came from somewhere and a figure soon appeared. It was none other than Hong Hu, territory lord, who had been hiding in the shadows. Hong Hu felt a headache coming on. Among all the territory lords, he hated working with Wu Jiang the most because his companion's recklessness would often lead him into trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice this time, because he and Wu Jiang were the only ones nearby, so he had no choice but to move with him. Originally, he had wanted to observe for a while longer, preferably until Wu Jiang had defeated the 4 squads. He would check for other variables before deciding whether to show himself or not, but after Wu Jiang's shout, no matter how he tried to hide, it would be meaningless. He had no other choice but to show himself. He might have been feeling a little frustrated, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Of the 5 elite human squads, 1 is responsible for guarding Xiangshan while the other 4 are keeping Wu Jiang occupied. Even now, there are no 8th Order masters in sight. I guess there really isn't an ambush here. Not to mention, the 8th Order's humans of the forward base had already appeared there. Nonetheless, he was still curious as to why Xiangshan would choose to advance in such a place. An old veteran who had lived for countless years could not have lost his sense of vigilance. The place where Hong Hu appeared was not far away from the Breeze warship. The sudden appearance of a territory lord startled the humans aboard the Swift warship, and the members in charge of controlling it hurriedly activated the various spirit arrays to open some distance. Be that as it may, it was too late already. Hong Hu took out a round hammer and swung it down on the Breeze squad's warship. The shadow of a giant hammer almost covered the entire warship, and immediately after, it struck, instantly breaking through its various defenses and smashing the hull to pieces. The attack's massive force sent the warship flying out tens of thousands of kilometers. It was unclear how many people aboard lost their lives. Although the defenses of the Breeze squad's warship were stronger than those of an ordinary warship, it was still the worst among the 5 special operations squads. Their prime focus was speed, so it was naturally difficult for them to block a blow from a territory lord. This sight completely shook up the Breeze squad leader, Wanjin Exen, and his eyes cracked wide open in dismay. He did not care about the warship one bit as it could be repaired with some military merits, but if any of the warship's crew was killed, that was a permanent loss. Wanjin Exen's heart bled at the very thought. Be that as it may, he could do nothing regardless of how much he wanted to rescue them. The combined effort of 4 special operations squads' battle formations could barely stop Wu Jiang's advance, so if even one retreated, the remaining 3 would be no match for the enemy. Once Wu Jiang broke through their blockade, the resulting casualties would be even worse. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5168, Unstoppable. There existed an order of priorities, and people had to make difficult choices when faced with a crisis. Wanjin Exen perfectly understood this point, and his fury and worries turned into boundless rage. He mobilized his world force madly, unleashing divine abilities and secret techniques at Wu Jiang recklessly. At the same time, Yang Kai roared, "Feng Ying, formation change." Under the 6 Paths formation, the 6 7th Order members of Dawn had their auras and even thoughts linked, so as soon as Yang Kai yelled, Feng Ying understood what he was planning to do. Without any hesitation, when Yang Kai teleported out, she promptly assumed the core position. The other 4 simultaneously changed their positions as well. As such, the 6 Paths formation rapidly changed into a 5 Elements formation, where Yang Kai's position was replaced by Feng Ying. "Be careful!" Feng Ying's voice rang in Yang Kai's ears as he appeared next to Hong Hu out of nowhere. A golden crow cried out and a great sun rose from the spear's tip as Yang Kai thrust his weapon out at Hong Hu. Yang Kai could not ignore Hong Hu because, after sending Breeze Squad's warship flying, he would smash the hammer in his hand down on the Wild Boar Squad's warship next. Although the defenses of the Wild Boar Squad's warship were better than the Breeze Squad warships, they were still limited. Against the strength Hong Hu had just displayed, the Wild Boar's warship would simply be unable to resist. It was easy to imagine that if no one was there to intercept Hong Hu, the Wild Boar's warship would surely meet the same end as Breeze Squad's, followed by Dawn, and then the Water Snakes. Although Yang Kai couldn't understand why Hong Hu didn't directly disturb Xiang Shan's breakthrough and instead attacked the warships, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Due to various reasons, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm members of the other squads were unable to help, so Yang Kai had no choice but to step in. Furthermore, he had experience in fighting territory lords, and his strength was far greater than an ordinary 7th Order master's. He was also proficient in the Tao of Space, so even if he was not an opponent of the territory lord, he would not fall so quickly. The other 7th Order masters could not do this, and only death awaited them if they tried. If an entire group came over, Wu Jiang would no longer be suppressed and would surely start a bloodbath. Yang Kai's sudden appearance took Hong Hu by surprise. In fact, he was just testing the waters when he attacked Breeze Squad's warship. After all, there had been no casualties on the human race's side up until now. Things might not be looking good for the humans at this moment, but in reality, everything was still in their control. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Master was lying in wait nearby, he or she may have decided to not provide help. Attacking a warship was the best way to test the waters. If an 8th Order Master was really hiding in the shadows, he or she would definitely try to stop him once casualties and deaths on the human side became inevitable. Much to his satisfaction, no 8th Order Master stepped in, just a lone 7th Order human. Hong Hu didn't take the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seriously, even when the one attacking him displayed an extremely powerful divine ability. Hong Hu casually swung the hammer in his hand, hitting the tip of the spear, and annihilating the great sun. The spear in Yang Kai's hand almost flew out from the recoil, and the violent force which was transmitted to him sent him tumbling far away in the blink of an eye. After swatting away the annoying ant, Hong Hu gazed down at the asteroid. His gaze pierced through the thick protection surrounding the asteroid, whereupon he saw a familiar figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Xiang Shan, it's been ages since we last met, but unfortunately for you, this place will be your grave. Since he was certain that there was no ambush here, Hong Hu didn't hesitate any longer. He raised his hammer high as the power of his black ink strength surged around him to the point that it seemed solid. The next moment, he brought his hammer down hard under the furious gazes of Chai Fong and the others. When the hammer fell, it was as if two universe worlds had collided. The surrounding million-kilometers radius trembled as the violent blast of energy materialized into a shockwave that rapidly propagated. Even the warships that were far away from the hammer's point of impact instantly bobbed up and down like they were caught up in a storm. Kacha? With the hammer as the center, an enormous crack appeared on the defensive barrier of the old Turtle Squad's warship before it began spreading out like a spider web. Hong Hu was a little surprised at this sight and commented, "It's quite sturdy." Even with his fearsome territory lord strength, his full-powered blow was unable to break through this barrier. The defensive power of this strange warship was surprisingly good. Nonetheless, no matter how strong its defenses were, it couldn't withstand such fierce attacks for long. With just one strike, Hong Hu came to the conclusion that he only needed 3 strikes to completely break this barrier. With another blow, the cracks became wider. Even the old Turtle Squad's warship flickered and cracking sounds came from its hull as it was unable to bear the attack. Hold fast. Channel all your power into the defenses. Chai Fong furiously roared as he ground his teeth. With him as the leader, the entire 50 members of the old Turtle Squad pushed their strength madly. Nonetheless, whether it was Chai Fong or his squad members, they all knew that when the Territory Lord's next attack landed, their shields would be broken. The gap in strength between the two sides was not something they could make up for with their efforts. Hong Hu raised his hammer once more as a giant shadow appeared. Just when it was about to fall though, Hong Hu turned his head and looked back. In the distant void, a great sun was slowly rising, followed by a full moon. Under the combined brilliance of this sun and moon, a strange power started surging. This power was hard to describe and difficult to understand, seemingly containing various kinds of mysteries. Hong Hu had never felt this kind of power before, but a sense of unease gripped his heart once he did. This strange power actually posed a certain threat to him. As the sun and moon intertwined with each other, this mysterious power became more and more sublime. At first, it was still quite some distance away, but in the next instant, it was somehow right in front of him. Behind this swirl of light was the seventh-order human he had sent flying not too long ago, wearing a stoic look on his face. In the end, Hong Hu's third strike never happened. He had always been cautious, so when facing this unknown threat, his choice was always to take care of it first. Black ink strength rapidly surged as a large black ink cloud emerged, enveloping Hong Hu and allowing him to disappear from everyone's sight. The sun and moon divine wheel struck the black ink clouds, and in that instant, space-time strength spread out into the surroundings. For that moment, everyone had the illusion that time was frozen and space had solidified. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but it felt like hundreds of thousands of years had passed. A sigh escaped Yang Kai's lips as a desolate look appeared on his face. The sun-moon divine wheel was the strongest move in his arsenal, but even it failed to do anything to the territory lord. It simply lacked the strength to kill its target while the latter was on guard. On the old turtle squad's warship, Chai Fong and the others were staring in Hong Hu's direction with widened eyes, but when the solid black ink cloud dispersed, they didn't see the scene they were expecting. Much to their surprise, there was an enormous black shell inside the black ink cloud, like a cocoon that had been enlarged countless times. The cocoon was congealed from extremely dense black ink strength. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on its surface one after another before it shattered into pieces, revealing Hong Hu's figure. He glanced at Yang Kai and exclaimed, "Such an extraordinary move." In fact, if he hadn't promptly circulated his strength to condense the black cocoon, encasing himself and devoting his full attention to his defense, he would have been seriously injured by the last attack. A mere seventh-order human actually had the ability to injure him. If this was a moment ago, he would never have believed it possible, but having experienced it personally, he could not deny it. Fortunately for him, he had responded in a timely and appropriate fashion. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he was not injured. This seventh-order human is probably another elite not inferior to Xiang Shan. Hong Hu's spirits were immediately lifted. Not only could he kill Xiang Shan today, but he could also destroy another promising seedling of the human race. While he was in a great mood, Yang Kai's heart sank into the abyss. Even his strongest attack failed to do anything to Hong Hu, so right now, apart from defending the old turtle squad with his life, he could do nothing else. The reinforcements from the forward base were nowhere in sight, most likely intercepted by the Black Ink clan. Furthermore, in the absence of his powerful combat strength, things were not looking good for Feng Ying and the other seventh-order masters. When Yang Kai was there, the four squads in battle formations were able to put up a good fight against Wu Jiang. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they would not have been defeated in short order. But as soon as he left, although the masters from the four squads were still in formation, Dawn's overall strength had decreased sharply, increasing Wu Jiang's advantage. By the looks of it, the four formations would be defeated by Wu Jiang in less than an hour, at which point they would suffer heavy casualties. Yang Kai couldn't see any hope. Although he still had a trump card he had yet to use, it was hard to say how effective it would be. Nonetheless, he couldn't back down even in this situation. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as he threw a spirit pill into his mouth. Yang Kai pointed his weapon towards Hong Hu and mobilized his space principles, instantly disappearing from sight. The next time he appeared, he was standing right before Hong Hu, the Azure Dragon Spear rapidly expanding in Hong Hu's eyes. Impudence! Hong Hu coldly snorted as he brought his hammer down to meet the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai staggered from the impact, but before he could even regain his footing, a mass of black ink strength flew towards his face, enveloping his head and disturbing his five senses. It became impossible for him to see or hear anything, even his divine sense was greatly suppressed. He instinctively blocked an incoming attack with his spear, but he was sent flying as a result of his hasty defense. His chest caved in and several of his ribs broke. Hong Hu exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't held back in his last attack. Under normal circumstances, a seventh-order human would have not been able to block such a blow and would have lost his life on the spot, but much to his surprise, the human before his eyes survived, albeit with heavy injuries. As expected of an elite seedling, such a person cannot be allowed to grow. Hong Hu became even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Nonetheless, he didn't immediately chase after him, he wanted to finish off Xiang Shan first. In comparison, he was more wary of Xiang Shan. The hammer in his hand fell once more and the already cracked barrier finally couldn't bear the brunt and shattered into pieces. Even the old Turtle Squad's warship suffered great damage. Many of the members who had been linked to the warship to provide it with power spurted a mouthful of blood as their auras weakened. With the protective barrier broken, there was nothing stopping Hong Hu, who now coldly stared at Xiang Shan before he raised his hammer high and swung it down hard. Chai Fang and the others helplessly stared at the oncoming attack in horror. At this moment, none of them had the strength to stop this blow. Not only would Xiang Shan die, but even the asteroid below would probably be blown to pieces. This did not escape the eyes of the masters near Wujiang. All of them wanted to help, but they were unable to interfere. Before, they were the ones who had been pestering Wujiang, but now Wujiang was the one who was tying them down. Just as despair filled everyone's face, a beam of light came shooting out from below. Martial Peak, Chapter 5169, Ultimate 5 Elements Formation. This attack was extremely sudden and came without any warning. Hong Hu only noticed it when it was practically on top of him, causing him to jump in fright and hastily defend himself. Even a territory lord like him was forced back by this blow. Looking down, he noticed that Xiang Shan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the asteroid, happened to have opened his eyes at some point and was staring at him with a smile. Hong Hu was terrified. This is a trap. This is definitely a trap. Although Hong Hu didn't notice any traces of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, when he met Xiang Shan's mocking gaze, he knew that his worries had come true. The human race had once again set up a sinister trap here to lure him and Wujiang out. It was laughable that even with all his caution he had failed to see through this. Although he might not have an idea of what the human race's goal was or where the trap was, Hong Hu was a decisive person. After realizing that things were not good, he immediately tried to escape. But it was already too late. Before Hong Hu could make any move, Xiang Shan was already flying towards him like a bolt of lightning. When Xiang Shan moved, it appeared as if he had summoned something, and while he was charging, his aura steadily rose. In just 3 breaths of time, his cultivation had risen from the 7th order to the 8th. As the two clashed in the void, their black ink strength and world force clashed to form a violent storm. On the old Turtle Squad's broken warship, squad leader Chai Fang and his squad members were all dumbfounded. It never occurred to them that something like this would happen at this desperate moment and came as a pleasant surprise to them. After giving it another thought though, Chai Fang came to realize that the reason Xiang Shan was able to advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at just the right moment could not be a coincidence. Rather, it had to be intentional. In other words, Senior Xiang Shan had always been able to break through at any moment, but he had been holding his advancement back for some purpose. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary 7th Order Master to break through to the 8th Order like this, but it was different for Xiang Shan. He was originally an 8th Order Master, and the reason his order had dropped was only because he had cut off too much of his small universe in the past. He had the base of an 8th Order Master from the start, and after painstakingly cultivating for 3 millennia, he had already regained and strengthened his incomplete foundation. After 3 millennia, as far as he was concerned, it was just a matter of course to return to 8 Order so long as the opportunity appeared. Chai Fang even suspected that Xiang Shan had advanced to the 8th Order already, but for some reason had been acting like he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. As for what this reason was, he was temporarily unable to guess. Squad leader, is that a purifying black ink battleship? A pale-faced squad member suddenly asked. The old Turtle Squad's defensive barrier had been destroyed by Hong Hu's 3 hammer strikes, and the entire squad had suffered varying degrees of injuries while even their warship had been damaged. Nonetheless, when compared to having been killed by Hong Hu, this result was still acceptable. After hearing this squad member's question, Chai Fong turned his gaze towards the asteroid and indeed, he saw a warship there. This warship was far more magnificent than an ordinary squad rank warships or even a battalion rank warship. In the entire Blue Sky Pass, a warship of this scale could only be a purifying black ink battleship. Why is a purifying black ink battleship here? He vaguely remembered that when Xiang Shan moved just now, he seemed to have summoned something and tossed it out. Apparently, what he had summoned was this purifying black ink battleship. Although the warship was large, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could still easily store it in his or her small universe. In a flash, Chai Fong understood the various arrangements of the higher-ups and was shocked at the revelation. At a certain moment before Xiang Shan summoned the purifying black ink battleship, 7 or 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, led by Ding Yao, had gathered together in Blue Sky Pass. Their hands were rapidly forming different seals one after another, but strangely, no matter what seals these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made, nothing happened. Furthermore, it had already been 2 days since they had begun doing this. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would find it quite tiring to repeat such a boring task for a long time. Lu Wen couldn't help but grumble, "Has senior brother Xiang not made his move yet?" An 8th Order Master asked with a smile, "Brother Lu, are you getting frustrated from all the waiting?" Lu Wen corrected, "I'm just worried that those brats won't be able to hold on. I don't know how many territory lords senior brother Xiang managed to lure out, but if the number is too large, it might lead to casualties." The 8th Order Master stated, "Senior brother Xiang is a meticulous person. Since he hasn't made a move yet, it means that the situation is still under control. We should keep waiting until senior brother Xiang has made his move, in any case." Before the 8th Order Master could finish his sentence, the light of the universe array appeared beneath his feet after he finished a set of hand seals. Ding Yao raised his brow and shouted, "It's time!" Everyone held their breaths and focused as the speed at which they formed hand seals sharply increased. In an instant, the light universe arrays appeared beneath their respective feet. After a few breaths, the light faded as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered here vanished. The next moment, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stepped out of the purifying black ink battleship on an asteroid billion of kilometers away, with Ding Yao in the lead. After looking around, Ding Yao immediately understood the situation and shouted, "Act according to the plan." As soon as he relayed the order, 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters flew towards Xiang Shan while the remaining 3 rushed towards Wujiang. At this moment, Hong Hu's face was filled with indignation. Ever since he had received the message from the territory lords on the front lines, asking him and Wu Jiang to come here to kill Xiang Shan, he had suspected that this was a scheme set up by the humans. What kind of character was Xiang Shan? If he really wanted to advance to the 8th Order, how could he not have anyone guarding him? Why would he choose this damned place to advance? After multiple probes, and a sacrifice of close to 100,000 Black Ink clansmen, as well as a careful investigation of the surrounding region, when they found nothing suspicious, nor any ambush, Hong Hu's fear of Xiang Shan breaking through forced him to take action. But just as he was about to deal with Xiang Shan, something unexpected happened. Xiang Shan actually returned to the 8th Order in an extremely short time, making it impossible for Hong Hu to easily kill him. This sudden turn of events made Hong Hu realize that this was definitely a trap. The only thing he failed to understand was what Xiang Shan could do to him even if he had returned to the 8th Order. Had it been 3 millennia ago, when Xiang Shan was at his peak, Hong Hu would definitely not have been his opponent. If he had been down on his luck, he might have even been killed by Xiang Shan. However, things were different now. Xiang Shan had just returned to the Eighth Order, and after exchanging a few blows with him, Hong Hu discovered that the former's current strength was only on par with his, perhaps even slightly inferior. In his current state, he couldn't kill Xiang Shan, nor could Xiang Shan kill him, so what was the purpose of this trap? Just as he was feeling puzzled, powerful auras suddenly emerged from the nearby asteroid out of nowhere. Naturally, they were the auras of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. 8 of them. The moment he noticed these auras, Hong Hu noticed 5 figures rushing in his direction from the asteroid from the corner of his eye. Hong Hu was filled with grief and unwillingness. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where these Eighth Order Masters popped out from and why he failed to notice them until now. He couldn't figure it out, but he knew that if he didn't escape now, he would never be able to. Xiang Shan alone might not be able to do anything to him, but if 5 more Eighth Order humans were added to the mix, it would be another matter. He was no match for those kinds of odds. But how could Xiang Shan allow him to escape? Immediately, all kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were shot out, but they were not intended to injure the enemy, but rather just to obstruct Hong Hu's escape. This was why Xiang Shan had specially summoned a net-like artifact. This artifact instantly fell over Hong Hu's head and transformed into an invisible binding force, preventing him from escaping. Although Hong Hu had quickly destroyed this artifact, the 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already arrived. Ding Yao. Hong Hu was shocked at the sight of the person leading the team. Naturally, he was well aware of the army commander of Blue Sky Pass Eastern Army. Not just Ding Yao, all army commanders were the strongest of the Eighth Order humans. Every territory lord knew them well. But, shouldn't Ding Yao be guarding Blue Sky Pass? What's he doing here? Also, the other Eighth Order Masters here have never appeared at the forward base before. They should all be guarding Blue Sky Pass. While he was reeling from shock, the 5 Eighth Order Masters stood in a pentagonal position around him under Ding Yao's lead. Each of them stood tens of thousands of meters apart, but their auras were closely linked together, forming a battle formation. 5 Elements Formation. Different from the 5 Elements Formation formed by the 5 Seventh Order Masters of Dawn, this one was powered by 5 Eighth Order Masters. The world force of the connected Eighth Order Masters instantly filled the entire void, turning it into a quagmire that could swallow all things. Trapped in this battle formation, Hong Hu's strength was instantly suppressed by 30%. He felt as if every inch of his body had grown heavier, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he moved, Ding Yao and the others followed him like shadows, maintaining a distance of a few tens of thousands of meters between them and trapping him between them. Hong Hu's face was filled with despair. By the time the 5 Elements Formation was complete, Xiang Shan had already withdrawn as there was no need for him here. He didn't remain idle though and headed straight towards Wujiang. Just a moment ago, the 3 Eighth Order Masters led by Luan had arrived at Wujiang and the 4 Special Operations Squad's location. In fact, when the auras of these Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared, not only did Hong Hu and Wujiang sense them, but their appearance was also noticed by the 7th Order Masters of the 4 squads. Similar to Hong Hu, Wujiang immediately realized that things were not looking good for them and he tried to shake off these squads to escape. He was no match for so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for whether Hong Hu could escape or not, he couldn't care less about it at this point. However, the 4 Special Operations Squads knew that their reinforcements had arrived, so how could they let the enemy escape so easily? A single squad couldn't stop Wujiang, and even if all 4 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult, but at least they were able to delay him. "Brats, move aside." A shout came before 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Luan in the lead arrived and took over the fight with Wujiang. The 4 Special Operations Squads all felt relieved and quickly retreated. With 3 against 1, Wujiang instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, but this was not the end of his misery as Xiang Shan also arrived shortly after. Wujiang furiously roared and struggled for his life, causing black ink clouds to billow around him, but against 4 enemies of equal strength, his defeat was only a matter of time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5170, 8th Order Master's Arrangements. When Yang Kai hurriedly returned from the distance, what he saw next left him dumbfounded. Hong Hu's hammer strike caused his vitality and world force to be thrown into turmoil and sent him flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even with his powerful dragon vein, he was seriously injured. After stabilizing himself, he immediately rushed back, but he had never expected to see the scene before him. Led by Ding Yao, 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had formed a strange formation around Hong Hu, trapping him. No matter how Hong Hu struggled, he was unable to break free. Ding Yao and the others were sticking to him like maggots on rotting bones, constantly maintaining a certain distance from him. On the other side, Wu Jiang was also being besieged by 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The battle here was far more intense than Hong Hu's, causing space to split apart and the void to tremble. Yang Kai even saw Xiang Shan in the mix, but at this moment he was already an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Less than 10 breaths had passed since Yang Kai was sent flying and his return, but the situation had changed drastically. Fortunately, this change was extremely beneficial to Yang Kai's side, allowing him to finally let his racing heart rest. Turning his head to look, he instantly teleported to the Old Turtle Squad's warship and stood next to Chai Fong. The Old Turtle Squad's warship was in a very bad state. The entire warship was in tatters with practically all of its spirit arrays having exploded. Even the Great Turtle Shell artifact on top of the warship was covered in deep cracks. After returning, the warship would have to undergo an extensive repair before it could return to the battlefield. Also, Chai Fong and the others' auras were somewhat weak. Obviously, they had suffered varying degrees of injuries. "Is this the arrangement of the seniors?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. Although he didn't know why things had suddenly changed so drastically, Yang Kai had some guesses judging by the current situation. "That should be the case," Chai Fong nodded and resentfully complained, "but they kept us in the dark." "How did they get here?" Yang Kai asked again. Chai Fong silently pointed down. Yang Kai gazed down and instantly understood, seeing the purifying black ink battleship left on the asteroid. They thought to use a purifying black ink battleship like this? The way the 8th Order commanders think is truly unrestrained and creative. Although he didn't know who came up with this idea, it was pretty obvious that this purifying black ink battleship had been stored in Xiang Shan's small universe. At the critical moment, when they were finally summoned, Ding Yao and the others who had been back in Blue Sky Pass were able to use the purifying black ink battleship's universe array to instantly arrive here to assist. Although this place was far from Blue Sky Pass, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were strong enough to withstand the pressures of transferring across such distance through the void. It would not have worked if 7th Order Masters tried to teleport here from Blue Sky Pass, as they would have been crushed during the transit. Of the two battlefields, one was 5-on-1, while the other was 4-against-1. Regardless of which one it was, the humans had the absolute advantage. It was quite obvious that Hong Hu and Wu Jiang Territory Lord would not survive this encounter. But when Yang Kai saw how Ding Yao and the others were moving, it didn't seem like they were trying to kill Hong Hu. On the other hand, Luan and the others attacking Wu Jiang were using all kinds of lethal moves, overwhelming Wu Jiang and reducing him to a sorry state. Judging by the battle formation used by Ding Yao and the others and their behavior, it seemed apparent they wanted to capture Hong Hu alive. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately recalled the feudal lord imprisoned in the basement of the forward base as Grandmaster Ma Fan's image involuntarily flashed in his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. Capturing a feudal lord alive was not difficult, as any 8th Order master could do so. However, Yang Kai had never heard of a territory lord being captured alive. After all, only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could fight against a territory lord. Just because there was no precedent didn't mean the human race couldn't do it, but Blue Sky Pass didn't meet the conditions in the past to accomplish this. A territory lord's black ink strength was extremely rich and powerful, so even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be at a risk of being corroded by it. Also, what would the point of capturing a territory lord alive be? It would be a waste of time and effort only to produce a prisoner that would have to constantly be guarded by powerful masters. Relatively speaking, defeating a territory lord in battle was easy, killing them was hard, and capturing them alive was all but impossible. Nonetheless, the current situation was different. The human race already had a way to deal with the corruption of black ink strength. On top of that, the research on the evil purging divine spear had made great strides with Grandmaster Ma Fan's efforts. Obviously, experimenting on feudal lords was no longer able to satisfy Grandmaster Ma Fan's needs. He needed a territory lord to perform more comprehensive experiments to improve the evil purging divine spear further. Having been encircled by Ding Yao and the others, Hong Hu seemed to be the target of this operation. As for Wu Jiang, he could only be killed. Territory lords were tenacious, so one was more than enough to experiment on. There was no need to bring two back. The members of the special operations squads returned one after another. Even their respective warships flew over. The Breeze Squad even brought back their heavily damaged warships. The Breeze Squad's warship had been sent flying by Hong Hu and suffered extensive damage not long ago. It was unclear how many were dead and how many were injured, so Breeze's squad leader Wanjing Xen was extremely worried. However, at that time, he was still preoccupied with Wu Jiang and had no time to check up on his squad members. Until now. After a quick count, the Breeze Squad had suffered fatalities while all the others had been injured, with more than 10 having suffered serious wounds. Even the warship was severely damaged and in a much worse state than the old Turtle's warship. Although 3 of his squad members had fallen and a dozen or so were heavily injured, it was still an acceptable result. They were already extremely fortunate that they had only suffered such a small loss after taking the full-powered sneak attack of a territory lord. Any ordinary squad would have been completely wiped out from such a blow. No one tried to comfort him, as on the black ink battlefield, who hadn't experienced a few life and death battles. Those who had died had returned to dust, and those who had survived continued moving forward. Everyone had only 2 choices: either they sacrificed their life to the black ink battlefield, or win this war that had lasted for countless millennia and return home in glory. Everyone was silently adjusting their breathing as they observed the battle between the 2 groups of great experts. Wu Jiang's situation became worse and worse. His entire body was covered in wounds as black blood covered his body. He was unable to escape and was powerless to resist the siege of the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so only death awaited him. On the other side, the range where Hong Hu could move was further suppressed. Ding Yao and the others were originally tens of thousands of meters away from him, but now they were only a few thousand meters away. It was obvious that once the distance between them shrank to a certain extent, he would lose all ability to resist. Hong Hu obviously knew this as well and had been desperately struggling, but it was clear he was on his last leg. There weren't many opportunities to witness a battle between Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords without any other worries, so all the members of the various elite squads were watching intently, hoping to gain some insights. An hour later, a blade of light cut into Wu Jiang's body as a roar of unwillingness escaped his lips and his eyes bulged in fury. A small crack soon appeared on his forehead as Xiang Shan's figure brushed past him before his body split in twain. An invisible wave of aura silently spread out into the depths of the void from the fall of a territory lord. Luan, Xiang Shan, and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all let out a sigh of relief. Fighting a territory lord who knew he was going to die was really exhausting. After Wu Jiang realized that he had no hope of escaping alive today, he had desperately lashed out in an attempt to drag at least one of them down with him, and it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to succeed. Any negligence on the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's part during the battle would give him that very chance. Fortunately, the 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all extremely cautious and didn't give Wu Jiang any chance to take one of them down with him. As such, the price they paid was marginal. The moment Wu Jiang died, Mao Qi and Zhong Yan, who were fighting with the 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, surnamed Zhang and Sun in the depths of the void far away from this place, felt something and exchanged a look of surprise. They couldn't understand how Wu Jiang had perished. Hong Hu and Wu Jiang should be together. Wu Jiang had fallen, so where is Honghu? Those two went to kill Xiang Shan, so did they fail? Did the humans ambush them? Mao Qi and Zhong Yan had no idea what was happening on the other side, but their task was only to tie down these two 8th Order Division commanders and prevent them from assisting Xiang Shan. Now that Wu Jiang had fallen and Honghu's situation remained unclear, there was no need for them to continue fighting with these two 8th Order humans. Without any need for discussion, the two territory lords made a feint before breaking away from the 8th Order humans. They then promptly summoned black ink clouds and quickly disappeared. The two 8th Order masters surnamed Zhang and Sun didn't have any intention of giving chase. Although they had the upper hand in this battle, it was impossible for them to kill their opponents. Even without a full force deployment, it was easy to determine victory or defeat when both sides' numbers were equal, but it was difficult to kill their foes. The 8th Order master surnamed Zhang turned his head in a certain direction and thoughtfully made a guess. They should have succeeded. The 8th Order master surnamed Sun nodded in agreement. The shockwave from the death of a territory lord was very weak, almost undetectable, but it was definitely there. Let's head back. The two of them had originally been bait and had not intended to assist Xiang Shan from the start. They had simply come out from the forward base to draw the attention of the territory lords. Otherwise, it would really be unreasonable for the forward base to show no response at all when Xiang Shan was breaking through. Now that Xiang Shan's side had succeeded and the territory lords fighting them had also escaped, there was no need for them to remain any longer. A battle should still be raging at the front lines, so if they rushed back now, they might be able to end things there. The two left dazzling streaks of light as they flew towards the forward base. Elsewhere, in the royal city, the dormant royal lord's aura suddenly awakened as a majestic will spread into the void for millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye with the royal city as its center. But the next moment, another majestic will spread out from a certain place in the void. This invisible will transformed into a tangible force as it ruthlessly clashed with the previous will. The violent burst of energy only lasted for a moment before everything returned to calm. Only a certain part of the void suddenly became fragmented and chaotic. It was the spot where the two wills clashed. Sooner or later, I will exterminate your human race. The will of the royal lord in the royal city flared with thick malicious intent. The old ancestor remained in a lotus position in the void and indifferently responded, "Try it." The royal lords will no longer responded and slowly fell dormant while the old ancestor also closed his eyes and his will was withdrawn. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5171, Capturing a Territory Lord Alive. Wu Jiang's death was a huge blow to Honghu, which led to him losing focus while still under the combined assault of the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could Ding Yao and the others miss this opportunity? Their figures flickered as they instantly closed the distance between Honghu and them. The distance between both sides had shortened to only a few hundred meters. They were now so close that it was almost as if they were face to face. The connected auras of the 5 8th Order Masters formed a battle formation which acted to suppress the enemy in the center. The closer the 5 of them got, the stronger this suppression became. With the formation shrunk to this extent, Honghu found it difficult to even move. His black ink strength was not flowing smoothly, and his strength had decreased by nearly 50%. When the 5 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters closed the battle formation even further, Honghu was completely rooted to the spot. Although he struggled with all his might, trying to escape, his movements were countless times slower now. At this moment, let alone 5 8th Order Masters, even a 7th Order human could easily kill him. Knowing that he could not escape this disaster, Honghu laughed in anguish before completely giving up struggling. He stared at Ding Yao and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ding Yao simply ignored him altogether and took out a strange box from his space ring. The box was a perfect cube and made of some unidentifiable material. The moment this box appeared, not just Ding Yao, but even the other 4 8th Order Masters looked cautious and solemn with a slight trace of fear visible on their faces. Obviously, the contents of this box were something extraordinary and could even pose a threat to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them. In fact, that was indeed the case. After all, it was meant to be used to deal with territory lords. Something that posed no threat to Eighth Order masters would naturally be useless against a territory lord. Their attitude made Hong Hu feel even more uneasy. Under nervous gazes, Ding Yao formed a hand seal and opened the box before gathering world energy in his mouth and gently blowing into it. Immediately after, a white mist-like object flew out from the box and enveloped Hong Hu. The next moment, Hong Hu's entire body was covered in frost, which quickly spread outward and enveloped him, turning him into a giant block of ice. The block of ice was crystal clear. Even looking from afar, Yang Kai and the others found the frozen Hong Hu looked alive. He still maintained the state before he was frozen, even the fear in his eyes was clearly visible. But this wasn't the end. Ding Yao raised his hand and took out something resembling a coffin. However, it was massive and obviously not something made for humans, but rather was specially made for the Black Ink clan. Ding Yao formed hand seals and the frozen Hong Hu was sent into the giant coffin under his guidance before the lid closed. Ding Yao then formed another set of hand seals as dazzling streaks of light shot straight towards the coffin. Soon, the coffin's lid was spotted with faintly glowing runes. The runes formed a chain, wrapping around the giant coffin before slowly disappearing. Success! Ding Yao and the others glanced at each other before slightly nodding. It was the first time the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters attempted to capture a territory lord alive. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and there were no major mistakes. With a territory lord in their hands, the weapon to deal with the Black Ink clan would be developed even faster. Good job. Just as Yang Kai and the others were watching everything with rapt attention, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xiang Shan wearing a green robe, calmly floating over. Everyone might have been exhausted after the battle, but the fact that Xiang Shan was able to approach them without anyone noticing was still a great testament to his strength. Greetings, Senior Xiang. Everyone respectfully bowed and cupped their fists. Xiang Shan waved his hand as Yang Kai and the others involuntarily straightened up. Hong Hu isn't the strongest amongst all the territory lords, only somewhere around the middle of the ranks, but in terms of caution he is second to none. Your efforts lowered his guard and successfully lured him out. Although I could have advanced to the Eighth Order at any time, the timing of my initial attack had to be perfect. If I acted too early, it would only alert the enemy, and if he sensed that something wasn't right, he would have immediately fled. So, when I made my move, I had to ensure that I could pin him down. Breeze squad leader Wanjing Exin pursed his lips and nodded. Junior understands. He knew that the reason why Xiang Shan had come and explained himself to them, Seventh Order Masters, was because when the Breeze Squad's warship had been attacked by Hong Hu, Xiang Shan had not taken action to save it. If Xiang Shan had taken action at that time, their warship would definitely have remained safe, and they wouldn't have more than a dozen seriously injured and 3 dead. But that was not the best time for Xiang Shan to act. There was no need for him to explain himself in the first place. Wanjing Exen was a 7th Order Open Heaven Master and a squad leader. He understood that the situation called for Xiang Shan to not make any move. Nonetheless, Xiang Shan still explained it to them. When my junior brothers stepped onto this Black Ink battlefield, they all resolved to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the human race if need be. It is our greatest honor to lay down our lives on the battlefield. Xiang Shan slightly nodded his acknowledgement. Now that this matter has been settled, you can accompany me here and rest for a while. Yes. Everyone nodded their agreement. It was true that they needed to recuperate. The 5 special operations squads had consumed a great deal of strength in this battle, and every squad had suffered injuries of varying degrees. The warships of Old Turtle and Breeze squads were also severely damaged. Xiang Shan also needed to rest after just recovering his 8th Order cultivation. Although there was no problem with his cultivation, he still needed some time to consolidate it. What's more, the 5 special operations squads here needed someone to look after them as they recuperated, and Xiang Shan was the best candidate. While they were talking, Ding Yao and the others had already finished making arrangements. After a brief communication, the 5 Eighth Order Masters surrounding Hong, who each activated the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. Meanwhile, the other 3 Eighth Order Masters led by Lu and were responsible for escorting the giant coffin to the forward base and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Xiang Shan and the 5 Special Operations Squads were left behind to rest. The Special Operations Squads flew towards the asteroid to find a place to recuperate, while the purifying black ink battleship that had been summoned was retrieved by Xiang Shan. In fact, when they had planned to use this purifying black ink battleship, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already been mentally prepared for it to be destroyed by the Territory Lords, but Hong, who was too skittish, so after discovering that Xiang Shan had returned to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, he immediately made a run for it, completely ignoring the giant warship. Of course, even if he really did attack the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan would not let him succeed so easily. After putting away the purifying black ink battleship, Xiang Shan headed straight towards the place where Dawn was recuperating. Seeing him arrive, Yang Kai swiftly got up, but was just as quickly made to sit back down by Xiang Shan. Xiang Shan sat cross-legged across from him, looking at him with a smile. "I heard that the purifying black ink battleship was built by you." Yang Kai blushed with shame and stated, "Junior simply provided the idea. The one who really refined it was someone else." He found it a bit strange. It had been over a century since he had arrived on the black ink battlefield, and a lot of time had passed since the purifying black ink battleships entered service, so why was Xiang Shan acting like he didn't know about it? As if he could see through what was going on in Yang Kai's mind, Xiang Shan explained, "I've been in a retreat for the last 3 centuries. When I came out, everything had changed quite a bit." Yang Kai understood. Since Xiang Shan had been in seclusion for 300 years, it was natural for him to be unaware of the existence of the purifying black ink battleships. How could ordinary people have the privilege to be in a retreat for so long? Only someone like Xiang Shan, who had once been an Eighth Order Master, would be permitted to enter seclusion for several hundred years. It's good to have some changes. I'd be more concerned if nothing had changed during that time. Xiang Shan stared into the depths of the void, his gaze deep and profound. Too much time has passed, yet we humans haven't made any progress on the black ink battlefield. Generation after generation of sacrifices have only brought about a temporary peace, but how long can this status quo last? So, humans need to change. Some of the new things you've brought with you will be of great advantage to us." Changing the topic, Xiang Shan asked, "Judging by your previous fight with Hong Hu, it seems you still have some trump cards you haven't used." Yang Kai agreed, nodding, "Indeed, but their strength is limited. Even if I used them, it may not have made much difference." Attacking with his Dragon Bead and the Purifying Light were Yang Kai's last 2 trump cards, but if he were to really use his Dragon Bead, it might crack again. In the worst-case scenario, it might even be destroyed. Then, it would take him uncountable years to recover. As for Purifying Light, it was definitely a powerful weapon against the Black Ink clan, but if Yang Kai used it, at most he would be able to catch Hong Hu off guard and injure him, but it wouldn't be able to achieve a decisive effect. At that time, the secret of the Purifying Light would also be exposed. Aside from the fact that he might attract the attention of the Black Ink clan, even Grandmaster Ma Fan's research would be threatened. As such, Yang Kai had been holding himself back from using these 2 trump cards. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had taken action at the right time, so there was no need to play those cards. Among the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, I've seen many elites and geniuses, but you are the only one I know of who dares to challenge Territory Lords alone and yet is able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai stated, embarrassed, "Junior is seriously injured and my entire body is in excruciating pain." Xiang Shan smiled, "At the very least, you're still alive. Surviving is the most important. If you survive, you can break through to the 8th Order. And when you've become stronger, you'll be able to suppress those Territory Lords." Just like when he was the invincible Western Army commander, no one was his match. Xiang Shan had seen too many elites fall on the Black Ink battlefield in his life. All of them would have become pillars for the human race in the future. Even he himself had almost died in the great battle back then, but now, most of these pillars had fallen, with few surviving till today. Therefore, no matter what, only by surviving could one have hope. Senior, was this a plan to capture a territory lord alive? Yang Kai asked. Xiang Shan replied, shaking his head, the plan here is just a smokescreen. The real plan is being carried out at the forward base. The forward base? Yang Kai asked in surprise, has a fight broken out? The two races had been confronting each other on the front lines for decades now, engaging in small skirmishes over a wide range, but there had been no major battles. When Dawn left the forward base, there were no signs of a war breaking out, but judging from Xiang Shan's words, something was happening there now. Xiang Shan coldly snorted, the Black Ink clan wanted to stop me from breaking through to the Eighth Order, so they couldn't allow the forward base to send reinforcements. The best way to do so was to start a war and restrain the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters there. So, a large-scale conflict should have broken out over there. Martial Peak, Chapter 5172, Gathering Strength. Yang Kai was dumbfounded after hearing this. Just to prevent one man from advancing to the Eighth Order, the Black Ink clan was willing to break the status quo that had been maintained for decades. It would undoubtedly have been arrogant if anyone else had said this, but since it was Xiang Shan, it was not far-fetched. Yang Kai turned in the direction of the forward base, wondering how the battle was going, but with the current state of Dawn, it was impossible for them to participate right now. Xiang Shan reassured with a smile, rest for now. If we hurry back in a few days, we might be able to finish the job. The void became calm and peaceful. After a few days, everyone's condition had significantly improved. Every squad leader gathered their men and put away their respective warships before activating the universe transference law under Xiang Shan's leadership and returning to the forward base. By now, the battle at the front lines had come to an end, and as before, the Black Ink clan had once again suffered a great loss. Although the Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage in numbers, the human masters had long been accustomed to facing enemies that outnumbered them. Be that as it may, the reason why this battle had ended so quickly was because the Black Ink clan no longer wanted to continue fighting. In fact, when the territory lords sensed the death of Wu Jiang, they knew that their plan had failed. Although they didn't know what had happened to Wu Jiang and Hong Hu, they had clearly fallen into the human race's trap once more, which resulted in the demise of yet another territory lord. The reason they quickly pushed this war was to occupy the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters so that Wu Jiang and Hong Hu could succeed in their task. Now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. Without knowing what other tricks the humans were hiding up their sleeves, the territory lords didn't want to take any more risks. As such, they decisively retreated over 10 million kilometers. The soldiers of the forward base chased for a while and managed to eliminate quite a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but under the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the human army did not go too far and returned after just a couple of days. By the time Yang Kai and the others returned, they were facing a situation where they didn't have a chance to participate. According to post-war statistics, some 200,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this war, several hundred of whom were feudal lords, but no additional territory lords had been eliminated. It wasn't a particularly good result, but considering that the humans were fighting the Black Ink clan at the forward base and not the Great Pass, it was still acceptable. After this battle, the situation calmed down. The Black Ink clan had completely given up over half of their territory. In fact, if the humans were to travel between Blue Sky Pass and the forward base, they would no longer see any traces of the Black Ink clan, nor would they see the Black Ink clansmen and humans hunting each other anymore. Blue Sky Pass had achieved great success in their campaign against the Black Ink clan. When the news spread to other passes, it immediately caused morale and envy to soar. Nonetheless, everyone knew that Blue Sky Pass success could not be repeated. The basis for this victory was the battle outside Blue Sky Pass fought a few decades ago. In that battle, Blue Sky Pass had used a century-long plan to kill over 30 territory lords at once, dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. Blue Sky Pass had Yang Kai find and open portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens, where these traps were set up, but other passes had no such person with similar skills. On top of that, the crusade and establishing a functional forward base in the Black Ink clan's territory required 2 universe arrays to act as transit points, allowing the humans to rapidly attack the Black Ink clan as well as retreat to Blue Sky Pass. If the expeditionary force advanced deeper without these transit points, the Black Ink clan would eventually exhaust their strength, resulting in mass casualties. Right now, Yang Kai was the only one who could arrange universe arrays. Blue Sky Pass victory was closely tied to Yang Kai's existence, and there was only one of him, so the other passes could not reenact the same feat. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan forces in the other theaters had become much more vigilant after this news spread. Now, the Black Ink clan was extremely cautious when they were besieging the Great Passes. They were afraid that they would repeat the same mistake they had made at Blue Sky Pass and fall into the traps and schemes of the humans. But no matter how the Black Ink clan at other Great Passes investigated, they failed to find any similar traps outside the Great Passes, which put them at ease. From the moment the human cultivators stepped into the Black Ink battlefield, they would have to undergo a great battle every 100 years or so. Furthermore, they were unable to relax even after the battle as they had to collect resources, recover their strength, and make preparations for the next war. The special environment of the Black Ink battlefield also trapped the human race at the Great Passes, making them unable to move forward or retreat. Even if they went looking for cultivation resources, they were unable to venture too far or risk being ambushed. However, this situation at Blue Sky Pass had changed a little. The loss of the latest battle had caused the Black Ink clan to completely give up on the idea of reclaiming their lost territory. Now, whenever the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass went out, as long as they didn't venture beyond the forward base and into Black Ink clan territory, they basically didn't encounter any enemy forces. The vast void had become Blue Sky Pass backyard where the humans could roam freely. In this peaceful situation, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass could focus on cultivating to increase their strength. This peaceful cultivation period lasted for 2 centuries. No one could quite get accustomed to the quiet atmosphere and everyone was feeling extremely uneasy. No battle had broken out for the last 200 years, which was simply unbelievable in a special environment like the Black Ink battlefield, but this was the result of the many great victories in the Blue Sky Theater. Furthermore, judging by the Black Ink clan's attitude, this peace might last even longer. The Black Ink clan could not recover from the massive casualties they had suffered in only 2 centuries. Most of the human race soldiers rarely had a moment of peace, but now that they had plenty of resources and time, they worked hard to cultivate and their strength increased rapidly. In the last 2 centuries, the number of 7th Order Masters had increased by almost 300. But not everyone was able to relax. Compared to the leisure most ordinary soldiers enjoyed, the busiest people of Blue Sky Pass were undoubtedly the alchemists and artifact refiners. The crusade carried out by Blue Sky Pass was just a test, and after it concluded, the higher-ups discovered many issues. The first problem they faced was the supply of purifying black pills. These pills were critical to ensuring that their soldiers would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Although there was still the purifying light to rely on, only Yang Kai could replenish it, and the total supply was limited. As such, once a large-scale crusade began, purifying Black Ink pills would be the best weapon to deal with Black Ink strength. These pills were needed in massive quantities, enough so that each soldier had at least a few dozen of them. Therefore, over the past 200 years, Blue Sky Pass alchemists had been refining purifying Black Ink pills day and night. Not only was Blue Sky Pass acting like this, but so were the other passes. Besides the purifying Black Ink pills, there was also the problem of warships. During the crusade, many warships suffered serious damage and could not be repaired promptly. The 5th Order or 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be exposed to danger without the protection of the warships. As such, the artifact refiners were also working hard to refine more. The goal was to at least ensure that every squad had a backup warship, so that when the first was inevitably disabled or destroyed, they would have a spare. The entire Blue Sky Pass had nearly 40,000 soldiers, and each squad had 12 to 15 members or so. The artifact refiners thus had to refine some 3,000 extra warships to meet the requirements. This was a huge project. Compared to the alchemists, the artifact refiners had to work even harder. Be that as it may, all this effort was worth it, as in the near future, all of this hard work would pay dividends. Yang Kai had been cultivating all the while. 2 centuries of accumulation was enough to raise his strength by another step. Although he was still far from reaching the 8th order, he had made great progress compared to 200 years ago. After all, other cultivators could only rely on refining the open heaven pills and various cultivation materials, but his small universe was special. Even if he didn't refine any resources, his foundation would still continue to grow. The accumulation over time made his rate of growth extremely impressive. Coupled with the World Tree clone in his small universe, Yang Kai's refining speed was much faster than an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his world force was both purer and denser than ordinary. He was not in retreat all the time. In fact, no one could cultivate in retreat for a long time in a place like the Black Ink battlefield. Every decade or two, he would take Dawn out on patrol. Although the Black Ink clan had completely abandoned a large part of their territory and no one would run into any Black Ink clansmen while patrolling the rear, they still had to maintain vigilance and could not lower their guard just because of that. Every squad had to take turns patrolling, so Dawn was no exception. In addition to patrolling, they still had to mine resources in turns. A large number of resources had been discovered in the territory currently occupied by the humans in the Blue Sky Theater. Naturally, these resources needed to be harvested. Fortunately, the soldiers could move these universe worlds to the nearby forward base or Blue Sky Pass with the help of the Void Yin-Yang mirrors, which saved them a lot of time. Occasionally, after cultivating in retreat for too long, Yang Kai would exit to relax on his own, either going to the pill hall to help refine purifying black ink pills or the refining hall to help refine the warships. He had some level of attainment in both alchemy and artifact refining, but compared to those great grandmasters, he was naturally far too lacking. Although he couldn't preside over a project, he could offer some help. He even took some time to visit Myriad Demon's Pass. After spending a massive amount of military merits, Yang Kai was able to obtain private tutelage from Myriad Demon's Heaven's old ancestor on the mysteries of the Demon Eye of Annihilation and Black Purgatory Eye. After his last battle with Hong Hu, Yang Kai realized that he still had too few trump cards. Although he was strong and could easily crush a feudal lord, facing a territory lord was a bit difficult. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's power was extraordinary, but territory lords had methods to deal with it. He could not summon his dragon bead right off the bat either, while purifying light was related to too many secret projects, so he could not use it whenever he wished. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai still felt that he should put more effort into the Myriad Demon's Cave Heaven's Two-Eye secret techniques. The various opportunities he had obtained from these Two-Eye secret techniques had not been a result of his own cultivation. Although he had received some guidance from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demon's Heaven before coming to the Black Ink battlefield, he had made minimal progress. He could not tap into the full power of these Two-Eye secret techniques. Under such circumstances, the guidance of the old ancestor of Myriad Demon's Heaven was extremely valuable to him. Although it cost a lot of military merits, Yang Kai didn't regret it. Yang Kai spent an entire month at the Myriad Demon's Pass, where he learned all kinds of profound knowledge from the Myriad Demon's Heaven old ancestor, making it a fruitful trip. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5173, Hong Hu's Misery. On top of that, the total amount of military merits he had didn't decrease much as before Yang Kai left. Myriad Demon's Heaven's old ancestor asked him to find and open the portals of the hidden universe paradises and universe cave heavens around the pass. Obviously, the old ancestor had heard about how Blue Sky Pass wiped out the Black Ink clan army and killed some 30 territory lords in the process. He was eager to follow suit. Be that as it may, the success of this plan would depend on how vigilant the Black Ink clan was. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Although it took him over a year, as long it helped the humans kill more enemies, he considered it time well spent. In general, Yang Kai's cultivation was much easier than others. He could spend less time on it, but still achieve far more than anyone else. This was his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's cultivation was most frequently interrupted to assist Grandmaster Ma Fan in further refining the evil purging divine spear and performing some experiments on the captured territory lord. Hong Hu, who had previously been captured by Ding Yao and the others, was now imprisoned in a secret underground room at the forward base. This secret room was filled with all kinds of arrays and restrictions, so even a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't break out. The territory lord was not experimented upon as frequently as the feudal lords who came before him, but tests were still run every 3 to 5 years. Yang Kai was not required to do much, just pour purifying light into the evil purging divine spear refined by the Grandmaster Ma Fan. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about it. Naturally, Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Masters would conduct the actual experiments. The research of the evil purging divine spear took Grandmaster Ma Fan a great deal of effort and time, and the progress was slow. Over the past 2 centuries, the general shape of the evil purging divine spear remained almost unchanged, but Yang Kai could feel that each time Grandmaster Ma Fan refined the evil purging divine spear, it would be different from before. The results of these experiments were sometimes good, sometimes bad. The reason why they had to run tests once every 3 to 5 years was not because of some problem on the human race side, but rather because of Hong Hu. Every time they experimented on him, the evil purging divine spear would be stabbed into him and the purifying light would be instantly released, injuring him. Even though he was a territory lord, it would still take him 3 to 5 years to recover. Only after he had fully recovered would they be able to conduct the next experiment. This was a test of patience. Fortunately, whether it was Grandmaster Ma Fan or the other 8th Order Masters, none of them lacked patience. As for Hong Hu, who had been captured alive, he had spent 2 centuries of imprisonment in this hellish torture. Compared to Wu Jiang, who had fallen in the last battle, Hong Hu once felt that his luck was quite good. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not want to kill him and instead focused on capturing him alive from the very beginning. Otherwise, the one who had died that day would not have been Wu Jiang, but him. He believed that the 8th Order humans didn't have a specific goal, but randomly chose one between Wu Jiang and him. For any sentient being, survival was a basic instinct. Only if one was alive could there be hope. However, after 2 centuries of imprisonment and torture, Hong Hu finally realized that sometimes it was better to be dead than alive. A life worse than death was the best description of his current situation. As a territory lord, his strength and willpower were naturally second to none, but every time an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master stabbed that damnable spear into his body and that dazzling white light erupted, Hong Hu felt like he was being boiled alive. He didn't know what kind of secret technique this light was, but he knew that it contained a kind of power that perfectly countered black ink strength. His black ink strength rapidly melted under this power. This was simply the nemesis of black ink strength, the natural enemy of the entire black ink clan. The fact that the human race had actually mastered this kind of secret technique caused Hong Hu to greatly panic. In fact, when he first saw this dazzling white light, Hong Hu remembered a certain event. 3 centuries prior, when the Black Ink Clan army attacked Blue Sky Pass, there was a moment when a similar dazzling light erupted at a certain spot on the battlefield. At that time, Hong Hu was quite far away from that location, so he was not able to see it clearly and only caught a glimpse of that pure light before it faded away. It was not long after that the aura of a territory lord was extinguished. At that time, the territory lord had been fighting Zhong Liang, so Hong Hu subconsciously thought that Zhong Liang had used some kind of secret technique. Although he didn't see it clearly, the white light gave him a very dangerous feeling. After that, Hong Hu paid close attention to the battlefield, but he never sensed any signs of that secret technique being used again. After discussing it with the other territory lords, all of those who had sensed the white light felt the same sense of unease. The territory lords secretly paid attention to this and tried to find out the mysteries of this white light to no avail. Furthermore, that white light never appeared again after that incident. So, the Black Ink Clan gradually forgot about it. Only after Hong Hu was captured did he personally witness how this white light came into being, and he finally understood that this secret technique had always been in the hands of the humans. It was only that after the first time, it had never been used on the battlefield again. It was a power that could suppress black ink's strength, but the human race had not used it. What this meant was already self-evident, and coupled with the hellish experiments the humans had been conducting on him over the years, how could Hong Hu not understand the intentions of the humans? This secret technique had great limitations. Probably only very few humans could master it, so it was impossible to disseminate it broadly. That was why the humans wanted to refine this spear, so they could distribute this secret technique in the form of an artifact. Once the humans succeeded, the defenseless Black Ink clan would face a huge disaster, and the first to bear the brunt of this crisis would undoubtedly be the territory lords. Because the humans were experimenting on a territory lord like him, they were definitely targeting the territory lords. Once too many territory lords died, the foundation of the Black Ink clan would be shaken and the entire race would be in danger. Hong Hu wanted to spread this news, but how could he do that? Right now, all he could do was endure the torment and torture. Since even someone from the Black Ink clan could realize this, how could Yang Kai fail to notice it? The evil purging divine spear affected a lot of things, so before it was distributed everywhere and to everyone, the secret of the purifying light must not be exposed. Otherwise, it would make the Black Ink clan vigilant, making it difficult to achieve the maximum effect. That was why Yang Kai held himself back from using purifying light when he was facing Hong Hu that day. 3 centuries ago, when he, Feng Ying, and the others returned to Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had used purifying light amidst the Black Ink clan army. It could even be said that it was an accident. Although this event had made the Black Ink clan somewhat vigilant, they did not take it too seriously. Every once in a while, they would encounter some methods of the human race that they did not know about, but if it was essentially a one-off, it wouldn't arouse much suspicion. However, if purifying light appeared again and again, the Black Ink clan would definitely take precautions. After 2 centuries and dozens of experiments and improvements, the development of the evil purging divine spear finally reached its final stage. Today, Yang Kai was awakened from his cultivation and followed Zhong Liang and Grandmaster Ma Fan into the underground chamber. Hearing footsteps, Hong Hu, who had been resting in the secret room, opened his eyes. When he saw the 3 of them arrive, a trace of pain and helplessness flashed across his eyes. For the past 2 centuries, every time these 3 came together, they would torment him to the point where he was unable to resist. After having gone through these hellish experiments a couple dozen times already, Hong Hu had become a little numb to the whole ordeal. So, when he saw these 3 arrive again, he understood what he would be going through once more. Under his cold gaze, Grandmaster Ma Fan took out the reforged evil purging divine spear from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He carefully examined it before raising his brow. It's a finger length shorter than last time, and it seems the materials are also different. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained with a nod, "I have made some changes. In the past, the refinement of the evil purging divine spear required quite a lot of skill and rare materials. This time, the skill required to refine it has been lowered and the materials used have also been reduced. This was going to be mass-produced, so the requirements for artifact refining skills and materials had to be reduced as much as possible. For example, the previous evil purging divine spear that had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan was powerful and sufficient for battle, but only artifact refining great grandmasters could refine it, which hindered its production on a large scale. Things that couldn't be supplied in large quantities couldn't play much role in a war waged by millions upon millions of people. At most, they could only be used by elite soldiers in individual duels. On top of that, they also had to consider the consumption of materials. In short, the easier and cheaper to refine, the better. Currently, the evil purging divine spear's research was no longer conducted by Grandmaster Ma Fan alone, but rather led by him and included Dong Guan Ping and another artifact refining great grandmaster. The evil purging divine spear was the result of their brainstorming. The three artifact refining great grandmasters were extremely concerned about it and spent basically all of their time, when they were not refining warships, on it. Now was the time to verify the results. Yang Kai cast purifying light and enveloped the evil purging divine spear in his grip. Under the effect of the arrays engraved in the artifact, the purifying light flowed into the spear like water and was quickly sealed inside. Yang Kai took a look at the evil purging divine spear in his hand before turning to Zhong Liang. "Shall we start?" Zhong Liang nodded his agreement. Let's begin." Saying so, Zhong Liang quickly formed a set of hand seals as the faint buzzing of spirit arrays echoed across the room. The next moment, Hong Hu, who was imprisoned and unable to move, regained his freedom and quickly retreated several dozen meters, glaring at Yang Kai with a look of rage on his face. He knew that the thing in this human kid's hand was about to attack him. If he couldn't avoid it, another round of torture would follow. Even if he managed to avoid it, it would keep coming at him until he couldn't avoid it. Nonetheless, he still struggled. He had never thought about escaping from this place. Facing two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one of them being Zhong Liang, he was obviously outmatched. Furthermore, there were all kinds of spirit arrays surrounding this place. Unless he broke these spirit arrays, he would never be able to escape from here. Just as Hong Hu was preparing himself, Yang Kai poured world force into the evil purging divine spear, which instantly started vibrating lightly before shooting straight towards Hong Hu, leaving a streak of light in its wake. The reason why Yang Kai was the one doing the experiment was because his cultivation was just right. If Zhong Liang had personally taken action in this sealed environment, Hong Hu wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack no matter what, and there would have been no point in experimenting. On the battlefield, one had to consider the unexpected situation where a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would run into a territory lord. The results of this experiment would determine whether or not the evil purging divine spear could guarantee the lives of the 7th Order Masters under such dire circumstances. Martial Peak, Chapter 5174, Is there another batch of good seedlings? When he used the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai felt that its speed was slightly faster than before. This was clearly because of a change in artifact refining process. The evil purging divine spear was fast, but Hong Hu was faster. By the time the streak of light shot towards him, Hong Hu was already prepared to react appropriately. His figure flickered about the room, dodging the oncoming streak of light. Yang Kai didn't care about his attack missing its target, for this had happened dozens of times in the past 2 centuries. Having fought several dozen times with each other, they were already familiar with each other's tricks and techniques. With a surge of Yang Kai's divine sense, the streak of light seemed to have been given life as it nimbly chased after Hong Hu like a shadow. If they were in the vast void and Hong Hu was already on guard, Yang Kai might not be able to do anything to him. After all, the difference in their strength was still quite large. But they were in a secret underground room at the forward base, and although it was quite spacious, it still had boundaries. In less than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Hong Hu, who had been dodging the streak of light all this time, was forced into a corner where he was unable to dodge in any way. Seeing the streak of light rapidly approaching him, a trace of ruthlessness flashed on his face as he unleashed a punch. Even before his punch reached its target, dense black ink strength emerged from his fist and instantly enveloped the evil purging divine spear. Right then, pure white light bloomed from the tip of the spear, mostly dispersing the black ink strength, but the streak of light didn't slow down, not in the least, and shot straight into Hong Hu's chest. Even someone as strong as a territory lord had his skin and flesh torn apart by the streaking light as the evil purging divine spear pierced him. In the next instant, Hong Hu's body went stiff before it started violently quivering as he let out a deafening cry, like a wounded beast. The purifying light sealed in the evil purging divine spear had erupted. Generally speaking, even though the evil purging divine spear had a certain degree of lethality, its ability to actually kill a territory lord was quite minimal. Nonetheless, its main focus was not to kill, but to inject purifying light into its target, which was the best weapon against the Black Ink clan. With a furious roar, Hong Hu grabbed the evil purging divine spear in his abdomen and fiercely removed it, drawing a fountain of blood with it. But Zhong Liang, who had been waiting all this time, rushed straight at him without giving Hong Hu any chance to breathe. In the blink of an eye, the two of them became locked in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding barriers to wildly flash. Yang Kai and Grandmaster Ma Fan quickly retreated until they were standing at the edge of the barrier. The layers of shields in the underground room were enough to withstand the fight between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu for a while without being destroyed. Of course, they would not be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a Territory Lord forever, but it was already good enough. Zhong Liang attacked with all kinds of lethal moves as a fearsome murderous intent radiated from him, forcing Hong Hu to focus on dealing with him. Under normal circumstances, even if a territory lord like Hong Hu couldn't defeat Zhong Liang, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. But this time, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick worth of time to beat Hong Hu to the point that his entire body was riddled with wounds and his aura was extremely weak. He did not have even a little bit of strength to fight back. After a short while, Zhong Liang returned with a refreshed look on his face. Hong Hu's enormous body lay limp on the ground like a corpse, his aura extremely feeble. 20%. Zhong Liang looked towards Grandmaster Ma Fan with an excited look on his face. This is the result when Yang Boy used the evil purging divine spear and the purifying light had to be released before the spear hit its target. If an 8th Order Master like us were to use it, we should be able to bring out the full power of the evil purging divine spear. It should be somewhere between 20% and 30% effective in the field. Grandmaster Ma Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally! Although this experiment could be already considered a success judging by the results, nothing was certain before they had obtained Zhong Liang's evaluation. After dozens of experiments and countless days of brainstorming and improvements over the past 2 centuries, the current evil purging divine spear was finally ready to be put into use on the battlefield. A 20% suppressive ability was the criterion set by the higher-ups, because according to the 8th Order Master's estimations, if the evil purging divine spear could reduce the strength of a territory lord by 20%, they could easily kill them. If it was any less than 20%, it would greatly lower the chances of a kill. In that kind of situation, if the territory lord felt that things were not looking good for them, they would be able to escape. And once they had their guards up against the evil purging divine spear, the next time they used it, they would have lost the element of surprise and it would not be as effective. 20% might not seem much, but it was actually quite substantial. For instance, if Hong Hu's strength had not been reduced by 20%, with the usual gap between Zhong Liang and Hong Hu's strength, it would have taken the two at least half a day to determine a victor. But now, Zhong Liang only took an incense stick to beat Hong Hu up so badly that the latter couldn't even fight back. If he wanted to, he could even have taken Hong Hu's life. Comparing the two situations, the evil purging divine spear played a decisive role. Grandmaster, many thanks for your hard work. After 2 centuries, the dark clouds have finally been dispelled and we can see the face of the sun. Zhong Liang gave a deep bow. If we annihilate the entire Black Ink clan someday, Grandmaster will have made the greatest contribution. Ma Fan waved his hand casually and humbly stated, humans and Black Ink clan cannot coexist. This old man only did what he was supposed to do. This old man doesn't care if it's meritorious or not, just don't forget what you promised me. Zhong Liang solemnly assured, of course not. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of agreement Zhong Liang had with Grandmaster Ma Fan, but since it related to someone's privacy, he wouldn't rashly ask about it. The successful development of the evil purging divine spear had lifted his spirits. With this artifact, the human race's crusade was just a matter of time, although much preparation would still need to be done. Furthermore, if Yang Kai's guess was correct, he would have his hands full in the near future. As expected, Zhong Liang turned to look at Yang Kai and ordered, the matter of the evil purging divine spear will need you to cooperate. The refining method of this artifact will soon be sent to all the great passes, so it won't be long before a stockpile of evil purging divine spear will be sent to Blue Sky Pass. At that time, you will need to seal purifying light into all of them. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he accepted his fate. Junior understands. Once the refining method of the evil purging divine spear was made public, the other passes would start mass-producing them. Any artifact refining grandmaster could refine one, but only Yang Kai could seal purifying light in them. Yang Kai could vaguely see painful days ahead of him. The trio left the underground room after everything was settled. As for Hong Hu, who was lying on the ground, no one paid him any attention. Humans had spent a great deal of time and effort to capture him, even using Xiang Shan as bait to draw Hong Hu out and capture him alive so that Grandmaster Ma Fan could experiment on him. The humans kept him alive because he was the test subject for the evil purging divine spear, so he was useful. But now that the evil purging divine spear had been developed, there was naturally no need to keep him alive. Furthermore, it was quite dangerous to imprison a territory lord in this place. Hong Hu was definitely doomed. Yang Kai once again went into a retreat to cultivate. Since he knew that he wouldn't have much free time in the future, he naturally treasured this opportunity all the more. Furthermore, both the forward base and Blue Sky Pass had been peaceful for a long time now, so there was nothing else he could do other than enter retreat. Last time, when he visited Myriad Demons Pass, Yang Kai had received personal guidance from the Myriad Demons Heaven's old ancestor, which greatly advanced his comprehension of the 2-eye techniques. Be that as it may, the cultivation of his eye secret techniques required time. Before he left, the Myriad Demons Cave Heaven's old ancestor gave him a jade slip which recorded his insights on these 2-eye techniques. This was a good opportunity for Yang Kai to carefully study them. In addition, cultivating the eye techniques would not interfere with refining cultivation materials and increasing his small universe's heritage. He could do all of this simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 5 years went by. Yang Kai was roused from his secluded cultivation. He exited the secret room and found a man waiting outside. Senior Brother Wang. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting. Senior Brother Wang was Zhong Liang's adjutant, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Usually, whenever Zhong Liang had any orders, he would be the one to pass them on. Since Senior Brother Wang had personally come to find him, it must be at the behest of Zhong Liang. Sure enough, Senior Brother Wang reported, Sir Army Commander has summoned you, Junior Brother. Please follow me. Yang Kai nodded and followed Senior Brother Wang to the army headquarters of the forward base. Zhong Liang was waiting for him, and when he saw Yang Kai arrive, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It's time. Return to Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on after hearing this and accepted the order right away. Yes. Yang Kai did not leave immediately after accepting the order though. Instead, he stood in his spot for a moment before suddenly waving his hand. The next moment, 2 figures appeared in front of him, a man and a woman, both of them at the peak of the Emperor realm. Zhong Liang's eyes lit up at the sight of the two. Another batch of good seedlings? The reason he said this was because Zhong Liang had seen this happen multiple times already. There were no Emperor Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield. Everyone who arrived here was at least a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Only Yang Kai's small universe had Emperor Realm cultivators. It had already been more than 2 centuries since Miao Fei Ping was brought to the Black Ink battlefield by Yang Kai. Before that, Yang Kai had established the Void Dao Temple in his small universe to select outstanding geniuses. The flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was 4 times faster than the outside world, so while only 2 centuries had passed outside, 800 years had gone by in his small universe. Over the past 800 years, the mortals of his small universe had already given birth to dozens of generations. The World Tree clone had been very effective in nurturing these people, and there were now many cultivators with outstanding aptitudes in Yang Kai's small universe. Currently, there were thousands of disciples in the Void Dao Temple, all of whom could be said to be dragons amongst men, the best of the best. It had to be known that the Void Dao Temple's selection criteria were extremely harsh. Ordinary geniuses could not enter the Void Dao Temple, only geniuses among geniuses were qualified. Those cultivating in the Void Dao Temple didn't have to worry about food or clothing, nor did they lack cultivation resources, so their rate of growth was extremely fast. When they reached the peak of the Emperor realm, the Void Dao Temple Master would explain to them the mysteries of the open heaven realm and the outside world. If they wanted to improve further, Yang Kai would bring them out and allow them to advance to the open heaven realm on the Black Ink battlefield, becoming a part of Blue Sky Pass. Over the past 2 centuries, over 100 cultivators had left Yang Kai's small universe. On average, one would appear every 2 or 3 years. Each of them would advance straight to 6th order. There had been 2 who had even broken through directly to the 7th order. Directly to the 7th order. In other words, these 2 had a chance of reaching the 9th order open heaven realm in the future. Who wouldn't be jealous of such talent? In comparison, although those that directly advanced to the 6th order open heaven realm would only be capable of reaching the 8th order, these kinds of geniuses would still be core disciples in the various cave heavens and paradises in the 3,000 worlds. Every single one of them would enjoy the same kind of treatment as Chu Hua Shang and Gu Pan. Basically, geniuses like them would only appear once every century, but they actually appeared in batches from Yang Kai's small universe. Martial Peak, Chapter 5175. Who here isn't an 8-order open heaven realm master? The World Tree clone's feedback was extremely potent. And this situation was when it was Yang Kai's small universe, which had a very low population. It was difficult to imagine what kind of grand effect it would have in the star boundary, which had a far larger one. Of course, his small universe's population might not be as huge as that of the star boundary, but because of the difference in time flow, he also had his own advantages. The star boundary could not compare with his small universe in this regard. All in all, Yang Kai's small universe and the star boundary had their own unique strong points. At first, Yang Kai would carefully look after the disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple and guide them one by one. Before they had ascended to the open heaven realm, Yang Kai had carefully prepared everything for them and even personally guarded them when they were breaking through. However, as the number of people increased, Yang Kai found that it was too time-consuming and exhausting to do this by himself. On average, one person would leave his small universe every 2 or 3 years. It took months or even half a year to prepare everything for them and ensure that their breakthroughs would be smooth and successful. Once or twice would be nothing, but doing it a few dozen times or even 100 times was not something Yang Kai could take anymore. So, Yang Kai had left this matter to Blue Sky Pass a long time ago. The disciples who came out of the Void Dao Temple were handed over to the higher-ups of Blue Sky Pass, leaving the rest to them. This was mainly due to his own indolence, but much to Yang Kai's surprise, it was welcomed by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was not surprising when he thought about it though, because the aptitude of these disciples was quite outstanding. Any one of them would have a chance of advancing to the 8th Order in the future. Every cave heaven and paradise would be ready to snatch up such geniuses. Unknowingly, these disciples from the Void Dao Temple had attracted the attention of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The reason they had fought over these disciples wasn't because they wanted to take them in as legacy disciples. They were on the Black Ink battlefield where they could lose their lives at any moment, so taking them in as disciples didn't hold much meaning because no one knew how long they could live or how long their disciples would live. The reason why they were fighting over it was mainly because they had gotten bored over these past few years. Most of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had already cultivated to the utmost peak of their martial Dao, and could not advance any further. Yang Kai still needed to cultivate in retreat to improve his own foundation, but they did not have to. It could be said that in a situation where there was no battle, most of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were idle. At times like these, anything could spark their interest, such as these newcomers who had just come from the Void Dao Temple. Particularly when all these newcomers had outstanding aptitudes and were only in the Emperor realm. They had extremely high potential, and as a result, every single one of the cultivators who had come from Yang Kai's small universe was extremely popular in Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai was quite happy to see this. There were over 68th Order Masters gathered in Blue Sky Pass. So no matter what field these disciples liked or what talents they had, they would be able to find a suitable master. So now, when any disciple wanted to leave the small universe, Yang Kai would leave them to Zhongliang. At this moment, the two Emperor Realm Masters, one male and one female, were slightly taken aback by Yang Kai's appearance. They quickly bowed to Yang Kai. "Greetings, Tao Lord." Yang Kai had basically not appeared in his small universe for the past few hundred years, so no one had seen his true appearance in that time. The ordinary disciples of the Tao Temple didn't know about the mysteries of the void world, but for those who wanted to leave and improve their martial Tao, the presiding temple master would explain everything to them. He would tell them that the first person they meet after leaving this world would be the Tao Lord of the entire void world, its true master. At the same time, he would inform them about the situation they would face after leaving the Tao Temple and advancing to the open heaven realm. If these disciples still decided to go ahead, Yang Kai would bring them out. And if they were afraid of the dangers of the outside world and wanted to protect themselves, Yang Kai would not force them. After all, fighting with the Black Ink clan was not something they could force upon someone. Those disciples who chose to stay in the small universe naturally wouldn't have another chance to break through to the open heaven realm. Every choice had its pros and cons, so it was best to stick to their own choice. For the past 1,000 years, the Void Tao Temple had raised many elite disciples. The disciples who were eligible to leave and advance to the open heaven realm had basically all chosen to leave. Only a few of them remained in the small universe. Cultivators were basically obsessed with cultivation, so every one of them wanted to seek a higher martial Tao. This kind of temptation could not be quashed by some small dangers. Yang Kai nodded to the two disciples in response before explaining, "Since you've left the Void Tao Temple, I'm sure you understand what's going on in the outside world. You'll slowly understand everything. As for the matter of advancing to the open heaven realm, someone will help you prepare for it." The two disciples listened quietly and repeatedly nodded. Yang Kai turned to Zhongliang, "Martial uncle, this junior will take his leave first." Zhongliang didn't even look at him and waved him away, intently gazing at the two disciples with a happy smile. "Go, go." Yang Kai instantly disappeared from his spot. After he left, the two disciples glanced at each other before turning to Zhongliang. The latter's smile made them a little confused, so they secretly released their divine sense to investigate, but the next moment, they discovered that this amiable-looking senior's cultivation was as deep as the sea, and they were unable to gauge its depth. "So this is an open heaven realm master." The two of them immediately understood. They were both at the peak of the Emperor realm, so no one in Void World was stronger than them. One had to be at the legendary open heaven realm for them to be unable to detect their cultivation, and an extremely high order one at that. "Greetings, senior." The two quickly bowed. Zhongliang chuckled, "There's no need to be so polite. And what order of materials did you use to complete your Tao seal?" Although he knew that those who had come out from Yang Kai's small universe would at the very least advance straight to the sixth order, there was always a chance that one of them could break through straight to the seventh order, and naturally, Zhongliang was hoping that these two were such seedlings. The male disciple replied, "Senior, both senior sister and I have sixth order powers in our Tao seals." Sixth order. He wasn't disappointed. After all, even in a place like Yang Kai's small universe, it wasn't easy to cultivate a seventh order open heaven realm master. There had only been two in the past 2 centuries. Zhongliang was still all smiles. "Great." While they were talking, a few figures suddenly barged in like bulls. Before the first person even stopped, a voice came from behind. "Another good seedling? It's finally this guy's turn, right?" "Hold on, this old master has been waiting for 150 years already. It should be this old master's turn." Someone sneered, scoffing. "Naturally, the one who strikes first has the advantage. Who would want to discuss order with you, old fart? What kind of nonsense are you spouting in front of the juniors? It's not like we're fighting or killing enemies, so why does it come down to who strikes first? It should be all about fate." The one who spoke suddenly turned to look at the female disciple and put on an amiable smile. "Little girl, this king thinks you and I are fated, so why don't you join this king? This king is an 8th order open heaven realm master. With this king's guidance, Killing the Black Ink clan in the future will be as easy as flipping your hand. Who isn't an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here? Immediately, some people became unhappy and released their 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Before the two Void disciples could figure out what was going on, a group of people suddenly rushed in and started shouting at each other, and the next moment, tremendous pressure fell upon them, making everything go black before their eyes. Damn it, these two kids fainted. Senior Brother Yun, quickly withdraw your aura. They are only Emperor Realm Juniors. How can they withstand your 8th Order aura? I actually forgot about that. It's been a long time since I last saw an Emperor Realm brat. The corner of Zhong Liang's mouth twitched, watching all the chaos that had descended into the hall. He started regretting sending a message to these idle and bored 8th Order fools. These two must have been traumatized by these 8th Order bastards. Next time, if any good seedlings appear, I will not let them rush in at once like this. After leaving the two disciples for Zhong Liang to deal with, Yang Kai left and used the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. He was not worried about the two Emperor Realm Masters advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. They would be personally guided by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master during their breakthrough, which would be more useful than his guidance. Not to mention, he had personally refined a batch of Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills and left them with Zhong Liang. Every single one of these disciples who had come out of the Void Dao Temple had an outstanding aptitude to begin with, and they had reached their current cultivation with slow and steady steps. So, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would be a snap for them to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. In fact, none of the Void Dao Temple's disciples had failed to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. This was partly because of their solid foundations, and partly because the Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill could increase the success rate of their breakthroughs. So, how could they fail? In comparison, the future prospects of these disciples far exceeded that of ordinary Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples because their starting point was extremely high. Nonetheless, cultivating in a special environment like the Void Dao Temple also had its drawbacks, which was their lack of real battle experience. There weren't many disputes in Void World right now, and even if there were some, they were minor and happened only between sects. The status of the Void Dao Temple was special. Besides sparring with fellow disciples, most of these kids had never seen blood, much less death. Growing up in such a sheltered greenhouse was perhaps their greatest shortcoming, which might cause them to act poorly in a life-and-death situation. Nonetheless, the Blue Sky Theater had been peaceful for a long time, so even if they wanted to find some Black Ink clansmen to practice with after they had broken through to the Open Heaven Realm, it was impossible. Yang Kai had always wanted to set up a Black Ink nest in his small universe and use the subnest to nurture some weak Black Ink clansmen, allowing the disciples of the Dao Temple to familiarize themselves with how to fight with this enemy. Unfortunately, his attempts had all failed. If he wanted to place the subnest, he would need to ensure a mid-rank Black Ink nest was permanently under human control, and Yang Kai could not do something about that. Therefore, one could not judge these disciples based on their smooth and unhindered cultivation, because it remained unclear how much strength they could display during battle. Everything depended on their future performance. However, there was something else that made Yang Kai quite happy. This was these disciples' compatibility with the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao. These three great Taos were Yang Kai's foundation, especially the Tao of Space. Yang Kai had mastered it the most, followed by the Tao of Time. In his small universe, there were quite a lot of Tao essences of these three grand Taos. Tao essence could not ordinarily be seen or touched, but it could be comprehended. Perhaps it was because they had grown up in Void World since birth that their compatibility with these three grand Taos were very high. Martial Peak, Chapter 5176, Two Kinds of Evil Purging Divine Spears. Of over 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come from his small universe, 4 of them could cultivate the Tao of Space, 3 could cultivate the Tao of Time, and as many as 20 could cultivate the Spear Tao. Some people also displayed extraordinary talent in alchemy and artifact refining, which was definitely related to Yang Kai's attainments in the two Grand Taos. Although the Tao essences of alchemy and artifact refining were not as rich as his three main grand Taos, they were still plentiful. If a cultivator who lived and grew up in Yang Kai's small universe was naturally gifted in these Taos, it would be very easy for him or her to comprehend the mysteries contained within these Tao essences. Overall, the future cultivation path of the disciples of his small universe was somewhat related to the grand Taos he himself dabbled in. Such a proportion was already quite impressive. Yang Kai had no intention of accepting any more disciples. To him, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ya, and Su Yi were more than enough. Not to mention, the Tao of space and Tao of time were both extremely unorthodox grand Taos. Ordinary cultivators would find them extremely difficult to even gain a basic understanding of them, let alone cultivate them. Even the spear Tao was not the easiest to master. However, many of the cultivators from Yang Kai's small universe were inherently able to cultivate these two grand Taos. This was one of the reasons why the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters valued these disciples. During Blue Sky Pass Crusade, Yang Kai's universe arrays played a huge role, but Yang Kai was just one person. So, Blue Sky Pass success was difficult to replicate in other theaters. Be that as it may, if these talented disciples succeeded in cultivating the Grand Tao of space, they would definitely be able to play a great role in the future. Whether it was the Tao of space or the Tao of time, basically no one in the entire Blue Sky Pass could teach them besides Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had no time to give these disciples personal guidance at all times. As such, he had engraved his insights on these two grand Taos and many related secret techniques onto jade slips and offered them to the War Materials Hall over a century ago. If anyone needed to cultivate these two grand Taos in the future, they could acquire this knowledge by spending military merits in the War Materials Hall. Although Blue Sky Pass had not faced any battle in a long time, it was still easy for cultivators to earn some military merits. They could obtain them by mining resources, going out on patrol, or assisting in alchemy and artifact refining, so there was no need to worry about their future cultivation. Of course, if Yang Kai had free time on his hands and was in a good mood, he would summon these disciples to teach them. In the past 2 centuries, Yang Kai had given 2 lectures, one on the Tao of space and one on the Tao of time, allowing these disciples to reap great benefits. All in all, since Yang Kai had already arranged things for the disciples coming out of his small universe, he did not need to rack his brain and waste any more effort. After returning to Blue Sky Pass through the universe array, Yang Kai immediately went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything to him and simply asked his adjutant to lead him to a storage room. Although he already knew what to expect, Yang Kai still could not help but gasp in shock at the sight before him. There was nothing else in the secret room but piles and piles of evil purging divine spears. By a rough count, there were at least a few dozen piles in here, and if there were a few hundred evil purging divine spears in each pile, that would mean there were at least 10 or 20,000 in total. Yang Kai felt his face twitch as he muttered, "So many." The adjutant smiled and stated, "Junior brother, sorry to trouble you, but this matter can only be handled by you. No one else can do this." Yang Kai nodded, "I understand." He then asked, "Is everything here?" The adjutant replied, shaking his head, "Most of them are here, but some passes still haven't sent their batch yet. They should be coming soon." Yang Kai resigned to his fate. The adjutant bid his leave, "Then I'll take my leave first." After he left, Yang Kai began examining these evil purging divine spears. Very soon he discovered the number of evil purging divine spears in each pile differed, ranging from 200 to 300. Furthermore, there was an empty space ring in front of each pile, marked with a specific Great Pass name. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that each pile of evil purging divine spear corresponded to a different pass. After sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears, he still had to store them back into the space ring and send them back through the hyperspace array. Refining the evil purging divine spear apparently wasn't easy. It had been 5 years since the evil purging divine spear was successfully tested on Honghu. In 5 years, even after mobilizing every artifact refiner in an entire Great Pass, they had only managed to refine 200 to 300 evil purging divine spears. One could only imagine how long it would take to refine each of these artifacts. Grandmaster Ma Fan had once mentioned casually that it would take at least a year for an artifact refining great grandmaster to refine an evil purging divine spear. After all, this was a weapon that would be used to deal with Black Ink Clan territory lords, so its requirements for artifact refining were extremely harsh. The slightest mistake would cause the entire refining to fail. In other words, an artifact refining great grandmaster could only refine one artifact a year at most, and this was under the premise that everything went smoothly. If he failed once or twice, it would be normal for him to refine only one in a few years. How many artifact refining grandmasters could a Great Pass have? Blue Sky Pass had 3, so it was reasonable to assume that most other passes had a similar number. Under the presumption that there was no failure in refining, the number of evil purging divine spear a pass could refine in 5 years was still only 10 to 15. In fact, it might be even less than half of it. After all, the chances of failure were high when refining an unfamiliar artifact. Ergo, Yang Kai was puzzled how each pass was able to refine between 200 and 300 in just half a decade. Their quantity did not match his estimates and far exceeded his calculations. But after he took a closer look, realization dawned upon Yang Kai. These evil purging divine spears were divided into 2 categories. One matched the specs that had been successfully tested on Honghu. These were the evil purging divine spear that could reduce a territory lord's strength by more than 20%, while the other had the specs that had been tested on the feudal lord a long time ago and could reduce such a master's strength by around 30% while having minimal effect on territory lords. The latter was slightly longer than the former, and their refining technique was obviously cruder. According to Yang Kai's estimations, the latter didn't require an artifact refining great grandmaster to refine. As long as one's skills had reached the artifact refining grandmaster level, they could make one. By the looks of it, Blue Sky Pass had shared the methods of refining both evil purging divine spears with the other passes, who subsequently refined both types. Obviously, there was a deeper consideration for doing this. Territory lords were equivalent to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were the cornerstones of their respective race. The humans would need to use the evil purging divine spears refined by the great grandmasters in order to deal with territory lords, but it was quite difficult to refine such evil purging divine spears, so the output was not high. Furthermore, it would be an overkill to use such a weapon against a feudal lord. And so, the evil purging divine spear refined by the artifact refining grandmasters would come in handy. These evil purging divine spears weren't as powerful as the territory lord version, but their production rate was much higher. They were perfect for using it against feudal lords, who were much larger in number. Yang Kai had no idea how the higher-ups of the human race categorized these evil purging divine spears, so for the time being, Yang Kai categorized the smaller number of evil purging divine spears refined by the great grandmasters as heaven grade, while the lower grade evil purging divine spears refined by the grandmaster were earth grade. Overall, the ratio of earth to heaven grade evil purging divine spears was about 12 to 1. What he needed to do now was infuse the purifying light into all these evil purging divine spears. Looking at the piles before him, Yang Kai once again realized he had a long and toilsome task ahead of him. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged before casually picking up an evil purging divine spear from the closest pile. After discerning its grade, he enveloped it in purifying light. Just like before, the purifying light flowed into the evil purging divine spear like water under its influence and soon disappeared. Because he had to take the grade of the evil purging divine spears into consideration, when he infused the purifying light into the heaven grade evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai chose higher quality yellow and blue crystals. This way, the strength of the purifying light infused into it would be even greater, allowing the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with the territory lords more easily. As for the earth grade spears, the quality of the yellow and blue crystals he chose was slightly worse. In any case, they would only be used to deal with the feudal lords, so even if they were slightly weaker, it wouldn't matter either. Although Yang Kai wasn't slow, He was unable to stand the sheer number of evil purging divine spears. It took him a few days to finish the pile closest to him, after which he picked up the space ring that was originally placed before the evil purging divine spears and stowed them into it. Soon after, Blue Sky Pass sent these items back to the Great Pass corresponding to the space ring. Days went by, and just when he was finished with a few dozen piles of evil purging divine spears, a few dozen rings carrying more evil purging divine spears were delivered to him. Yang Kai kept toiling away, but considering that each evil purging divine spear could take the life of a feudal lord or even a territory lord, all the effort was well worth it. By the time he was finished with the evil purging divine spears sent by all the passes, over half a year had already gone by. Afterwards, Yang Kai exited the secret room and went to report to the Eastern Army headquarters. Ding Yao didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. This junior has finished arming the evil purging divine spears. I will be returning to the forward base now, Yang Kai reported. The forward base might not have faced any enemies for a long time, but they still needed to patrol occasionally. You don't need to return to the forward base. Remain at Blue Sky Pass for now. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Is there a new mission? Ding Yao shot a glance at him. Are you hoping for a new mission? Yang Kai clucked his tongue as he defended himself. No, nothing like that. Peace is best. Ding Yao waved him off impatiently as Yang Kai quickly excused himself. Walking out of the army headquarters, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow. Ding Yao's sudden order to stay at Blue Sky Pass was a bit confusing, but since it was an order, he could only comply. Yang Kai returned to his residence, deactivated the restrictions and walked into the small courtyard. Just as he was about to use this opportunity to go into a retreat, he felt something amiss. He looked around and noticed life auras coming from the rooms on either side of the courtyard. Someone is here. Yang Kai was confused, but after carefully sensing it, he discovered that the auras belonged to Feng Ying and Bai. Wait, why are they back? Martial Peak, Chapter 5177, Pyrrhic Victory. Yang Kai had returned to Blue Sky Pass from the forward base for various matters over the years, but he had always returned alone while Dawn had always been guarding the front lines. He might be the squad leader, but Dawn was strong enough to carry out various missions without him. Dawn had not returned with him this time either, so Yang Kai didn't understand why Feng Ying and Bai Yi were here. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai walked to the left wing and gently touched the restriction. Soon, Feng Ying appeared in front of Yang Kai. Squad leader, you're back? Feng Ying immediately commented. Yang Kai nodded in response. Why have you also returned? Feng Ying answered, the pass ordered us to return, so we have. Ordered? Yang Kai was a bit astounded. He originally thought that Feng Ying and Bai Yi had returned for some reason, but after knowing that it was an order from the pass, there was nothing left to say. Feng Ying, after hesitating for a moment, finally added, not just our Dawn squad has been recalled, even Junior Brother Chai's squad was recalled, along with several other squads. Senior Brother Chai is also back? The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. The so-called Senior Brother Chai was none other than the Old Turtle's squad leader Chai Fong. Feng Ying pursed her lips as a smile bloomed on her face. Junior Brother Chai came looking for you earlier. Why is he looking for me? Yang Kai cautiously asked. Feng Ying replied, emphasizing each word. Junior Brother Yang took great care of this Chai on the battlefield, so this Chai should naturally treat Junior Brother Yang well and express my gratitude. Well, these are Junior Brother Chai's original words. This was obviously a threat. As the Old Turtle's warship was slow, it was easier for them to be robbed of military merits on the battlefield, and Dawn had done this the most. Chai Fong had naturally marked this loss down. The Gadfly Squad's moniker was not just for show. But then again, it wasn't that Dawn's squad enjoyed snatching others' military merits. Rather, when they saw other squads entangled with the Black Ink Clan squads on the battlefield, there was nothing wrong in eliminating the enemies. Who would even care about military merits in that kind of situation? After all, the priority was to kill Black Ink Clansmen. But obviously, Chai Fong didn't think so. When they were fighting on the front lines, it wasn't the right time to quibble with Dawn over this, but now that they had been recalled, he naturally wanted to settle accounts. Of course, he was not planning to fight it out with Yang Kai or Dawn. He also knew that Dawn was trying to help them many times. Nonetheless, as special operations squads, there was always some competition between them. Since they could not beat Dawn in kills, he naturally had to find something else to regain his face. Yang Kai immediately spat in disgust. "He can go to hell." Feng Ying stated, pursing her lips, "You should tell junior brother Chai this yourself." "Forget it, let's just ignore him. I'll be going into retreat and cultivate. Senior sister, you should also rest." Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and entered his room. Be that as it may, Chai Fong was not going to let Yang Kai have his way. Who knew how he got the news, but the very day Yang Kai returned to his residence, Chai Fong rushed over. Although the courtyard had privacy restrictions, they were unable to withstand Chai Fong's all-out harassment. He also knew that Yang Kai and the others would not have entered life-or-death closed-door cultivation at this moment, so he acted without scruples. Alarms kept blaring as the restrictions activated. Whether it was Yang Kai, Feng Ying, or Bai Yi, none of them were able to peacefully cultivate. Helpless, Yang Kai had no choice but to come out. He deactivated the restriction and looked at Chai Fong with a look of disgust, who was making a ruckus outside the courtyard. "Senior brother Chai, why are you here instead of cultivating?" Chai Fong maliciously grinned as he palmed his fist. "Didn't senior sister Feng tell you? Why does little brother ask when you already know the answer?" Yang Kai helplessly asked, rubbing his forehead, "Does senior brother want to fight?" Chai Fong decisively replied, "No. Although we're not from the same sect, we've fought side by side on this battlefield for so many years, so how can we fight? This Chai doesn't know how to control his strength. What if I injure you, junior brother?" Of course, he was just being stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. The main reason Chai Fong was refusing was because he felt that he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai could even kill a territory lord. Although there were circumstances, such as taking advantage of the situation, few Seventh-Order Masters in the entire human race had ever killed a territory lord. Chai Fong had witnessed Yang Kai fight with his own eyes. A feudal lord was no different than a chicken before Yang Kai. His terrifying strength had long surpassed the Seventh Order. In terms of combat strength, Chai Fong admitted that he was far inferior to Yang Kai, so how could he fight him? He would simply be digging a pit for himself. "Then what does senior brother want?" Yang Kai asked. Chai Fong meaningfully grinned as he swiped his space ring and took out a jug of wine. "This Chai did not lie when I said I wanted to express my gratitude. Look, I've brought everything." Yang Kai immediately understood. Since the old turtle squad had lost to Dawn on the battlefield, he wanted to regain face in a drinking competition. Looking at the wine jug in Chai Fong's hand, Yang Kai immediately felt frustrated. He had once engaged with Chai Fong in a drinking contest back at the forward base. In the end, Yang Kai lost and became completely inebriated. He was ridiculed by the other squad leaders as a result. Men were very strange creatures. In the eyes of almost all men, one's alcohol capacity was also a standard of their worth. If one's alcohol capacity was as vast as the sea, they would naturally be able to drink to their heart's content. If a man got drunk after just 3 glasses, he was simply not a man. Yang Kai was now a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a robust foundation and strong physique. Not to mention a single jug of wine, even 100 or 1,000 jugs wouldn't be enough to make him drunk. If his world force was taken into account, he could easily detoxify any amount of wine. But since it was a drinking competition, they naturally would not be using any of their strength. There would be no point in competing if they really used their world force. During the drinking competition, everyone would seal their strength and compete with their innate capacity. In this aspect, Chai Fong seemed to have a higher capacity than Yang Kai. "Senior brother, I still need to cultivate. How about this? I'll just accept this wine as..." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Chai Fong pushed him into the courtyard. "Enough with the nonsense. Since this Chai has come today, I don't plan on leaving." Yang Kai staggered back, helplessly watching Chai Fong take out a set of chairs and a table. He then took his seat and gestured to Yang Kai to take the seat across from him. He was staring at Yang Kai very fiercely, assuming the posture that either you die or I perish. Yang Kai reckoned that he was most likely doomed today. Sit. Why isn't junior brother sitting? If you don't sit, I'll think that you're looking down on this Chai. Chai Fong glared angrily. Yang Kai forced a laugh. Senior brother, there's no need to go this far. Helpless, he sat down opposite Chai Fong. The moment he sat down, Chai Fong instantly pushed the jug of wine to Yang Kai. Afterwards, he took out another jug, opened the lid, and poured it down his throat. The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched staring at this. Chai Fong had completely emptied the jug in less than a dozen breaths. He then wiped his mouth and stated, "Good. Junior brother, please help yourself. This Chai will first drink a few jugs to moisten my throat." Saying so, a small mountain of wine jugs appeared beside him with a wave of his hand, and he started drinking them like they were water. Damn it. Yang Kai's heart was gripped with apprehension. If this continued, he would definitely lose. The only choice he was left with was to call for reinforcements. Taking advantage of the other party's drinking, Yang Kai secretly sent a message. A short while later, Yang Kai finally finished his jug, but Chai Fong had already finished 4 or 5. They were on completely different levels. Fortunately, a figure rushed in from outside at that moment. Seeing the oncoming figure, Yang Kai called out enthusiastically before anyone could understand what was happening, "Fei Ping, you're here? Come, let me introduce you. This is the Old Turtle Squad leader, Chai Fong." Chai Fong shot him an annoyed look. "Why are you introducing me? Do you think that I don't know everyone in your squad?" After so many years of competing with each other, how could he not know who was who? Yang Kai defended with a smile. "Fei Ping has admired Brother Chai for a long time and has praised Brother Chai many times to me, saying that Brother Chai's squad always took the lead and fought bravely when in battle. Fei Ping, now that squad leader Chai is here, why don't you offer him a few toasts?" Hearing Yang Kai's suggestion, Miao Fei Ping didn't dare act disrespectfully and had no choice but to pick up a wine jug and respectfully offer, "Squad leader Chai, this junior offers you a toast." Chai Fong didn't refuse and simply glanced at Yang Kai. Treacherous bastard. Gulp gulp gulp, Miao Fei Ping quickly downed the entire jug of wine. Just as he was finished drinking, someone else came in. Yang Kai called out enthusiastically once again, "Senior brother Chi, you are here? What a coincidence, squad leader Chai is here as a guest." He was worried about no one being able to accompany him, but senior brother Chi, your capacity is like the sea, come here and drink with squad leader Chai. Chi Tai Chu chuckled, "That's exactly what I was thinking." A moment later, Yang Kai shouted again, "Senior brother Shin is here." One by one, the members of Dawn kept arriving. After 7 or 8 of them arrived, Chai Fong couldn't stand it any longer. He slapped his hand on the table and angrily shouted, "Bullying me with numbers, are you? You gadflies are too much. As expected, if the foundation is crooked, the house will be too. Yang Kai, you have reinforcements, but do you think that this old master doesn't?" Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and sent a message with his divine sense. Not long after, several figures flew over from all over Blue Sky Pass. Yang Kai didn't back down either and quickly summoned the remaining Dawn members. A moment later, some 90 people were gathered in the small courtyard, bustling with noise and excitement. Because of all the noise, Feng Ying and Bai Yi were unable to remain in seclusion. Yang Kai and Chai Fong, who were sitting across from each other at the table just as before, were now completely surrounded by members of their respective squads. Chai Fong fiercely glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Brothers, sisters, squad leader Yang has taken care of us quite a lot on the battlefield. He has saved us so many times, but we never got a chance to repay him. Let's show him proper gratitude today." Yang Kai bitterly smiled, "Squad leader Chai, you're really too polite. It would be impolite not to repay your gift in return. Since squad leader Chai is such a good drinker, let's let him drink to his heart's content today." At first, whether it was Yang Kai or Chai Fong, both of them were conscious and could drink themselves, but soon their vision became blurry and stars began to shine before their eyes. Nonetheless, the other members of the squads were not willing to let them go and opened their mouths and poured wine into them. Gulp, gulp. Gulp, gulp. Feng Ying and Bai Yi stood together, watching from afar, the former sighing, a Pyrrhic victory indeed, sacrificing 800 soldiers just to slay 1,000 of the enemy. Bai Yi vigorously nodded like a chicken pecking rice. At one point, Yang Kai's body went limp and slid under the table. The drunken Chai Fong on the opposite side broke into loud laughter, this old master one. Saying so, he also collapsed onto the table. Martial Peak, Chapter 5178, Angry Grandmaster Ma Fan. Both squad leaders got knocked out together, but the members of both squads had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. A few female members of the Old Turtles squad even took out some cooking utensils and started preparing some snacks to go with the drinking. Seeing this, Feng Ying and Bai Yi also stepped forward to help. The courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Both special operations squads were rivals on the battlefield, but they were also inseparable comrades in arms. It was the same during the drinking competition. Everyone was drinking in either groups of 3 or 5. At some point, everyone was drunk, their eyes were droopy and red. Even Feng Ying and the other women had a slight blush on their faces. Even though they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, because no one used their world force to detoxify themselves, their alcohol tolerance was still limited. Of course, they could still hold their liquor because of their powerful physiques. The empty wine jugs piled higher and higher as more and more fell to the ground, dead drunk. After an unknown period of time, the entire courtyard had people lying here and there, knocked out. Not a single person was left standing. As for Feng Ying and Bai Yi, they were unable to continue drinking long ago and had returned to their rooms to rest. The bustling courtyard had become completely silent and peaceful. Under the table, Yang Kai, who was knocked out, secretly opened his eyes. After confirming that the drinking competition was over, only then did he pop his head up, taking the support of the chair. But the next moment, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him from across the table. When their eyes met, both Yang Kai and Chai Fong were awkward and embarrassed. Yang Kai had secretly used his strength to detoxify himself, but he didn't expect Chai Fong to do the same. Shameless bastard! Both of them cursed in their hearts. After calming himself down, Yang Kai sat back down with no change in his expression. He then took out a tea set and started carefully brewing. Chai Fong remained silent and waited for the tea. A moment later, the fragrance of tea filled the air as Yang Kai poured 2 cups and pushed one to Chai Fong. Chai Fong picked up the cup and took a sip. For a moment, alternate sounds of sipping filled the silent courtyard. After finishing a pot of tea, Chai Fong suddenly opened his mouth and stated, "I'm afraid that something big is about to happen." Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. "Seen your brother noticed?" Chai Fong nodded his affirmation. "It seems you did too." Yang Kai continued, "Generally, 80% of the pass forces are concentrated at the forward base, and this status quo has been maintained for over 200 years. Although there hasn't been any fighting for a long time, we still need to be on guard against the Black Ink Clan's counterattack. In light of this, it's a little unusual to suddenly recall 2 special operations squads." Chai Fong added with a nod, "It would have been nothing if it was just our squads, but recently, many squads had been returning one after another. All of them must have received recall orders. I don't know if you've noticed, but all these squads belonged to the different divisions and battalions. In other words, none of the returning squads belonged to the same battalion." "Do you have some hypothesis?" Yang Kai asked. Chai Fong shook his head, denying, "I have no idea. I was hoping you had heard something." This was the main reason why he had come to Yang Kai. The drinking competition was just a bonus. Yang Kai frowned, voicing his thoughts. If the pass is planning an attack, they should have gathered their forces at the forward base. But for some reason, they have been recalling us. It seems little brother doesn't know anything. Although Yang Kai suspected that whatever the pass upper echelons were planning had something to do with the newly developed evil purging divine spear, he believed that doing so would be a reckless thing. He might have infused purifying light into quite a lot of evil purging divine spears, but each pass still had only 200 to 300 in total. These evil purging divine spears could be given to the elite soldiers, but it would not change the course of the war that much. After all, the evil purging divine spears were one-time use consumables. In his opinion, the evil purging divine spears would be best used only after amassing a considerable amount of them. They should either not use them, or use them only to force the Black Ink clan into a corner. Since this matter concerned the evil purging divine spear, Yang Kai couldn't reveal too much to Chai Fong. The higher-ups have always been very secretive, so I'm afraid no one will know what they're planning until the last moment. Chai Fong couldn't help but grumble. It was the same when they had used Xiang Shan's breakthrough to lure the Black Ink clan territory lords out last time. The special operations squads had no idea and tried to protect Xiang Shan at the cost of their lives, but in the end, the upper echelons of the pass had been well prepared. But it was only reasonable to not inform them, because only when they put their lives on the line would the territory lords believe that the human race had not planned some kind of trap. Had they known the plan beforehand, they might have revealed some clues. Senior brother, don't worry about it. If they're really planning to do something, we will know soon enough, Yang Kai comforted. Chai Fong nodded slightly. Junior brother, if you receive any news, please inform me as soon as possible so that I can make preparations. Good. Then this Chai will take his leave first. Chai Fong stood up and shouted, all of you, get up. Don't keep lying like corpses. 50 of you lot were beaten by just 30 people. Stop making fools of yourselves. As soon as his voice fell, the members of both squads lying in the courtyard got up one by one. Everyone circulated their strength to dispel the effects of the alcohol. The members of the Old Turtle squad looked very ashamed while the Dawn squad, on the other hand, was beaming with smiles. Under Chai Fong's lead, the Old Turtles quickly left and Dawn's members also left after them, leaving the courtyard in a mess with Yang Kai alone, who silently tidied up everything. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was cultivating, was once again summoned to the army headquarters. But the moment he stepped into the army headquarters, he heard a familiar angry shout coming from the main office. Why can't I go? Old Zhong Liang promised me. Grandmaster Ma Fan. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He had no idea that Grandmaster Ma Fan had returned to Blue Sky Pass. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been staying in the forward base since he had arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Since he was here, Yang Kai felt that the situation inside Blue Sky Pass was even more complicated than he expected. Moreover, Zhong Liang's promise that Grandmaster Ma Fan had just spoken about was quite concerning. When the evil purging divine spear experiment was over, Grandmaster Ma Fan reminded Zhong Liang to not forget his promise, and Zhong Liang assured him that he had not. Yang Kai didn't know what Zhong Liang had promised to Grandmaster Ma Fan, but by the looks of it, things had gone wrong. Ding Yao seemed to disagree, which had caused Ma Fan to burn with fury. While these thoughts were running in his mind, he walked into the office. As he had guessed, he saw Grandmaster Ma Fan inside, but the old man was like an angry rooster, glaring at Ding Yao. Meanwhile, Shen Tuimo tried to persuade him, Grandmaster, please calm down. Brother Zhong had indeed promised you, so logically speaking, Brother Ding and I should accept Brother Zhong's decision, but times have changed. The evil purging divine spear was invented by you, so you need to oversee the project if further modifications are required. The evil purging divine spear will determine the future of the human race and change the course of its future. Ergo, Grandmaster should remain at Blue Sky Pass for the big picture. Bullshit. Grandmaster Ma Fan spat in anger. Yang Kai could not help but shrink his neck at the sight of this. Even an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't act so presumptuously before these two army commanders. However, not only was Ma Fan an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was also an artifact refining Great Grandmaster. This old man already has one foot in the grave, so why would I care about the big picture? That's something you army commanders need to worry about. What does it have to do with me? The reason this old man has been holding on even after so many years is that I am unable to face my ancestors. Now that I have a chance to fulfill my lifelong wish, you guys are not letting this old man go? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Besides, although this old man was in charge of developing the evil purging divine spear, the refining process has already been spread to the other passes. If any improvements are needed in the future, those old farts can figure it out, so why should I worry about it? Shen 2mo earnestly advised, Grandmaster, the battlefield is dangerous, and this operation will be different from the past. No one can guarantee anything. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot him a long look. What? Are you afraid this old man will be a burden? This old man doesn't just know how to refine artifacts, I also know how to kill enemies. If it weren't for your lack of artifact refiners, this old man wouldn't have been sitting in the rear and would have charged into the Black Ink clan's base many times already. Furthermore, if this old man really did die on the battlefield, it would be a worthy death. When I meet my ancestors in the next life, this old man can proudly tell them that I died on the Black Ink battlefield. My ancestors will definitely praise me. Shen 2mo was rendered speechless. Even he could not use force against someone like Grandmaster Ma Fan, and judging by the old man's attitude, it was pointless to persuade him. Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly turned to Yang Kai. You said that the evil purging divine spear is connected to the future of the entire human race, so you are afraid that something will happen to me and ask this old man not to go, but the true key to the evil purging divine spears is that brat. The evil purging divine spear would be nothing more than a piece of trash without his purifying light. You recalled him, so that means you plan to deploy him with the army? What the hell? A 7th Order boy can go, but this old man can't? I don't give a damn. I'm going whether you like it or not, whether you allow me or not. Hell, this old man will go alone if I have to. Saying so, he turned around and left, not even giving Yang Kai so much as a glance. Yang Kai couldn't help but pucker his lips. He suddenly felt like he had run into an unexpected disaster. He couldn't understand why these big shots had to drag him into their quarrel. I was right, the pass is indeed planning something, and judging by Grandmaster Ma Fan's words, it seemed like we are going somewhere. This explains why all those squads have been recalled. That was all right too. Everything was peaceful at Blue Sky Pass, and the Black Ink clan had been holed up in their nests for the last 2 centuries. Since Blue Sky Pass won't be facing any battle anytime soon, deploying forces elsewhere where they might be needed was a good idea. The Great Passes had never been able to provide any real assistance to one another since ancient times, because they were too far apart and the amount of resources needed to transport so many people was too great. But since Blue Sky Pass had enough resources and leeway, they could ignore such a cost. While these thoughts were running through his mind, there was no change in Yang Kai's expression as he cupped his fist. Sirs. Ding Yao and Shen 2mo both nodded slightly. Shen 2mo looked at him and asked, You heard everything, right? Yang Kai nodded in response. What do you think? Yang Kai didn't hesitate to voice his guess. Is the pass planning to send reinforcements to another pass to defend against the Black Ink clan? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5179, 30,000 years ago. When Shen 2mo heard that, he answered, yes and no. Yang Kai was confused. Then, Shen 2mo fell silent as if he were thinking about how to explain this matter to Yang Kai. After all, it was not a simple matter to understand. It took quite some time before Shen 2mo spoke again. It's been about 300 years since you arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, and although that's not a long time, you've already gathered more experience than the average soldier could gather after battling the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. Moreover, you've also been to places that even the 8th Order Masters had never gone. Have you ever wondered why the entire Black Ink battlefield is so large and vast? Yang Kai answered in his mind, why would I wonder about that? Even if I did, would I be able to find the answer? However, now that Shen 2mo had brought it up, it naturally evoked Yang Kai's curiosity. He was right. Why was the Black Ink battlefield so vast? Among the 3,000 worlds, any great territory could be described as vast beyond what the eye could see. None was even comparable in scope and scale to the Black Ink battlefield. The area of the black ink battlefield had already gone way past the area of a great territory. It was like the black ink battlefield was never-ending. After sighing, Shen Tuemo explained, according to some ancient texts, in the era when the universe was just created, the black ink battlefield was also divided up into many great territories, each of them flourishing and filled with life. Each great territory was separated by territory barriers, but connected through territory gates, similar to the 3,000 worlds. However, the rise of the Black Ink clan changed everything. Born out of nowhere, the Black Ink clan's natural aggressiveness and unique reproductive methods made it easy for them to dominate the great territories. Whenever the Black Ink clan fully conquered a great territory, that great territory would start to corrode and the territory barriers around it would collapse, resulting in it merging with the adjacent great territories to become an even larger area. Then, like a snowball rolling downhill, the great territory would become larger and larger, which is why the Black Ink battlefield is so vast. While scrunching his eyebrows, Yang Kai asked, in other words, the Black Ink battlefield we're standing in now is the product of merging countless great territories. That's right. Shin Tuemo nodded. It was his first time hearing such a description. It was quite interesting. Yang Kai continued, Sir, why does the territory barrier collapse after the Black Ink clan fully dominates a great territory? Also, how do we conclude whether the Black Ink clan has fully conquered a great territory? Shaking his head, Shin Tuemo replied, I don't know either. All the knowledge I have about this matter comes from reading those ancient historical records, but the contents in those documents aren't complete anymore, and no one can determine if the contents written are real or fake. However, this theory is able to explain why the Black Ink battlefield has such a vast area. Then, where did the Black Ink clan come from? A typical Black Ink clansman is bred from a Black Ink nest, and Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks. A low-rank Black Ink nest is the sub-nest of a mid-rank one, so if we trace that logic, what is the primary nest? Where were the Royal Lord Black Ink nests originally spawned from? That question had confused Yang Kai for a long time, but he still hadn't found an answer to it. Ever since he found out about the secret behind the Black Ink nests, he began to wonder about their origin. Therefore, he seized this opportunity to ask Shin Tuemo, wanting to get an answer to his questions. However, Shin Tuemo shook his head. I don't know. Before you discovered the secrets behind the reproduction of Black Ink nests, we humans had no idea they were even linked. That answer naturally disappointed Yang Kai, but when he thought about it, he suddenly had a more pertinent question to ask. Sir, why are you telling me these things? Just now, Yang Kai was asking about why so many squads had been recalled from the forward base, so how did the topic suddenly change to this? Shin Tuemo answered, I'm telling you these things because the higher-ups are planning a new operation, and it involves not only Blue Sky Pass but all the Great Passes. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Is an all-out crusade about to begin? Ding Yao, who had been silent throughout the conversation, finally spoke up. It has something to do with that, but before we begin the crusade, we must finish this first. Just shut up, listen, and don't ask any questions. Obediently, Yang Kai stopped talking. Shin Tuemo continued, back in the ancient era, the Black Ink clan were on a rampage, and the great territories were falling rapidly. In the face of this threat, some human great experts banded together and created 108 great passes in the Black Ink battlefield to fight back against the Black Ink clan. This initiative has blessed the following generations to this day. Without these 108 great passes, the current 3,000 worlds might have already become the Black Ink clan's territory, and you and I might never have existed. Although these 108 passes seem to be fighting independent campaigns, in reality, we are all closely connected into one, creating a strong line of defense. While he was talking, he stretched out his hand and drew something in the air. Then, pure world force gathered together to become a large tapestry of light. Under his control, the light rays were divided into two distinctive areas, one white and one black. He then pointed at the white area. This region corresponds to the 3,000 worlds. After that, he pointed at the black area, and this represents the Black Ink battlefield. He then pointed at the middle area between the two, and a drop of golden light suddenly appeared. This is the no-return pass, which has been guarded by the Dragon and the Phoenix clan since ancient times. It is also the only connection point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. All reinforcements from the cave heavens and paradises, as well as our resources from the 3,000 worlds, must pass through the no-return pass. So, we can say that the no-return pass is the 3,000 worlds' last line of defense. With a wave of his hand, Shin 2mo caused more than 100 golden lights to appear in the Black Ink battlefield region and arrange themselves into a semicircle that shielded the no-return pass. This was the first time Yang Kai clearly saw the actual arrangement of all 108 great passes in the Black Ink battlefield. He asked in shock, "Is this the real arrangement of all the great passes?" Shin 2mo nodded and explained, "That's right. Such an arrangement can ensure that every great pass has a theater to defend, and as long as we can defend our own theaters, the Black Ink clan will never be able to step foot in the 3,000 worlds." Yang Kai was astonished. The ancient great expert's abilities are truly awe-inspiring. At that moment, Ding Yao came forward with his hands behind his back. "We humans have been relying on this defense line to hold back the Black Ink clan for countless years. Although we've sacrificed more elite soldiers than we can count, we were able to ensure the freedom of the 3,000 worlds. However, something happened 30,000 years ago, which completely changed our situation." While saying so, he stretched out his hand, and under Yang Kai's gaze, one of the over 100 golden lights suddenly turned black. Yang Kai felt his heart sink and could vaguely guess what had happened 30,000 years ago. As he expected, Ding Yao elaborated, 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan managed to break through Great Evolution Pass, which was guarded by Great Evolution Paradise. The old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass led tens of thousands of soldiers to fight with the Black Ink clan for several years, and the whole army was almost wiped out while the old ancestor himself died in battle. Since then, Great Evolution Pass has been in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Despite having guessed as much, Yang Kai still felt depressed when hearing Ding Yao mention this incident. Almost the entire army of a great pass was wiped out, and even the old ancestor overseeing the pass had died in battle. That battle must have been a huge blow to the humans, as it was not only the loss of a great pass, but also the annihilation of a paradise. That was the first and only time since ancient times that humans lost a great pass. That battle also caused the Great Evolution Paradise to wither away. The humans considered that matter a great shame, which is why Yang Kai had never heard about it directly despite joining the Black Ink battlefield for over 300 years. Those who knew about this were mainly the 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who wouldn't tell him such things. Cultivators under the 8th Order had no idea about this incident. In fact, Yang Kai first heard about this news from He Yuan Territory Lord. Yang Kai didn't know what actually happened 30,000 years ago that caused Great Evolution Pass demise, but he knew that something was obviously not right about that battle because not only was the army almost wiped out, but even the 9th Order Old Ancestor had been killed. An Old Ancestor's strength is on par with that of a Royal Lord, or possibly even slightly superior, so how could the Black Ink clan manage to easily defeat a great pass with an Old Ancestor assuming command? Also, why did the Great Evolution Pass fall so quickly? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Ding Yao explained, though an old ancestor can fight a royal lord to a standstill quite easily, what about when it's 2 against 1? Yang Kai was shocked. Did the Black Ink clan deploy 2 royal lords to that battle? Nodding, Ding Yao replied, "We only learned about this after the fact. It's not easy for a human to advance to the 9th Order, but that is true for the Black Ink clan's royal lords too. Such a master might not appear even once in several thousand years. Back then, there had only been one royal lord in the Great Evolution Theater, and he had been fighting with the Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor for countless years, so they knew each other very well. However, one of the territory lords advanced to become a royal lord, and the Black Ink clan was able to keep that hidden from Great Evolution Pass Old Ancestor. Then, while the Old Ancestor was in the midst of fighting with the old royal lord, that newly advanced royal lord managed to launch a sneak attack and severely injure the old ancestor. How could the old ancestor win a battle in such a situation? Shin 2mo added, although the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor died in battle, he was able to bring down one of the royal lords with him. In a way, his death wasn't in vain. In a battle where it was 2 against 1, and being severely injured, the Great Evolution Pass old ancestor still managed to kill one of the royal lords before he died. It was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Though you're only a 7th Order Master, you've joined many secret operations, so you must know that the humans are preparing for a grand crusade. With a nod, Yang Kai replied, I understand. Then, Ding Yao pointed at the black dot symbolizing the Great Evolution Pass. If we want to start a crusade, we must first take back Great Evolution Pass. Otherwise, our lines will have a critical weak point. This is the purpose of the recent personnel rearrangement made by the Inner Sanctum. Not only is it happening in Blue Sky Pass, but also at the other Great Passes. Yang Kai now understood the situation. In the meantime, he also finally understood why Grandmaster Ma Fan was so excited back then. He was one of the few remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, and now that he found out that the humans were planning to take back Great Evolution Pass, of course, he would want to have a part in the campaign. Great Evolution Pass was the place that his ancestors shed blood to protect and where they were buried. Standing from Grandmaster Ma Fan's point of view, he had to go take a look no matter what and pry their lost Great Pass from the Black Ink Clan's clutches as revenge for his ancestors. However, Shin 2mo and Ding Yao were wary about that and didn't want Grandmaster Ma Fan to join the operation, which would naturally lead to the latter flying into a rage. In such a situation, perhaps everyone would be against him joining this operation. In fact, Yang Kai even suspected that Grandmaster Ma Fan was able to be enlisted into the Black Ink battlefield 200 years ago because the humans had been planning to take back Great Evolution Pass even then. Martial Peak, Chapter 5180, Wu Qing's Breakthrough. Of course, that was just his own speculation and there was no way to confirm it. The humans wanted to take back the Great Evolution Pass. That was big news, and just thinking about it made Yang Kai feel excited. As far as the main crusade went, the first step was to recover Great Evolution Pass. That was because the Great Pass had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink Clan, and if not recovered, once the humans began their crusade, the Black Ink Clan might harass them from the rear. Therefore, the humans had to tie up all loose ends that might affect their crusade before it could begin. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a problem. Sirs, according to your story on how Great Evolution Pass fell into the hands of the Black Ink Clan, there must still be a royal lord assuming command over there. If we want to defeat a royal lord, we must have an old ancestor with us. Could it be that the old ancestor from our side will be personally leading the army to Great Evolution Pass? Although it had been quite a while since Blue Sky Theater had seen open hostilities, the old ancestors still couldn't leave the Great Pass at will. Once the Black Ink Clan discovered that the old ancestor had left, they might try something. By then, they wouldn't be anyone restraining the Black Ink Clan's royal lord, and although Blue Sky Pass could not be easily overtaken, such a battle would definitely cost them the forward base. Once that was gone, all their hard work for hundreds of years would be wiped away. Blue Sky Pass wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Shin 2mo replied, there will be an old ancestor leading the army in this battle to recover our territory, but not the one from our pass. Yang Kai frowned. Who would it be? It wasn't an easy decision to let the old ancestor leave a theater, regardless of which Great Pass they were overseeing. You also know this old ancestor. Someone I know? Yang Kai was stunned. When he thought about it, he knew only 3 old ancestors. One was Blue Sky Pass old ancestor, one was Inyang Pass old ancestor, and the other was Myriad Demons Pass old ancestor. He hadn't met the other old ancestors yet. But Shin 2mo just said that the battle to recover their territory had nothing to do with the old ancestor of Blue Sky Pass, so there were only the old ancestors of Inyang Pass and Myriad Demons Pass. The one leading this campaign will be the old ancestor of Inyang Pass. The image of the gluttonous little girl immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and his brow twitched slightly. He thought it might be the one from Myriad Demons Pass, but did not expect it to be the one from Inyang Pass. That person was not very reliable. Was it really feasible for her to lead the army to recover Great Evolution Pass? However, Yang Kai was more concerned about another thing. If she leaves, who will assume command of Inyang Pass? Just as Blue Sky Pass Old Ancestor couldn't easily leave Blue Sky Pass, Inyang Pass had the same situation. The presence of each old ancestor was a great deterrent to the Black Ink clan. Hearing his question, Ding Yao hesitated for a moment and said, 200 years ago, Inyang Pass Southern Army Commander, Wu Qing exhibited signs of a breakthrough, so he returned to the 3,000 worlds via the no-return pass. He then succeeded in breaking through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Not knowing whether he had felt it wrongly, Yang Kai felt that Ding Yao was full of envy when he said that. However, Yang Kai was still surprised by the news. Senior Wu has advanced to the Ninth Order. Ding Yao and Shen Tumo nodded together, and Shen Tumo urged, "This is a top-secret matter. Even in Inyang Pass, only the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters know about it, so don't make a big fuss about it." Yang Kai nodded instinctively, but his mind was still in a state of shock. Wu Qing had broken through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. This was great news to the humans because they now had another old ancestor. Now, Inyang Pass had 2 old ancestors. But then again, before he went to Inyang Pass last time, he had heard about Wu Qing from the others. Wu Qing carried a profound fish, one of the 4 universe pillars, so he did not fear the Black Ink strength's corruption. As he was already very strong, he would frequently dive into the Black Ink clan's territory alone and stir up trouble. The Black Ink clan in Inyang Theater resented him very much, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wu Qing had been an 8th Order Master for many years and had been on the verge of a breakthrough for some time now. Therefore, he was known as the one who was most likely to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in recent years. That wasn't a secret among the Great Passes, but no one knew when or even if he could advance successfully. No one knew if he would suddenly have a bot of enlightenment and break through, or perhaps he would stay in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm for another 10,000 years without any change. It was not just a matter of accumulation, but also about luck and opportunity. It was not until more than 200 years ago that Wu Qing had an epiphany and immediately returned to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven via the no-return pass. Ordinary cultivators who came to the Black Ink battlefield could never return to the 3,000 worlds, but it was different with Wu Qing's situation because he had the profound fish, so it was impossible for him to be corrupted by Black Ink strength. Moreover, he was in a special state whereby he was about to make a breakthrough, so his return was permitted as it had strategic importance. Another reason was that the process of advancing into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm would cause a huge commotion, so if Wu Qing remained in Inyang Pass during his advancement, the Royal Lord would definitely become aware of it. Once the Black Ink clan noticed, they would become warier. Therefore, the best choice was for Wu Qing to return to the 3,000 worlds and quietly break through at Red Cloud's Cave Heaven first. It could be said that every 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that was about to break through to 9th Order Open Heaven Realm would be returned to the 3,000 worlds to their Master Sect before they break through. After Wu Qing had advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, he stayed in Red Cloud's Cave Heaven for more than 200 years to stabilize his realm before secretly returning to Inyang Pass. Only after his return did the humans prepare to implement the plan to recover Great Evolution Pass. With Wu Qing, the newly advanced 9th Order Old Ancestor, assuming command of Inyang Pass, the situation at Inyang Theater would not change much, and the veteran Old Ancestor of Inyang Pass would be free to lead the army to take back Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai had met with Wu Qing during his previous trip to Inyang Pass, but they hadn't said much to each other, so he wasn't very familiar with him. Regardless, Yang Kai was still happy that Wu Qing was able to advance into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. However, he soon thought of another thing. Since Senior Wu has advanced into the 9th Order Open Heaven realm without the knowledge of the Royal Lord in the Inyang Theater, why doesn't he team up with the Old Ancestor at Inyang Pass to deal with the Royal Lord there? The old ancestor of Great Evolution Paradise was sneak attacked by a newly advanced royal lord more than 30,000 years ago under similar circumstances, resulting in his demise. The humans could simply return the favor. While shaking his head, Ding Yao explained, "That's too big of a risk, and there are too many uncontrollable factors. A royal lord is not like a territory lord or a feudal lord. When it comes to life or death situations, even if there is no chance of survival, a royal lord has a high chance of dragging someone down with them. It's not easy for us humans to gain an old ancestor, so we cannot afford to take that risk." Back then, the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass was still able to kill a royal lord despite being sneak attacked and outnumbered. A royal lord's strength was basically on par with that of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so there was also a chance that they could do the same. As long as there was such a chance, the humans would not risk it. Smiling, Shin Tuemo elaborated, "Because an old ancestor and a royal lord aren't that easy to kill, each great pass can barely maintain a balance. If the Black Ink clan acted according to what you just proposed, who knows how many great passes we would have lost." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Kai frowned in confusion. Shen Tuemo continued to explain, "There are a number of theaters with more than one royal lord. For example, the Great Battle Theater. There are 2 royal lords there while we only have one old ancestor standing guard." Hearing that, Yang Kai was very surprised. "There are 2 royal lords in the Great Battle Theater? What's so surprising about that?" Ding Yao glanced at him. "Some human great passes have 2 old ancestors, but the total number of royal lords is most likely still higher." Yang Kai looked bewildered. "I always thought that every great pass only had 1 old ancestor and the corresponding theater only had 1 royal lord." Frowning, Shin Tuemo asked, "Who told you that?" While shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, "No one. It was all his own assumption, but now it seemed that he was being naive. Thinking about it, no one had ever told him explicitly that each great pass had only 1 old ancestor that corresponded to 1 royal lord. Though there weren't many old ancestors, how could they possibly be distributed perfectly evenly so that all great passes only had 1? There had to be a few extras somewhere. It was the same for the royal lord. It just so happened that the 3 great passes he visited only had 1 old ancestor and 1 royal lord. On the Black Ink clan side, both their feudal lords and territory lords outnumber our 7th Order and 8th Order Masters, so it's only normal for their royal lords to outnumber our 9th Masters too. However, the actual number is irrelevant to the overall situation. Although there are fewer 9th Order's Open Heaven Realm Masters in some theaters, they are still able to maintain a balance with the royal lords and keep each other in check." Yang Kai nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Using Great Battle Pass as an example, although there was only 1 9th Order old ancestor facing 2 royal lords, along with the risks of attacking the Great Pass, as long as the old ancestor acted prudently, there wouldn't be any danger. "We've strayed a bit too far off topic," Shin Tuemo waved his hand and said, "Let's put all these to the side. What we have to do now is to recover Great Evolution Pass. Originally, you weren't supposed to be involved in this matter because, as Grandmaster Mafan said, you are the key to the evil purging divine spear. The future of the human race is at stake, and we wouldn't allow you to head to such a dangerous battlefield so easily. If you were to have any accidents, the whole crusade would be in jeopardy." Smiling playfully, Yang Kai added, "Though I don't know the reason, Dawn will be participating in this battle to recover the Great Pass, right? I'm sure no human soldier would want to miss such an opportunity." Shen Tuemo nodded. "Indeed. The old ancestor from Inyang Pass specifically requested you to join the army, saying that your small universe can help her restore her strength and recover from her injuries. We naturally need to cooperate when such a request is made." Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. The last time he was in Inyang Pass, he had used his small universe to help the old ancestor heal from her wounds. It seemed like after tasting the benefits he could offer, she had developed a liking for them. This was only reasonable as she would turn into a child if she were seriously injured, and normal healing methods had little effect on her. She could only restore her injuries in a bustling world. Yang Kai's small universe just happened to be a place where countless ordinary beings flourished and was perfectly suitable for her healing process. Also, the flow of time inside his small universe was different from the outside world, so it could be said that if they had Yang Kai with them, the chances of success in this campaign to recover their territory would increase greatly. The recovery of Great Evolution Pass was related to their future crusade, and the old ancestor from Inyang Pass had personally requested Yang Kai to follow them. Therefore, considering the overall situation, Blue Sky Pass couldn't refuse. This was the reason Ding Yao and Shen Tuemo told Yang Kai so much. Otherwise, how could a 7th Order Junior be qualified to know so many operational details? Since it was an order from the higher-ups, they were just carrying them out. Martial Peak, Chapter 5181. The enemy stands before us, prepare for battle. All Great Passes will contribute to this mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. Blue Sky Pass will probably deploy about 500 people, with Senior Brother Xiang leading the team. So, when you get there, you cannot act without Senior Brother Xiang's order. Ding Yao looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai accepted the order. Understood. Then he asked, when will we be leaving? Ding Yao answered, it won't be a long wait, within a few months at most. Shen Tuemo added, I am telling you this today because I want you to be prepared, otherwise, you will be confused when you get there. On the other hand, Dawn doesn't have enough members, so the Inner Sanctum has chosen a 10-person squad to join Dawn. They will be heading over for the transition within these few days. Yes, sir. You can head back and make the necessary preparations. Shen Tuemo waved his hand. Yang Kai cupped his fist and left. After leaving the army headquarters, Yang Kai breathed in a light breath to calm his excitement. The humans were going to recover Great Evolution Pass. After countless years of defending against the Black Ink clan, Blue Sky Pass initial crusade could be said to be a small step forward for the humans, while taking back Great Evolution Pass was like a big step forward. Once Great Evolution Pass was retaken, the Real Crusade would not be too far away. By then, there would be a world-shaking battle to the death between the two races in this huge and vast Black Ink battlefield, and no one could predict what the final result would be. On this vast battlefield, a single human's strength was too weak to matter, and Yang Kai was a mere 7th Order master. Even an old ancestor could only affect the situation of their own designated theater, not the entire situation of the war. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was prepare himself for the upcoming campaign. After returning to his home, he entered retreat and began cultivating to improve his small universe's heritage as much as possible. A few days later, 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu, came for a visit. They were the squad leader and vice squad leader of a 10-man squad and were both veterans who had been on the Black Ink battlefield for at least 2,000 years, killing countless enemies and earning a lot of merits. Because they were about to embark on a campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass, Dawn naturally needed to be as strong as possible. However, since the establishment of Dawn, the squad had never filled its ranks, so after some consideration, Ding Yao took the initiative to choose a 10-member squad to fill in the vacancies and increase Dawn's strength. The team led by Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu were the lucky squad. The two were not repulsed by this order and were even a bit happy. This couldn't be helped, as every ordinary squad's desire was to develop their squad to become an elite squad with grand accomplishments. Unfortunately, there were only 5 special operations squads here in Blue Sky Pass, so if the others wanted to be promoted, they had to perform exceptionally well and play a decisive role in battle, otherwise, promotion was impossible. The creation of Dawn was also because Yang Kai was too important for Blue Sky Pass, which was why the army commanders granted a special exception. Of course, the military merits Dawn earned after its establishment did live up to its title as a Special Operations Squad. They even outshined the other 4 elite squads. Although Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu's squad was quite strong and had earned a lot of military merits in its time, their capabilities were still far from being able to be promoted. So, when they were suddenly ordered to join Dawn, they were a bit confused, but were still happy to report to Yang Kai. In every war it participated in, Dawn would rank first in the War Materials Hall in terms of military merits. More importantly, Dawn still had vacancies. Many cultivators wanted to join Dawn and fight as part of the squad, but unfortunately, Yang Kai, the squad leader, never intended to recruit new members over the years. Ren Bingbai and Yu Ziyu did not expect that a sudden transfer order from the higher-ups would allow them to fulfill this wish. In the courtyard, Yang Kai gave the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters a warm welcome. Although they had never met each other before, they were comrades who fought together on the Black Ink battlefield, so there was no estrangement between them when talking about killing the Black Ink clan and restoring peace. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became very lively. During that time, the two 7th Order Masters had asked about the reason behind the transfer order given by the higher-ups, but Yang Kai dodged the question. The matters Ding Yao and Shen Tuemo told him about had to be kept confidential for the time being. Although these secrets would soon be revealed during the battle to recover Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai still couldn't say anything in this situation. At least, the announcement shouldn't be coming from him. After a while of chatting, both the host and guests were having a good time. With the addition of Ren Bingbai and Yu Ziyu's 10-person squad, the number of Dawn team members instantly increased to 47. Though it wasn't completely full, it was not far off, and there were as many as 8 7th Order Masters in the squad. As time passed, some rumors gradually spread within Blue Sky Pass. No one knew where those rumors came from, but all the soldiers who were transferred back to the Inner Sanctum were soon vaguely aware of the news that the humans were going to take back Great Evolution Pass. Everyone was so excited that they could barely wait for that battle to start. Several months later, it was finally time. A message was sent to all the members of Dawn. Once they had all assembled, they were led by Yang Kai to Blue Sky Pass Main Square, where squads of varying numbers had gathered from all directions of the Inner Sanctum. By the time Yang Kai arrived with Dawn, hundreds of people had already assembled and more were on their way. In less than a half cup of tea's time, about 500 people had gathered at the square, which was the number Ding Yao had revealed to Yang Kai earlier. Despite the large number of people, the square was silent. Under the calm exterior, though, was suppressed excitement. Chai Fong, the old turtle squad leader, was standing not far from Yang Kai while squinting at him to attract his attention. Chai Fong said, "Brother Yang, judging from this situation, it seems like the rumors about recovering Great Evolution Pass might be true." When the news of recovering the Great Pass began spreading around the Inner Sanctum, Chai Fong also came to Yang Kai to discuss this matter with him, but Yang Kai didn't dare to reveal anything and pretended not to know about it when talking to Chai Fong. However, everyone knew that without the tacit approval from the higher-ups, the news wouldn't have spread throughout the Inner Sanctum. Therefore, Chai Fong had expected it to be more than 80% true back then, and now it seemed like he was right. After realizing that, Chai Fong felt very excited. Since the battle 200 years ago, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass had been bored and idle. It was unbearable for them not to kill any enemies for 200 years, but now they could finally kill as many enemies as they could during this campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass. "I think you're right," Yang Kai replied. Then, Chai Fong added, "For more than 30,000 years, Great Evolution Pass has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, resulting in a lot of pressure on the Great Passes to the left and right of the Great Evolution Theater. If we can take back Great Evolution Pass, the pressure on those two Great Passes will be greatly reduced." Every Great Pass had a corresponding theater, so when Great Evolution Pass fell, all the Black Ink clan in that theater would naturally be free of constraints and would have extra manpower to reinforce their fellow clansmen in the two neighboring theaters. Although the efficiency of their reinforcements wasn't high due to the distance, they were still able to make the two Great Passes suffer a lot of hardships throughout the years. In comparison to the other Great Passes, the two Great Passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass also had more troops. For example, there were about 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in Blue Sky Pass, which was the same for most of the human Great Passes. Even if there were passes with over 40,000 soldiers, it still wouldn't exceed that number by much. But for those two Great Passes, they had more than 50,000 soldiers each. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist the Black Ink clan's attack because each of them needed to deal with an enemy with numbers equivalent to 1.5 theaters. Chai Fong added, Blue Sky Pass alone is sending out 500 troops. If every Great Pass dispatches a similar amount, wouldn't we have gathered an army of 50,000 soldiers? Adding on the reinforcements sent from the two Great Passes themselves, Tisk seems like the higher-ups are really determined to get back Great Evolution Pass. With a smile, Yang Kai elaborated, since we've decided to take it back, the higher-ups must have gone through a lot of consideration. Blue Sky Pass is a special case though, and deploying 500 people is not much of a burden for us, but the other Great Passes might not be able to send so many people. Because the war at Blue Sky Pass had entered a lull, it wouldn't affect them too much if they sent out more soldiers. However, the other Great Passes didn't have the same advantages as Blue Sky Pass, and although 500 people didn't sound like much, it was equivalent to the strength of several battalions. While the two of them were communicating secretly, a sudden stream of light came from Eastern Army headquarters and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. The light dispersed and revealed the figures of 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Xiang Shan and Ding Yao. Yang Kai saw that among these Eighth Order Masters was Grandmaster Ma Fan. It seemed like Ding Yao and Shen 2Mo had finally given in to the old man's stubbornness. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Xiang Shan took a step forward with his hands behind his back, looked around, and opened his mouth to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors circulating in the inner sanctum, and I think you all have heard them, so today, I am here to tell you all that the matter of taking back Great Evolution Pass is true. Even though everyone standing here had guessed this already and was almost certain about it, there was still an uproar when Xiang Shan formally announced it. Ignoring the excitement of the soldiers, Xiang Shan continued, since the fall of Great Evolution Pass more than 30,000 years ago, it has been under the control of the Black Ink clan, and the strong defense line built by the ancient masters has become vulnerable. The Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass even dared to venture forward and challenge the no-return pass. That is a humiliation to the entire human race. For 30,000 years, we have been trying to recover Great Evolution Pass, but the situation here on the Black Ink battlefield was horrendous and each Great Pass couldn't afford to divide our forces, even if we wanted to. Now that 30,000 years have passed, after generations of hard work and effort, the chance has finally come. I can't comment on the rights and wrongs of my ancestors, but as one of their descendants, I have only one goal: to reclaim Great Evolution Pass. Today, all 500 of you will join me on this endeavor, and whether we face life or death in the days to come, we will not embarrass the human race's prestige. We will not forget the efforts of our forefathers and their original intentions. The enemy stands before us, so let us prepare for battle. For victory! Victory! The crowd roared in excitement, and their shouts echoed across the sky. With a slight nod, Xiang Shan suddenly waved his hand, and dozens of streams of light scattered to all parts of the crowd. The streams of light hovered in front of each squad leader level 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and in the streams of light was a space ring. Squad leaders, please take care of your own supplies. There are purifying black ink pills and a spare warship inside each space ring. You will distribute those pills accordingly when the time comes. Yes, sir. The squad leaders all responded. Xiang Shan nodded his head again and ordered, "Move out." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5182, Is the Black Ink Clan attacking? Xiang Shan turned around and dashed towards the central hall, where the hyperspace array was located. Following behind him was Ding Yao and 9 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with the 500 human soldiers further back. Meanwhile, Yang Kai led Dawn at the front of the pack, followed by Chai Fong and the members of the Old Turtles. Soon, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the 500 soldiers arrived at the hyperspace array. Fortunately, the central hall was spacious enough to hold hundreds of people without being crowded. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master greeted them and cupped his fist to Xiang Shan. "Everything is prepared." Xiang Shan nodded, "Many thanks." The 8th Order Master moved aside, and Xiang Shan led hundreds of soldiers straight to the front of the space array. The array's light glowed brightly while the patterns flashed and the array hummed, obviously indicating that it was already opened and ready to use. Xiang Shan turned around, looked at the 500 people behind him and ordered, "Get into groups of 50 and spread out." The crowd followed the order, and under the leadership of their squad leaders, 3 to 4 squads formed groups of 50 each. Only Dawn and the old turtles did not need to move because the total number of members in those 2 special operations squads was about 50 people. Xiang Shan turned his head, looked at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, and nodded lightly. The next moment, the group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters moved to a group of soldiers. The one who arrived before dawn was Grandmaster Ma Fan. No one could tell if it was prearranged, but like the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Grandmaster Ma Fan activated the power of his small universe, opened its portal, and turned it into a channel before he shouted to Yang Kai and the others, "Get in." Yang Kai naturally understood what the 8th Order Masters had planned, which was to use these 10 8 Order Masters to send all 500 soldiers to another Great Pass. Due to the large distance between the Great Passes, each transmission across the hyperspace array consumed a huge amount of materials. The higher the strength of the cultivator being transmitted, the more materials they would have to consume. Since Blue Sky Pass was sending 500 soldiers, it could still afford to do this one by one because it was rich with materials, but it was an unnecessary waste. It also consumed a lot of time. Instead of that, it would be better to use the 8th Order Masters' small universes to expedite the process. In comparison to transmitting 500 people, transmitting 10 8th Order Masters would definitely consume far fewer materials, and it would take less time as well. As a matter of fact, whenever cultivators moved from one Great Pass to another, they would usually use this method, which was to let lower-order cultivators enter the small universe of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. That way, they could save as many materials as possible. The small universe of an 8th Order Master was, if they were only to accommodate 5th Order Masters, capable of carrying upwards of 1,000 people. If they were trying to hold 6th Order Masters, around 100 people would be the limit. For 7th Order Masters, perhaps 10 would be the limit. Any more would add a significant burden to the 8th Order Masters' small universe and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after Xiang Shan and others had carefully discussed this matter, they thought that using 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to transport 500 people would be the best choice. After Grandmaster Ma Fan's shout, Yang Kai charged into the portal first, followed by his team members. Then, one after another, each figure disappeared. Only after everyone had entered the small universe did Grandmaster Ma Fan close the portal. This was not the first time Ma Fan had done something like this. Still, this was something that most would avoid doing if possible. Under normal circumstances, even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could store someone of a lower order in their small universe, they wouldn't, as the dangers of doing so were too great. It would be extremely difficult to stop their small universe from being damaged from the inside if someone they took in had malicious intentions. The high-rank masters could use their world force to suppress such behavior, but their small universe would still inevitably be contaminated with another person's world force as long as the other party simply circulated their strength, which was very troublesome to deal with. Therefore, the cultivators in Yang Kai's small universe had to leave when they were about to break through to the Open Heaven realm. Another reason was that everyone had different paths of cultivation, and the disciples of the Void Dao Temple would have a low chance of success if they stayed in Yang Kai's small universe when they wanted to break through. However, the Black Ink battlefield was a special case. It wasn't uncommon to see high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters using their small universe to accommodate lower-order masters. All humans here were life-and-death comrades and fought side by side, so trust was not an issue. After receiving the entire Dawn Squad, Grandmaster Ma Fan turned a little pale despite receiving less than 50 people. On the other hand, Xiang Shan and others all seemed normal, especially Xiang Shan. He had taken in nearly 60 people yet still seemed like he was perfectly fine. From that, it was obvious that though the two were in the same realm, Ma Fan's heritage was incomparable to those veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass. After all, the Tao of artifact refining consumed a lot of his time and energy, so his foundation was not nearly as rich. After receiving all 500 people into their small universes, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not immediately teleport away through the array but instead stood in place and waited in silence. That was because Blue Sky Pass wasn't the only one sending people. As all the Great Passes were deploying some soldiers for the campaign, it was impossible for the receiving space array to support them all at once, so they had to wait for the signal from the other side. It wasn't a long wait. About half an hour later, the hyperspace array suddenly shone out a light that was extremely dazzling but was quickly withdrawn. It happened 3 times. That was the signal they and that had been agreed on. After the light around the array stabilized, Xiang Shan took the lead, stepping onto the array, followed by the other Open Heaven Realm Masters. Activate the array. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was monitoring the central hall ordered. Then, the many already prepared soldiers around the array each formed a set of seals and started the array. A dazzling light shone out from the edge of the grand array and gradually diffused towards the center. It soon enveloped Xiang Shan and the other 10 8th Order Masters. The array hummed, and the hall shook. A dozen breaths later, the dazzling light disappeared, and the array became dark. Xiang Shan and others who had been standing there were gone along with it. The crystals placed in the 7 array nodes around the grand array also dimmed. Those 7 array nodes corresponded to the 7 elements. These crystals were originally arranged here, created by a special technique that gathered energy from different materials. Even a crystal the size of a fingernail consumed a set of materials that could help create a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If the crystals used up in this one transfer were gathered together, they could fill up an entire wash basin. One could imagine how many materials this teleportation had consumed. Meanwhile, inside Ma Fan's small universe, Yang Kai and others sat down cross-legged, calmed their powers, and tried to remain motionless. This was the self-awareness every Open Heaven Realm Master that had been invited into a small universe should have. Perhaps because he had cultivated the Tao of artifact refining too, Yang Kai noticed that there were a lot of artifact refining Tao essences in this small universe as soon as he entered. They were inside Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe after all, and as an artifact refining Great Grandmaster, it was normal to have such a dense Tao essence. If Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe could rear living beings like Yang Kai's small universe, there would certainly be a lot of artifact refining prodigies to emerge from here. In fact, because of the special characteristic of the Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe, whenever a cultivator's strength reached the 7th Order, their small universe would turn from immaterial to material. By then, it wouldn't be difficult to find a legacy disciple because they could raise a batch of living beings themselves, and following the subtle influence of their own grand Tao essence, there would eventually be a perfect candidate to inherit their legacy. Under normal circumstances, however, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not do such a thing because their small universe would easily become unstable when fighting fierce battles, and the living creatures inside would be killed or injured. There was a possibility that hundreds of years of hard work would be lost in a single clash. According to Yang Kai's knowledge of this place, only those high-rank Open Heaven from cave heavens and paradises who were about to die would do such a thing. They knew they didn't have long to live, and there was no hope for them in the future. Therefore, the only thing they could do before their lives came to an end was to contribute to the continuation of their sect. That was the reason why there was no shortage of alchemists and artifact refiners in the cave heavens and paradises, and why special sects like Divine Cauldron Heaven and Divine Medicine Heaven could ensure the continuation of their inheritance from generation to generation. Actually, Yang Kai could have taken the chance to cultivate in this environment and perhaps gain something. But he did not care much about Tao of artifact refining, and the reason why he practiced it was simply because it was related to a mission. Now that his mission was long over, he hadn't actively cultivated the Tao of artifact refining for a long time. After waiting for almost an hour or so, the small universe suddenly buzzed, and a portal to the outside world opened. The members of Dawn got up and exited the portal under Yang Kai's lead, leaving Grandmaster Ma Fan's small universe. When the world suddenly changed, they found themselves in the middle of a huge open area. Before the crowd could even stand firm, a vague buzzing noise entered their ears as they felt energy fluctuations coming at them from all directions. These signs were all very familiar as all of them had encountered such scenes many times in their lives. Shen Ao, who was standing beside Yang Kai, raised a brow and asked what everyone was thinking, "Is the Black Ink clan attacking?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't know which Great Pass this was, but it must be one of the two adjacent to Great Evolution Pass. After all, in order to recover Great Evolution Pass, starting from the two adjacent Great Passes would be the shortest route. However, they didn't anticipate that they would bump into the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes. Also, Yang Kai couldn't figure out whether this attack was a coincidence or a situation planned out by the humans. He guessed that it was most likely the latter. The Black Ink clan sieges would generally last for many years, but there would be an equally long period of rest in between, so if the humans were willing to, they could easily avoid such incidents. In this case, it seemed like the higher-ups had decided to inflict serious damage on the Black Ink clan forces in the neighboring theaters before retaking Great Evolution Pass so that the enemy wouldn't be able to send reinforcements. That was also a very natural choice. Turning his head to look at the 10 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai guessed that the Black Ink clan in this theater were about to suffer a heavy toll. Dawn's members were whispering to each other, just like in the other squads. They seemed to have noticed the special situation here. However, they were all still confused about which Great Pass they were in. The universe chart they brought over from Blue Sky Pass was useless because each theater had its own universe chart. Although the chart had details about some nearby theaters, the universe chart showed nothing of Great Passes that were further away. While the members of Dawn were talking amongst themselves, an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly came in from not far away and cupped his fist at Xiang Shan, "Senior Brother Xiang." Xiang Shan returned the greeting, "Junior Brother Hong." Martial Peak, Chapter 5183, Wind and Cloud Pass. Though no one knew which Great Pass the man called Junior Brother Hong came from, he obviously was not a local. After he met up with Xiang Shan, they interacted via divine sense. Yang Kai took the opportunity to look around and realized that many cultivators had gathered in different groups in the square. The number of people in each group varied from about 200 to 300, but none of them had 500 like Blue Sky Pass. Those groups of cultivators gathered together should have been the soldiers deployed by various passes, and it seemed like Yang Kai's guess was right. Because the situation in Blue Sky Pass was different, they could deploy 500 soldiers, while the other Great Passes couldn't deploy as many. In contrast to the 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers in each Great Pass, a few hundred people wouldn't affect their strength too much. But once all of them had gathered in this place, it would be a considerable amount of manpower. Yang Kai estimated that there were almost 6,000 to 7,000 people gathered in this square, and this was before everyone had arrived. Once everyone had assembled, there would likely be several tens of thousands in total. In every group of cultivators, there would also be Eighth Order Masters, but their numbers varied as well. Each group basically had more than 5 though. It seemed like the other Great Passes had made the same choice as Blue Sky Pass, using the small universes from Eighth Order Masters to send their soldiers here. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Besides the 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers gathered in this square, there were already about 100 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present. The Black Ink clan besieging this Great Pass at this moment were not only unlucky, they were about to feel miserable. Just as Yang Kai was about to ask Grandmaster Ma Fan which Great Pass they were at, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, "Brat, over here." Following the direction of the voice, Yang Kai looked around and saw someone waving his hand from one of the groups. It was Su Linggong. Yang Kai was stunned as he didn't expect to see Su Linggong there. Because Su Linggong was a 7th Order Master, he must have come here to take part in the mission to recover Great Evolution Pass. When Yang Kai saw Su Linggong, he was happy because he was still his elder after all, despite both of them having the same cultivation. Following that, Yang Kai went up to Ding Yao and said, "Martial Uncle, there's someone I know over there. I'll head over and say hello." Ding Yao turned his head towards the areas where cultivators from Yinyang Pass were gathered and nodded lightly. You're free to roam around, but do not leave the square. Yes. Yang Kai replied and turned back to relay a message to the members of Dawn before heading towards Su Linggong. When he arrived before Su Linggong, Yang Kai bowed, "Marshal Uncle Su." He also bowed to Tang Qiu and the others, "Greetings, seniors." On Yinyang Pass side, not only did Su Linggong join this mission, but so did Tang Qiu and several other familiar faces. Among these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, there were some whom Yang Kai knew and some he didn't. Standing behind Su Linggong were Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, who also nodded at Yang Kai as a greeting. Su Linggong slapped his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder and laughed heartily. "I never thought we would have the chance to fight side by side again. It's good to have you with us because you tend to cause a lot of commotion, which I enjoy the most." Hearing that made Yang Kai laugh. Unsure if it was a compliment, he replied casually, "Marshal Uncle Su, you're flattering me. I feel assured seeing you and the others have been doing fine." Su Linggong nodded happily. "I'll take it as you being filial." Yang Kai added, "It looks like quite a number of Yinyang Pass soldiers came this time. How is the situation back there?" Just now, he had noticed that the number of soldiers from Yinyang Pass was similar to that of Blue Sky Pass, around 500 with 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Not only did the Eastern Army Commander, Tang Qiu, join this mission, but so did the Western Army Commander, Lu Zhiping. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the Western Army Commander, which couldn't be helped because the steamed stuffed buns she made were quite delicious. Back when he and the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass were hanging around at the marketplace, he frequented Lin's steamed bun restaurant quite frequently. Since 2 army commanders had come here in person, it obviously meant that everything was going well at Yinyang Pass. Otherwise, these 2 wouldn't have had the spare time. One had to know that though Blue Sky Pass also had 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, only Ding Yao, the Eastern Army Commander, joined this mission. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Tang Qiu said smilingly, "Thanks to you, we won a big victory against the Black Ink clan more than 100 years ago and severely damaged their foundation. So, Yinyang Pass will have several hundred years of peace." Yang Kai understood what Tang Qin meant as soon as he heard it. The Universe Cave Heavens and Universe Paradises he opened outside Yinyang Pass must have made a great contribution to winning the most recent war. Like at Blue Sky Pass, Yinyang Pass took the Black Ink clan army by surprise with the help of those Universe Cave Heavens and Paradises. After activating countless traps, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. Almost the entire Black Ink clan army was killed in that war, while more than 20 territory lords had either died or were severely wounded. Despite having experienced those traps once in the Blue Sky Theater and being very cautious when attacking Yinyang Pass, unless the Black Ink clan stopped besieging the Great Passes entirely, it would just be a matter of time before they fell into those traps. For the Black Ink clan, there was no good solution to those death traps set by the humans, and they would pay a high price when they encountered them whether they were prepared in advance or not. Originally, Yinyang Pass wanted to follow Blue Sky Pass example and organize a crusade, but unfortunately, we don't have a solution to our logistics problem, nor do we have someone to arrange universe arrays as transit points, so we had to give up on that idea, Tang Qiu said with some regret. Yinyang Pass had considered asking Yang Kai to help them set up some universe arrays as transit points for their crusade. However, due to various reasons, the plan was eventually shelved. Although they couldn't organize a crusade, the situation in the Yinyang Theater was quite stable right now, so they could deploy more people to support the mission to recover the Great Evolution Pass. That was the reason why Yinyang Pass deployed 500 people and even 2 army commanders. Among the 2 army commanders, Lu Zhiping would be joining the campaign to recover Great Evolution Pass while Tang Qiu would return to Yinyang Pass soon to oversee matters there. However, Yang Kai and the others weren't informed about the decisions made by the higher-ups. The only thing Yang Kai desperately wanted to know now was which Great Pass they were at. When he asked this question, Tang Qiu said, "Didn't Ding Yao tell you?" Yang Kai replied, "I haven't had time to ask yet." Tang Qiu explained, "This is Wind and Cloud Pass." Then it dawned on Yang Kai. Wind and Cloud Pass naturally corresponded to Wind and Cloud Paradise. Because of the Star Boundaries World Tree and the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, Yang Kai had dealt with people from almost all of the cave heavens and paradises and knew at least one or two people from each of them. In a way, he now had quite a wide network. When mentioning Wind and Cloud Paradise, Yang Kai's deepest impression of it was its auction houses. Thinking back, it was from Wind and Cloud Auction House that he got the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. If this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, the other Great Pass adjacent to Great Evolution Pass should be Azure Void Pass. Azure Void Pass corresponded to Azure Void Cave Heaven, and these two Great Passes sandwiched Great Evolution Pass between them. Originally, they could have helped each other in battle, but after the fall of Great Evolution Pass, both Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass fell under even more pressure. Since the Black Ink clan of the Great Evolution Theater had no opponent to fight, they could gather their forces and develop without worry. They could frequently gather hundreds of thousands of soldiers to pass through the vast void and aid their fellow Black Ink clansmen in the Azure Void and Wind and Cloud theaters. On average, Azure Void Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass faced more frequent assaults from the Black Ink clan than other Great Passes. Usually, the Black Ink clan would rest for 100 years between attacks on a Great Pass, but these two would see assaults every 70 to 80 years, and with far greater force than at other Great Passes. Due to the immense pressure they faced, these two Great Passes had more than 50,000 troops each, or else they wouldn't be able to resist the attacks. Knowing that this place was Wind and Cloud Pass, Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, "Senior, what's our situation? I noticed that there are only 20 to 30 groups of reinforcements here. When will the troops from other Great Passes arrive?" Tang Qiu explained, "Not all of the troops that the 108 Great Passes are deploying for this mission will be gathered at Wind and Cloud Pass. Only half of them will assemble here, while the other half will gather at Azure Void Pass, which is also facing an attack from the Black Ink clan at this very moment. With the strength from the other Great Passes and the strength from the local garrison, we will crush the besieging Black Ink clan armies first. Then, Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies will be formed on the Wind and Cloud Pass side, while the Northern and Southern armies will be formed on the Azure Void Pass side. I'm not sure about the situation at Azure Void Pass, but here, the Eastern Army commander will be Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, and the Western Army commander will be Lu Zhiping from Yinyang Pass. At that time, the four armies will set out from both Great Passes and advance together with the Old Ancestor from Yinyang Pass leading the army to recover Great Evolution Pass. Now that Yang Kai had the gist of the situation, he glanced at the troops in the square and silently estimated in his mind, "According to your words, each army will have about 10,000 soldiers, and all four armies will have a total of some 40,000 people, right?" Tang Qiu shook his head. "It will be more than that. According to the original plan, the estimated manpower needed to recover the Great Evolution Pass should be around 60,000. In other words, each army will have at least 15,000 soldiers. The only way to take back Great Evolution Pass is to ensure we have 60,000 soldiers." A war to retake territory was different from simply defending it. 30,000 to 40,000 troops in a human Great Pass were sufficient to ensure that they wouldn't be defeated, but the risks of attacking an entrenched position also played a part in that. By the same token, the Black Ink clan had been occupying Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years. Even if they didn't have the same means as humans, 30,000 years of managing that place would be enough for them to set up traps and other defensive arrangements. This time it was the Black Ink clan's turn to rely on the risk of attacking a Great Pass. If the humans wanted to conquer the Great Evolution Pass, they had to ensure that they had a much superior force, so 60,000 was thought to be the minimum requirement. In the case of Wind and Cloud Pass, if they gathered all the troops deployed by the other Great Passes, they might be able to assemble 15,000 soldiers, equivalent to an army's strength. But considering that once Great Evolution Pass was successfully retaken, Wind and Cloud Pass wouldn't be under as much pressure anymore, so they wouldn't need 50,000 soldiers to hold the line anymore. Therefore, Wind and Cloud Pass would be deploying 15,000 troops to help fill in the vacancies for Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. It was the same for Azure Void Pass. They would assemble an army gathered from all the troops sent by the other Great Passes and deploy an army of their own, forming two armies as well. The Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern armies would meet at Great Evolution Pass, where Inyang Pass Old Ancestor would take command and decide how to recover the Great Pass, which had been lost for more than 30,000 years. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5184, Great Evolution's Armies. Tang Qiu let out a light sigh as he spoke with mixed emotions. We don't know how many of us will survive this battle. Young boy, this campaign to recover our lost territory will be more dangerous than any battle you've faced before. You must remember not to act impulsively and put your safety first out of all things. Yes, sir. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. After Tang Qiu's explanation, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of the situation and the obstacles he would be facing later. On the other hand, these weren't exactly secrets, so he guessed the others might find out from all sorts of sources in short order. Back at the square, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly lively as cultivators from different Great Passes arrived one after another, and early birds, like Yang Kai, were socializing with the others. Many fellow brothers and sisters came from the same cave heaven or paradise, but were allocated to different Great Passes after arriving at the Black Ink battlefield. Once they separated, it would be hundreds to thousands of years, or even longer, before they could meet again. They might even never see each other again until they meet in the afterlife. The battle for Great Evolution Pass had called for all Great Passes to deploy troops and gather in Wind and Cloud and Azure Void Pass, which provided those cultivators from the same sex a chance to reunite. Though everyone came here from different Great Passes, they only had one goal, which was to recover Great Evolution Pass. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters had thrown the thought of life and death out of their heads. Also, there wasn't much sadness in the air. Instead, they all felt proud and delighted to be reunited with their friends. Everyone couldn't stop talking about how their own Great Pass defended themselves against the Black Ink clan. Among all the cultivators present, the cultivators from Blue Sky Pass undoubtedly became the center of attention. That couldn't be helped as Blue Sky Pass was the only one that successfully launched and completed a crusade. Not only did they manage to secure a forward base in the Black Ink clan's territory, they also managed to snatch a large piece of territory from them. It had been over 200 years since then, yet the Black Ink clan still didn't dare to cross the new border. At the temporary camp of the 500 soldiers from Inyang Pass, Yang Kai chatted with Qing Kuei and Su Ying-shui for a while longer before excusing himself and walking towards a quiet place where he stopped before a cultivator who was adjusting his breathing while sitting cross-legged on the ground. That person looked up at Yang Kai and showed him an ugly expression. With a slight chuckle, Yang Kai said, "Brother Blood Crow, we've crossed so much land to meet each other again. Can't you be at least a little happy to see an old friend?" That was right. Blood Crow was also included among the 500 people deployed by Inyang Pass. Though Yang Kai noticed him long ago, he had to speak to Tang Qiu, so he didn't have time to greet the former. Meanwhile, Blood Crow looked as if he didn't want anything to do with Yang Kai and snarled, "There's bound to be trouble wherever you are, so you'd better stay away from me." Having been at the Black Ink battlefield for quite a while, Blood Crow had accepted his fate, but he couldn't help but think, if this brat hadn't got in the way, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Maybe I would have still been cultivating peacefully inside Blood Monster Cave Heaven, gathering more strength and restoring my cultivation to when I was an 8th Order Divine Monarch. Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Blood Crow, why are you still holding on to the past? Now that we're both here on the Black Ink battlefield, we'll have to fight side by side, so we should watch out for each other." However, Blood Crow just snapped, "Never. When we get on the battlefield, remember to tell me in advance where you will be. That way I can stay as far as I can." At that moment, Su Ling Gong approached them. "Enmities should be solved rather than settled. Blood Crow, the way you acted before was too merciless, and Yang Kai only did what he had to be safe. Why do you have to hold on to past grudges?" Su Ling Gong also heard about what happened back at the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was why he could understand what was going on after listening to Yang Kai and Blood Crow's conversation. "Come on, have you heard of the saying, A smile dissolves hatred, while wine dissolves all resentment? After you finish these bottles, you'll let bygones be bygones. While saying so, Su Linggong took out 2 bottles of wine and tossed them to Yang Kai and Blood Crow respectfully. Blood Crow accepted one, but still kept quiet. Then, Su Linggong slapped Blood Crow's shoulder with so much force that his figure shrank a little. Following that, Su Linggong ordered, "Drink! If you don't, I'll take it as you having no respect for me." Feeling his lips twitching, Blood Crow complained in secret that if he still had his 8th-order cultivation, a mere 7th-order junior wouldn't have had the guts to act so arrogantly before him. But with his current situation, he could only suppress his anger and abide by Su Linggong's words. After opening the bottle, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. Yang Kai smiled and drank his wine as well. In the meantime, Su Linggong laughed heartily. "Very good. That's how you should solve grudges." Wind and Cloud Pass only had one hyperspace array, but had to receive troops sent from more than 50 Great Passes, so it naturally took quite a long time. Moreover, running the hyperspace array continuously was troublesome, so that process was incredibly time-consuming. Under that premise, the hyperspace array could only be used once daily. In other words, only one Great Pass could send their troops here each day. The 500 people from Blue Sky Pass didn't arrive too early, and they weren't late either, as half of the 50 Great Passes were still waiting to send their troops over. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan was still restlessly attacking. There were times when they could feel the strong energy blasts that would pass through the multiple spirit array barriers and into the square. It was tough for those cultivators gathered in the square as they knew large groups of Black Ink clansmen were attacking outside, yet they couldn't go out to kill the enemy. Those cultivators from the other Great Passes had to stay put before all the others arrived, and Great Evolution's eastern and western armies had officially been formed. This agony continued for 20 more days. When the last troops from the other Great Passes arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass, there were already 15,000 cultivators gathered in the square, including over 200 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was an unprecedented lineup. Though the number of cultivators gathered here did not outnumber any of the Great Passes, the number of 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters far outnumbered all of them. All those 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were here basically because they were tasked with sending soldiers from their Great Passes over and had to stay in Wind and Cloud Pass temporarily because the hyperspace array here couldn't send them back for the moment. At the same time, their presence was also to lay the groundwork for the upcoming battle. Following the orders from the 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all Great Passes, those cultivators who were chatting with old friends immediately returned to their assigned spots, and the previously lively square immediately fell silent. A short while later, a large group of cultivators entered the square from all directions. The incoming troop had about 15,000 cultivators and was on par with those already in the square. After that, the square now had 30,000 soldiers. Seeing the situation, Yang Kai knew that if the previous 15,000 soldiers gathered in the square were from the other Great Passes, the 15,000 who had just arrived were soldiers that belonged to Wind and Cloud Pass. Their actions did seem more orderly. Though Yang Kai didn't mean to offend anyone, that group of soldiers were from the same Great Pass and had a tacit understanding, but Yang Kai and the others came from different Great Passes, so both troops were incomparable in terms of coordination. The scene of 30,000 soldiers gathering in one place was spectacular. At that moment, another 2 figures dashed over from a distance and stopped right in the middle of the square. It was a man and a woman, and they were both 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The man was Xiang Shan from Blue Sky Pass, while the woman was Lu Jiping from Yinyang Pass. Xiang Shan had a dignified air to him, while Lu Jiping cut a heroic figure. Though there were many 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters present, these two both had strong and oppressive temperaments that allowed them to attract everyone's attention whenever they appeared. Looking around the square, Xiang Shan announced, "Today, there are soldiers gathered here from more than 50 Great Passes with only one goal, to take back Great Evolution Pass. We also have many soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass joining us, and so, with the recommendations from each Great Pass, and the approval from all old ancestors, We will now form Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies. All soldiers, hear my command. I declare Xiang Shan the army commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army. I declare Lu Zhiping the army commander of Great Evolution's Western Army. Yes, sir. All the soldiers in the square responded in unison. Then, Xiang Shan continued, Yanjia, step forward and receive your orders. Somewhere in the square, an elderly 8-order open heaven realm master stepped out from the crowd, flew forward, and stopped before Xiang Shan while cupping his fist, Yanjia, ready to receive my order. Xiang Shan then solemnly placed a token representing Yanjia's identity on the latter's hand while seriously ordering, I assign you as Division Commander of Great Evolution's Eastern Army's 1st Division. While holding the Division Commander's jade token, Yanjia yelled, Yes, sir. Then he dashed back to his place. Following that, Lu Zhiping's crisp voice rang out, Lu Feng. Someone leapt up from within the crowd and landed before Lu Zhiping before cupping his fist and bowing, Lu Feng at your command. Looking at him, Lu Zhiping nodded lightly, I declare you Division Commander of Great Evolution's Western Army's 1st Division. I charge you to lead your fellow soldiers and bravely destroy the enemy. With a low shout, Lu Feng replied, I won't disappoint you. Then, Xiang Shan yelled again, Xu Yongda. Xu Yongda is at your disposal. I assign you as Division Commander of the Eastern Army's 2nd Division. Yes, sir. Xu Yin, come forward and receive your orders. I declare you as Division Commander for the Western Army's 2nd Division. I humbly accept. As the orders were given out one by one, and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were assigned their positions, the basis of Great Evolution's Eastern and Western armies was formed in Wind and Cloud Pass's central square. On the Azure Void Pass side, the Northern and Southern armies would similarly be organized. No one here was a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink battlefield, so the process was carried out smoothly. When Yang Kai had just arrived at Blue Sky Pass, Feng Ying explained all of this to him. Simply put, squads were the most basic grouping of human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield. 10 to 15 people was the norm for a squad, with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as the squad leader. Of course, other specially formed elite squads like Dawn also existed in the other Great Passes. However, each Great Pass had different numbers of Special Operations Squads. Above a squad was a battalion, which consisted of around 100 people. Above a battalion was a division, and above a division was an army, of which each Great Pass would have 4. Therefore, with over 30,000 people being separated into Eastern and Western armies, each army would have 15,000 people, and on average each army would have 30 divisions each. As for the position of division commander, only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were eligible for such a post. In other words, the Eastern and Western armies would have a total of 68th Order Division Commanders. And that was only for the Eastern and Western armies. The Northern and Southern armies would be formed on Azure Void Pass side, and they would be in the same situation here. Under that premise, the Great Evolution Army would have over 100 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Having 60,000 soldiers, over 100 8th Order Masters, and being personally led by Yinyang Pass Old Ancestor, this was the confidence and capital the humans had to take back Great Evolution Pass. Of course, just as Tang Qiu had said, this battle would be very dangerous, and no one could tell how many of these 60,000 soldiers would survive.